The story shifts to a few hours ago, Mo clan representatives speaking to their people after defeating the clansmen. The Mo clan head lightly places his hand on Shishao's shoulder and says that he will provide the resources of the Mo clan as a reward. At the same moment, Shishao approaches the head of the squad, who notes that now the young hero owes him nothing. The robot scrolling through these memories in his head tells the young hero that thanks to the clan's resources, they are quickly building a fortress. After these words, the young hero turns to the commander of the battle robots and asks her to give the order to start building the fortress. At this moment, the robot girls all look at Shishao with smiles and say that they are willing to fulfill any of his requests. After this conversation, the young hero goes to his personal dimension to spend the experience points he gained in the battle. The young hero thinks about where exactly to invest his experience, as it turned out to be much less than he expected. At this moment, a Flame Lord account appears in front of him, and the system informs him that his maximum level is very high. The young hero grabs his head with a frustrated expression and decides to put all the levels into the main Flame Lord account. Suddenly, the thought pops into his head that he has a map that points to legendary places where you can level up. The young hero scrutinizes the map and makes a small mark at the place where he wants to go first. Suddenly, an information panel appears in front of him, and he sees the headmaster in front of him who wants to talk to him. The headmaster looks serious and tells the young hero via video link that he wants to discuss a very important matter with him personally. The director then turns his face toward the night landscape and indicates that it is time for the young hero to poison himself further. The connection ends, and Shishao leans on the iron railing and carefully observes the night landscape, pondering the words of the principal. A new day comes. Young hero returns to school and notices that a huge amount of attention to his person. After a while, he walks into the principal's office and asks him why the head of the school decided to talk to him personally. The headmaster offers Shishao a seat and asks him what the young hero is trying to move forward for. The director's face becomes serious at that moment, and he says that the young hero should go on a long journey. Then the head of the school, to the surprise of Shishao, stands up abruptly and says in a loud voice that such a talent should not be in this place. A smile appears on Shishao's face, and he tells the director that his main concern is to secure the lives of his loved ones. After these words, the director's face becomes serious, and he offers the young hero to restart this world. The words of the director greatly surprise the young hero, so Shishao asks to tell more about it. Then the headmaster rises to his feet again and tells Shishao in a loud voice that the war between monsters and humans knows no bounds. And then adds in a calmer voice that all of this can be changed if you try to reboot this world. The young hero looks absent-mindedly at the headmaster and asks him to elaborate on the possible restart of the world. And the director rises from his chair again and points out that his close friend Mu Wei was trying to find the answer to this question. He then shows the young hero a piece of a strange artifact and indicates that the item has something to do with the restart of the world. The headmaster continues to stare at the young hero and is about to tell a story about his close friend. A few years ago, a friend of the school principal, Mu Wei, discovered many portals that lead to alternate points of events on Earth. After these events, Mu Wei decides to travel to the wastelands to learn more about the possibility of rebooting the world and ridding it of monsters. The headmaster looks at a piece of artifact after his story and notes with a wistful look that his friend is missing. And the young hero listens attentively to the headmaster's story and thinks about the fact that he doesn't want to follow Mu Wei's path at the moment. After a while, the headmaster comes to his senses and points his finger at the young hero and calls him the chosen one. But the young hero notes with a weary expression on his face that he is not yet ready to follow the same path as Mu Wei. After saying that, the headmaster places his hand on Shishao's shoulder and agrees to this kind of decision of the young hero. Shishao leaves the school and the headmaster watches him through the glass of his office and ponders the future. The director's face looks serious. He firmly believes that the young hero will sooner or later follow the path of his old friend. Meanwhile, the young hero contacts a master engineer who invites him to his lab to show him some new blueprints. And after a short while, Shishao finds himself in the central laboratory, where the Mo clan guards greet him respectfully. He makes his way to the main hall, where he is met by a master engineer who tells him in detail about the new blueprints obtained during the clan battle. At that moment, a robotic assistant appears in front of the young hero and points out that the blueprints can be used to build a fortress. Meanwhile, the master engineer asks the young hero why he is so interested in acquiring new blueprints. And the young hero decides to trust the master engineer and tells him about the plan to build his own fortress. The robot assistant approves of the young hero's decision and suggests he enlist the help of a master engineer in building the fortress. Then the young hero offers a master engineer to give him some advice on building a fortress in another world. After the conversation, he pulls out his key to the other world and decides it's time to start building his fortress. Meanwhile, in the Bug Kingdom, another gathering is taking place. All the nobles along with the royal family have gathered in the throne room. Now in the throne room are 2 golden thrones on which sits the Bug King in his child form, and not far from him is his mother. The other bugs are constantly arguing amongst themselves and debating whether or not to allow humans to build a fortress in their world. Von Knutz is one of the elite, saying that humans will only do more harm by their presence in this world. These words don't please the prince, and the Bug Queen tells that before Von Knutz is in exile, so he doesn't know about Shishao. However, for the prince, this is no excuse. He is fully convinced that the young hero should become the ruler of his world. Suddenly, a huge purple portal opens, and this unusual phenomenon surprises all the bugs present nearby. After a while, a young hero emerges from it, along with a master engineer and his army of battle robots. All the bugs are horrified watching this, especially Von Knutz, who sees the young hero in front of him for the first time. The young hero sees the tension on the bugs' faces and smiles slightly, saying that he came from the worlds and welcomes everyone. The prince immediately flies to meet Shishao and hugs him tightly, happy that the young hero has visited his kingdom again. Meanwhile, the Bug Queen explains to the young hero that the prince is currently in child form to conserve his powers. After saying this, the prince sighs heavily and notes that there is a discussion going on right now about building the Shishao fortress in this world. The prince's words anger the battle robots, and they are about to destroy anyone who dares to oppose the construction of the young hero's base. The insects are horrified at the sight of the battle-ready combat robots and slowly back away, fearing for their lives. However, the young hero puts his hand up and orders his robot to stop scaring the local population. Then, with a smile on his face, he asks all the bugs to calm down and notes that he is not going to establish his own orders in this world. Most of the beetles, along with the prince, are rejoicing at the news and are very happy that the matter has been resolved peacefully. However, Count von Knutz continues to be outraged and notes that any human being is capable of harming their race. The Prince of Beetles is fed up with such arguments and points his finger at Count von Knutz and orders the guards to send him back into exile. The guards take the elite representative under their arms, and the Count continues to tell the prince that he is very wrong about this man. This situation makes the Count furious, and he promises himself that as soon as the right hour comes, he will dethrone the prince. Meanwhile, the Prince of Beetles settles back on his golden throne and announces the final decision to build a base by the young hero. And Shishao thanks the young prince for his support and promises that he will not disturb the beetle people with his presence. Then, together with the master engineer, he discusses the construction of his fortress and chooses a site for it. The master engineer points out the location of an abandoned temple on the map and proposes to start building the young hero's base there. The next day, special drones that obey the orders of the master engineer arrive at this place. They fly around the entire area and begin to create metal supports for Shishao's future base. And in a few hours, they manage to create the main center of the base, which is fueled by an underground core. The huge crystal begins to emit a bright green light and creates energy that is contained by the main structure. The young hero, along with the prince, observe what is happening, and the latter notes that human technology is vastly superior to manual labor. And the master engineer scrutinizes the blueprint of the fortress and asks why Shishao is installing defense turrets. In response to this question, the young hero smiles and talks about the fact that from another world could attack his base at any time. The Prince of Insects is extremely surprised by the young hero's statement and asks him to elaborate on the other worlds. And the young hero reflects and notes that there is a vast array of realities, and it is better to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, the robotic assistant does the calculations and notes that the young hero has enough of his resources to improve the base. Shishao thanks his assistant for his help, but notes that he will only improve his base as needed. Suddenly, the young hero is contacted by a master alchemist who is about to inform Shishao that an unforeseen situation has arisen. He hides behind a rock, and behind him moves a huge column of military equipment that belongs to the Huangjung clan. The young hero opens his mouth in surprise when he learns that a member of the Huangjung clan has managed to free herself from his control. He analyzes the situation and bitterly regrets that he did not send the representative to the other world when he had the opportunity. And the old man follows the military convoy and reports that the spokeswoman is going to find the old head of the clan. Meanwhile, clan representative Lil Yuan is in a special capsule that protects her from Shishao's control. And the young hero looks lost and tries to figure out what the clan representative is really up to. Suddenly, one of the soldiers calls out to the master alchemist and demands that he immediately come out of hiding and move with the column. Communication breaks down, and the young hero tries to devise a plan to confront Lil Yuan and her new plan to revive the clan. Meanwhile, construction drones continue to fly around the young hero as he continues to build the base. And the young hero opens the information panel and is about to contact Mrs. Kier to find out details about the Huangjung clan. Night falls in the center of the city. There is a huge tower of the Mo clan, whose lights brightly illuminate everything around. The young hero finds himself inside the tower at the invitation of Lady Care. At the entrance, he is greeted by the Mo clan guards welcoming him. Shishao swivels his head from side to side, trying to look around, while the butler asks him to follow him. After a while, the young hero sees in front of him Mrs. Care, who is dressed in an expensive blue dress. The young hero notes that he is extremely surprised by the fact that the girl spent a lot of money on this building. And Mrs. Care notes that Shishao, with his share in the company, should stop being surprised by such trifles, with which the young hero agrees. Then together they follow the butler up the huge long staircase that leads to the top floor. They find themselves in a huge hall, and the young hero carefully sits down at a large table on which there is a huge amount of different food. Mrs. Care sits down on the opposite side of the table and carefully observes Shishao, asking to make him feel at home. After these words, the young hero begins to happily stuff himself with food, and Mrs. Care, with a smile on her face, asks him to take his time very slowly. She looks very confused and tries to ask the young hero what he plans to do after gaining such wealth and power. Mrs. Care's voice trembles more and more. She is afraid to confess her feelings to Shishao, and a blush runs down her face. However, the young hero does not notice this, and chewing on the meat declares that he still has a lot left to do and wants to become stronger. After saying that, Mrs. Care looks up and indicates that this area is safe and the young hero can relax. But Shishao is not satisfied with this state of affairs. He says that he must become the strongest to protect everyone close to him. A blush reappears on Mrs. Care's face, and she decides that she will watch the young hero go forward and support him. The girl is greatly surprised when the young hero tells her that Lil Yuan is going to revive the Huangjung clan again. She thinks about it and notes that she's heard that the clan used to have another head who left his post rather quickly. After that, the girl opens the information panel and informs that she can't find any information about the former clan representative. And the young hero only smiles slightly and asks what level the Huangjung clan representative was before he left. Shi Xiao's face turns serious when Mrs. Kayer points out that the clan representative had 100th level. However, Mrs. Kayer tries to reassure the young hero and says that there is no point for the former representative to return. After which the girl smiles slightly and asks the young hero to relax at least for a while. Then she talks about how the former representative must have disappeared while conquering the wasteland in search of new levels. However, this information makes the young hero even more tense. He is sure that Lil Yuan has a clear plan, but he doesn't know what it is. Quite quickly, the young hero and Mrs. Kayer change the topic of conversation, and with smiles on their faces, they discuss the past events. They then raise their glasses of wine and drink to their overall victory over the Huangjung clan, which they hope is now a thing of the past. After meeting with Mrs. Mo, Shi Xiao, along with her pet, goes to the private dimension to carefully consider the plan. He scrutinizes his Lord accounts, and unfortunately for him, notices that some of them are inaccessible to him. Then he snaps his fingers and asks the system to upgrade his Flame Emperor account to use it in the future. The young hero sees his account heavily modified and now looks like a blue, intimidating flame. The young hero then approaches the inventor's account and decides to upgrade it by several levels. And the robot assistant reports that he is happy to inform Shi Xiao of his new abilities that he has gained through this promotion. In response, the young hero coughs slightly and thanks his robotic assistant for helping explain how the abilities work. Then the eye falls on the improved version of the inventor's account, which possesses small arms. The young hero improves it, and with the remaining experience points decides to open a new Lord account, with the hope that the new abilities will help him. And in front of Shi Xiao appears a pilot's account that allows the young hero to use air transportation to destroy the enemy. The young hero absent-mindedly looks at this account and realizes that he will have to spend a lot of experience to pump it up again. Then he turns toward his pet and strokes it gently on the head and asks it to be ready to do battle at his side. He then contacts Il Huang via the information panel and suggests that she join him in mopping up the new dungeon. The girl is embarrassed by the surprise and covers her body with her hands as she did not expect a call from the young hero. She submerges her body under the water and with a confused look asks the young hero to repeat again what he wants. And the young hero is on the roof of the building, once again reiterating his offer to join him in a dungeon sweep. Come morning, the young hero meets up with his old crew and offers them to escort him to a new dungeon. Wang Hao immediately agrees to the young hero's proposal and says that he is ready to go on any adventure with Shi Xiao. At that moment, the young hero points to an airship above their heads and says that another fighter is joining them. After a while, Yin Huang lands to the group from an airship and greets the team with a smile on her face. And Wang Hui waves from the cockpit of the airship and wishes the young hero's team good luck in mopping up the dungeon. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Tian Tian are discussing behind the young hero's back the reason why he took Yin Huang after him. The young hero decides not to waste time and opens a portal that leads to a new dungeon. And in a few seconds, the heroes find themselves in a huge arena and look around, scrutinizing the strange dungeon. Yin Huang looks at the young hero with a smile and asks him more about where Shi Xiao got the key to this place from. Suddenly, a bright light lights up in the center, and a crowd of monsters head towards the heroes. But Wang Hao, without a shadow of a doubt, takes the fight. Behind Wang Hao and Tian Tian, a bright light lights up, and the public address system announces that the arena is moving to a new level. The light becomes brighter and brighter, and completely engulfs the heroes, and the young hero asks everyone to be as careful as possible. After a few minutes, another monster appears, but Wang Hao uses his sword to deal with it without much trouble. He delivers blow after blow, and the monsters fall at his feet, and Tian Tian uses his magic to cover his back. Suddenly, in front of Tian Tian and Wang Hao, there is a huge monster that smilingly looks at the heroes. At that moment, Yin Huang appears and with a single swing of her sacred sword sends the monster to the other world. Wang Hao and Tian Tian get a little embarrassed and thank the girl for helping them defeat the monster. The young hero also notices Yin Huang's actions and notes that the girl's skills are incredible. The next stage of the arena begins, and this time, Yin Huang shows himself in all his glory, destroying monsters one by one. The last monster remains, but she also defeats it without any problems, and the huge giant falls at her feet. Yin Huang falls down from fatigue, but she is picked up by the young hero who looks the girl straight in the eyes and asks her not to overexert herself. After a moment, Shi Xiao transforms into a huge shadow demon and looks at the guys demanding not to discuss his relationship with Yin Huang. At the same instant, the entire arena is engulfed by a strange magical vortex that circles the arena at a tremendous speed. Tian Tian and Wang Hao watched in amazement as the monsters burned in that strange vortex in an instant. And after that, a huge demon appears in the center of the arena and promises to destroy those who decided to take his treasure. But despite its terrifying power, the young hero sends it to the other world in one blow and makes the demon scream in pain. The battle comes to an end, and the heroes are happy that they were able to pass this interesting test very quickly. As a reward for their speed, they receive a huge chest containing a huge number of magical items. Tian Tian gets a magic staff and twirls it above his head, while Wang Hao rejoices at his new legendary shield. And Yin Huang receives the magical rapier and thanks the young hero for bringing it with him. However, the young hero asks the girl to give him this magical weapon for a while, and Yin Huang gladly agrees. Yin Huang is looking closely at Shi Xiao and trying to find out what the young hero is up to, while the hero is scrutinizing the weapon at this moment. After that, Shi Xiao takes out a magic hammer and starts forging weapons thanks to his skill as a blacksmith. The huge clang of the hammer comes from all around the room, and the weapons begin to gradually transform under the hammer blows. A few minutes later, Yin Huang receives the legendary demonic blade that Shi Xiao forged for her. And the young hero tucks his hands in his pockets and tells the girl to keep an eye on those weapons. After that, Shi Xiao wondered if it was worth it to go through this dungeon again. At that moment, Wang Hao walks up to him and, showing off his new shield, says that he is ready to go through the dungeon once more. And the young hero smiles and explains that even if they pass this dungeon quickly, they won't get valuable rewards. However, Yin Huang suggests that Shi Xiao go through this dungeon one more time each to improve his combat performance. Everyone supports the idea and notes that Yin Huang fits perfectly into their small team. Swordswoman Yin Huang smiles slightly and notes that she is pleased to be in such a well-coordinated team. The young hero nods silently and then asks everyone to get into position and prepare for another battle with the enemy. After that, new monsters appear, and the team of the young hero with a special zeal is taken for their destruction. Gradually, the sun is setting behind the horizon, and only a fraction of the rays illuminate the roofs of high-rise buildings. The young hero opens a portal to the city and asks his squad to follow him because the training has come to an end. All the squad members look tired, they can't stand on their feet, and Tian Tian is nauseous due to the heavy workload. Yin Huang is on the shield, and trying to come to her senses, she notes that she has never trained on such an intensified program. The young hero smiles and notes that unfortunately this dungeon is now closed to them, and they will not be able to repeat the experience. Suddenly, some of the group turns back when they hear a familiar voice calling them over. The heroes see their old friend Miao Bao, who is dressed in the clothes of a chef, asking everyone to come to the table where the dinner will be held. Everyone is very happy to see an old friend, and Wang Hao asks when the young hero was able to return for Miao Bao to another dimension. The young hero remembers in his head how he found Miao Bao in the crystal mine, and talks about how he regrets not getting him out sooner. Meanwhile, Yin Huang scrutinizes Miao Bao and notes that a talking cat is not capable of being a good cook. At these words, Miao Bao becomes furious. He hisses at the girl and says that no one dares to insult his cooking skills. After a while, Yin Huang takes a chopstick meal prepared by Miao Bao to test his cooking skills. As soon as she eats a small bite, she realizes that Miao Bao can cook perfectly, and his food has an unbeatable taste. She then walks over to Miao Bao and apologizes to him for doubting his cooking skills. Meanwhile, an information panel appears in front of the young hero, and he tries to figure out what it's related to. His face fills with horror when a member of the Horizon Squad reports that they are under attack. The young hero tries to find out from a member of the Horizon Squad what is going on, but because of the interference, he can hardly hear anything. Shishao looks distracted and sweat drips down his face as he worries that his family may be in mortal danger. Then he decides to reincarnate all the food and cutlery flying in different directions because of the huge strength of the hero. However, at this moment, Yin Yuan hugs the young hero from the back and asks him not to make any hasty decisions. The great swordsman asks the young hero to come to his senses and points out that before going to save Shishao's family, he should think it over. These words reassure the young hero he stops using the demonic form and agrees with the girl's words. He then turns to his comrades and apologizes for tearing everything apart using his power. Yin Wen asks Shishao not to worry about it and offers to make a detailed plan. The young hero's face is filled with rage. He clenches his teeth and cannot believe that someone could attack the squad of the Horizon group. And the girl sees the young hero's concern and talks about how she can help him in such a difficult situation. She tosses the holographic projector in front of her and takes up the story of the wasteland where Shishao is to go. In front of the heroes appears the image of people who make ends meet and have to suffer staying in the wastelands. Other people, on the contrary, arm themselves with special equipment and become mercenaries to exist in this world. Throughout the wasteland, there are radio transmissions that allow people to communicate with each other. However, these places are home to dangerous monsters that gather in large packs to hunt humans. Sometimes on the territory of the wasteland appears fog from which it is very difficult to get out of both monsters and people. Tentian is surprised by Yin Huang's story and notes that she never thought about the wastelands being such a dangerous place for humans. And the young hero carefully considers the situation. He is very pleased that he was able to get so much information before his journey. He then looks at his team with a smile and says that he needs to poison himself in the wastelands to save his family. The squad wants to go with Shishao, but Wang Hao stops the guys and notes that they will only hinder the young hero. The girls sigh heavily and reluctantly agree with Wang Hao's words, realizing that it is very dangerous in the wastelands. Meanwhile, the young hero strokes Miao Bao's head and promises to return his mistress safe and sound. Then huge wings appear on his back, and he heads at full speed towards the wastelands to save his family. Yin Huang looks in the wake of the departing hero and with a loud voice wishes him luck on his difficult journey. Night comes before the young hero opens his eyes to the vast expanse of space, where every now and then huge stones are glimpsed. The young hero flies at breakneck speed and scrutinizes the terrain for clues. On his way, there is a group of dangerous winged monsters who want to eat Shishao. However, for the young hero, these monsters pose no threat, and he kills them in an instant. Then he flies a few more meters and lands on the ground, and the shock wave from his landing spreads over a huge distance. The young hero sees a huge number of monsters that destroy the base that belongs to the Horizon Squad. At this moment, monsters appear behind Shishao, who have discovered him and are about to attack from behind. But the young hero notices the threat, and with his shadowy flame obliterates the monsters' bodies in an instant. Suddenly he hears a man's voice calling for help and turns his head sharply in that direction. The young hero discovers that underneath the pile of people's bodies, A woman's voice is getting quieter and quieter, asking for help. Shishao manages to find among the bodies a girl who is one of the members of the Horizon Squad. The girl happily takes the healing potion from the young hero and takes to drinking it to heal her severe wounds. Wang Hui thanks Shishao for her rescue and notes that without the young hero, she would definitely have gone to the other side of the world. She tells the young hero that while her group was on vacation, monsters suddenly appeared and attacked them. Tears appear in her eyes, and Wang Hui painfully recalls that most of her comrades have gone to the other world. Suddenly, the girl cries out sharply in pain and grabs her head, screaming to save her from the horrible monsters. The young hero looks at the girl, who looks very depressed, and tries to bring her to her senses. After a while, the girl comes to her senses. She sits on a small rock and wipes tears from her eyes. She continues her story and occasionally flinches when she remembers the dangerous creatures that attacked her friends. The story shifts to a few days ago. A huge number of monsters are attacking the Horizon group. Horizon's commander orders all units to retreat, while he and his officer try to hold off the onslaught of monsters. The young hero listens attentively to this story and begins to ask the girl about his family who was with the unit. However, Wang Hui is only frightened by the young hero's insistence, and with a confused look says that he knows nothing about it. Then the young hero lets the girl out of his arms and apologizes for being very pushy about it. And the girl rises to her feet and points towards the place where the Horizon Squad, along with Shishao's family, could have been poisoned. The young hero sets off, and the girl grabs the hilt of her knife and pulls it out of its sheath. After which, Wang Hui quickly swings his knife and protects the young hero from the monster's tentacle. She smiles broadly and wishes the young hero a good journey, and Shishao is glad she didn't get another stab in the back. However, at that moment, a strange energy runs through the girl's body, causing her to fall to her knees and cry out in pain. The girl's entire body recognizes the huge flow of energy, and the young hero sees Wang Hui sent to the other world in a split second. All of the young hero's clothes are covered in blood. He stares silently at what is happening right in front of him. Soon he notices that a strange stream of energy is transforming into a dangerous monster that wants him dead. Then the young hero takes a few quick swings of his blade and destroys the dangerous monster. Meanwhile, Shishao in his demonic form examines the monster's body and promises that he will take revenge on those who abused Wang Hui's body. A few hours later, the young hero finds himself in the forest where, according to the girl's assurances, his family and the Horizon Squad went. The young hero notices several footprints and assumes that it is likely that the Horizon Squad was being chased. He takes out a note from his pocket with the address of a wasteland dweller and decides to visit the place to learn more about the hostile group. Late in the evening, Shishao reaches the right place, but at the entrance he is met by a huge gate and cannons pointed in his direction. The young hero puts his hands up in the air in confusion and talks about how he means no harm and wants to get into the city. However, the guards are not going to let the young hero inside and demand that he leave the place immediately. Suddenly, the fighters hear the voice of the commander, who has just woken up and wants to know what's going on. The commander of the guards smiles when the young hero calls himself an engineer and notes that he is the one who can help them. The squad then leads Shishao to a huge water pump and promises him to let him into the city if he fixes it. The young hero scrutinizes the pumping station and notices that the equipment there is very outdated. Meanwhile, to the fighters with a lantern in hand comes the chief of the city, who is extremely unhappy with this turn of events. Yao Shao reprimands the commander of the guards and notes that no outsiders should be allowed up to the central water pump. However, at that moment the equipment starts to emit light, and the young hero reports that he has fixed the generator. The commander watches the generator with a smile and hesitantly tells the town chief that he had no doubts about the hero's skills. Meanwhile, the young hero taps the generator and talks about how he made a filtration system for the water. The soldiers are surprised by this turn of events and tearfully rejoice that they will be able to drink clean water. However, Yaosha looks at the young hero with suspicion and reluctantly thanks him for such valuable help. The girl scrutinizes Shishao and notices that the young hero does not look like a wasteland dweller. In response, the young hero grudgingly crosses his arms across his chest and talks about how he needs to get into town. The town boss is unhappy with this outcome and demands that the young hero not do anything stupid while he's in town. After that, they together reach a strange building where, according to the girl's assurances, there is an herbalist whom Shishao is looking for. The young hero starts knocking on the door but soon realizes that no one is home, which makes his face look displeased. Then Yaosha suggests the young hero go to the head of the city who knows a lot of information about the local wasteland. And together, they go to the big outfit, and the girl on the way is interested in learning from Shishao the skills of an engineer. The heroes arrive at the place, and Yaosha, without further ado, opens the door with his foot and then goes inside. The town chief, Yao Teju, is unhappy with such an act and asks his daughter to use the door handle next time. However, the girl ignores her father's request and asks what the meeting is about in his office. Yao Teju grabs his head with pain in his voice, noting that he has called a meeting to discuss the city's water supply problem. At this moment, the girl smiles and, pointing at the young hero, tells him that Shishao has already fixed the main generator. After these words, the city chief quickly rises from his seat and, patting the hero on the shoulder, thanks him for his help. The young hero turns to the head of the city and asks for information in exchange for his help. Yao Teju then asks everyone to leave his room, but his daughter folds her arms across her chest and won't leave. Then the young hero looks menacingly in the girl's direction and promises that he will not tutor her if she stays in this room. And much to the surprise of the town chief, the girl immediately disappears behind the doorway and closes the door behind her. Yao Teju then notes that he hasn't seen his daughter obedient in a long time and asks Shishao to tell him the purpose for which he came. The young hero sits down with the chapter at the table and asks to share information about the Dawn Breakers organization. The head's face becomes serious, and he notes that the young hero will have to do one more thing to get such information, and then points a finger at himself and notes that he was a member of this organization a few years ago. At this point, the young hero jumps up abruptly from his seat and notes that the chapter's information may be very important to him. However, Yao Teju asks Shishao not to get hot and points out that it has been many years since he has been a member of this guild. The story shifts to a few years ago. An organization called the Dawn Breakers is about to attack a safe zone. But a hero named Mufei single-handedly defied this organization to end its tyranny. As a result, only ruins from its many bases on the wastelands remained of the organization. The young hero listens to the chapter's story with great interest and notes that he is going to find this organization. At that moment, the robot assistant tells Shishao that the city leader didn't lie to him and told him everything he could, and Shishao sinks into contemplation. And the city manager notes that at this point he's only heard about the restoration of Breaking Dawn, but he doesn't know much about it. He also talks about how the organization now uses rare potions to transform into dangerous monsters. Then the old man sighs heavily and talks about how there is no trace left of the former organization. And the young hero smiles and notes that he is going to put an end to this strange organization and save his family. Yao Teju supports the young hero's decision and asks him to repair the city wall in exchange for his information. The young hero is a bit surprised by such a request, but agrees to help the city in strengthening their wall. Then Shishao tries to find out more about the herbalist who lives in the city, but for some reason is absent now. The conversation comes to an end, and the head of the town allows his daughter to go inside, and the girl kicks the door open again with her foot. The young hero says goodbye to the head of the town and promises that he will fulfill his promise and fix the wall. Shishao and the girl leave, and the head of the city makes a gesture with his fingers, indicating to his daughter that she has a worthy groom in front of her. The gesture makes the girl very embarrassed and asks her father not to pursue the subject any further. The young hero turns around and tries to understand what Yao Teju and Yao Sha are talking about between them. And the girl just throws up her hands and says they were discussing city business amongst themselves. Then the young hero decides to find out the truth from the robot, but he only smiles slyly and notes that Shi Xiao has nothing to worry about. The next day comes, the young hero, along with Yao Sha, stands in front of the city wall and scrutinizes it from all sides. And the huge crowd of city dwellers are whispering amongst themselves and actively discussing about Shi Xiao and his engineering skills. The young hero taps lightly on the wall and notes that it could hardly withstand another monster attack. He then puts his hand out in front of him and calls for help from the robot builders, who begin to analyze the space around them. The robots fly up and at a rapid pace begin to improve the wall and replace damaged parts. A few minutes later, a new wall appears, and all the residents cheer and praise the young hero, thanking him for his help. Yao Teju and Yao Sha look at the new protective wall in amazement, and can't believe that the young hero has such power. They too join the cheering crowd and thank the young hero for helping to improve their defensive wall. Suddenly, a car comes through the gate into the main square at full speed and then stops abruptly. Out of it come several fighters with heavy wounds and an herbalist who walks ahead of them and looks very upset. Yao Sha runs up to them with a smile on his face and asks if their outing was successful. However, the herbalist says nothing and comes by, and the head of the city tells Shi Xiao that the girl should be given time to rest. And the herbalist, not noticing the people around her, continues to walk forward, tears flowing copiously down her cheeks because of the pain of the failed mission. The next day comes, the sun's rays fall on the roof of a small house, which is on the outskirts of the city. The herbalist anxiously holds her mentor's hand and apologizes to her for not being able to help her. And the older girl strokes the girl's head and asks her not to blame herself for not being able to find the right ingredient for the potion. But the fame of the mentor does not appease the girl. She continues to cry and blames herself for her failure. At that moment, a young hero appears. He opens the door and says he can help the girl. However, the herbalist, with tears in her eyes, looks at the hero unhappily and asks how he got here. The young hero talks about his help to the town and offers to help the herbalist before it's too late for her mentor. After these words, the herbalist lowers her gaze down and tells her that she needs a rare rock flower to create a potion. The young hero summons a robot assistant and learns that there is such an item among his stock, but it is very rare. Despite this, Shi Xiao holds out the rare color with a smile on her face and asks the herbalist to use it as soon as possible. The girl tearfully thanks the young hero for his help and promises to give any amount for the item. The herbalist bows low before him, and Shi Xiao speaks about all he needs to know about the Breaking Dawn Guild. After that, the girl runs away and promises to tell Shi Xiao everything as soon as she finishes making the healing essence. The young hero is also about to leave, but suddenly hears the voice of an old woman who calls him a master from another world. Shi Xiao turns her head back and thinks that the old woman's words don't make any sense and are just the ramblings of a sick person. For a while, the young hero looks hopefully at the old master and then decides to head for the exit. Meanwhile, the herbalist is preparing a potion, and Yao Sha is watching her friend's work and asking her to hurry. At that moment, a young hero enters the room and notes that the herbalist lacks the knowledge to prepare such a rare potion. In response to these words, the herbalist thunders that she knows about it, but she can't fold her arms and sit idly by. She is greatly surprised when Shi Xiao calls herself a master of alchemy, and Yao Sha asks her not to take the young hero's words to heart. However, the young hero, with a confident look, continues to insist that he has extensive knowledge of alchemy. Then the herbalist comes closer to Shi Xiao and, sniffing him, says that her gut tells her that the young hero is not lying. But Yao Sha tries to stop her friend and points out that there is no way the young hero can be an alchemy master. While the girls were arguing among themselves, the young hero manages to create a healing potion that surprises them greatly. And Yaosha scratches his head and doesn't understand how a young hero can be a master of engineering and alchemy at the same time. After a while, the herbalist returns to her mentor and drinks her a new healing potion. The potion quickly takes effect, and everyone watches with smiles on their faces as the grandmother master comes to her senses. The old master opens his eyes and thanks his apprentice for saving her from imminent doom. And the herbalist tearfully embraces her master and rejoices that the potion helped cure her. Yaosha also cries with joy, and the young hero absent-mindedly looks at the old master and notes that his potion worked even better than he thought. At this point, the herbalist tells her master that it was the young hero who was able to prepare the healing potion. And the young hero smiles and notes that he has improved this potion, and now its healing properties will last for several more years. Yaosha and the herbalist are once again surprised by the young hero's skills and cannot believe that Shi Xiao has such power. At this point, the young hero folds his arms across his chest and notes that he still has plenty of secrets to keep. After saying this, Yaosha approaches Shi Xiao and asks him to teach her the knowledge of an engineer when the hero has time. Meanwhile, the old master asks his apprentice to leave them with the young hero for a while. Master notes that she wants to reveal important information that only Shi Xiao can use. Then the herbalist walks over to her friend, and without further ado takes her hand, and together they leave the room. Before leaving, Yaosha casts a quick glance at the young hero and hopes that his heart isn't already taken. A few minutes later, the old master rises slightly and tells her that she has already seen someone with special skills. The young hero smiles and notes that there's really nothing special about him, and he just wants to save his family. However, a look of amazement appears on his face when the old master reveals that she personally met Mu Fei. The alchemy master smiles and talks about how the young hero looks a lot like Mu Fei. And the young hero smiles and talks about how Mu Fei is one of the people who was able to graduate from the Magic Academy. A smile appears on the old master's face even more, and she is about to tell a story about Mu Fei. It tells that a few years ago this warrior came to this city. He was wounded, but with the help of potions the wizard was able to save his life. The old master also notes that despite his bad character, Mu Fei was very kind and helped the city a lot. The young hero only nods and notes that he has heard many stories about Mu Fei, and notes that he is a true hero from the legends. After saying that, the old master said that he wanted to give a legendary item to Shi Xiao and hoped that the hero would use it. The young hero's eyes immediately light up with happiness after these words, and he wants to find out as soon as possible what kind of object they want to hand him. Then the master uses magic, and in her hands appears a legendary potion recipe that emits a bright light. The young hero carefully examines the scroll with the recipe and realizes that in front of him is a way to create a revival potion. Meanwhile, the alchemy master looks Shi Xiao straight in the eyes and watches his reaction to this gift. And the young hero opens the information panel and realizes that he needs legendary items to create such a potion. At the sight of this, the alchemy master smiles slightly and notes that she entrusted this item to the young hero for a reason. The young hero heads for the exit and thanks the old master for providing such a valuable gift. Before leaving, he looks at the old alchemist once more and thinks that he needs to learn more about Mu Fei. When he goes outside, he sees the herbalist in front of him and asks her not to disturb his mentor for a while. The girl agrees, and putting her hand on her chest says that she Xiao all that she can. When the young hero asks her about the Guild of Breaking Dawn, the girl sinks into her musings. Then, to the hero's surprise, she tells him that the guild uses potions to turn into monsters. She also notes that there is another organization that creates these potions and supplies them to Breaking Dawn. At this point, her gaze turns serious, and she reveals the existence of a dangerous community called the Poison Society. After these words, the young hero's face becomes distracted, and he tries to find out details about the Poison Society. Then the herbalist turns to her friend and asks her to leave the room for a while to discuss this topic with Shishao personally. Then she sits down with the young hero at the same table and tells him that the Poison Society is a very dangerous organization. The young hero listens carefully to the girl's story. He assumes that this organization will be able to shed light on some details. Shishao's eyes light up at the thought of taking control of the Poison Society organization and using it. However, the herbalist is not happy with such an idea and notes that the Poison Society is a very dangerous organization and should not be trifled with. Then Shishao asks his girlfriend to accompany him to the place where this organization is located to personally find out the information. The herbalist becomes nervous and notes that it will be hard for her to go back there again, but promises that she will help the young hero. She then abruptly runs out of the room and asks Shishao to pack for the road as soon as possible. A few hours later, the herbalist gets in the car, and her friend puts a huge bag on the trunk of the car. The girl waits for the young hero to get into the car and prepares to hit the road. The car is speeding away, and Yaosha and his father wish the heroes good luck in their difficult journey. Yaosha starts to cry and says that she has lost her love, but her father laughs and says that everything is just beginning for her. A few hours later, the heroes see before them a huge base guarded by a huge number of mercenaries. Several mercenaries block the car's path and ask the heroes to state the purpose of their visit. However, as soon as the mercenaries see that the herbalist is behind the wheel, they let the car go forward without further ado. The young hero is stunned by this turn of events and tries to find out from the herbalist the reason for this action of the mercenaries. However, the girl does not want to talk about it, and then she accompanies the hero to the main hall where the leader of the Poison Society should be waiting for them. Suddenly, from the second floor, they hear the voice of a man who, with a wide smile on his face, brushing his hair, greets the heroes. The leader of the Poison Society, Madik, points his hand at the herbalist and calls the girl his future wife. The young hero is amazed by this turn of events and immediately understands why the girl is treated so well here. Madik then elegantly dances quickly down the stairwell to get closer to the guests. He falls on his knees in front of the herbalist and talks about how he can't imagine his life without such a beautiful lady. However, the herbalist doesn't like this. She punches the man in the face and tells him she will never be his wife. However, Madik is not at all discouraged after this blow and looks at the girl with even more admiration. Then he fixes his hair and talks about how the most important thing is that he's the one who loves the herbalist and the rest doesn't matter. The herbalist is even more angry after these words, and the young hero is sick of this show and wants to go to the dialogue with the head of the guild. But Madik pays no attention to Shishao. He walks right up to the herbalist and promises untold riches if she stays with him. However, the herbalist is adamant in her decision and demands that the head of the Poison Society stop getting so close to her. Then the guild leader turns his back and, fixing his hair, asks what purpose the herbalist came to him for. A wide smile reappears on his face, and he notes that he guesses that the heroes are interested in breaking dawn. After these words, the young hero's face becomes angry, and he demands that Madik tell all about breaking dawn. The guild leader looks at the hero with a smile and notes that he will share all the information with him, but only on one condition. Then he points his finger at the herbalist and notes that if the girl becomes his wife, Shishao will get the data he needs. The medic looks completely calm and explains that it's a small price to pay for such rare information. The young hero is not happy with this turn of events and says that he is not going to use the herbalist for such purposes. Shishao then covers his body with a magical aura and notes that he is able to forcefully beat the answers out of Madik. At this moment, all the mercenaries in the area point their weapons at Shishao and prepare to open fire, while the herbalist asks everyone to calm down. The girl lowers her gaze down and talks about how she is indebted to the young hero and can become Madik's wife if need be. Madik looks at the herbalist in amazement and can't believe that the girl is willing to do this for the young hero. He then smiles broadly and says that he is happy to accept the herbalist's offer. However, the young hero puts his hand up and says that he is against such a marriage ceremony, which angers Madik a lot. After that, the mercenaries of the Poison Society surround the young hero from all sides, and Madik orders them to beat Shishao unconscious. The herbalist wants to help Shishao, but Madik presses her to her side and promises that even with this turn, he will share information with the young hero. Meanwhile, the young hero scatters the mercenaries around him with dark flames without much trouble. He then heads over to Madik and tells him that he is willing to spare his life because he keeps his promises. But Madik is not about to give up. He pulls several vials of poison out of his pocket and hurls them in the direction of the young hero. But the young hero surrounds himself with a shadow field, and the vials of poison burn before they can touch the young hero's body. At the same moment, a squad of mercenaries appeared from the doorway and opened heavy fire on Shishao without delay. And the young hero keeps smiling and uses his magic to stop all the bullets and notes that it's not a threat to him. Then there is a huge explosion of dark magic that goes all over the building and scatters the mercenaries in different directions. The herbalist covers herself with her hands from the rocks flying in her direction and marvels at how strong the young hero is. Suddenly, Madik appears in front of her and promises to protect her from the blast wave and confesses his love again. And the young hero heads straight in his direction and notes that he admires Madik's behavior, especially at such a dangerous moment. Despite Shishao's immense strength, Madik is not about to give up and drinks the potion of turning into a monster. He ceases into a huge lion and says that no one has yet survived who has seen his true form. However, the young hero has a few blows to cool Madik's ardor, and the guild leader surrenders to the mercy of the victor. And Shishao strokes Madik's head with a smile on his face and asks him to tell him everything he knows about Breaking Dawn. The herbalist then decides to kick Madik a few times for so cavalierly offering her to be his wife. Meanwhile, the young hero scrutinizes Madik's animal form and assumes that he is supplying potions to other guilds. Then he walks closer to Madik, who sits on his lap and asks for all the details about Breaking Dawn. And Madik talks with a smile about how this organization doesn't exist on its own, and for the most part it's being used. The herbalist crosses her arms across her chest and notes that Madik is probably telling the truth. Then the girl decides to ask who runs this organization, and Madik tells her about the existence of the Wuji group. When Madik talks about the group, the young hero remembers that he has met some of its members before. In addition, Shishao learns from the guild leader that a mysterious group has kidnapped Shishao's family members. Suddenly, Madik's gaze turns serious, and he notes that Wu Ji is most likely seeking a path to the ancient gods. The young hero opens his mouth in surprise when he remembers that he has already summoned an ancient kraken to his aid in the wastelands. And Madik notes that it was because of his connection to ancient deities that the young hero attracted the attention of Wu Ji's group. The head of the Venom Society also notes that this group contains the most skillful mercenaries who know no pity. The young hero sits down on a chair and swirls of magic begin to swirl around him because of his anger towards Wu Ji's group. Madik looks very scared and asks the young hero not to use magic so as not to destroy the building permanently. He then notes that it is likely that the young hero's family is alive and being held as bait for Shishao. After these words, the young hero breathes a sigh of relief and notes that he will have to take the bait and destroy his enemies. Then Madik tells them that the direct path to Wu Ji is hidden behind a huge base that is an impregnable fortress. The young hero ponders the words of the head of the Poison Society, and Madik notes that this fortress is impossible to storm, and immediately tries to dissuade Shishao from attacking head-on, noting that even the great houses aren't going to do it. The young hero thanks Madik for the information and says that he will definitely listen to what he has to say. Then Madik slaps himself on the arm and notes that the young hero is a professional at what he does. Then the young hero offers to make Madik a fair deal to buy potions, much to the surprise of both the head and the herbalist. And the young hero notes that honest relationships are important to him, especially when it comes to business. After that, Shishao opens the information panel and realizes that he will soon have to return to the shadow world. Then he asks Midak to share potions with him as soon as possible, especially those containing poison. Midak agrees, and in a few minutes the young hero finds himself in a warehouse where he sees a huge number of different potions. The head of the Poison Society offers to take everything Shishao needs and promises to make more potions in a while. The young hero thanks Midak for his help, and the herbalist snorts unhappily and doesn't understand why Shishao is so kind to the head. After which, Shishao extends his hand towards Midak and says that he is a pleasure to work with. The head of the Poison Society happily shakes Shishao's hand and hopes that this is not their last deal. At this point, the herbalist reveals that the young hero is a master of alchemy, much to Midak's surprise. He grabs his head and thinks about how the young hero is actually a great deity. After a while, the young hero takes a seat in a chair in a separate room and beckons to the herbalist. He asks her to sit across from him and tells her that they have known each other before. The girl is greatly surprised when she realizes that the young hero has infiltrated the Huangjung clan's information space. And the young hero notes that he wouldn't want to hide anything from the herbalist and wants a trusting relationship between them. The girl thanks the young hero for being honest and notes that she can pay him back the money she promised him last time. However, the young hero refuses, and this greatly surprises the herbalist, who thanks Shishao once again. Suddenly, in the middle of the dialogue, an information panel appears in front of the young hero, and he turns his attention to it. He is contacted by a master alchemist who warns him that the Huangjung clan is up to no good. The young hero tries to find out the details, but at the most inopportune moment he is teleported to the shadow dimension. And Shishao shows up just as his friend Laguna is being threatened by a band of strange mercenaries. Laguna turns to her opponent and is horrified to notice that her enemy's sword is near her neck and will soon cut his life short. However, to Laguna's surprise, he sees a strange mercenary start dancing in front of him and can't stop. At this point, the young hero grabs Laguna by the arm and tells her it's time to run, while the mercenaries are distracted. Meanwhile, the mercenaries look at their dancing comrade in surprise and don't know what's up. However, they decide to personally send their comrade to the other world and give him a few swift blows with their swords. At that moment, Laguna turns back in horror to see the mercenaries massacring her own comrade. However, the young hero says that it is not the time to think about it and asks Laguna to run away with him, and the mercenaries follow them. Suddenly, the young hero stops where he is and says that there is no point in running any further now. Laguna turns back and notices that the mercenaries, for whatever reason, have stopped in place as soon as they touch the puddle. Meanwhile, the mercenaries try to move, but because of the young hero's poison, they can't do anything. Shishao smiles and explains to a surprised Laguna that the mercenaries are no longer a threat. Then the swordsman closes his eyes and starts hitting the bodies of the mercenaries with all his might. After some time, he defeats them, and so as a reward for the victory, gets a few levels. In addition, Laguna receives a strange key to the city's canals and scrutinizes it, trying to figure out where the mercenaries got it from. The young hero also notices the key and thinks that perhaps the mercenaries are involved in the plague infecting the city. In addition, he imagines that together with Laguna, he will have to destroy dangerous monsters, which makes him think about the situation. Then his face becomes serious, and he takes out a magic crystal from his pocket and slowly heads towards Laguna. Shishao's face curves into a vicious grimace, and Laguna begins to back away because she is frightened by the sight of the young hero. And to the great surprise of Shishao, declares that he does not understand why the young hero got the magic crystal. Come evening, the heroes camp out, and the young hero explains that the magic crystal can raise the level. Then Laguna picks it up and tries to concentrate on it to use its power to its full potential. However, it soon turns out that despite Laguna's attempts, he is unable to use the power of the magic crystal. And the young hero thinks about it and suggests that most likely his magic crystal doesn't work in this world. And he starts asking his friend about how to level up quickly in this world. Laguna stares intently at the young hero and points out that Xixiao's look changed drastically when he saw the key. The young hero nods and says that there are challenges ahead of them, so his friend needs to level up immediately. After saying that, to Xixiao's surprise, Laguna went to bed and said that tomorrow they could do a series of tasks to level up. However, this does not suit Xixiao, and he demands that Laguna go with him right now to find a suitable assignment. After a while, the heroes find themselves in the guild building where they are met by mercenaries and offered a drink. However, the heroes refuse and scrutinize the task board to choose the appropriate order. The young hero chooses a level 60 contract and says that this is the most effective way to level up quickly. However, Laguna doesn't understand Xixiao's actions and notes that their levels are too low for this assignment. Then the young hero, with a smile on his face, turns to the mercenaries and invites them to join his squad. But all guild members refuse and note that they won't go to a high-level build with inexperienced newbies. And the young hero turns around without delay and heads for the exit despite Laguna's plea to take her time. In the shadows of the room are several hooded cultists who are eavesdropping on the hero's conversation and wondering what to do next. A few hours pass, and the heroes on a horse-drawn wagon reach the place where their task leads them. They make their way inside and hide behind a huge rock, discussing their plan of action with each other. The young hero, along with Laguna, peeks out from behind cover and notes that it's best to lure out the dangerous monsters, one at a time. They see in front of them a huge number of monsters that go in different directions and have high levels. Suddenly, Xixiao kicks Laguna out of hiding and tells him that it's time for the young swordsman to show his full glory. Quite quickly, Laguna gathers her thoughts and throws her dagger at the closest opponent in front of her. The dagger sticks straight into the zombie's head and does a little damage, causing it to slowly turn its head toward Laguna. The swordsman hides behind a huge rock and baits the dangerous monster right into a trap. The monster goes into a frenzy and heads for where Laguna is hiding with great speed. However, Laguna abruptly jumps out from around the corner and, under the influence of Xixiao's potions, strikes the monster in its weak spot. The other zombies, however, take no notice and continue to move through the graveyard at their usual pace. The monsters move slowly throughout the area and occasionally utter incoherent words. Meanwhile, the young hero notes that his plan is working perfectly and holds out another potion of reinforcement to Laguna. A few hours pass, and the heroes, after destroying all the enemies, head onward. They see a huge wall in front of them and a gate that is securely locked, then begin to discuss among themselves a plan of action. Suddenly, a smile appears on the young hero's face because the perfect plan to overcome this problem appears in his head. A huge magical aura appears around his body, and huge demonic wings appear on his back. He then grabs Laguna's hand and together with him flies over a huge wall and thus mines the obstacle in his path. At this point, the young hero realizes that he should find the right gear for Laguna next time. The heroes find themselves on the other side of the wall and notice that there is a huge number of human bodies. The acrid odor makes Laguna very sick and nauseous, and the young hero looks around for danger. Then he abruptly grabs Laguna's hand, and together they hide behind a rock, trying to avoid being seen by the strange men. He notices that the men in robes are carrying a huge cross to which a man is firmly tied, asking to be set free. Laguna says that it is necessary to act as quickly as possible. One young hero asks him to stay here and not to hurry. Then the young hero leaves his friend in a safe place and decides to get inside the huge temple to find out what's going on. He sees a huge altar in front of him with a huge number of cultists crowded together praising the deity. Xixiao's face transforms with surprise. He can't believe that even in this world, people worship an ancient deity. Suddenly he notices a strange book of shadows that emits a huge stream of magical power. The young hero looks confused and tries to think of a plan of action to follow next. Meanwhile, the head of the church blesses his subjects and offers prayers in honor of the ancient deity. And in front of the altar is one of the novices who bows his head and asks to save his family and children from the disease. After these words, the priest raises his staff upwards, and strange tentacles appear behind his back, reaching for the cultist. Then they sharply stab into the human body and start sucking all the life force out of it. The tentacles then stick into the altar on which the Book of Shadows is located and feed it with their power. And the book on the altar begins to slowly turn its pages until a new symbol appears on one of them. The man's body was forever frozen in that moment when he prayed for the health of his family, but now the cultist didn't look alive. Then a man is brought to the priest on a small cart who is tied with his hands and feet to a large cross. As soon as they take the gag out of his mouth, he tearfully asks to be released and talks about how everyone here has gone crazy. After a while, the priest hits the ground with his staff and orders everyone present to be silent. Then he looks up and says that the great deity will not tolerate heretics defiling the earth. At this moment, all the cultists fall to their knees and start repeating all the same words as the priest. And the tentacles are gradually approaching the bound man who is begging for mercy louder and louder with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, the young protagonist observes what is going on and looks on with anger on his face at the horrible ritual. Suddenly, a bound Laguna is brought into the room, and one of the followers tells the priest that he has captured a spy. The young hero then picks up potions and prepares to attack the cultists in case Laguna is threatened. Meanwhile, Laguna is led to the altar by several cultists and forced to bow before the sacred altar. Laguna looks with horror at the man before him and realizes he is dealing with dangerous people. And the priest scrutinizes the swordsman and asks why the young man was in this place. A look of mild surprise appears on the priest's face when he learns that Laguna has come to rescue them and asks him to untie him. And the young hero watches their conversation and smiles glad that Laguna doesn't go for broke and acts wisely. Suddenly, Laguna asks with a smile on her face if the sacred church is related to the mystery blood group. The Twilight Patriarch starts laughing and says that the real deity is in his temple and everyone else is a heretic. The young hero watches the development with surprise and is amazed that Laguna decided to ask about it head-on. Meanwhile, the Patriarch turns his back on Laguna and talks about how soon the whole world will see the true deity. Then he changes his mind and says that Laguna will be sacrificed in the name of a great deity. At this moment, bright beams of magic are directed towards the Patriarch, but the cultists protect him from this danger. The young hero comes out of hiding and throws a huge amount of poison potions in different directions to weaken the cultists. Others look at the young hero with horror and call him a real demon who dares to desecrate the temple with his presence. Meanwhile, the Twilight Patriarch casts his gaze upon the young hero and says that his deity will punish all his enemies. However, at that moment he is surprised to notice that the tentacles are wrapped around Laguna from all sides, but do not harm him. And Laguna tries to free himself from their grip, but he lacks the strength to break these strange tentacles on his body. The Twilight Patriarch can't believe his eyes. He thinks that the young man in front of him is blessed by a deity. Meanwhile, the cultists begin to argue among themselves, calling Laguna a messenger of the deity or his personal enemy. The debate begins to heat up, and some cultists suggest that Laguna be freed because their deity desires it. However, they cannot agree with each other and decide to solve the whole case by force, starting to create in their hands magical flames. However, the senior patriarch asks the cultists to calm down and points his staff at Shishao, calling him enemy number 1. The young hero realizes the danger of his position and quickly flies upwards before the cultists can grab him. Then they begin to bombard him with their fire magic, and Shishao has to dodge numerous projectiles in flight. Drops of sweat appear on the young hero's face from fatigue, and he realizes that he won't be able to dodge these attacks all the time. Then he decides to throw all the poison potions he has at the cultists to get rid of them as quickly as possible. All the cultists go into a frenzy. Some of them, under the influence of the poison, start dancing and can't stop. Others, seeing this madness, start to scatter in different directions, hoping that the magic of their enemy will not touch them. Despite the young hero's actions, there are still cultists who continue to attack him with fire projectiles. One of the shells falls on the young hero and sets fire to his wings, from which he has to land on the ground. However, the young hero uses a healing potion and instantly heals all his wounds. At this point, the cultists are running towards him in a huge mob to grab him, and the young hero is trying to figure out what to do about it. Suddenly, he abruptly jumps back and creates in front of him powerful fire turrets that start firing at his opponents. A huge number of projectiles hit the bodies of the cultists and inflict huge damage on them, causing them to scream in pain. Meanwhile, the young hero is once again gaining altitude with his wings and preparing to use his poison potions. He then heads to the Patriarch with great speed to save his friend who is in danger. However, the Twilight Patriarch does not allow the young hero to approach Laguna and says that no one dares to interfere with his deity. Then he points his staff in the direction of the young hero and says that he is the main opponent of his deity. And the young hero just smiles and says that most likely the deity actually hates the Patriarch. Shi Shao's words infuriate the Twilight Patriarch, and he promises to wipe the impudent man off the face of this planet. And the young hero points his finger in Laguna's direction and notes that the deity loves his friend more than his Patriarch. And Laguna is completely shocked by what is happening and hopes that he can free himself from the strange tentacles as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Twilight Patriarch starts scrunching his face with hatred and clenches his teeth tightly, cursing Shi Shao. Much to the young hero's surprise, tentacles begin to appear all over the Twilight Patriarch's body. And in a minute, the Patriarch's entire body transforms, and he turns into a huge monster. At the same moment, the Patriarch strikes the young hero with his staff with great force, but he defends himself with an energy shield. The young hero clutches the core of the energy shield tightly in his hands and talks about how he is always prepared for the unexpected. Shi Shao's satisfied smile makes the priest even angrier and is about to deliver a fatal blow, but the hero flies aside in time. Meanwhile, the young hero's turrets are attacking the Patriarch with furious speed, but it doesn't do much damage to him. Then the young hero flies over the priest's head and drops a huge amount of different potions on him. But much to the young hero's surprise, the potions do not damage the Patriarch, and he tries to attack Shi Shao with his staff again. Afterward, the Patriarch smiles ominously and says that no blow to the young hero is capable of harming him. He strikes again, but the young hero once again dodges and flies off to the other side. The young hero views his opponent from the air and tries to figure out why his unique potions don't work. Meanwhile, Laguna tries his best to free himself from the strange tentacles to help his friend, but he fails. And the young hero decides to use other potions and, holding them in his hands at full speed, flies to his opponent. Once the potions reach their target, the Patriarch cries out in pain and curses the young hero who circles on his head. Meanwhile, Laguna manages to free himself from some of the tentacles, but new ones appear that hold him back with greater force. And the Twilight Patriarch manages to injure the young hero, causing him to crash into the wall with great speed. Then the Patriarch, holding his staff tightly, is about to make a fatal blow, but Shi Shao manages to dodge at the last moment. Despite his wounds, the Patriarch continues to move towards the young hero. His eyes read the intention to destroy everyone. And the young hero takes advantage of the Patriarch's distraction and heads to his friend to try to free him. He throws a few potions towards the tentacles and hopes that by doing so he will destroy the tentacles immediately. But to his great surprise, the tentacles start to attack him, and thanks to his energy shield, he manages to avoid the attack. Meanwhile, the Twilight Patriarch is using his tentacles to grab his cultists and is about to devour them to gain power. Some of the cultists beg for mercy and cry for help, but there are also those who rejoice that they can serve the deity. All cultists become one with their patriarch, which gives the priest the power to create fire in his hands. The young hero flies up and tries to dodge the fiery projectiles. His strength is running low, and he tries to come up with a new plan. However, suddenly one of the fiery projectiles fly very close to the head of Shishao, and the hero has no time to dodge. Then he uses a healing potion and manages to heal his wounds before it's too late. Meanwhile, Laguna is still trying to break free from the tentacle's clutches, but one is holding his arm tightly. Then he decides to go to extreme measures and carries himself a death blow to get out of the strange creature's grasp. Laguna rushes to her friend's aid, but in the meantime, the tentacle absorbs the white swordsman's blood. The young hero at this point uses an energy shield to protect himself from the fire projectiles. At that moment, Laguna appears and says that he is ready to help Shishao crush the mad patriarch. And the young hero is very happy to see his comrade and asks him to drink a healing potion to heal his wounds as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, a strange force emanating from the book strikes the Twilight Patriarch's body and causes great damage. And the Book of Mysterious Blood begins to shine brightly and emit a large amount of magical energy from itself. The young hero notices this. He throws Laguna a healing potion and asks him to escape from the place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a Book of Mysterious Blood appears on their path that names Laguna as the chosen one to fulfill a special purpose. Then Laguna falls into a strange dimension that looks like infinite outer space. Laguna looks around in surprise and notices that he is alone in this dimension with the magical grimoire. And the book tells the swordsman that this place is for the chosen ones and no one but them can get into this world. Laguna listens carefully to the words of the book and notes that it all looks like one big trap. Suddenly he hears a familiar voice a few meters away from him and turns his head in his direction. Fortunately for him, he sees a young hero who also finds himself in this unusual dimension. Laguna greets his friend with a smile on his face and rejoices in the fact that he is now not alone in this strange world. And the book begins to radiate even more light and wonder that the young hero could be in this space. Meanwhile, Shishao is going to ask 3 questions to determine the true being that is imprisoned in the book. Then a mysterious entity calls himself a shadow and tells him that his life used to be in the darkness of space. The heroes are greatly surprised by such a story and ask for the reason why the shadow is imprisoned in the grimoire. Then the shadow tells me that she once had to face a god of destruction in the distant past. Suddenly, the grimoire emits a bright light again, and the shadow tells him that after the battle, he had to scatter shards of his power all over the world. The young hero listens carefully to the shadow's story and learns that the creature wants to become one with Laguna. However, surprise appears on Shishao's face when he learns that the ancient deities are shards of the god of destruction. Laguna looks confused. He worries that the shadow deity wants to use him for terrible purposes. In response, the grimoire flies up, and a voice tells him that he will be poisoned into eternal darkness as soon as he gathers all his pieces. Then the book once again lights up brightly, and the shadow deity says that Laguna's destiny is to become one with him. The heroes look toward the book, and the young hero notices that the power of the shadow deity can be very useful. However, Laguna is unsure about harnessing the power of the book, and worries that a mysterious creature may take control of him. Then the young hero turns to Laguna and tries to convince him to accept the power of the shadow deity. And Laguna takes out his guild token after saying that and thinks about how he can best proceed. Suddenly his gaze becomes serious, and he decides to become one with the shadow deity and take control of this power. The young hero looks grim. He doesn't want a horrible fate for his friend, but he has no other choice. Meanwhile, Laguna brings her hand to the grimoire and then begins the ritual of merging the shadow deity and the swordsman. Huge amounts of blood clots braid Laguna's body, and his arm grows back into a demonic limb. The heroes return to their world and notice that the Twilight Patriarch is trying to call out to his deity. However, the priest is getting weaker by the minute, and Laguna says that the deity is now on his side. The patriarch is about to attack Laguna but is held back by the sheer number of souls of people who have been consumed by him. At this point, Laguna says that it is time to destroy evil, and then his hand begins to emit a bright light. A bright lightning bolt recognizes the body of the priest, and the souls of people suck the power out of him, causing the patriarch to lose his power. And Laguna licks his hand, enjoying his new power, and says that the patriarch's reign is over. After these words, a huge bloody whirlpool appears under the patriarch and completely engulfs his body. Laguna stares off into the distance, and in his shadow manifests a vast array of monsters that are ready to serve him. The young hero looks at Laguna and regrets having to push his friend to make that choice. At this point, Laguna turns back around, drops of sweat are dripping down his face, and he looks very exhausted. He smiles and talks about how now he can change the world, then loses consciousness and falls to the ground. However, the young hero manages to catch his comrade and gently lays his body on the ground. Then he crouches down next to Laguna and thinks about how the shadow deity has immense power. The young hero begins to think that maybe he can change at least the events and finish Laguna's story with a happy ending. He then examines the building and picks up the items that fell out of the cultists and the Twilight Patriarch. Suddenly, Shishao notices that from the body of his friend begins to emanate a huge shadow that becomes blacker by the second. In the center of the shadow appears a creature that scrutinizes the young hero and notes that he is quite strong. A mysterious figure emerges from the shadows and calls himself a cosmic deity from the bowels of the cosmos. The young hero tucks his hands in his pockets and asks a few questions to learn about the deity's true intentions. And the space shadow smiles and extends his hand towards Shishao, calling him a great companion. However, the young hero walks past the shadow with a disgruntled expression on his face and asks to stay on top of his questions. Then he walks a little forward and turns to the deity and waits for answers to his questions. Space Shadow raises a finger up and tells you that his main goal is only to find his shards. He then smiles slightly and notes that he couldn't have lived without cultists, because he needed blood from any source. The young hero is overjoyed when he learns that the shadow deity doesn't have to consume humans to fuel its powers. He then asks the shadow deity to wake Laguna, so they can go in search of more shards of power. The deity lurks in the shadows, and notes that Laguna is very lucky to have met someone like Shishao. However, these words only hurt the young hero, and he thinks that it is his presence in this world that will ruin Laguna's life. After a while, Laguna wakes up, he slowly opens his eyes and looks around. The young hero helps his friend to his feet, and tells them that they have a very long road ahead of them. Much to Shishao Laguna's surprise, he quickly regains consciousness, and with a smile on his face says he's ready to go. The young hero and his companion head for the exit, hoping that he will never have to face the blood cult again. Suddenly, members of the Order of Hunters appear in front of Shishao and order the heroes to stop immediately. The squad leader pulls off his hood and demands an immediate account of what happened in this temple. However, the young hero passes by the hunters and says that he knows nothing about what happened. In response, the head of the hunters picks up the Book of Blood and demands that the heroes immediately tell everything they know. However, Shishao and Laguna insist that they are new to this temple and know nothing about what happened. And the head of the squad clenches his fists, and he is not satisfied with the answer of the heroes, because he is sure that they lie to him. He then punches the young hero in the chest with all his might and tells him that he shouldn't lie standing in front of him. The blow is filled with tremendous power, and Shishao flies back a few meters, but Laguna manages to catch him. Then Laguna's eyes fill with anger. He is about to attack the members of his guild, but the young hero tries to stop him. Shishao then rises to his feet and declares with a smile on his face that there is no need to resort to violence. But the hunters are angered by the young hero's satisfied smirk, and one of them bears him another blow. However, the young hero continues to smile and says that he expected more from the experienced guild members. The hunters become enraged after these words and pounce in a mob on the young hero. At this moment, a gloating smirk appears on Laguna's face. He is not going to hold back his power and decides to deal with the hunters. Then he bites his hand, and his body is filled with immense magical power, causing the air to shake around him. He then makes a quick attack with his demonic arm and immediately grazes the two hunters standing in front of him. After Laguna's strike, strange bloody growths appear on the bodies of the hunters, which begin to grow tentacles. With every second, the strange creatures get bigger and then create sharp daggers in their hands and are about to attack the hunters. The squad leader watches in horror and asks his comrades to drink the cure potion as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Laguna appears behind him and grabs his shoulder, telling him that he will punish the hunter for his insolence. He then bites the head of the squad right in the neck, causing him to scream in pain and take a huge amount of damage. Meanwhile, the young hero rises to his feet, shaking off the dust, and looks around, trying to figure out what's going on. And Laguna walks up to Shishao with a smile on his face and talks about how he has already dealt with all the hunters. The young hero is worried about his friend going against his guild, but Laguna asks him not to worry about it. The swordsman then wipes the blood from his face and notes that he wants to change his guild, much to Shishao's delight. A few hours later, the heroes find themselves in the city of Linwei, where, according to the stories of a shadowy deity, one of its shards is located. Laguna can now use demonic wings and moves much faster than the young hero. Shishao flies following his friend and then lands on the ground and looks around carefully. Together with Laguna, the young hero discusses a plan for them to infiltrate a city that is crawling with monsters. Suddenly, however, there is the sound of horses' hooves, and the heroes turn back to see where the sound is coming from. To their surprise, the heroes see the head of the guild and his assistant, Christina, who together with a troop on horseback are moving towards them. The young hero is surprised that the guild has decided to go to this city and prepares for the worst-case scenario. However, the system informs him that teleportation has begun, and despite the young Jier's objection, he is transported to his world. The young hero opens his eyes and sees before him the concerned expression of the herbalist, who asks how he is feeling. At this moment, Midik enters the room and tells Shishao that everything is ready for the meeting with the Wuji Guild members. The young hero's face becomes serious, and he says that he needs to get to the meeting place as soon as possible. Dark flame energy gathers around him, and he quickly heads towards the exit of the building. However, Midik tries to stop him and tells him that the best thing for them to do is to go to the meeting with the Wuji Guild together. The herbalist wants to go with them, but Midik insists that the girl should stay behind because the meeting will be dangerous. The young hero agrees with Midik's words with a smile on his face, asking the herbalist to wait for his return. The girl's face becomes sad, but she agrees with the hero's words and is going to go to visit her mentor. And Midik looks at the young hero in amazement and doesn't understand how he manages to find the right words for the page. Before exiting, Shishao teleports to the pocket dimension to find out the details of his lord accounts. The system tells Shishao that the witch's account is now available to the young hero, as well as the Dark Lord's account. The young hero ponders this information and realizes that sooner or later he will have to return to the world of darkness again. However, the system reports that the spending per account of darkness will now be reduced by several times, which greatly pleases Shishao. Now Shishao looks serious and firmly believes that he can save his friends with his new power. A few hours pass. The young hero and Midik go to a meeting with the clan and discuss a plan of action amongst themselves. Midik surveys the wasteland from the car window and notes that the Wuji Guild won't show up until they see him at the rendezvous point. Soon the transport reaches the rendezvous point, and the blazing sun illuminates the yellow armored vehicle from all sides. The mercenaries get off the transport and complain that the meeting was scheduled on a sweltering day. After a few minutes, they notice that a girl with an umbrella over her head, accompanied by a young companion, is walking slowly in their direction. The girl smiles and greets the mercenaries, and on a chain holds a battle robot Nana, whose clothes she has changed a lot. The young hero observes the scene with anger in his eyes and promises himself that he will wipe the Wuji Guild off the face of the earth. He scrutinizes Nana and notices that she is completely unresponsive to the people around her and follows the orders of her mistress. Flashes of lightning appear around the young hero, and he prepares to lunge at his enemy. However, Midik, with a confused look, asks the young hero to take his time and let him find out as much information as he can. He then walks up to the guild representative and with a smile on his face thanks her for coming to the meeting. The girl asks to be called a demon and asks not to waste her time because she is in a hurry, and then pulls the chain and grasps that she was able to subdue a battle robot that was dear to the young hero. These words infuriate Shishao, so without further ado, he gives the demon a critical blow straight to the stomach. From the strong impact, the girl flies off a few meters and breaks a huge amount of rocks with her body on the way. Meanwhile, the young hero uses the power of the Shadow Flame account and talks about destroying his family's enemies. At that moment, a battle robot appears behind his back, but the young hero defends himself from this attack without much trouble. The young hero scrutinizes the battle robot, and in his mind pops up the image of Nana, who smiles sweetly at him. Then Shishao decides not to use his full strength and tries to stop Nana's attacks without hurting her. But the fighting robot uses different techniques, and the young hero has to use an energy shield to repel the attacks, and the robot steps back and fires lasers at the young hero from its eyes that pick out vulnerable spots on Shishao's body. The young hero jumps aside and dodges all the deadly projectiles that the battle robot fired at him. Then the battle robot uses all its energy and starts charging a deadly beam that has a lot of damage. But Shishao guesses the right moment, then touches Nana's forehead and disables the battle robot for a while. He hugs her tightly and promises that he will do everything he can to get Nana back to her senses and back in control of her body. At this point, the demoness comes to her senses. She smiles and enjoys the spectacle of wanting to prolong the fight. After the girl snaps her fingers, the combat robot goes into berserk mode and activates combat mode again. Out of anger, Shishao abruptly turns around and is about to send the demoness to the other world with one blow. But the robot Nana stands before her at the woman's command and prepares to repel the young hero's deadly attack. Then, Shishao distributes his force and the main power of his strike goes around the battle robot without hitting it. At the sight of this spectacle, the girl smiles evilly and decides to use the battle robot to its full potential. Then she presses a few buttons on the remote control and the battle robot is recognized by a strange force. The robot becomes several times stronger and immediately attacks the young hero, who does not have time to block the blow. The young hero rises to his feet and notices that the robot is preparing for another deadly attack. Then he abruptly jumps aside and the battle robot's attack touches the ground, and from the force of the impact, several rocks rise high up. Meanwhile, Shishao removes his vestment of darkness and decides to use magic even if it hurts his girlfriend. And the demoness in anger once again sends the battle robot into battle, from whose eyes tears of resentment and pain begin to flow. The young hero misses the deadly attack from Nana and hugs the girl tightly, apologizing for the pain she will have to endure. After which, Shishao's silhouette begins to vaporize, and the battle robot is gradually enveloped by magical ice. Then the battle robot becomes completely immobilized, and the young hero looks with hatred at the girl who made him fight Nana. And the demoness frantically presses the buttons on the control panel and does not understand why the battle robot does not obey her commands. At this moment, Shishao fires a magic projectile and deals critical damage to the girl. Meanwhile, the mercenaries, along with Midik, watch from the safety of their hiding place and are amazed at the strength of Shishao. Despite the heavy damage, the girl is not going to give up and injects herself with a monster transformation potion, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. After that, her body is greatly transformed, and now the girl is fully confident that she will defeat the young hero without problems. Despite her immense strength, a huge magical sphere appears above the girl's head and crushes her to the ground. The demoness tries her best to resist and begs the young hero to spare her in exchange for all the information about Wu Ji's group. However, the young hero knows no pity for those who harm his family, so without delay sends the girl to the other world. His gaze is full of hatred, and he promises that he will destroy every member of Wu Ji with his own hands and make them suffer. After which, he snaps his fingers, and Nana's battle robot is freed from the shackles of magic ice. However, despite the young hero's best efforts, Nana does not recover, and he tries to understand what has been done to her. He soon realizes that it was the mask that was filling the girl with poison and quickly takes it off. The young hero then beckons Midik over to him and asks for his help in determining what poison lurks in the mask. Midik scrutinizes the mask and tells him that it is a mind control poison that was created by the guild leader Wu Ji. And the young hero listens intently to Midik and wonders what the poison can do to the mechanisms. Then Midik explains that the Wu Ji society has vast resources and is most likely conducting experiments. Suddenly, the head of the Venom Society hears the conversations of his men, who are extremely worried about the war with Wu Ji's group. Then Midik, with a disgruntled expression on his face, points his finger at them and says that the mercenaries can leave if they are not sure of his decision. After these words, the mercenaries' faces are covered with cold sweat, and they say that they will always be loyal to the head of the Poison Society. At this point, the young hero thanks the mercenaries and Midik for their loyalty and promises to reward them once he saves his family. He then gently places the robot Nana on his lap and strokes her head, apologizing for putting her in danger. He scrutinizes the robot's instruments and discovers a recording of the place where Wu Ji's mercenaries are holding his family. He also notices a strange scientist who is holding a syringe of poison and is about to inject it into Nana's body. In addition, he sees a member of the Horizon Guild asking Nana to keep her eyes open at all costs to avoid passing out. The recording cuts off and the young hero is furious, firing a fire projectile in the direction, and wants to go to the enemy base as quickly as possible. He loudly announces that he will raise the Wu Ji research complex with its scientists. He then creates demonic wings on his back and flies upwards while Midik wishes him luck in his future battle. The young hero flies up sharply, and Midik covers his face from the bright light and hopes that the young hero will save his family. Each flap of the young hero's wings shakes the ground and leaves a trail of purple flame, while Midik continues to admire the sight. Meanwhile, at Wu Ji's research base, the chief scientist looks at his captives from the Horizon Squad with a smile. The scientist calls himself the Great Z Sunyan and says that soon his research will be completed and will yield excellent results. Suddenly he hears a strange sound and notices that 3 mysterious shadows have appeared in the doorway. He looks closely and notices that the elite mercenaries of the Wu Ji Guild are in front of him. The scientist greets the mercenaries and says that he needs to finish the last experiment and then everything will be ready. At this point, the squad leader approaches a full male member of the Horizon Squad and demands that he immediately shut up. Then the girl puts a dagger to his throat and says that if he does not immediately shut up, she will send him to the other world. At that moment, one member of the Horizon says that soon a young hero will come to this place and save everyone. Kuifei from the mercenary squad smiles and says that there's no way Shi Xiao can get here in time to save his friends. He laughs loudly and talks about how the entire Horizon Squad is just cannon fodder for the young hero that he doesn't care about. At that moment, there is a loud explosion sound upstairs that attracts the attention of all the mercenaries. Squad leader Nock orders the others to immediately check what's going on outside the compound. Kuifei volunteers to go outside first. He says he is ready to destroy even the young hero if he shows himself in front of him. At this second, another explosion rang out, and a bright spear of dark light scoured through the body of the mercenary Kuifei. The young hero walks through the ruined doors and asks with a smile who is willing to fight him right now. And the members of the Horizon Squad smiled widely at the sight of the young hero and rejoiced that he came to their aid in a difficult moment. In the meantime, the head of the Knock Squad, who is several times taller than the young hero, comes close to Shishao. And his assistant Yao Ming observes it from the side and says that soon the young hero will go to the other world. However, this situation does not scare the young hero, and he gathers all the strength in his body to make a lightning strike. At this point, Noka pulls out his blades and attacks the hero, but Shishao creates magical seals in front of him and blocks these attacks. He then throws the squad leader aside with his usual kick and notes that there is no worthy opponent for him here. But the squad leader is not going to give up and is going to attack the young hero with even more fervor. He makes a huge number of quick attacks, but Shishao manages to block each of them without much difficulty. The young hero then holds the commander's blades with his magical hands and taunts his opponent's strength. At this moment, an assassin appears behind Shishao's back and is about to attack him with poison blades. The girl makes an accurate strike, but the magic barrier effortlessly holds back the blow, and the attack doesn't do any damage to the young hero. Shishao then creates a huge two-handed sword in his hands and attacks the girl, who manages to dodge at the last moment. And then the young hero makes an attack, but in front of him appears a huge shield that takes most of the damage. At this point, the squad leader is about to run away, but the young hero quickly catches up with him and prepares to deliver the final blow. The young hero puts all of his hatred into this blow, causing Nock's squad leader to grit his teeth in pain and fall to the ground. At the same moment, Shishao lands a few strikes, and the commander's health score becomes very low. Meanwhile, the scientist is hiding behind cover and trying to figure out how he can get out of this situation alive. And the members of the Horizon Squad are freed from the shackles and thank the young hero for coming to their aid. But suddenly bright rays of light appear in front of the heroes. They come from the bodies of mercenaries who were defeated by Shishao. Then the squad leader transforms into a bear and promises to swallow the young hero alive along with his friends. However, this situation does not scare Shishao in the least. He continues to stand in his place and waits for his enemy to attack. He looks up and sees that the assassin has transformed into a flying creature that attacks him with its sharp feathers. And at the same moment, another mercenary, who has transformed into a huge wolf, sends fireballs towards the young hero. Suddenly, a huge explosion goes off under the mercenaries' feet and destroys them all despite their newfound strength. Meanwhile, the scientist runs to a special room and injects his experimental serum into the head of the Dawnbreakers organization. The head of the organization comes to his senses and immediately sees in front of him a huge flow of energy that is directed in his direction. Then he stretches his arm forward and creates a strong shield in front of him that protects him along with the scientist. Gradually, Jaegern's body fills with strength, and he prepares to fight the young hero face to face. Meanwhile, the young hero stands on a mountain of metal debris and celebrates his victory with the Horizon Squad. He smiles widely and says that he expected much more from the mercenaries of the Breaking Dawn Guild. And one of the Horizon Squad members slams his fist on the ground with all his might and curses himself for being too weak. However, the young hero tries to cheer up his comrade and notes that now is not the time to worry about it. Suddenly, Shishao begins to feel a strange surge of magical energy and demands his opponent to immediately appear in front of him. At the same moment, the head of the Dawn-Breaking Jaeger group appears behind him and attacks Shishao from behind. The commander takes a few strokes, after which his hands begin to emit a bright green light. Then he notes that the young hero is a worthy opponent and is going to attack him once more using his iron gloves. And the young hero summons magical hands to his defense and, despite the speed of his enemy, blocks all his attacks. He then creates a two-handed sword in his hands and tries to attack Jaegern, but Jaegern creates a shield and defends himself against Shishao's lunge. Then the young hero creates a magic projectile that causes a huge explosion that makes Jaegerna fly away. But the leader of the Breaking Dawn isn't about to give up with help. He stands firmly on his feet and tries to slow them down. Then creates several of his clones and says that the young hero will not be able to handle such power. However, Shi Xiao looks at ease and pays no attention to Jaegern's actions, even when he is at his back. The young hero seizes the moment and snatches Jaegern's blades with his magical hands and then breaks their blades. He then stabs the broken blades directly into the mercenary's shoulders, causing him to take significant damage. Despite his injuries, Jaegern prepares to attack again, but the young hero sends him flying again with a single leg kick. Suddenly, Jaegerna's body is pierced by a strange energy, and all his wounds are instantly healed and his armor is restored. A smile appears on Shi Xiao's face at the sight of this, and he says that he wonders how Jaegern got this ability. And the mercenary creates a few ghost wolves near him and says that he might tell about his little secret. As soon as the ghost wolves approach Shi Xiao, he uses a vortex of dark flame and destroys them all at once. The sight of this power makes Jaegern's breath catch and veins appear on his face, so he decides to tell Shi Xiao his secret. His hand turns metal, and he talks about how there are mechanical particles within it that ensure its regeneration. After his story, he spreads his hands apart, and with a smile on his face suggests that the young heroes unite to become the leaders of this world. However, the young hero grabs the guild leader by the neck and squeezes his hands tightly around it, saying that he's not interested. Gradually, the young hero's body is clad in dark flame armor, and Shi Xiao says that he will not forgive his family's abuser. But Jaeger is not afraid of the hero's might, and notes with a smile that his regeneration has tremendous speed and no one can defeat him. However, the young hero does not pay attention to this, and uses the full power of shadow flames, piercing the body of the guild leader with magical energy. With each passing second, the magical energy grew larger and completely covered the body of the guild leader of the Breaking Dawn Guild. Soon enough, in the hands of the young hero, all that remains of Jaegerne's body are ashes, which he carelessly tosses to the ground. After his victory, Shi Xiao removes his shadow flame vestment and sees the legendary items dropped from the boss in front of him. Suddenly, the hands of his friends and himself begin to gradually turn to metal that gradually spreads throughout his body. Then the young hero turns to his friends and says that it is urgent to leave the scientific complex. As soon as everyone gets out, there is a loud explosion, and the whole building of the scientific complex becomes engulfed in bright flames. Horizon Squad members watch this spectacle from a safe distance and enjoy the free air of the Badlands. Soon the young hero flies up to his friends on demonic wings and notes that they are in big trouble. Then he throws towards his friends the bracelets that are supposed to slow down the transformation of their bodies into metal. The members of the Horizon Squad quickly put on these strange devices, and the young hero promises to find a cure. He stares off into the distance and then opens the information panel to examine the items that fell from the boss. One of such items turns out to be a legendary cube that can transform into any mechanism of the owner's choice. The young hero decides to take advantage of this and creates a mechanical robot with extensive equipment. After that, he takes off sharply upwards and heads at full speed to the place where the base of the Poison Society is located. Meanwhile, a green car is speeding away from the ruined base of the Breaking Dawn at full throttle. This car is driven by a scientist who was able to save himself and his research briefcase at the last moment. He drives forward quite fast and doesn't notice the obstacle in front of the car, which causes a sharp collision and triggers the airbags. The scientist is quick to come into view, and when the dust clears, sees before him a vast array of monstrous creatures. Then he jumps out of the car and, holding the briefcase in his hands, quickly runs away, telling the monsters that he has no meat on his bones for a long time. The monsters are about to chase the old man, but suddenly there is a powerful explosion that destroys each of them. The scientist's savior turns out to be a young hero who lands right in front of him and asks him to stop. The old man looks at Shishao's mechanical robot with astonishment and thinks about what to do in such a situation. He falls to his knees before him and begs the young hero to spare him and notes that he has been used against his will all this time. The young hero listens to this story with disbelief and demands to know all about the research of the Nanomachine Guild. The story shifts back hundreds of years to a group of scientists researching the capabilities of the human body and its ability to regenerate. A few years later, a group of dawnbreakers find an old lab and get research on nanomachines. The young hero listens to the old man's story with a smile on his face and notes that the old man helped him a lot in getting information. The scholar thanks Shishao for saving his life and, holding his briefcase with both hands, starts to run away. But the young hero says that the old man is running in the wrong direction, which makes the scientist look questioningly at Shishao. And the young hero smiles broadly and says that the old man has to go, and snaps his fingers after these words. After that, the old man's entire body is covered in bright flames, and the young hero says that this will be the case with anyone who harms his family. He then summons the mechanical robot again and continues his journey into the Society of Poison, flying over a vast forest. After a few hours of his journey, before him is a view of a huge tower that is the base of the Poison Society. The young hero in his mechanical armor lands right near its entrance and prepares to fight the base's defenders. However, to his great surprise, the manager of the Poison Society, Donna, appears in the aisle and asks Shisha to follow him. The young hero doesn't understand what's going on, and Donna explains that the head of the Poison Society is very much awaiting his arrival and wants to meet in person. The robot assistant prompts the young hero that the manager of the Poison Society is honest with him, and Shishao decides to follow the girl. On his way, he sees a huge number of children who look out from behind the shelter and look at Shishao with great curiosity. Donna notices the young hero's surprise and tells him that the Poison Society often helps children who can't find a place in the world. Shishao is surprised by this information, and the girl notes that very few people really know what the Poison Society does. Then the young hero, together with the girl, enters the elevator cabin and prepares to go up to the very last floor. Donna looks down and asks the young hero to keep the bounds of decorum because the guild leader hasn't let outsiders in for a long time. Once they get to the top floor, the girl points to the huge doors and asks the young hero to go inside. Shishao slowly walks forward and sees in front of him a huge vat with a strange liquid that gives off steam. A naked girl climbs out of the vat and introduces herself as the head of the Amy's Poison Society, with a smile on her face. The young hero is lost at the sight of the girl and, with a slight cough, asks the head of the Poison Society to put on his clothes. The girl smiles and, noting the beauty of the young man, says that as an exception she will fulfill his small request. She then puts on a black dress and says that she is extremely happy to see the young hero in front of her. And the young hero comes to his senses and wonders why the head of the Poison Society decided to meet with him in person. After these words, Amy's sits down on a beautiful couch and, taking a glass in her hands, explains that she has heard a lot about the young hero. She enjoys her drink and tells her that her spies have already told her of the young hero's strength and many victories. Then Shishao sits down across from the girl and, with a stern expression, asks why she needs him. And the girl smiles slyly and notes that she even knows that the young hero saved her sister, who is a master of alchemy. From surprise, the young hero jumps up from his chair and notes that the old master is many years old, and Ames can't be her sister. However, the girl with a smile notes that she is over 100 years old, but she tries with the help of special procedures to maintain her beauty. Ames then tosses the glass away and says that it's time to get to the main reason why she decided to meet with Shishao in person. She looks the young hero straight in the eye and says she wants to team up with him to make her organization even stronger. And Shishao just smiles and asks her to tell him exactly what her offer is that she wants to make. The girl rises from her chair and declares in a loud voice that she wants to become the wife of the young hero. Xiao's face contorts at these words. He is surprised that the girl suggests him to take such a responsible step in their first meeting. When Aimez notices the surprise on Xiao's face, she asks him not to worry and tells him that their relationship will develop gradually. The young hero becomes extremely distracted after a recent announcement and tries to find out the reason why the girl is proposing. And Ames confidently declares that she is very old and wants to entrust her brainchild to the skillful and strong man that Xia is. The young hero is extremely surprised by this turn of events, and the assistant's work begins to laugh. Xia thinks about it for a while and then says that it's a pretty tough choice, and he's not ready for one. After these words, the girl abruptly gets up from the couch and notes that the young hero should immediately agree. Then he declares in a loud voice that he wants to change the world to visibly transform it. The young hero's face becomes serious, and he asks what Amy's means by transforming the world. Then an Earth-like sphere appears in the girl's hands, and she says that she wants to improve the world through alchemy. She then gets very close to the hero and talks about how she will be able to speed up the process thanks to the hero's immense power. Ames smiles broadly and promises Xiao to provide himself with a huge number of girls and all the riches of Venom Society if he agrees. After the words about girls, the robot assistant starts smiling and says that the young hero needs to quickly agree to this proposal. And the young hero leaves a few bumps on the robot's head after his punch and says that it's not the time to think about girls. He turns to Amy's and refuses her offer, which makes the girl furious and says that no one dares to refuse her. And the young hero folds his hands on his chest and asks the girl not to wrinkle her face, or it will soon have wrinkles on it. Suddenly, the other half of the girl's face changes with anger and gives away her true age. Then the girl pulls a small flask of elixir from her pocket and instantly drinks it to regain her former appearance. She then looks at the young hero unhappily and remarks that he should not have refused her offer. Then, behind Amy's, a huge number of puppets appear behind her and prepare to attack Xiao on her orders. The young hero realizes that he is in danger and immediately jumps back a few meters, trying not to get hit by the enemy attacks. There is a huge explosion that destroys all the puppets, and the girl watches this spectacle with a smile on her face. The young hero emerges victorious from this battle, but immediately his entire body begins to emit a bright green light. Then he falls to his knees and, gritting his teeth in pain, realizes that his body no longer obeys him. Aimez smiles at the sight of this and speaks of having managed to dispatch the young hero's body when he entered the tower building. She touches his face with her hand and says that Xiao will belong to her even if he doesn't want to. However, the young hero finds the strength to rise to his feet and tries to get away from the head of the Poison Society. The girl slowly walks closer to him and tells the young hero that he shouldn't run away. But Xiao has a trump card up his sleeve. He pulls out the legendary cube, and his entire body begins to be covered in metallic armor. In a few seconds, the young hero is covered in durable armor, and a huge blade appears behind his back. Aimez becomes angry at the hero's action and says that even armor will not protect Xiao from her poison. Meanwhile, the young hero studies a huge number of panels and realizes he can mentally control the armor. After a few minutes, several puppets appear around Xiao, ready to attack at their mistress's command. As soon as she points her finger at the young hero, the puppets go into battle mode and head towards the armor with tremendous speed. The young hero carefully analyzes the structure of the puppets and realizes that this time they are much stronger than the previous ones. He pulls out his blade and in one swing destroys several puppets at once without letting them get close to him. However, the puppets take the young hero by the numbers, and some of them climb on his back and try to blend in with his armor. The steel giant's entire back begins to be covered in a strange green energy that emanates from the puppets. Then Xiao gives a command, and the robot separates the parts of the armor that the puppets were on. He then quickly restores the lost parts of the armor as if nothing had happened. At the sight of this, Ames curses the young hero and tells him that even his armor can't resist for long. After saying that, the young hero's face becomes serious, and he gives the command to activate the combat mode. After these words, a tremendous energy fills the armor, and several arms, each holding a sword, appear. A battle robot spins in a mad whirlwind that destroys a huge number of puppets in its path. And the girl, with a slight smile on her face, creates a magical seal and says that she will make Shishao obey her. She then spreads her arms out to different directions, and a huge amount of venom begins to fill her body. After a few minutes, metal arms appear behind the girl, and the silhouette of a strange creature hovers above her. With all her arms, she tries to attack the young hero, but he dodges without getting hit. Then the young hero tries to counterattack the girl, but the strange creature covers the girl and blocks the attack. Shishao notices that after his attack, the blade is struck by a strange poison that quickly destroys all metal. While the young hero was distracted, Ames created turrets behind her and ordered them to open fire on the hero. But the young hero's armor turns into a speeding car that quickly drives away from the scene of the explosion. The girl laughs at the sight of this and tells the young hero that his new uniform will not help him win the battle. Suddenly, the machine begins to accelerate at breakneck speed and fires several homing missiles at its enemy. However, Ames creates poison shields in front of him to block damage from missile blasts. Then the girl directs all her energy to attack, but the young hero manages to dodge again. After that, Shishao's armor transforms again, and this time transforms into a fighter jet that flies upwards. He fires several missiles that create a huge explosion on top of the Poison Society tower. The young hero continues to gain altitude and bombards the girl with his missiles from a distance. When Ames collapses, he regains his former form as a battle knight and goes down to see if she's alive. The girl slowly rises to her feet, and with a smile on her face declares that she has another ace up her sleeve. At that moment, a violent explosion sounds behind the young hero, and a strange female silhouette appears. The young hero turns around and sees a girl covered in durable armor who Ames calls by the name Anya. The robot Anya has tremendous speed and is about to attack the young hero at the behest of his mistress. Shishao manages to block this attack at the last moment, and he realizes that this robot is much stronger than him at this moment. The moment the young hero thinks about his robot, Anya flies up and prepares for his new attack. The young hero recognizes her body, but it turns out to be an illusion, and a real battle robot attacks Shishao from behind. The young hero's battle armor can't take the strain, and he falls to one knee and tries to get up, leaning on his blade. Meanwhile, Ames watches the battle and orders the robot Anna to keep Shishao alive if he wins. And the young hero, to his surprise, recognizes that before him is the sister of his friend Anchung and tries not to harm her. The head of the Venom Society notices this, and while Shishao is conscious, decides to tell her how she got such a battle robot. The story shifts to a few years ago. In one of the dungeons, the head of the Poison Society discovers a badly injured girl. Ames decides to save her and give her strength, but the girl keeps talking about revenge and tries to leave the Society of Poison. Then the head of the society submits her body to his will and creates a combat robot that obeys her unconditionally. After this story, Shishao firmly believes that his friend's sister is in front of him, so he tries not to harm her. He creates a heavy shield in front of him and tries to fend off all of Ani's battle robot attacks with it. However, the robot Anya has tremendous characteristics and very soon breaks the shield, sending the young hero flying. And Ames, watching from the sidelines, smiles broadly and suggests that the young hero give up before it's too late. However, the young hero continues his battle and, holding in his hands his only sword, tries to repel the blows of the enemy. At the sight of this, the girl smiles and says that the young hero fought much more confidently against her. She smiles slyly and promises to let the battle robot Anya go free if the young hero accepts her offer, which he refused earlier. and Shishao continues to dodge the enemy's blows and says that Amy's promises are probably just lies to lure him in. After these words, the head of the Poison Society starts laughing loudly and says that the young hero has figured out her plan. At that moment, a smile appears on the young hero's face, and he says that he will soon win this battle. These words infuriate the girl, and she says that the young hero is cornered, and it is better for him to accept defeat. Suddenly, Amy's points his hand forward and orders the battle robot Anna to stop fighting and stop. A look of bewilderment appears on the face of the head of the Venom Society, as she doesn't understand why she said those words. And the young hero comes close to Amy's and explains that he too is a master alchemist, so he used poison in the battle. He then removes his battle armor and tells the girl that she is now under his command. Ames is furious at these words and says that she is immune to all kinds of poisons. And the young hero smiles slightly and holds up an artifact saying that his poison was created in another dimension. But the head of the Poison Society is not going to give up and injects a serum into himself to try to get rid of the effects of Shishao's poison. And the young hero thinks about it a bit and declares that there are too many different poisons in the girl's body, and it won't help her. Then the girl grabs her hand and asks what the young hero intends to do after his victory. And Shishao smiles broadly and says that he will take over the management of the Poison Society as Ames wanted. At these words, the girl snorts unhappily and remarks that she has greatly underestimated the young hero. After a while, at the young hero's behest, the manager of the Poison Society brings Shishao the antidote to the poison on a tray. At the sight of this, the young hero wonders why no one came to the aid of the head of the society during their battle. And Donna explains that Mistress ordered them not to interfere in the fight, and because of the effects of the submission poison, they can't disobey her orders. The young hero turns to Amy's, sensing some kind of setup, but the girl confirms that her subordinate's words are the truth. Shishao looks at the girl with astonishment and doesn't understand why all the members volunteered to drink the subjugation potion. Then Donna points to the huge number of girls who have gathered in the aisle and says that everyone here owes their lives to Mistress. At this point, the head of the Poison Society asks her assistant to shut up because her words make her look good. And the young hero smiles and notes that the girl has a wide heart, which makes the head of the Poison Society very angry. When Shishao gets close to her, she is slightly embarrassed and talks about fulfilling his wishes out of her own free will. A few minutes later, on the young hero's orders, Donna injects a special solution into Anya's neck, freeing her body from control. After these procedures, Anya comes to herself. She looks around in surprise and tries to understand what is going on. At the sight of Annie coming to her senses, Ames casts a mocking glance at her and congratulates her on her awakening. At this moment, all of Anya's memories are awakened, and from her hatred for the head of the Poison Society, she lashes out at her. However, the young hero blocks Anya's attack and says that he won't let the head of the society be harmed because he needs her very much. But these words don't stop Anya, and she continues to deliver blow after blow, demanding Shishao to get out of her way immediately. Anya quickly realizes that a frontal attack won't do her any good, so she jumps aside and prepares to use a special technique. At this point, Shishao asks the girl to calm down and tells her that he knows her brother very closely. The girl believes the young hero and tries to find out where her brother is at the moment. Then the young hero reveals that Anchung has made a contract with a powerful demon to find his sister. And Ames adds that she can make an elixir that can restore her brother to his former appearance. The girl smiles and says she believes the young hero and decides to delay her revenge. She is about to leave, but Shishao tries to talk him out of it and asks him to wait to go together to find her brother. Anya smiles broadly and says that the young hero is a good man, so she will rely on him. Shishao nods in response to these words and then asks Ames to show the most valuable room, but the girl doesn't understand what he means. Then the young hero's eyes light up, and he says that he wants very badly to see the warehouse where all the values of the Poison Society lie. Meanwhile, A huge number of cars that belong to the mercenaries of the Hwangjung clan are moving along the narrow ridge. Lin Wan has completely freed herself from the young hero's control and issues orders to her mercenaries. One of the mercenaries throws a bound alchemist in front of the girl and calls him a traitor who helped Shi Shao. The girl steps on the old man's head with her foot and talks about how this man will still be needed to lure the young hero out. She then pulls a strange compass-like artifact out of her pocket and examines it carefully in her hand. She then goes ahead and tells her bodyguard that it's time to go to the enchanted lands. After a few minutes, the group reaches the spot. The girl points her sword forward and orders the mercenaries to move out. However, not everyone is willing to risk their lives, and some of the mercenaries run away, unwilling to go to the enchanted lands. Then Mrs. Yuan's personal bodyguard sends the fleeing mercenaries to the other side of the world with his sword. He then turns to the other members of the Hwangjung clan and warns them that he will deal with anyone who decides to escape. After that, he goes to Miss Yuan and asks if the girl is sure that the clan head is in this place. The girl, with a confident look, declares that she knows exactly where the head of the clan is and orders the mercenaries to move forward. After a while, the mercenaries have a view of a huge forest that is covered with a faint fog, and mountains can be seen in the distance. The mercenaries are about to go forward, but Mrs. Yuan stops them and demands them to be quiet and watch every step. The first mercenary steps forward and lets out a loud scream that echoes for hundreds of meters around. After that, nothing happens, and the mercenary sighs with relief, hoping that the fog's punishment has not caught up with him. Suddenly, huge vines appear from under the ground, and the mercenaries are surprised and jump aside. However, the vines instantly wrap around the mercenaries and do not let them get out, from which people begin to curse the plant and this place. At this moment, Lady Yuan orders the rest of the mercenaries to stay in their seats and not make a single sound. Then she pulls out her artifact again. The compass-like device begins to vibrate and points one of its arrows toward the mountain. Mercenaries head there and on their way meet a huge number of dangerous monsters that send them to the other world. Finally, they come to a mountain and start climbing it, but they meet monstrous giants who throw huge rocks at them. In the end, only a small bunch of people manage to make it to the top with Mrs. Yuan and her bodyguard. The girl can barely stand on her feet from fatigue, but she rises to her feet leaning on her blade. After walking a little ahead, the mercenaries notice a statue in the form of a man near the mountain. But Miss Yuan says that Hwangjung himself is in front of them and demands that they immediately bow their heads to him. She then opens a strange artifact from which several drops of blood pour out, which are immediately directed towards the statue. Once the blood reaches the statue, the stone begins to crack, and Hwangjung appears in his true form in front of everyone. At this moment, Miss Yuan runs up to the clan founder to personally greet him. However, Hwangjung grabs the girl by the throat and demands that she immediately tell him what for and who awakened him. Barely panting, Lin Yuan reports that her mother gave the clan leader's blood to one day find him. Hwangjung's eyes widen in surprise when he hears about this, because he had only given his blood to one woman in his life. He lets the girl go and says that in memory of his wife, he will not deprive Lady Yuan of her life. He then folds his arms across his chest and demands that everyone leave this place immediately before he changes his mind. Meanwhile, a personal bodyguard tries to help the girl up, but she says she'll be fine. Mrs. Yuan reports that Hwangjung's clan has been destroyed, but this does not interest the old warrior, and he says that he is looking for a worthy opponent. Then he turns towards the sun and says that he turned into a statue on purpose to wait for an equally strong enemy. After saying that, a smile appears on Miss Yuan's face, and she says that she knows someone who might be interested in Hwangjung. The man turns around and demands that his daughter immediately tell him which person he is talking about. Meanwhile, the young hero brings Nana to health with the help of the antidote and rejoices with her at her awakening. All the members of the Horizon Guild and Shi Shao's new friends are watching this reunion with smiles. The members of the Horizon Squad smilingly notice that the young hero has become several times stronger since their last meeting. And the young hero approaches Nana and offers her to drink a potion that will increase her combat performance several times. Without further question, the girl Nana drinks the strange potion entirely, and the young hero notes that she will now be stronger. After minutes, Nana visibly transforms. Her clothes change along with her height, and her level doubles. At the moment of transformation, Nana mentions her world, which surprises the hero, and she realizes that it is better to keep quiet about it. And Yaosha happily watches the process and talks about how the young hero is the best alchemist in the world. However, Nana still can't come to her senses and is angry because even in her thoughts, she calls the young hero her master. A few hours pass, and the young hero brings his friends to the warehouse so they can use the magic crystals. He smiles and asks his friends not to be shy, as he has a huge amount of these items and can get more if he wants. At this moment, Yao Teju pushes her daughter to the side and tells her that she shouldn't miss her chance and should get closer to Shi Shao. The old alchemy master nudges his apprentice forward and tells the herbalist not to be shy about using magic crystals. She then approaches the young hero and thanks him for making the decision to keep her sister alive. Once everyone has leveled up, Shi Shao shows his friends the key to the dungeon and suggests they go there to get items. Meanwhile, near the city of Kagi, one of the mercenaries drags a girl by the hair and demands to follow him immediately. But the girl does not obey. Then he hits her on the head with the butt of the gun and shouts insults in her direction. The young hero's sister is in prison and watches in horror, with a child sitting next to her. Suddenly, the child begins to tremble and says in a timid voice that such things are not uncommon in this place, and it is best to obey what the guards say. At this point, Tsitsi comes over to him. She gently cuddles the baby and promises that everything will be okay. And Shi Shao's sister continues to look through the bars of the bars and hopes that the young hero will come to the rescue. The father of the family also agrees with his daughter's words and says that they just need to be patient and wait for Shi Shao. At that moment, there is a loud scream from a man who grabs his head and says that everyone here is going to the other side of the world. After these words, several mercenaries approach the cell cage, which greatly frightens the man, and he moves aside. When the mercenaries get inside, they push the man aside and demand that he not yell at him and start looking for someone in the crowd. After a moment, one of them grabs Cheeky by the arm and demands to go with him immediately. However, Shi Shao's sister can't look at this calmly and runs towards the mercenaries to stop them. One of the soldiers kicks the girl in the stomach with all his might and demands not to stop him from doing his job. After seeing this, Tsitsi tears in her eyes and asks her not to harm her loved ones, promising that she will do whatever the mercenaries say. And the young hero's sister clutches her stomach and cries because she is unable to save her friend from the clutches of mercenaries. Meanwhile, the car rushes towards Kagi City at full speed across the flat and endless wasteland. In the evening, the city is absolutely quiet in the first zone. People go about their business, and the guards make sure the rules are followed. The next area is inhabited by dangerous mercenaries, and they won't let anyone inside this area without permission. At the very center is the heart of Kagi City, a top-secret area centered on a tall tower. The young hero is told all the information about the city by Midak, and notes that the city is well protected. The young hero considers all of his companions and says that inside the city they will act quietly until they get the information they need. Then he shows everyone a small device and tells them that with its help, the squad will be able to communicate with each other. After a few hours, the car reaches the main gate, and several cannons are pointed in its direction, while the guards ask for a pass. Thanks to Midak, the car drives in, and the young hero, observing from the window outside the town, notes that life is not bad on the wastelands. The car slowly continues to move forward, and people try to stay in their homes to avoid being hit by the wheels. While traveling, Midak tells us that life in the wastelands is actually very dangerous, and only a few are allowed to survive. Meanwhile, the car continues to move and people move aside when they see sharp metal stakes in front of the car. And the young hero continues the conversation and agrees with Madik, noting that he didn't know about the other life being in the safe zone. After a few minutes, the car finally reaches the next gate where a pass is also required to enter. Nana looks out the window and notes that she could destroy the entire city and its defenses if she wanted to. And the young hero snaps her finger on her forehead and sternly tells her not to underestimate her enemy. After that, he starts to cast spells, and Madik is surprised to notice it and asks Shishao to stop. Madik explains that the city's sensors could detect Shishao's magic, and then they'd be in trouble, but Nana sighs and says not to worry about that. The young one nods and, looking at the mark on his hand, says that his higher magic cannot be detected by the city's detectors. After his words, a huge eye appears over the city, watching intently and relaying information to the host. All the residents walk by as if nothing had happened, but one of the people stops and stares intently into the sky. His face is completely hooded, but a faint smile appears on his face when he notices magic in the sky. Meanwhile, based on the data, the young hero makes a map of the city that shows the location of his friends and family. Drops of sweat drip down Shishao's face when he notices that Chi-Ki is in the center of the city for some reason, but he hasn't given up hope of rescuing her. The story moves to the prison quarters that are under the city. A mercenary opens the cell door and points his finger at the Shishao family. He says in a loud voice that there's a buyer who's going to buy them back for his own use. The mercenary then turns to the mysterious buyer and talks about these slaves having a temper. When the mystery shopper comes closer, Shishao's sister blocks her family and says she won't let the man come any closer. Then the stranger takes off his hood, and underneath it is a young hero who decided to sneak inside the cameras. His sister looks at him with tears in her eyes and cannot utter a single word for joy. She covers her mouth with her hand, afraid to say a word, and doesn't know what to do to avoid revealing her brother's secret. Suddenly she gets serious and pretends not to know her brother and grabs at his clothes, demanding he leave the prison immediately. And the young hero strokes his sister on the head and says that she cannot worry because he has already solved the problem with the guards. From joy, the sister of the young hero begins to cry and then says that she is very happy to see him. Afterwards, with tears in their eyes, the whole family hugs and rejoices that everyone is now together. Shishao's sister wipes her tears and asks what to do next, since they are in the enemy's lair where there is no safe place. Meanwhile, the guards do not pay any attention to the family of the young hero. They are under the influence of the potion and demand to silence the prisoners. And the little boy watches this picture with amazement and is amazed at how friendly a real family can be. Meanwhile, the sister notes that they are a burden to the young hero and suggests leaving them here until the danger has passed. But the young hero disagrees with this decision and says that he will take care of their safety. At this point, a prisoner enters the dialogue and demands that he also be released, or he will not allow anyone to leave the prison. The young hero doesn't take the man's words seriously and talks about how a man can do whatever he wants. Then the prisoner runs out of the prison and starts calling the guards for help, warning them of a possible escape. But the guards look at the man with disdain and hit him in the face with their rifle butts, demanding that he shut up. And the man clutches his broken nose and continues to yell about a jailbreak happening soon. The other prisoners also begin to shout loudly and demand the guards deal with the young hero immediately. The boy grabs his head and starts shaking with fear, trying not to listen to the loud voices of people. The sister turns to her brother and asks what they should do next, and the young hero silently observes this picture. Then he sighs heavily and throws a few smoke bombs near the cells where the prisoners are. He slowly walks along the prison corridor and talks about how the smoke contains a toxin that puts people to sleep. And after a while, everyone falls asleep, and the prisoner covered in blood looks at Shishao with disappointment and tears in his eyes. The young hero then returns to his family and listens to his sister's story about Chi-Ki being taken to another place. He pulls out a key and says he's going to send his family to safety and himself to rescue his comrades. Then he opens a portal next to him and says that the insect prince is already waiting for his guests to arrive. The young hero's family walks into the portal, and before they disappear, they wish him good luck. And the young hero smiles broadly and promises that he'll finish quickly in this place and return to his family. As soon as the portal closes, Xixiao's face takes on a serious expression, and he heads in the direction where the Horizon squad leader is being held. Meanwhile, squad leader Horizon is chained and bedridden and receives nasty lashes. One of the city's generals named Li Huo clutches his whip tightly and enjoys every blow he makes. He punches the Horizon commander's body over and over again and demands that he start screaming and begging for mercy. After his strokes, the general greedily licks the whip with his tongue and looks at the commander with a crazed look. However, despite the horrific torture, squad leader Horizon does not allow himself to scream and tries to contain the pain of the torture. Li Huo then sits on top of Commander Horizon and says with a smile that he can move on to other torture techniques. After saying that, a sly smile appears on his face, and he suggests that he start torturing the Xixiao family for fun. At this moment, the Horizon commander's face fills with pain, and the city general enjoys this sight and begins to strangle him. However, at that moment, Xixiao appears in the doorway and asks if the general has been looking for him all this time. General Li Huo turns around in surprise at the young hero, and the Horizon commander smiles and rejoices at the arrival of Xixiao. Minutes later, the general rises to his feet and kneads his neck with a smile, noting that he won't have to run after the young hero. After which he smiles and demands the young hero join in his torture for his pleasure. But the young hero immediately refuses and says that he will not play such games. These words make the general furious and attacks the young hero with his long whip, hoping to hurt him. But the young hero grasps the end of the whip with a serious look and stares intently at his opponent. At this point, the gen's appearance changes. He begins to scare the fires of flame out of himself and sets his long whip on fire. However, the young hero uses a form of shadow flame, and even when he holds onto the whip, he takes no damage. This greatly annoys the commander. He throws his whip aside and makes a fist attack, but the young hero blocks it with his shield. After that, the young hero creates a powerful sweat of energy and makes his opponent fly back a few meters. And Xixiao doesn't stop and continues to strike, even breaking his enemy's fire shield with ease. He then delivers a crushing blow right to the general's face and makes him grit his teeth in unbearable pain. The general falls to the ground, and the young hero releases a blob of fire magic that creates a huge explosion. Suddenly, bright flames appear, and the general rises to his feet as if nothing had happened and fills his body with unknown power. And the young hero shows the general a legendary artifact and talks about how they are locked together, and no one will hear their fight. Then the general quickly heads to a nearby wall and tries to break it down, but all his efforts come to naught. And the young hero tosses the cube in his hands and says that it is impossible to leave this place without his permission. After these words, the general turns sharply to the young hero and promises that he will send him to the other world with him. But with a smile on his face, Xixiao shoves his opponent aside and suggests that he should go to the other world alone. After which, he clutches his hand tightly around the general's neck and then smiles and says that there is no way that Xixiao will not get into the center of the city. However, the young hero pays no heed to these words and completely envelops his opponent in shadowy flames. After his victory, he heads to squad leader Horizon and helps him free himself. The commander thanks the young hero for his help and learns that he was attacked because of Xixiao's connection to an ancient deity. After these words, the commander's face becomes serious, and he tells the hero that Wu Ji is going to use the power of the ancient deity. This information greatly surprises Xixiao. Drops of sweat trickle down his face, and he listens to Commander Horizon with his mouth open. The young hero tries to find out details about the connection between the ancient deity and Wu Ji's group, but the commander doesn't know the details. The commander asks the young hero to be careful and notes that each Wuji general has a special power. The young hero listens attentively to his comrade and tells him that he is ready to face a dangerous enemy. Then gives the commander the gear and a box of magic crystals to level up. He asks the commander to join his squad and be ready to join the battle at any moment. Meanwhile, in the research center is an ancient deity who is held by special shackles. General Tian Qian, with a smile on his face, notices that the compatibility of his leader and the ancient deity is cultivated thanks to Qi. He is amazed that the girl's body turned out to be very useful. With a satisfied look, continues the work of transferring the creature into the deity's body. And in a separate room is the leader Wu Ji, to which is attached a great number of strange devices. Suddenly, the screen in front of the chief investigator starts flashing, and the general tries to figure out what the source of the problem is. The seal of the Wuzi group appears on the screen, and the chief researcher realizes that one of the generals has been destroyed. However, a smile continues to remain on his face. He is very happy that Li Huo was defeated by the young hero. He turns to his aides and demands they scour the entire city for the young hero and his crew. They then use the console to find out Xixiao's location, but the system reports that all cameras have been destroyed. At the sight of this, Wu Ji starts biting his fingers from nerves and tries to figure out how and when Xixiao managed to destroy his tracking equipment. He then starts typing a message on his keyboard to warn all the generals to hide in a secluded place. However, the system reports that it cannot send the message and blocks the principal investigator's access. And the main researcher, with his mouth open in amazement watching this, and does not understand how the hero managed to outsmart him. Meanwhile, the young hero, along with his companions, reaches the main gate that leads to the center of the city. Nana's robot scrutinizes the wall and suggests using the force to duck through the wall. At this moment, the Wuji Guild seal appears on the monitor screen, after which the system demands to provide a similar code. The young hero realizes that each general has a similar key and asks Meidik more about Wu Ji's generals. After that, Xixiao thinks about what to do next and decides to destroy the generals to get to the center of the city without any problems. The robot Nana offers to destroy the gate with a death ray, but the young hero, with a smile on his face, says not to attract attention. Despite the young hero's refusal, the battle robot continues to say that this is the best option, and Xixiao only sighs heavily. Then Nana, with a smile on her face, promises to help Xixiao in the battle against the generals, but in her heart, she is thinking how to increase her level faster. The young hero thanks the battle robot for her help and, placing a hand on her shoulder, asks her not to act recklessly. Meidik also wants to go along with the young hero, but Xixiao says that he has other plans for his friend. Xixiao then travels with Nana to places where other Wuji generals may be. The story shifts to the location of a nightclub, a huge line of people rushing to get there. Girls and young men have a good time inside talking to each other and buying expensive alcohol. General Kan Shi is the director of this club and asks guests if they are comfortable spending time in this place. Suddenly, one of the girls comes to the general and informs him that there is a trouble in one of their rooms. In response, General Kang Shi demands that she never speak of it in front of guests again, for which her ward apologizes. She then accompanies her mistress to a room where several mercenaries are abusing the girls. At the sight of this, the head of the nightclub smiles slightly and asks if the guests are okay. After which she asks, with the same good-natured look, that the girls not be inconvenienced in this establishment. But the mercenaries are not going to listen to her words. One of them throws money in her direction and says that he wants to pay for this service. Then Mrs. Kang Shi's gaze turns grim, and she says that it is forbidden to force girls in this establishment. After these words, the mercenary approaches the girl, and holding her by the chin, says that she can keep him company. Kang Shi grabbed the mercenary's arm and twisted it to the side, causing him to cry out in pain. At the sight of this, the mercenaries take up arms and say that they will destroy anyone who dares to harm their commander. Suddenly, water in the shape of a dot appears on the mercenaries' foreheads, and they stop in place, unable to move. Behind the mercenary, the liquid begins to rise up, and Kang Shi declares that it is not to be trifled with. After this introduction, the mercenary realizes that one of Wu Ji's generals is in front of him and apologizes for the inconvenience. The girl grabs him by the neck and he grits his teeth in pain and smiles, saying he won't hurt any more girls. Then Kang Shi releases his neck and thanks the mercenary for hearing her words correctly and apologizes to her. The girl leaves the room and sighs heavily, thinking about how she's tired of dealing with stupid people. To her surprise, she sees a young hero behind the bar who praises the girl for settling the issue with the mercenaries peacefully. A smile appears on General Kang Shi's face, and she offers the young hero personal business in a more appropriate place. Shi Shao agrees to this, and then they move to a spacious room where they each occupy a spacious couch. General Kang Shi scrutinizes the young hero and then offers him expensive wine as her gesture of goodwill. After her words, beautiful ladies enter the room and carry expensive wine with several crystal glasses on a tray. The girls take a seat next to the young hero and offer him to drink wine with them. And General Kang Shi smiles and hopes that the young hero is satisfied with this kind of hospitality. However, the young hero is not interested in girls at all, and she asks the ladies to leave to continue a serious conversation. She then pours expensive wine into her glass and asks the young hero to tell her the purpose for which he came here. The young hero smiles and suggests that the general volunteer to present the seal to him, and then he promises to keep her alive. The girl does not mind such an offer, however she wants to make sure that Shi Shao has great power. She tells him that she has already summoned all the generals here and wants to see the young hero take them all down at once. Then the general smiles again and says that he will provide his seal and a map of the secret passage inside the city center if the hero wins. After saying that, the young hero smiles widely and says that he himself was thinking about getting all the generals together and not wasting time. Meanwhile, all the streets of the city are practically deserted. People hide in secluded places or run inside buildings. This is because all of Wu Ji's generals are marching through the streets of the city and heading towards the nightclub. They are extremely happy to have to go together and occasionally hurl insults at each other. All along the way they insult each other, and the girl calls Li Huo a weakling since he lost the battle with Shi Shao. Suddenly, a stick crashes into the ground, causing a loud sound that pierces the entire space around the generals. The oldest general talks about how it's not the time to fight over nothing because their main target right now is Shi Shao. General Shun Feng agrees with the old man with a smile on his face and promises that he can personally destroy the hero with his blade. However, another iron-fisted general notes that the young hero may not be so simple and suggests caution. General Kunshan agrees with his comrade and offers to act together for a while their head is away. Despite the general solidarity of the others, General Jie Dui does not want to cooperate with the others and says that she dislikes their company. Suddenly, a battle robot Nana appears in front of the mercenaries and says that she is going to destroy the generals along with Shi Shao. After this phrase, the mercenaries start laughing loudly and say that they will not fight a weakling. However, General Kunshan, at the sight of the girl, remembers that she was a personal toy of the Poison Society and decides to challenge her. The other generals go on, and with smiles on their faces ask their comrade not to linger long playing with weaklings. After a while, the generals are blocked again, this time by Anya, who demands them to stop. The mercenary is surprised to notice that the girl has a high level, and Anya points her sword towards the girl and demands a private conversation. The generals quickly confer and decide to let their friend deal with the problem personally, so as not to be delayed. And General Jie Dui looks at the high-level girl with a smile and asks for what purpose she decided to talk to her. Meanwhile, the young hero continues his conversation with Mrs. Kang Shi. The girl asks for a fight not in her club. Then, at Kang Shi's request, the young hero sets off in the direction of a fighting arena that is well suited for his future battle. At this moment in the fight arena, in the middle of a fight between the champions, which is broadcast on all monitors, and the young hero opens the door without much formality, where he is met by a guard who tells him that this is no place for children. In response, Shi Xiao smiles slightly and says that he has a seat reserved in the very front rows. Meanwhile, the fighters continue to fight each other, their forces seem equal, and they do not yield to each other. Suddenly, there is a huge explosion near the entrance to the arena, and the guards fly off in different directions. The host announces in a loud voice that there is an unauthorized person in the arena, and that this may lead to unforeseen consequences. And the young hero smiles and announces that he's going to enter the contest and bet 50 million on himself. However, the fighters are not happy that the young hero interrupted their fight. They are going to teach the young hero a lesson for his insolence. At this moment, Shi Xiao points in their direction and says that he is ready to fight two fighters at the same time. These words startle the presenter, and he announces in a loud voice that an amazing fight is about to begin. At this moment, people in the stands are talking among themselves and start betting on Shi Xiao's victory. Meanwhile, the fighters glare angrily at the young hero and promise to deal with him in seconds. And the young hero listens attentively to them and says that they will be a warm-up for him before the real fight. The announcer announces the start of the fight, and the arena fighters immediately rain down a hail of heavy punches on Shi Xiao. However, the young hero uses an account of Shadow Flame and uses its power to stop the hands of elite fighters. He then clutches their faces with his demonic hands and slams the fighters' heads against each other with all his might. This happens several times, and the announcer says that the young hero is just bullying the fighters, after which a smile appears on his face, and one of the people on the podium curses Shi Xiao, because of whom he lost all the money. Meanwhile, the battle robot Nano prepares to fight General Kun Shan, who is riding a huge tiger. The general suggests the girl to be the first to start the fight, and Nana, without the slightest delay, starts attacking the general with her fists. However, despite the speed and strength of the battle robot, General Kun Shan effortlessly blocks all attacks, and the destructive wave of impact travels through the streets of the city and destroys some of the buildings next to the road. After the first few minutes of the battle, Nana looks tired, and General Kun Shan talks about not giving in again. At his command, his pet strikes Nana with one paw, causing the battle robot to fly a few meters aside and inflicting heavy damage. Nana quickly gets to her feet, and the battle pet charges a special attack, and huge blobs of energy appear around her. At that moment, Nana grabs the nearest scrap metal with her hands and turns it into armor for her arms. At the sight of this, General Kun Shan also covers his body with armor and says that Nana is too weak for him. Nana and General Kun Shan's fists slam into each other, and a strong metallic sound echoed in the center of the battle. But the battle robot's strength is much weaker, causing her arm to lose all of its accumulated armor. The general's immense power recognizes Nana's body, and along with an energy beam, she flies several buildings through. Despite the massive damage, Nana has increased regeneration, so she recovers quickly and gets back on her feet. The girl notices that she is in a building filled with weapons and decides to use them to her advantage. Meanwhile, the Gen sends his faithful beast to finish off the battle robot, and the pet quickly heads towards Nana. However, Nana manages to absorb the weapon and creates a powerful cannon from its parts and aims it at the general's pet. A huge energy beam recognizes the beast's body and, along with missiles, deals critical damage. The beast lies at the girl's feet, and she remembers that she has a syringe of nanobots that her young hero gave her. Huge clouds of fog completely obscure the silhouettes of Nana and the beast, and the general stares into them, trying to figure out what's going on. The dust quickly clears, and the general sees Nana in front of him, along with his battle beast, which is covered in strange armor. General Kun Shan doesn't realize what's happening. He grits his teeth and says he will destroy Nana for her abuse of the beast. Then he runs at full speed towards Nana, but the beast appears in front of her and protects her with its body. The general stops his attack, not wanting to hurt his pet, and the beast attacks him without a second thought and bites his arm. At that moment, Nana creates a blade in her hand and explains to the general that his beast now serves only her. She starts laughing and asks what the general intends to do now in such a tricky situation. She then opens fire with all guns on the general until the beast allows him to move. General takes a lot of damage, but he doesn't want to hurt his pet, so he continues to stand his ground. Then the girl arms herself with 2 blades and inflicts critical damage on the general in a few blows. And the beast watches the battle closely and awaits orders from his new mistress. As soon as Nana gives the command, the beast runs towards its old master and begins to eat the parts that are left of him. And Nana heads on and thinks about how this general shouldn't have been in the service of an organization like Wu Ji. Meanwhile, General Jae-dui talks to Anya, who is trying to find out information about her brother. The general is extremely surprised to learn that Anya is aware of her past when the girl worked as a teacher in the safe zone. The general confirms the girl's words and tells that Anya's brother was her most important student. The story shifts to a few years ago, and Chung falls on her knees in front of Jae-dui and asks for a way to gain power. The general smiles and reveals that in the last meeting, she was the one who advised An Chung to use the demon power. After these words, Anya brings her blade to the general's throat, and the girl continues to smile and asks him to take his time. Anya stares intently at General Jae-dui and demands to know why the girl did such a bad thing to her brother. The general smiles broadly and explains that she couldn't have done otherwise because the situation seemed very funny to her at the time. Anya can barely contain herself from destroying the girl in front of her, and the general talks about how her brother is very stupid. Finally, Anya can't stand it, and grabbing her blade with both hands, gives Jae-dui a critical strike. However, the girl splits into 2 halves and says that she cannot be destroyed with such a weapon. Anya doesn't listen to the general's words and continues to attack the body until small pieces are left of it. After a few of these attacks, the entire ground around Ani becomes covered in a poisonous liquid. Jidai appears from this liquid and says that even though Ani's level is high, she won't be able to destroy her. And Anya turns to her opponent and says that she is invulnerable to all poisons because she used to serve the head of the Poison Society. These words make the general go into a rage, and she says that there is no creature that can stand up to her. After saying that, Anya smiles and thrusts her sword into the huge green slurry and starts spreading her own poison in it. General Jae-dui's entire body is covered with a strange liquid, causing her to feel great pain. Before drowning completely in a pool of poison, Anya offers Jae-dui to keep her alive in exchange for valuable information. Then the general falls to her knees, and while ingesting the poison puddle, tells her that her brother was stolen by a demon to whom he lost a battle. After his story, the general squirms in pain even more, and reaching out his hand towards Anya, asks to give her the antidote to the poison. But Anya turns her back to the general and says that she didn't promise that she would definitely save the girl's life. Anya sighs and thinks that now she has no options but to follow Shishao, and hopes that he will help her in her search for her brother. Meanwhile, in a huge arena, the young hero meets 3 generals who are preparing to take the fight. The old man looks down and asks if the one in front of him is really the same Shishao, who has the power of an ancient deity. The young hero smiles broadly and offers to test in battle whether he's really the man with immense power everyone talks about. Some people in the arena start betting on Shishao's victory and hope that they can make a fortune out of it. At the sound of the crowd, General Shunfeng decides to be Shishao's first opponent and assures everyone that he can handle it alone. He moves pretty fast and attacks from all sides, but the young hero creates some strong shields around him. None of the attacks reach their goal, then the general starts laughing loudly and turns into a blue wind. General Sun Feng moves around the young hero with great speed and creates an air vortex around him. And the young hero continues to stand in the center and also protects himself from wind blows with shadow shields. He then grasps his sword with both hands and slams it into the ground with all his might, causing flames to spread around him. The flames gradually cover all the wind around Shi Shao, and the young hero happily declares that the wind is only fueling the fire. And General Shun Feng, being in the fire vortex, takes a huge amount of damage and can't change the battle in his favor. The fire vortex continues to spin out at a crazy speed and destroys everything in its path. Suddenly, the young hero is struck by thunder discharges, but the young hero blocks the discharges with his shield, as well as the gusts of wind. All the viewers are shocked by such a fight, and the presenter states that the young hero pleasantly surprises everyone with his skills. Soon, General Shun Feng manages to retreat, and the old man notes that they too underestimated the young hero's strength. All generals then use the maximum of their power and unite to launch a joint attack. The presenter is barely holding his cap, which is trying to be tossed up by the wind, and talks about how it's getting very hot. The stands begin to collapse, but despite the great danger, some spectators remain in their seats wanting to watch the fight. And General Kan Shi is sitting in a safe room watching the battle while enjoying a glass of expensive wine. Meanwhile, the arena is in a state of chaos, and the young hero takes the form of a true flame lord. At the sight of this, the general in the form of a fire lord hits the ground with all his might, causing an earthquake. And the young hero jumps high and dodges the fiery general's dangerous strike. But at this moment, a charge of black lightning and gusts of wind attacked Shi Shao in midair, and he didn't have time to defend himself. The wind completely stiffens his body, and black thunderbolts hit his body with even more force. The young hero slowly turns around and sees a huge pile of rocks appear behind him, and behind the stones is a magic box that has the power of supreme seal magic. After that, a loud explosion sounds, and the young hero is restrained by a special furnace of the ancients. The presenter holds on to the railing with one hand and tries not to fly away because of a strong gust of wind, but continues to comment on this battle. And General Kang Shi walks out of the safe room and looks at the magic seal and wonders if Shi Shao will be able to get out. Suddenly there is a huge explosion and countless small rocks fly in different directions. The magical seal appears to be broken, and the young hero looks up to the generals and praises them for their good teamwork. And the generals watch in horror and can't believe that their combined attack failed to harm the young hero. Then they decide to flee the battlefield, realizing that they are unable to resist Shi Shao. However, the young hero is not going to let the generals go. He puts his hand up and says that it is time for him to attack. After these words, he snaps his fingers, and a huge sphere appears above his head, which begins to suck all objects inside itself. A moment passes, and the generals open their eyes and find themselves in a very strange space. A young hero appears in front of them and explains that they are in a special dimension. One of the generals immediately tries to attack the young hero, but his attack goes through his body. Shi Shao then smilingly says that the generals in front of him are just an illusion and offers them to surrender in exchange for information. However, the old man says that he still has a trump card up his sleeve. His eyes light up with a bright golden light, and he begins to recite a spell. Then a huge amount of golden lightning bolts pierce the entire space around the generals, but it has no effect. The generals watch this closely and realize that they are now stuck in this dimension forever. And the old man clutches at his heart and falls to his knee because he spent too much mana on this spell. The young hero looks at the generals with disdain and tells them that they will be here until the end of their lives. The old man's whole body trembles, and holding on to his heart, he says that their head will surely save them. And the young hero smiles and says before he disappears that he is looking forward to the battle with the head of Wu Ji. The huge sphere continues to fly over the arena and sucks all small objects, including rocks, inside itself. The host declares Shi Shao's victory and asks all people to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Everyone is running for the exit and thinking that the whole city is going to end now, and it's better to find a good shelter. Meanwhile, the young hero is watching the sphere and Mrs. Kan Chi jumps over to him. The girl, along with the hero, enjoys the view of the sphere while Shi Shao talks about the fact that he imprisoned the other generals inside it. When General Kang hears this, she doesn't change a bit in her face and says that they have never been close to each other. Then he turns to the young hero and says that he will definitely keep his end of the bargain because he has proven his strength. She also warns that the head of Wu Ji is an incredibly tough and strong man who could be dangerous even to Shishao. It tells that it was the head of Wu Ji who gave power to all the generals and made each of them pretend to be a member of the family. The young hero thinks about the girl's words and thinks that the surviving generals can be used during negotiations with the head. He then looks up at the girl and talks about helping her continue the club's activities. The general nods silently and holds out a card to the young hero that allows access to the city center without access keys. After which the girl crosses her arms at her chest and says that she will always help the strong and can betray even Shishao. A smile appears on the young hero's face, and he thanks the girl for her honesty. At that moment, an information panel appears in front of him. With her help, Shishao is contacted by an old alchemist who informs the young hero that Mrs. Yuan has found Huang Zheng. The young hero smiles and says that he knows very well that all the clan heads are behind the alchemist's back. After these words, Huang Zheng appears on the panel screen and says that the young hero is a very interesting person. And then Ms. Lil Yuan appears on the screen and unemotionally declares that she is going to take revenge on Shishao. The young hero only smiles at the sight of them and says that they can come to Kagi City where he is now. After saying those words, his gaze becomes creepy, and he promises that he won't give Lil Yuan another second chance to survive. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, all the scientists and the chief researcher are preparing to transfer the chapter's consciousness into the deity's body. A wide smile appears on General Tianqian's face, and he is happy that his head's dream will soon be realized. Suddenly, the monitors light up red and the system states that the merge has been emergency completed. Wu Ji takes off his mask and asks everyone not to worry. He explains that he decided to found the merger himself. However, the head of research does not understand his master's decision and asks him to return back to the capsule. After saying that, Wu Ji stares at the general and asks why he doubts his decision. As soon as the general hears these words, he, along with the other scientists, falls to his knees and apologizes for daring to doubt the chapter. A smile appears on Wu Ji's face, and he explains that he felt a powerful surge of energy and therefore decided to interrupt the merger. At this point, the chief researcher opens the map of the city and is horrified to notice that almost all the generals have been destroyed. After these words, Wu Ji begins to transform and becomes upset that his family lost to the young hero. Gold armor appears on him, and he says that he is ready to personally deal with the problem in the form of Shishao. Meanwhile, Shiki is in a flask of water and continues to be hooked up to the science machine. Wu Ji scrutinizes the girl and says that her life is essential for the future experiment. And General Tian Qian is monitoring the equipment's performance and assuring the head that Shishao won't be able to infiltrate here. Suddenly there is a loud explosion in the hallway, and when the smoke clears, everyone notices Shishao and his team. The main researcher at the side of the young hero gets into a fighting stance and prepares for battle. However, Wu Ji stops his general and says that he wants to personally deal with the young hero and scrutinizes him. Then he notes that the young hero is very strong as he assumed and marvels at his being in front of him. He tells that in his youth he was able to discover an abandoned temple where an ancient deity was located. Then Wu Ji decided to distribute some of his power to his loyal followers and created the city of Kaige. The young hero listens attentively to Wu Ji's story and says that he is going to take revenge on his family's abuser. And also, continuing to smile broadly, suggests that he expected to see a much stronger opponent. After saying this, Wu Ji laughs loudly and says that the young hero is too confident in his abilities. He then reaches out his hand towards the young hero and suggests that he unite to rule this world together. However, the young hero puts on shadow armor and says that he is not interested in alliances with enemies. and Wuji smiles and says that he will gladly destroy the fool who dares to challenge him. At this moment, Nana picks up a rocket launcher and attacks Wuji with her iron beast. However, a huge portal appears in its place, through which missiles and beams from Nana's attack pass. The young hero with his friends enters the portal and sees that they find themselves in a huge city and high-rise buildings. Shishao looks up and sees Wuji floating in the air, telling him that it's all an illusion of an ancient deity. After his story, Wuji raises his hands in the air and says that he has been personally blessed by an ancient deity. The young hero looks at this with anger in his eyes and says that Wuji is misguided and being used as a tool. However, Wuji continues to honor the ancient deity and says that he will definitely realize his dream. When Wuji says the real name of the ancient deity, the young hero feels his heart start to pound frantically and puts his hand on his chest. At this moment, Wuji has a smile on his face and says that both of them are chosen by the ancient gods to decide the fate of the world. Wuji's words alarm the young hero. He assumes that the ancient deities are very dangerous to this world. In his head, he imagines the image of an ancient god and is not sure he can defeat him in a direct confrontation. Suddenly, the young hero enters his personal dimension, where the system tells him to unlock his account after meeting all the deities. This information greatly encourages Shishao. He hopes that the new account will have tremendous power. Meanwhile, Wuji comes down to earth and says that the young hero still doesn't know much about the ancient deities. He reaches out to the young hero again and offers to join forces to subdue the ancient deities and their powers. However, the young hero is determined to fight and says that he is not going to forgive the one who hurt his family. After saying this, Wuji laughs loudly and says that he could destroy all of Shishao's family if he wanted to. He then teleports behind the young hero's back and is about to strike, and Shishao is surprised at how fast his opponent moves. After Wuji's strike, there is a loud explosion as flames of fire rise up and a huge amount of debris flies in different directions. Wuji then creates magical hands above his head and says that it is likely that the young hero is the instrument and not him. After his words, he begins to attack the young hero, and with it, the huge buildings that collapse to the ground under his blows. The young hero manages to defend himself from the blows and flies at full speed towards Wuji to attack him back. Shishao and Wuji use their strongest attacks and attack each other with crazy speed. The young hero's friends, along with the chief explorer, stand nearby and watch the battle closely. The fight continues, and Wuji gradually increases the speed of his blows, making it difficult for the young hero to contain them. Suddenly, Wuji finds a weak spot in the hero's defense. He grabs him and throws him high up, causing Shishao to spin. After that, Wuji delivers a strong kick to the young hero's body and sends him flying. The young hero crashes into the wall of a building at full speed and smilingly wipes the blood from his lips. Suddenly, a strange light begins to illuminate the young hero and tells him that it's time to show his true power. The body of the young hero transforms into a huge giant whose body is completely covered by dark flames. Wuji looks on in amazement at this sight and notes that he didn't expect the young hero to have such strength. At this point, the chief researcher watches this picture with horror and worries that his chapter may lose this battle. But despite the immense power, Wuji is not worried and says that Shishao's new form is too huge. After these words, the young hero turns his gaze toward his opponent and says that this is only a temporary inconvenience. After that, a huge blob of flame appears in the place where the young hero was, sucking up all the energy around. And after a while, the blob dissipates, and in its place appears a young hero of normal size but with immense strength. He lets out a loud scream and says that he will easily destroy the enemy, while Wuji watches in horror. Wuji then gathers his thoughts and says that even the young hero's new uniform won't help him in battle. He fills his body with power and is about to attack Shishao using the air palm technique. However, the young hero proves to be very fast, and with the help of the dragon head, he grabs Wuji by his arm. Then, Shishao makes a few strikes and the dragon's head opens wide to grab Wuji's body. The dragon's head clutches Wuji's body tightly and pierces his body through the huge number of houses standing in the way. Then crashes into a huge house from what sounds a loud explosion, and the entire battlefield is covered with thick dust. Despite the damage, Wuji gradually rises to his feet and tries to catch his breath from his injuries. However, the young hero is not ready to give his opponent a break and appears behind his back preparing to strike again. Wuji turns back sharply to strike first, but at that moment, Shishao disappears from sight. And immediately over his head appears a huge number of meteorites that fly with the young hero. There is a huge number of explosions, and because of their flashes it is impossible to see what is happening on the battlefield. A huge amount of dust and dirt flies towards Shishao's friends, and the main investigator is worried that Wuji might lose the fight. Gradually, the smoke clears and Wuji looks at his opponent with a wide smile on his face despite his wounds. Then he raises his hand up and is about to take back the power he gave to his loyal generals. At this point, the main researcher begins to choke and falls to the ground. He feels his strength leaving him. All his power is directed towards Wuji, and the young hero's friends look on in amazement at the child who has lost his powers. At this moment, an aura of general's energy appears around Nana and Anya, which gradually becomes smaller and smaller. After a few minutes, a huge sphere appears behind Wuji's back, and his strength stats increase several times. The young hero pulls out a shadow blade from the dragon and says with a smile that this is going to be an interesting fight. And Wuji beckons Shishao over to him and offers to end it all in one blow so as not to waste each other's time. After saying these words, the young hero puts a huge amount of strength into his blade and prepares to deliver a crushing blow to Wuji. Two guardians of the power of an ancient deity cross their swords. Huge streams of power fly towards each other. But Wuji's huge disc proves to be stronger and gradually forces Shishao backward. At the sight of this, Wuji smiles and says that the young hero has no chance of winning. The magic disc spins with great speed and breaks the young hero's sword, which he was trying to defend himself with. Then, Shishao firmly grasps the magic disc and is about to bite through it with her fangs. And as soon as the young hero takes a few bites, small cracks begin to spread throughout the magic disc. Very quickly, the disc breaks, and its magical shards scatter in different directions from the battlefield. At this moment, Wuji sees his armor disappear from his body, and he himself loses all his strength. And the young hero comes closer to him and talks about how he expected much more from his opponent's strength. But Wuji has no intention of accepting defeat. He smiles slyly and says that Shishao hasn't won yet. He laughs loudly and talks about how now everyone will stay in this illusory dimension forever. The young hero is about to catch him with his hand, but Wuji eludes him at the last moment and wishes him good luck in his new world. And the chief explorer reaches out his hand towards Wuji and asks him to take him with him, but he disappears without a trace. Anya and Nana look around angrily and ask Shishao what they should do now in this situation. And the young hero talks about destroying the illusion himself to get out of here. After saying those words, his body begins to explore a huge sweat of power that is directed towards the sky in a single beam. And in the sky formed a huge number of meteorites that fall with devastating force on the city. Shishao's friends and the chief researcher watch this spectacle in amazement and marvel at the hero's strength. After a few minutes, the entire city turns into ruins. Shishao's powers run out, but the illusion continues to exist. At the sight of the shabby hero, the chief explorer starts laughing, and Nana notes it's stupid of him because they're stuck here together. And the young hero quickly gets to his feet and says that he has one last trump card left and pulls out a summoning stone from his inventory. He reads a small incantation and summons from the stone an ancient deity who asks to help him get out. At the sight of the deity, the principal investigator closes his eyes because he's afraid he might go blind. Meanwhile, the ancient deity scrutinizes the place around him and then turns his gaze to Shishao. And after a while, the deity lets out a loud scream and tries to shatter the illusion with his gaze. The creature stares intently at one point, and a small crack in space begins to appear. Then the ancient deity uses even more of his power, but gets badly wounded. However, in this case, the crack in the space begins to gradually enlarge, but eventually tightens. Deity uses even more power, but his health stats are quickly approaching 0. Then it grabs the gap in space with its tentacles and tries to open it by force. The young hero grits his teeth and watches the scene in horror, hoping his ancient deity will pull through. Meanwhile, Wuji returns to the main research complex, and a huge number of scientists run to him to help. And Wuji grabs one of the scholars by the scruff of his clothes and demands that he begin the immediate transfer of his consciousness into the ancient deity's body. Then he heads towards the experimental capsule and, standing in front of the deity, says that he will become king of the world. Meanwhile, the science staff is preparing all the equipment at breakneck speed to begin the transfer. Due to the high load, Chi-Ki is in severe pain while in the capsule and squirms in pain. Wuji feels the same way when he climbs into the capsule, but his confidence in his abilities is unshakable, and the experiment continues. Suddenly, from the body of the ancient deity, begin to emanate a huge number of lightning bolts that cover the experimental capsules. The ancient deity's eyes light up with life, and he gradually comes into motion. The shackles are instantly thrown off, and Wuji feels an unprecedented increase in strength while in the deity's body. And the scientists rejoice, realizing that the experiment was a success, and chant the name of their head. Suddenly, a deity's voice appears inside Wuji's mind, saying that no one dares to take his body. Wuji feels that behind him is his ancient deity, who calls him to himself and fears him, and the ancient deity taunts him and says he's going to get his body back. Wuji, meanwhile, clutches his head and despairs, realizing that he's been used all this time. And the ancient deity grabs his head and is about to completely consume his body and soul. Gradually, the deity becomes saturated with power, while Wuji's body becomes weaker and turns to ashes more and more with each passing second. Before his final demise, Wuji, with a smile on his face, asks to retain the remnants of his mind so he can observe the deity's actions. Wuji is sent to the other world, and the ancient deity promises to save the remnants of his mind for helping to revive him. Meanwhile, the entire research lab is struck by clots of dark energy, and the equipment signals danger. The deity goes into motion, and the scientists scatter in different directions, trying to save and building before it collapses. Suddenly, the ancient deity takes out Chi-Ki's body from the capsule and decides to use it to increase his powers. He creates an ice shell around her and places the girl in the center of his body to suck out the energy. After that, a huge sweat of energy coursed through the giant's body and further increased its size. Meanwhile, in the city there is panic. Buildings are exploding one by one, and people are fleeing for safety. And the Horizon Squad is watching in horror, and the commander asks everyone to remain calm. At this point, the mercenary gives the order to open up on the monster with all guns to stop the destruction of the city. But all shots do not harm the creature, and the ancient deity creates a circle of higher magic on himself. Then from the ancient deity comes a dark wave that destroys the tools and takes the lives of many people. Several generals are freed from Shishao's magic and try to figure out what's going on in the city. At the sight of the monster, the old man realizes that Wuji's plan has failed and asks everyone to run away as fast as possible. But a huge lightning bolt hits right where the generals were and instantly sends them to the other side of the world. Meanwhile, General Kan Shi declares an emergency evacuation of the club and asks his female employees to go to safety. Then she turns toward the monster and hopes for the young hero to stop the creature. Meanwhile, a magical portal appears on the outskirts of the city while a monster destroys the city. Several men led by their commander come out of there and look around. The commander points his finger in the direction of the ancient deity and says that this is their original mission objective. However, he asks them to wait until another possessor of a divine being appears. A few hours later, a horde of monsters appears on the wastelands and heads towards the city. They are led by the dangerous monster Sun, who wants to gain the power of an ancient deity. She enjoys the view of the burning city and promises that the new power will make her clan many times stronger. Meanwhile, huge tentacles break through the dimensional rift, allowing the heroes to escape the trap. The young hero, along with the main explorer and his friends, leaves the illusory dimension with the help of his wings. Shishao looks around and sees the ancient beast in front of him and realizes that Wu Ji has been devoured by it. His eyes fill with anger at the sight of the ruined city, and he promises to destroy the monster. He then takes off and asks his friends to find safety as quickly as possible. He then contacts Horizon's commander and asks him not to step into battle with the dangerous monster under any circumstances. And the ancient deity continues to destroy the city and pays no attention to the small people beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Shishao fills his body with the power of Shadow Flame and decides to deal with the monster. He heads towards his head with great speed and prepares a directional spell, and sends several dark orb parallel, dodging the ancient deity's laser gaze. The young hero continues to pelt the ancient deity with magical projectiles using his remaining strength, but pretty quickly he wastes his powers, and from the overload he is struck by a charge of magic. The ancient deity grabs the young hero with his paws and realizes that he is bound by oath to his kind. He then makes the decision to leave the city and allows Shishao to survive despite his advantage. The young hero sighs heavily and decides to fight the ancient deity later when he has the strength to do so. But suddenly the young hero notices that the ancient deity stops in place and clutches his head, talking to himself. Meanwhile, the chief researcher hooks up Wuji's body to his equipment and tries to bring him to his senses. He reminisces about the hard times when he was a kid and couldn't find a place in this life. But Wuji comes to his aid, extending his hand and offering to go with him. Remembering his kindness with tears in his eyes, the chief researcher asks his head to come to his senses and not to leave him. At this moment, Wuji's body would recognize the lightning discharge, causing him to scream in pain and regain consciousness for a brief moment. Meanwhile, the ancient deity grabs his head and feels that someone wants to take control of his body. He grasps his eye with his hand and realizes that Wu Ji was able to regain control of part of his body. And as soon as Wu Ji kicks the ancient god out of his mind, he immediately attacks the young hero who is trying to dodge the lightning projectiles. At this point, Shisho realizes that he needs to act as quickly as possible and calls the Witch of the Night to his aid. She raises her staff upwards and, feeding on the power of the moon, creates a huge magical seal beneath her. After that, a huge meteorite of unprecedented size falls on the head of the ancient deity. However, the power of the ancient deity is inexorable, and he manages to stop the meteorite with his own hands. At the sight of this, the young hero is outraged, not understanding how to defeat the deity, and the witch apologizes for her weakness to him. Then she brings her hand up to her eye and tries to detect the weakness in you, ancient deity. The witch carefully examines the body of the ancient god and discovers a bright crystal that glows at its center. The young hero also takes a closer look at the place and notices his close friend Chiki is in the ice crystal. Meanwhile, an ancient deity goes on an absolute rampage, destroying everything in its path. It shakes its head from side to side because two different consciousnesses are constantly battling within it. In a moment, the ancient deity takes control and, smacking himself on the head, demands Wu Ji to leave his body and not interfere with his plans. Suddenly, the ancient deity notices that his entire body is covered by a strange barrier with an electric field. And the young hero puts his hand to the floor from which blood pours out and says that it is time for the ancient deity to retire. After saying these words, Shishao activates the Shadow King account and transforms into a vampire. At the sight of this, the ancient deity is surprised and cannot believe that his ancient enemy is in front of him. In fear, he tries to escape and destroys before him all the obstacles in his path. Meanwhile, the young hero bites his hand to activate his blood magic. He then easily overtakes the ancient deity and attacks it with blood clots. From the blood appears a huge number of souls that are going to consume the body of the ancient god, not allowing him to move. Then the ancient deity turns toward Shishao and asks who he really is, but the hero says it doesn't matter. After these words, he turns his hand into a demonic hand and grabs with it the crystal that is in the body of the ancient god, and abruptly rips it from the monster's chest while attacking it with his razor-sharp claws. From these blows, the ancient deity lets out a loud scream and then begins to shrink in size due to the loss of power. And the young hero flies off to the side and protects the ice crystal from the shards flying towards him with his cloak. Suddenly, Shishao notices that there are several cracks running all over the ice crystal, causing it to begin to shatter. Finally, the crystal is completely destroyed, and Chiki finds himself in the hands of the young hero. The girl is very happy to see the young hero in front of her eyes, and thanks him that this nightmare is finally over. She then wraps her arms around his neck and kisses him tenderly, while the young hero continues to hold her in his arms, flying over the burning city. During the kiss, a huge sphere appears around the young hero, which slowly spins and spews out a large amount of energy. And the young hero notices that because of this strange sphere, his strength has increased several times, and the restrictions of the form are removed. He smiles at Chiki and wants to thank her, but notices that the girl has fallen asleep due to fatigue from her ordeal. Then the young hero gently touches her forehead and begins to cast a restorative spell, and Chiki finds herself clothed in a red cloth that slowly carries the girl away to safety. And the young hero heads at breakneck speed to the ancient deity to deal with him in one fell swoop. At the sight of the Shadow King flying toward him, the ancient deity tries to flee the city. However, the young hero blocks his path and says that the ancient deity will not be able to escape the punishment prepared for him. The ancient deity throws a huge number of fireballs at Shishao, and the hero defends himself from them with the help of his wings. After this attack, the young hero looks menacingly at the deity and promises him that we will slowly tear him to pieces. After saying that, he starts laughing loudly, and several wings appear behind his back. At the sight of it, the ancient deity steps back, confident that his most dangerous opponent is definitely in front of him. And soon the deity notices that his entire body is restrained by blood magic, preventing him from moving. Meanwhile, the head researcher tries to stabilize Wu Ji's condition as he watches the fight in horror. And the young hero continues to deliver blow after blow and prepares to absorb the full power of the ancient deity. Suddenly, a supreme monster appears behind his back, but the young hero creates a copy of himself and repels this attack. He looks at the monster with a smile and talks about how he has no time for wimps. After these words, the demoness goes into a rage and uses her claws to attack the young hero. And the young hero has no problem reflecting the attacks and tucking his hands in his pockets, demonstrating that the monster is no opponent for him. At the sight of this, veins of anger protrude on the monster's face, and she promises to wipe his smirk off his face. She then raises her hand up, and a vortex of their magical energy forms above her head, and opens a portal from which appears a huge number of high-level monsters. And the young hero smiles at the sight of it and talks about having his own army too. Then, on the opposite side of the monsters, a Zerg army appears, ready to engage in battle at the behest of Shishao. Two armies of monsters with great speed rush at each other to destroy, and their numbers have no end. Monsters fight on equal terms, crossing their weapons with each other. They attack with fury, unwilling to yield. And at this moment, a young hero in the guise of a shadow lord attacks a supreme demon. Meanwhile, a hooded stranger watches the battle in progress and observes the ancient monster. He pulls a small flask of alcohol from his pocket and drinks it, enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, an unknown team discusses among themselves a plan of action the squad proposes to its commander to enter the battle. The assistant commander also agrees with the squad and says that now is the best time to attack. The squad leader smiles and suggests waiting a while to gain the power of the two ancient deities at once. Meanwhile, the young hero continues to hold on to the ancient deity and is about to seal it in his body. The Shadow King's magic gradually consumes the ancient deity until there is nothing left of him, and the young hero smiles at the sight of it and enjoys his flawless victory. However, his power is fading and the system informs him that he will soon be teleported to a personal dimension. A moment later, Shishao finds himself in a personal dimension, and his cards of ancient deities are shown in front of him, which he can use. He notices that the I-deity card has a few cracks and asks the system to fix it. However, the young hero spends a huge amount of experience, and his power Prince of Darkness begins to quickly evaporate. After that, a huge number of hands take away the remnants of his strength, and the young hero falls downward at a tremendous speed. Meanwhile, his clone continues to fight the supreme demon, dealing her a tremendous amount of damage. The monster tries to block the blow and thinks it's the end for her, but suddenly, the clone of Shishao starts to disappear. The high demon looks around in surprise and realizes that this is her chance to win this battle. Meanwhile, the young hero lies in the crater from the explosion and cannot move his body due to exhaustion. To him, at full speed, rushes a demon who wants to destroy the hero and take away from him the powers of the two ancient deities. At that very moment, an unknown squad is heading in his direction, who also wants to get this power. And the young hero continues to lie on the ground. He has used up all his strength and can no longer continue the fight. A slight smirk appears on his face, and he condemns himself for expending too much energy. At this moment, the supreme demon releases a huge amount of sharp feathers towards him. They surround the hero, and the work's aide informs him that this attack could be fatal to him. Then the young hero tries to create a protective barrier around himself from the rest of his strength, hoping to block the damage with it. But suddenly a stranger comes to his aid, and with one sword swipe, he knocks off all the feathers, causing them to fall to the ground. He then puts his blade away in its scabbard and notes with a smile that one must act in cold blood. The young hero thanks the stranger for his help, and the stranger smiles and says, "It's unnecessary." At this moment, the elder demon gathers all his strength and creates a huge spear in the air. At the sight of this, the stranger grasps the hilt of his wedge and says that everyone should disperse peacefully. Then he swings it sharply, and from the blade of his blade comes a powerful shockwave, cutting everything in its path. All with a huge spear, this attack cuts the ancient monster's body in half and deals it a critical blow. The high demon can't believe it, and for a while he stares forward in surprise, not realizing what's happening. And the stranger puts the sword back in its scabbard, then picks up the burdock and drinks the alcohol from it. Meanwhile, the hero rises and thanks the stranger for his help, but he smiles and says that the destruction of the monster is not to his credit. Suddenly, from the dust cloud appear several unknown people who are about to attack Shishao, but the stranger blocks their attacks. Then he blocks the young hero with his body and says that it is very mean to attack a defenseless man. And the squad leader lands in front of him, emanating a huge amount of energy. He then immediately attacks the stranger, but from blocking this blow from the force of their blades, their hoods fly off their heads, exposing their faces. After which they exchange a few blows and quickly jump back, taking a fighting stance. The mysterious swordsman calls himself Xiao Chen, and smilingly says that it is wrong for people from the safe zone to attack the weak. His opponent turns out to be the commander of the Phoenix Squad, Wei Shuan, who knows the swordsman and asks why he protects the boy. The young hero looks at the squad leader in surprise and remembers that the Phoenix Squad is protecting the Southwest safe zone. Meanwhile, the swordsman and the squad leader look at each other for a while, and Xiao Chen says that he will not allow injustice to happen. After these words, the squad leader puts his blade away in its scabbard and orders his squad to follow him and heads for the exit of the city. His squad is surprised by such an act and offers to finish what they started because their goal is right in front of them. Then the commander's face turns serious, and he says, It's best to get out of here before the swordsman gets serious about this situation. And the mysterious swordsman watches the Phoenix squad leave with a smile and is upset that his old friend is gone so quickly. He then turns to Shi Xiao with a wide smile and says that now the hero doesn't have to worry about his life. Shi Xiao tries to find out who the unfamiliar swordsman is, but he only smiles and says that he is just a traveler. The young hero thanks him for his help and offers whatever the swordsman wants as his salvation. After saying that, the mysterious swordsman pats his shoulder and talks about not offering such things to strangers. He then approaches Shi Xiao and says that he wishes to obtain the power of an ancient deity as a reward. But the young hero apologizes with a smile on his face and says that he can't give up that power because it has become a part of him, and then talks about how the swordsman is actually just testing him, to which the stranger smiles and agrees. Shi Xiao notes that the mysterious swordsman has helped him a lot and suggests that he consider another reward. After saying this, the mysterious stranger starts laughing and says that he will think about Shi Xiao's proposal. He then pulls out another bottle of alcohol and drinks it down, while Shi Xiao asks how the swordsman ended up here and what his purpose is. And Xiao Qin gets upset when his bottle runs out of alcohol and talks about just passing by. He then leans on the hero's shoulder and talks about how he helped him because he loves justice. After a while, Xiao Qin scratches the back of his head and says that he will not refuse Shi Xiao's offer. Then his face becomes serious, and he asks him to show him Mu Wei's map, which is in the young hero's possession. The young hero is surprised by such a request, and does not understand how the swordsman guessed that the map is to him. And the mysterious stranger smiles and reminds him that the young hero himself said he would give him anything he wanted as a reward. He then smiles and talks about how Shi Xiao can always retract his words if he wants to. Shi Xiao's face becomes serious, and he throws a card into the swordsman's hands, saying that he doesn't value his word and promise. The swordsman Xiao Qin quickly opens the map and scrutinizes it, trying to find the place he needs. His eyes fill with anger when he realizes that the map is covered with magical seals that he is unable to understand. After which, he throws the card into Shi Xiao's hands and thanks the young hero for his help with a heavy sigh. A few hours later, the young hero returns to his friends. Upon meeting him, Tsitsi immediately rushes into his arms. Not far from them is the Horizon Squad, who are happy to see the young hero safe and sound. A mage from the squad reads a spell that removes all negative effects from the young hero. General Kansi also stands nearby and thanks Shi Xiao for saving the city, while her female employees look at the young hero in love. When the young hero hears praise in his direction, he looks confused and drops of sweat run down his face because of his embarrassment. He opens a portal to the insect world and invites everyone to follow to where his base is. Anya and Nana thank the young hero for his help and follow the other girls inside the portal. Before leaving, General Kanshi sends Shi Xiao an air kiss and asks him not to stay long in the ruined city. One of the Horizon Squad members, along with a robot assistant, make fun of Shi Xiao and talk about how once again a girl has fallen in love with him. A moment later, the young hero is approached by the squad leader, who apologizes for not being able to help him in his time of need. After that, everyone disappears into the portal, and Chiki, in a beautiful dress, waves goodbye to Shi Xiao and asks him to be careful. The young hero, along with his new companion, waits for the portal to another dimension to close completely. The mysterious swordsman smiles broadly and asks what the young hero plans to do next. And Shi Xiao smiles back and talks about how he has one unfinished business in this city. After the battle, the city seems lifeless. Only huge puffs of smoke continue to fly past the streets of the once great city. At this moment, the chief researcher is struggling to carry Wuji's body to safety. Wuji's face looks lifeless. He has long since gone to the other world, and his mind is outside his body. But despite this, his general keep going forward. But suddenly a silhouette of Shi Xiao appears in front of the chief explorer. The young hero stares intently in the direction of his opponent and asks why the general is dragging a lifeless body on his shoulders. He then stares the general in the eye and tells him that he must be punished for his actions. With tears in his eyes, the chief researcher begs Shi Shao to forgive his master and promises to give his life in exchange. The young hero casts his gaze once more on Wu Ji's body and tells the general that there is no point in his request. But the chief researcher says that he has no purpose in life other than Wu Ji and once again asks for mercy. Then the young hero creates an energy charge in his hand and says that he will give the verdict. Under the young hero's magic, the wreckage behind him begins to reassemble into a working machine. Once the machine becomes ready, the young hero points in its direction and demands the chief explorer leave the city. The general tearfully thanks the young hero and promises that their paths will never cross again. The general then throws a blue key towards the young hero, and without turning towards him, Shi Shao asks him to get out before he changes his mind. The main researcher gets into the car and together with Wu Ji's body leaves the city, and the mysterious swordsman sees them off. The swordsman then turns to Shi Shao with a smile and says that the young hero is a very kind person. And the young hero talks about making unnecessary sacrifices and says that he has one last job to do. Then he teleports to his dimension and to his dismay learns that all of his accounts are on cooldown. Then the young hero turns to his robot sidekick, but he says that they can only wait for their abilities to recharge. At that moment, Shi Shao is approached by his faithful pet who wants to help, but the young hero says that his time has not yet come. After which, along with his robotic assistant, he guiltily asks the system for advice. And the system offers to open new accounts, and after saying that, Shi Shao waves her hand and spends her experience points to do so. He opens the first account and is denied by a barbarian who has destructive power but is low level at the beginning. The next account is a black hole that can absorb everything, but at the first level it can only absorb a small object. After that, the account of a seer is opened, which allows you to predict events and get unknown knowledge. At this moment, Shi Shao realizes that it is best to open 2 legendary accounts, and with a smile on his face, he hopes that they will be useful. The first legendary account is a Valkyrie that destroys everything in its path when summoned. And the young hero immediately smacks his robot sidekick upside the head as soon as he talks about how women's clothes fit Shi Shao. Whereupon the young hero immediately unlocks a second legendary account that emits a large amount of power. And he turns out to be a bald warrior who has incredible strength, but on the downside, he is constantly depressed. The young hero looks at the legendary accounts with utter frustration and doesn't understand what he should do about it. He then sighs heavily and decides to use the bald man's account of the war with the battle with Huang Zheng. As soon as the young hero activates the account, he puts on power armor and loses all his hair. And the mysterious swordsman watches the transformation process in amazement and marvels at the strength of Shi Shao in his new guise. At this moment, Huang Zheng appears and immediately attacks the swordsman because he thinks he is Shi Shao. But when Huang Zheng realizes his mistake, he starts to move his head from side to side to see where Shi Shao is. And the young hero points the finger at himself and speaks with frustration about how he is very often overlooked. The young hero's new look surprises Huang Zheng greatly, and he notes that Shi Shao has gone bald very early for his age. After these words, the young hero sighs heavily and asks for the fight to start, so that we don't discuss this topic again. However, despite the young hero's request, Huang Zheng continues to laugh and says that he didn't expect to see a bald Shi Shao. And the mysterious swordsman joins the conversation and talks about how maybe the local air is bad for the hair. After these words, the young hero waves his hand and again asks to stop talking and move on to a mediocre battle. At these words, Huang Zheng becomes furious and demands not to call a fight he has waited several hundred years for mediocre. At this moment, Shi Shao's face stops expressing any emotion, and he says that he is not interested in this world as a whole. And Huang Zheng gathers all his strength into a fist and prepares to strike a powerful blow. He throws several punches, but none of them can move the young hero. After that, the young hero's look becomes even more gloomy, and he says that this fight is a waste of time. Then Huang Zheng speeds up his body and conducts for a moment a huge amount of attacks, but they also do not harm Shi Xiao in any way. Huang Zheng's attacks send explosions and flames flying everywhere, but the young hero doesn't care. And the mysterious swordsman is watching and is upset that his alcohol has run out at a time like this. After a few minutes of fighting, Huang Zheng steps back and asks how the hero achieved such strength, but Shi Xiao calls himself an ordinary man. But Huang Zheng does not pay any attention to these words. He kneads his hands and prepares to use all his strength. And the young hero points to his bald head and talks about how he hates people with thick hair the most. These words cause Huang Zheng to fly into a rage. He is not happy that in the midst of battle, the young hero is only interested in hair. He then exhales heavily and talks about showing a punch that will definitely attract Shi Xiao's attention. After that, his entire body is covered with armor made of strong metal, and his strength increases several times. And the mysterious swordsman looks at Huang Zheng's new armor with admiration and thinks that even he would have a hard time fighting such an opponent. Meanwhile, Huang Zheng comes close to the young hero and attacks with a wide swing of his metal gauntlet. He deals a huge amount of damage and then lands several punches to the body, forcing Shi Xiao's body upwards. Each strike by Huang Zheng breaks corridors to other dimensions that collapse behind the young hero's back. After a few strikes, Huang Zheng pierces another barrier with the young hero's body and deals massive damage. And the young hero flies down with great speed and is surprised to see a huge city beneath him. At the sight of the young hero surviving, Huang Zheng is delighted and pleased that his opponent is very strong. At this point, the young hero rises to his feet very quickly and says that the battle can now begin. He exhales heavily and wants to once again feel the blow that Huang Zheng gave him. After which, Shi Xiao fills his body with energy, and Huang Zheng prepares to face his strike. But suddenly from the young hero begins to emanate a huge, endless sweat of black energy that spreads around. His eyes light up with a purple glow, and he is about to perform his unique move. Huang Zheng realizes the danger of his position, so he creates a magical shield all over his body. Suddenly, a huge beam of light hits him, causing him to grit his teeth in pain and send him flying. However, the young hero is not going to stop there and is going to throw a few more punches in flight. The young hero moves at a crazy speed, leaving Huang Zheng no chance to defend himself while the swordsman watches carefully. After a few seconds, Shi Xiao stops and then creates a circular vortex of energy, completing his attack. There is a huge explosion, and a huge amount of rocks and dust fly in different directions. However, Huang Zheng appears unharmed. He rises from under the rubble and looks very hurt after Shi Xiao's blows. And the young hero looks at his opponent with red eyes and speaks of being greatly disappointed. Huang Zheng then drinks a healing potion and rushes into battle with his opponent with renewed vigor. The young hero and Huang Zheng exchange a tremendous amount of blows with each other, and neither of them are going to give in. Their speed is at an extreme level. They stop defending themselves and fight as long as they have strength. And the mysterious swordsman watches the fight with his mouth open in amazement and marvels at every second of it. But suddenly, the young hero stops where he is, and more dark energy begins to emanate from him. Meanwhile, the young hero is in his own dimension and is being strangled by the bald hero's own account. The system warns Shi Xiao of the danger, but he grits his teeth and continues to endure the pain, hoping to hold out a little longer. At this moment, Huang Zheng beats the body of the young hero who is standing still and demands to continue their fight. He uses powerful attacks and everything to force the young hero to continue their fight. However, this does not help, and the young hero, whole and unharmed, continues to stay in one place. Then Huang Zheng is about to get close to the young hero for another powerful attack. However, to his surprise, a huge fist appears in front of him, which he can no longer dodge. The destructive energy pierces several buildings through, and there is a powerful explosion, lifting the cloak of a swordsman who is standing nearby. The smoke from the explosion clears, and Huang Zheng lies in the explosion crater, trying to recover from the powerful impact. He can't move and admits his defeat and then asks Shi Shao to send him to the other world. Meanwhile, the bald hero's account goes completely out of control and destroys Shi Shao's body and soul. And Huangjung rises to his feet, not intending to put up with the situation, prepares to use his most powerful move. He breaks the crystal in his hands and talks about going to the other world on his own terms and wants no mercy. He then transforms into a powerful demon and prepares to launch his final attack in this life. And a huge fist filled with demonic power is heading towards the young hero. The blow proves so strong that it interrupts the account and saves the young hero from total annihilation in his dimension. After which, Shi Shao regains his former appearance and falls to the ground due to the expenditure of a huge amount of strength. And Huangjung can barely stand on his feet. His whole body is severely gaunt, and he can barely manage to stay conscious. Then he falls down, and the mysterious swordsman announces with annoyance that this fight ended in a draw. Then he hears the sound of approaching vehicles and turns back to see who has arrived at the scene of the battle. Lil Yuan, led by his men from the Huangjung clan, comes out of the car and heads towards the swordsman. A slight smirk appears on the face of the mysterious swordsman, and he asks what the girl came here for. And Lil Yuan smiles and offers the swordsman anything for the chance to send the young hero to the other side of the world. The swordsman turns back carefully, looking at Shi Shao, who is lying unconscious and pondering the proposal. At that moment, the other mercenaries get out of the car and decide to kill the swordsman to make way for their mistress. But a mysterious swordsman cuts through several houses behind the mercenaries with his sword and shows them his power. After that, cold sweat drips off the faces of the mercenaries, and they apologize for preventing the swordsman from thinking over the proposal. Meanwhile, Hardy's personal bodyguard suggests that his mistress bribed the swordsman not to fight him, after which the mysterious swordsman taps his fist on his palm and, to the surprise of the mercenaries, agrees to give up the body for a sum of money. And Lil Yuan talks about always keeping his promises and transfers 100 million to the swordsman. However, when Hardy's bodyguard is about to head towards Shi Shao, the swordsman stops him. Then he points towards Huangjung's body and says that the clan can only take the body of its head. At this moment, Lil Yuan turned around and was surprised to see that his father's body had become very thin after the battle. She walks closer to him, with a hateful look in his direction, mocking him for losing to Shi Shao. The girl's mind flashes back to childhood memories of crying near her mother, who was very sick. Then she grits her teeth and speaks with pain in her heart about how she hates her father who abandoned her. Meanwhile, the young hero regains consciousness and slowly opens his eyes, turning his gaze towards Lil Yuan. And the girl notices that the young hero has come to his senses and says in a loud voice that she will destroy him. She then pulls out her blade and runs in his direction to send the young hero to the other side of the world. This is noticed by the mysterious swordsman. He grabs the hilt of his blade and prepares to protect the defenseless Shi Shao. But to his great surprise appears swordswoman Yin Huan, who attacks the girl from behind and gives her a critical blow. At the sight of this, Hardy's personal bodyguard pulls out his blade and plans to avenge his mistress. But with just one strike, swordsman Zhu Wanchuan breaks his sword and throws him back a few meters, after which he suggests in a calm voice that the bodyguard should surrender and forget the Huangjung clan. And behind the swordsman's back appears the entire Mogan team led by his deputy, who is ready to join the battle. Meanwhile, Lil Yuan rises to her knees and asks in a trembling voice what the Mogong squad is doing here. At that moment, Mrs. Mo appears and explains that the Mogong squad is here because it is protecting its shareholder in the person of Shi Shao. After saying that, a horrible smile appears on Lil Yuan's face, and she promises that she will do anything to send Shi Shao to the other world. At this moment, Yin Huan swiftly strikes the girl with another blow and sends her finally to the other world. Meanwhile, Jie Wanchuan brings his blade to the neck of Hardy's bodyguard and offers him surrender. However, the latter says that the swordsman does not understand his feelings and tearfully rushes to attack Yin Huan. But swordsman Wanchuan delivers his critical blow without delay and sends the bodyguard to the other side. Whereupon Hardy drops down next to his mistress and crawls up to be as close to her as possible, and then his eyes close. And Ji Wanchuan turns towards Shishao, being helped by the girls, and tries to understand what the bodyguard meant. Meanwhile, swordsman and Mrs. Mo help the young hero to his feet and accompany him to his car. A few days go by and the young hero opens his eyes and tries to figure out where he is. He looks around and realizes he is in a hospital in a safe zone, and Yin Huan is sitting beside him. Then the young hero rises to his feet and covers the girl's back with a blanket and is glad she was looking out for him. From this, the girl wakes up. She jumps up from her seat and asks Shishao to rest until she is fully recovered. Yin Huan is greatly worried about the young hero and talks about how she should have been by his side. And the young hero reassures the girl and tells her that he is fully recovered and wants to go for a walk. He then looks out the window and asks where the mysterious swordsman who has been with him all this time is now. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a nightclub where the swordsman enjoys the company of ladies and drinks expensive wine. The story shifts back to the hospital and Yin Huan tells the young hero that the swordsman is somewhere in the city. After which she smiles and says that Huang Zheng's life was saved at the request of the young hero. A few hours later, Shishao along with her companion heads to Huang Zheng's ward, which is under guard. He goes inside the room and sees that Huang Zheng is barely breathing and has a huge number of different devices attached to him. Shishao then takes his hand and says that as a thank you, she will let him go to the other world with dignity. At this moment, Huang Zheng opens his eyes and says that he doesn't deserve to get a dignified ending. He thanks the young hero for a great fight and hands him the key as a thank you for realizing his dream. Then he smiles and talks about how he decided to sacrifice everything for his dream and has no regrets. As soon as he utters those words, his hand falls on the bed and Huang Zheng is sent to the other side. And the young hero heads for the exit and promises himself that he will never forget Huang Zheng's name. At the exit of the chamber, Shishao is met by Jie Wanchuan, who says that there will soon be a clan meeting on matters related to Shishao. As soon as the hero leaves, the swordsman turns his gaze on him and thinks about the fact that he is far behind in strength compared to Shishao. His face becomes serious and he thinks about how he can become as strong as the young hero. At this point, the robot assistant warns the hero that there is a strange aura around the swordsman, and Shishao asks him to ignore it. Sometime later, the young hero finds himself at a meeting of the clan board, where he apologizes for his act. But the son of the Mo clan chairman asks him not to apologize and says that the young hero's actions were right. The clan head agrees with his son and says that after Wu Ji's destruction, the company's stock has risen dramatically. Meanwhile, the sun is slowly setting over the horizon and illuminating the high-rise buildings of the city. And the head of the Mo clan points his finger at Shishao and suggests him to become the head of the new zone where the Wu Ji clan used to be. After these words, the shareholders actively discuss the head's proposal and think that the young hero is suitable for this role. After a few minutes, the voting begins and everyone agrees to appoint Shishao as the head of the new zone. And the young hero thanks everyone for their support and suggests creating a huge safe zone to expand the clan's influence. After saying that, Shishao shows everyone the location of the safe zones and suggests creating a convenient route between them. Shareholders with open mouths of surprise look at the smiling young hero and do not know what to say to his proposal. The master engineer and the head of the treasury note that Shishao's plan will bring in a huge income and support him. But Mr. Mo says there are a few things we need to figure out before we start working on the project. Then he opens the information panel and informs that there are a huge number of monsters and different clans in the wastelands. Then he shows all the shareholders the huge amount of money that will be needed to accomplish all these tasks. And then he shows the monster commanders and individual group commanders on the information panel. At the end of his speech, he shows the symbols of the two safe zones and notes that a power struggle will begin between them. And the young hero agrees with these remarks and says he will listen to other shareholders if they want to clarify something with him. Then Mrs. Mo crosses her arms across her chest and says that she trusts the young hero completely. The other board members also agree with her and say that they are willing to give Shi Xiao the necessary amount of money. And the young hero nods and prepares to demonstrate his plan to build a huge safe zone. He shows everyone a huge map on which the locations of monsters and valuable resources are marked. And all the shareholders listen to the hero with their mouths open in amazement and marvel at the presence of an ancient map of the wastelands. Then they come to their senses and asks what this ancient map is, and the hero explains that it is Mu Wei's ancient map that he got from the head of the school. After saying that, the clan head looks at the young hero with admiration and thanks Shi Xiao for providing the information. But suddenly his look becomes serious and he asks why the young hero is sharing such information. And Shi Xiao replies without any hesitation that he needs strong allies, among which is the Mo clan. This answer satisfies the head of the clan. He smiles again and promises to provide the young hero with all the resources he needs. He is joined by Mr. Mo, who promises that the clan will help Shi Xiao in any situation. After these words, the young hero thanks everyone for their support and promises that he will not lead the clan's trust. And the clan leader makes a loud clang with his cane and announces the beginning of the construction of the great safe zone. He then turns to the rest of the clan and announces the appointment of Shi Xiao as the head of the new security zone. The clan leader then walks up to the young hero and, shaking his hand, thanks him for his great idea for the expansion. Meanwhile, Jie Wanchuan watches the hero closely and thinks that Shi Xiao is an incredible person. And Mr. Mo turns to his sister and says that it's time for the girl to get much closer to the young hero than she is embarrassed. Several hours pass. The young hero is surveying the city from the roof of a building and is approached by a mysterious swordsman. Shi Xiao offers him to go with him, and the mysterious swordsman gladly agrees. Whereupon the young hero opens a portal and offers to travel to his true home. Once the swordsman steps inside the portal, his eyes widen with surprise, and he looks around with interest. The heroes see before them a huge fortress, in the entrance of which stands the family of Shi Xiao and his friends who meet them. A wide smile appears on Shi Xiao's face. He is happy to be back home and see his family safe and sound. All family members gather in a circle and discuss among themselves the recent events that have happened to them. At this moment, Chiki in her red dress walks up to the young hero and presses close to Shi Xiao. At the sight of this, the father and mother of the family begin to laugh and note that a relationship is quickly developing between Chiki and their son. After a few minutes, the head of the battle robots brings out the key to the fortress on a tray and asks Shi Xiao to use it. And as soon as the young hero takes the key in his hands, the whole fortress lights up brightly to welcome his master. At this moment, the robot assistant shows Shi Xiao a holographic map of the fortress and talks about its capabilities. And the family of the young hero is extremely enthusiastic about the fortress of Shi Xiao and says that it has everything for a comfortable life. Yunfei approaches her brother and thanks him for the opportunity to live in such a place, while the hero strokes her head and notes that he doesn't spare anything for the family. After a while, the Prince of Beetles lands on Shi Xiao's shoulder and is happy to see his friend in his world. He then takes the remote control in his hands to demonstrate to Shi Xiao how his empire has changed. The story shifts to a few days ago. Shi Xiao's family, along with young insects watching cartoons. The young hero's mother tells the Empress about the art of farming and helps her gather food. The head of the family and the other bugs learn engineering from Nana in a special room. As soon as the prince finishes showing footage of life in his kingdom, he talks about celebrating the arrival of Shi Xiao. At that moment, Miao Bao walks into the room and with a smile on his face suggests that everyone go to the table where a delicious meal awaits them. After these words, the young hero beckons everyone to follow him and asks them to go to the dining room while the food is still cold. And the mysterious swordsman, with a smile on his face, observes what is happening and notes that the young hero has created a small paradise here. A few hours pass and everyone sits around a huge table celebrating the return of the young hero with smiles on their faces. Girls with smiles on their faces dancing to the music and round dances enjoying the cozy atmosphere. And Meow Bao, along with the young hero's pet, prepares another batch of meat for all the guests. Meanwhile, the young hero decides to go outside to get some fresh air and unwind. He notices that his friends from the wasteland and the other world are sitting at a summer table and invites him to join them. The young hero gladly accepts this invitation and announces with a smile that he wants to build a huge safe zone. Everyone is shocked at this suggestion, and Medak slaps his hands on the table and says that this is a very difficult task. And the head of the Horizon Guild adds that there are a huge number of independent clans in the territory of all the wastelands. After these words, the young hero smiles and says that he is ready to give favorable terms to the clans or destroy them. Everyone agrees with the idea of the young hero and promises to help him in every way possible in the realization of his plan. The insect prince also wants to help Shishao, but regrets that he can't leave his world. The young hero asks his friend not to worry about it, then looks up and notices some shooting stars. He is about to make a wish, but soon everyone at the table realizes that they are not stars, but huge falling meteorites. As soon as the meteorites hit the ground, there is a loud explosion, and a huge wave of light illuminates the entire area for hundreds of miles. Meanwhile, the young hero's other friends approach him and ask him what's going on. And the young hero quickly gets up from the table and asks everyone to stay calm and try to figure out what's going on. At that moment, a mysterious swordsman approaches him and tells him that nowhere in this world is safe. But the young hero disagrees and talks about making the place safe for his family with all his might. He then turns to his robotic assistant and asks him to carefully analyze the terrain. Then the robot assistant opens the information panel and is surprised to report that the base's suitability has increased to 6 stars. The young hero is extremely startled by this message and looks towards the place where the meteorites fell. He then concentrates the energy in his body and summons a sage account in hopes of getting answers. His new appearance gives him a view of the huge dimensional fissure through which the meteorites entered this world. The young hero's face becomes serious, and he talks about dealing with the threat immediately. O takes out his binoculars and uses them to determine the distance to the nearest meteorite. At this point, the insect prince announces that he has sent opposition to that place and asks the young hero to take him along. The mysterious swordsman also wants to join this sortie, but the young hero asks him to stay at the base and says that he can handle it himself. Then the swordsman sighed and drank another burden of guilt and thought of discreetly observing Shishao. In a few minutes, the entire base is covered by an electric field and magical turrets appear on its perimeter. And the young hero walks down the hallway and leads the Horizon group to his hangar to show them his defense system. At the sight of the combat robots, the Horizon group opens their mouths in surprise and asks if they can use something. At the entrance to the hangar is a battle robot that says everything in here is ready for use. The young hero smiles and talks about the Horizon group being able to use the new technique. The commander chooses his motorcycle, and Shishao notes that this transportation is equipped with artificial intelligence. Once everyone has chosen their transportation of choice, the young hero inspects his fighter jet. He uses the account of a great pilot transforming his equipment and prepares to take the pilot's wheel. The young hero quickly starts the engines of the flying machine and prepares for takeoff. He wishes the Horizon squad good luck and asks them to guard the base while he deals with the strange meteorite. The fighter then leaves the hangar and heads towards the explosion site at full speed. Meanwhile, the insect opposition is slowly heading towards the crater where the strange meteorite landed. The head of the opposition, Austin Rs, marvels at seeing the signs of destruction and says it's a chance to take revenge on his abusers. One of the bugs is against the use of force, but Austin punches him in the face and talks about how you can't be blind all your life. At this point, Austin's wife intervenes and asks him to come to his senses and not to commit rash actions. However, the leader of the opposition also slaps her in the face and says that everyone here is a weakling who can't take responsibility. Then several bugs run up to the girl and inform their leader that his wife is pregnant, much to Austin's surprise. However, the leader of the opposition is not going to retreat. He orders one insect to stay with his wife and orders all the others to follow him. Once the bugs get to the center of the crater, they see a huge crystal that beckons them to join it. The voice enters the minds of all insects and promises them that they will gain power if they follow its instructions. Then the crystal grabs the opposition leader's wife with its vines, and the girl screams and begs for help. But the magic crystal doesn't pay attention to this one and strikes the girl's body with an energy beam. Meanwhile, the young hero, along with the prince, continue to fly towards the fallen meteorite. Through the transparent cockpit, the young hero sees a huge number of bright lights that are approaching him. These lights turn out to be rockets that are covered with a shell of bugs and fly at great speed. Then the young hero grasps the steering wheel tighter and performs evasive maneuvers to avoid being hit by exploding missiles. At great speed, Shishao flies forward while rockets explode all around him. After several dangerous maneuvers, all missiles are destroyed, leaving behind explosions, and Shishao continues to fly on. After a while, however, modified Zerg appear on the young hero's path. Then the young hero uses the main gun and homing missiles to destroy the swarm in his path. This is not enough then. Shishao presses a few buttons on the onboard computer to increase his firepower. After that, several combat drones appear near his fighter and cover it with their fire. Using all the weapons at once creates a huge explosion that destroys all of Shishao's enemies in his path. And the young hero continues to fly forward, firing from all his guns monsters that time and again appear on his way. The last Zerg armada appears in front of Shishao, but he destroys them all at once with an energy beam. Soon the young hero reaches the place and notices a strange color on the surface of the earth. Using his drones, he destroys it with lasers and prepares to land. The young hero, along with the Prince of Bugs, looks around and tries to find the source of the threat. To their surprise, the heroes find a huge hole that contains rifts of many worlds. The Prince of Beetles is greatly surprised by this discovery and talks about how even his uncle couldn't discover this place. And the young hero senses a strong source of energy below and offers to come down to find out what's going on. With the help of their wings, the Jerome descends down, and the young hero looks around and asks his friend to be careful. After a while, the heroes land on the ground but meet no resistance. Suddenly, the young hero hears a strange sound and makes a wave of his hand asking the prince to keep quiet. He looks around the corner and sees the opposition leader's wife, who is screaming in pain but can't get out because of the strange tentacles. And not far from it is a huge crystal, around which all the Zerg that were previously in opposition pray. The leader of the opposition calls the crystal a deity and says that with its help, they will drive people out of their land. After his words, modified Zerg emerge from huge eggs, ready for battle, and Austin Ars orders his warriors to go in search of the heart of the Zerg to gain even more power. At the sight of this, the Prince of Beetles goes into a rage and, breaking the stone with anger, is about to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the magic crystal grows larger and begins to change its outer shape. Then the young hero takes on the guise of a flame lord and asks his friend not to interfere in this battle. And the Prince of Beetles grabs his head and asks Shishao to be careful because he feels someone whispering in his head. The young hero nods and talks about dealing with the strange crystal in a few blows. At this moment, streams of dark energy appear beneath the crystal and spread throughout the room. And the young hero's strength begins to disappear, and the system reports that all accounts are blocked due to the risk of infection. The young hero looks dejected at the disappearing powers and asks the system if there are any accounts left that he can use. After this question, the system throws the young hero into his personal dimension and tells him that there is only one account. And before the young hero appears an account of a Valkyrie who was once infected with similar magic. Shishao then makes the decision to retreat with the prince and heads towards the exit. Behind his back, he scatters a huge number of mines to destroy possible pursuers. He then climbs into his fighter and rushes to the Zerg core to save it from capture by an unknown force. Meanwhile, the altered Zerg are heading towards the planet's energy crystal in a huge crowd. Suddenly, however, a huge worm appears in their path and blocks their way onward. He lets out a loud scream, causing all the monsters to stop and prepare to defend the Zerg crystal. But the leader of the opposition does not intend to retreat and gives the order to destroy the worm, who is a traitor to their kind. And the huge worm devours the altered Zerg one by one, without regard for their sheer numbers. But soon the Zerg is all over his body and attacking with countless attacks, doing little damage. Worm tries to throw them from his body, but there are more of them. Then they hit the monster with electricity. However, Shishao comes to the worm's aid and destroys the altered Zerg with fighter missiles. Multiple explosions scatter the altered Zerg in different directions, and the opposition leader doesn't understand how Shishao found out about his plan. Meanwhile, the young hero lands on the worm's back and thanks him for holding off the onslaught of attackers. Then he snaps his fingers and the entire body of the worm is covered in a tough metal shell. Along with him transforms a young hero who shackles himself in durable armor. Once the transformation is complete, the mechanical worm immediately attacks its offenders, destroying them in a large mob. At this point, the Prince of Beetles enters the battle and uses his sword to destroy the altered Zerg. The opposition leader watches in horror and says that he will not surrender until he destroys all the people. And the prince declares that they are all being used by a magic crystal and using the king's magical voice to try to awaken his subjects. This magic helps the bugs come to their senses, and they realize with horror that all this time they have been under the control of the crystal. But that same instant their heads explode one after another, and the Prince of Beetles watches in horror. His heart fills with rage, and he wants to head to the center of the cave to destroy the evil creature. However, the young hero stops the prince and tells him that he will deal with this magic crystal himself. Then the prince lowers his head and asks the young hero to keep alive the leader of the opposition and his wife, who have fallen under his control. And the young hero accepts the request without delay, after which he puts his hand on his shoulder and promises that he will do the right thing. Meanwhile, the opposition leader's wife screams in pain and asks her husband to save her from the monster's shackles. But he ignores her words and says with a smile on his face that soon this world will be cleansed of annoying people. At that moment, a huge explosion goes off, and Austin Ars turns in his direction to see what's going on. He sees before him a young hero who promises to end the tyranny of the crystal. After these words, Austin lashes out at the young hero and blames him for all of his dinings that have happened to him. The young hero struggles to dodge the enemy's attacks and decides to lure the bug to a place where he can use his accounts. However, the opposition leader doesn't give Shishao a break and sends ice shards in his direction. Then the young hero, with the help of his demonic wings, flies upward and tries to take refuge among the rocks. But even in flight, Aston reaches the young hero and deals critical damage to him, destroying his wings. Shishao falls to his knees from the damage he received, and Austin promises with a gloating smile that he will send the hero to the other side of the world. At this moment, a magical disc appears around the opposition leader and restrains the beetle with magical energy. And the young hero rises to his feet, shaking off the dust, and talks about not underestimating the power of traps. Despite his position, the opposition leader looks at Shishao with anger and promises to destroy him. After these words, the young hero puts a magical helmet on Austin that protects him from the effects of magic. The young hero's gaze turns serious and he offers to let Austin see what he's done. The leader of the opposition looks with horror at his wife, who is tortured in the captivity of the crystal, and realizes his mistake. He falls to his knees in front of the young hero and begs him to save his wife, promising anything Shishao wants. And the young hero heads towards the crystal and talks about helping his wife anyway. However, Austin continues to sit on his knees and pray for his wife to come back to him alive. Meanwhile, the crystal grows even larger and turns into a huge dark heart. And the young hero flies up close to it and uses his sword to try to do some serious damage to the crystal. Gradually, Shishao's body begins to deteriorate, but the young hero does not stop and continues to strike blow after blow. And Aston's wife continues to plead for help and reaches out her hand toward the young hero with her last strength. Meanwhile, Austin is on his knees, cursing himself for letting the crystal mess with his head and putting his wife in danger. However, the young hero manages to break through the breach in the crystal, and he saves Austin's wife and flees away at great speed. Because of the young hero's actions, the dark heart emits a loud roar that travels throughout the cave. At this point, Shishao realizes he has little time left. He throws Austin's wife in his direction and prepares to transform. His whole body is affected by the spoil, and he calls on the Valkyrie for help from the last strength, and he is surrounded on all sides by hordes of monsters. The young hero finds himself in an unfamiliar place. He jumps up from his desk and loudly calls out to Valkyrie. All the students turn in his direction and are surprised by the young hero's loud shout. And Shishao looks around and realizes that he is in a class at a regular school. The young hero feels that he is forgetting something important, but he can't understand what it is. And the teacher breaks the chalk in his hands and demands the young hero leave the classroom because Shishao is distracting the others. One of the students smiles and says that one should not expect good knowledge from Shishao, and everyone starts laughing. The young hero leaves the school classroom and heads into the hallway, trying to think about what is happening. His head starts to hurt, and he grabs at it trying to concentrate while the memory of his former life continues to elude him. Lessons end, and the young hero walks out of the school with the rest of the students. Ahead of him are some acquaintances of his classmates who are discussing among themselves a game called Lord Account. The young hero listens to their conversation, and it seems to him that somewhere he has heard this before. Meanwhile, the other students admire Ji Wanchuan, who in this reality is handsome and a diligent student. And others see off with their eyes Mrs. Mo, who in this reality is the daughter of a rich oligarch. The young hero inhales heavily at the sight of this and suddenly feels someone patting him on the back. He turns around to his surprise to see his sister in front of him smiling sweetly at him. At the sight of him, a tear starts to roll from one of Shishao's eyes, but he doesn't realize what has moved him so much. He wipes his eyes and the girl takes his hand and offers to go home together. The sun gradually hides behind the houses of high-rise buildings and illuminates the happy faces of the characters. The young hero wants to go with his sister to the room, but she informs him that he lives on another floor. The girl says goodbye to him, and with a smile on her face says that they will definitely meet tomorrow. The door slams shut in Shishao's face, and he is once again left alone with himself. He grabs his head and feels all the memories come up all at once in his head. Shishao recalls a cancerous day, a fire completely engulfs all the buildings, and the hero turns out to be the only survivor. At his parents' funeral, Yunfei comes along with his family to support him in his time of need. The young hero sits in his chair and tearfully recalls his hard life. On his desk in front of him is a ready-made noodle dish and a phone with all his debts listed. He decides to take his food with him and goes to the window to enjoy the scenery, and notices that on the veranda, Yunfei is enjoying dinner with his friendly family. The young hero is sadly watching this picture and eating noodles, hoping that one day he will find his family. Night falls, and Shishao lies down on his couch and tries to find a game on his phone to distract himself. Soon, he finds a game called Account Lord and is surprised to find it already installed on his phone. Suddenly, a voice from the phone informs Shishao that a special gift has been prepared for him. He flips through a few tabs and sees a gift he can get. Then he presses a button, and the phone informs him that the young hero has received a rare Valkyrie account. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion and strong bursts of magic burst out of the building in the form of lightning. And in front of the young hero appears a Valkyrie, who says that it's time to get out of this illusion. Shishao looks at the Valkyrie with astonishment and doesn't understand what's going on, drops of sweat from excitement running down his face. He turns back and wonders if a better life awaits him in the other world the Valkyrie speaks of. At that moment, he feels a strong pain in his head and grasps it with both hands, and veins start to protrude from the tension in his face. And the Valkyrie, upon seeing this, informs that the young hero must fight the curse before it completely consumes him. At this moment, Yunfei runs into the room and smashes Shishao's phone to pieces with her foot. Afterward, she hugs her brother tightly and talks about how worried she is about his well-being. Along comes her family, who tosses the phone shards aside and offers to start living together. The young hero is shocked by what is happening, and his sister hugs him tightly and asks him not to leave her alone. Then the girl offers to become Shishao's brother so that they can become a real family. At this moment, a sly smile appears on her face, and she talks about how Shishao can do whatever she wants to her. After these words, the young hero's eyes widen with anger, and he realizes that the sister in front of him is not his real sister. He sharply pushes Yunfei aside, and her mother asks with a disgruntled look why Shishao is rejecting her. The young hero then fills his body with energy and says that what he has in front of him is only an illusion. He points toward the illusory family, and the Valkyrie sends them to the other world with a single swing of her blade. The sole survivor Yunfei slowly crawls to Shishao and asks why he did this to her. But the young hero says without compassion in his voice that he will destroy anyone who pretends to be his family. After these words, Yunfei's face contorts into an evil grimace, and she says that Shishao will remain in this world forever. Then a huge number of projectiles rush towards Shishao, but the Valkyrie protects him with her shield. Meanwhile, airplanes continue to bombard the young hero's home in hopes of destroying it. Then the Valkyrie envelops the young hero with her wings protecting him from any attacks. A few hours pass, and the house, which is in this place, turns into ruins, and Shishao, together with Valkyrie, remain unharmed. Suddenly there are atomic explosions everywhere that completely destroy the planet. The young hero, along with Valkyrie, find themselves in space, and Shishao talks about someone trying to leave them in this change. He then crosses his arms over his chest and orders the Valkyrie to destroy the planet to destroy the illusion. On the young hero's orders, a magical seal is created beneath the Valkyrie that endows her blade with divine power. After these preparations, the Valkyrie chops an entire planet in half without much difficulty. A strange creature appears near this planet and says that he will create a whole galaxy to leave Shishao in this world. But these words do not scare the young hero, and he says that he can destroy the galaxy if it will help him to get out of here. After these words, the Valkyrie changes her appearance into a divine angel and creates a divine weapon in her hands. She fills her body with power, then creates a huge black hole that consumes space and time. Gradually, the universe begins to be sucked inside the hole, and Shishao says with a smile that no one can hold it back. After a while, Shishao and Valkyrie find themselves in a dimension they are unfamiliar with. The young hero notices another black hole and offers Valkyrie to follow him into it. Soon, the young hero sees a portal home and heads in its direction. However, at that moment, Valkyrie grabs her head and is in terrible pain due to the madness that consumes her. At this second, the young hero wonders if his savior can be spared from a terrible madness. Then Shishao is contacted by a system that shows footage of Valkyrie's life and tells her that it is possible to change her life. The young hero then sees a shot of a Valkyrie losing her lover and is in terrible pain. At this point, Shishao finally decides that he will try to change Valkyrie's life and rid her of the curse of madness. The young hero continues to fly forward and sees a portal in front of him that can transport him to his homeworld. Shishao looks at the portal carefully and apologizes to the family that he will have to wait for a while. Then he notices a small crack inside another portal and learns that it is the way to the world of the gods. Then he grabs Valkyrie's hand and with a smile on his face tells her that it's time for them to hit the road. After saying these words, Shishao jumps into the portal and teleports to a dimension where gods and humans live not far from each other. When he appears in the world, he immediately sees a majestic golden city that sits atop snowy mountains. At the sight of this beauty, he decides to crouch down on the grass and enjoys the beautiful sight. At this point, a mural of deities appears in front of him, and the system explains to him how the world works. The young hero has his lord accounts swirling around, and the system tells him that Shishao can use any of them. The system then shows the young hero Valkyrie's account and tells him that her fate is in his hands. And the young hero listens intently to the system and rejoices that he can once again use his powers to their full potential. He then looks around and asks the system to tell him where the Valkyrie is now. At this moment, the system warns that the young hero will not be able to change the fate of this world, and these words make Shishao very tense. But when he learns that this world contains divine treasures, his eyes light up, and he prepares to set out on his journey. Suddenly, he hears a man's voice, and turning back, he sees a small caravan in front of him, whose elder beckons him over. The old man offers the young hero to go with him because the roads are swarming with monsters, and Shishao agrees to his proposal. While the caravan is traveling, an old man tells us that monsters have been attacking people a lot lately and are getting stronger. And the young hero listens to the old man's story with a smile and says that with such a caravan, he has nothing to worry about. At that moment, a huge cyclops appears in front of the caravan and appears from under the ground. At the sight of him, the defenders of the caravan arm themselves and head in his direction to destroy him. However, the Cyclops proves to be incredibly strong and sends all the guards flying in a single blow. Then he reaches out his hands to defenseless women and children wanting to devour them. But at that moment, Cyclops receives a deadly attack that causes him to lose part of his arm. The monster screams in pain, but continues to receive blow after blow from the unfamiliar warrior. And a moment later, Cyclops receives a fatal blow from the girl and loses his only eye. The monstrous creature then falls to the ground with a clatter and raises a pile of dust and dirt overhead. And the girl stands on the monster and says with a smile that the road is safe now. All the defenders cheer at the sight of the girl and call her the great warrior Marilyn, loudly chanting her name. At this moment, an image of a Valkyrie floats in Shishao's mind, and he realizes that this is the girl he is looking for in front of him. Meanwhile, the old man, with a smile on his face, points at the girl and says that the girl will soon become a Valkyrie. After a while, the monster's body begins to be dragged aside to make way for the caravan. And the young hero observes this and notices that the level of local creatures is much higher than in other worlds. Suddenly, the Cyclops commander appears and jumps out of the ambush and unleashes a barrage of blows on the defenders. But a young Valkyrie candidate saves her comrades and talks about becoming an adversary to the monster. After these words, the monster again attacks with his warhammer, but the girl has no problem dodging the blow. But the Cyclops commander is behind the girl's back in the blink of an eye, and she doesn't have time to react. Then he grabs the future Valkyrie with his hand and says that now the girl will not run away from him. And Marilyn is ranting about how the monster will regret choosing to fight her. After these words, the Cyclone begins to laugh loudly and says that the girl in his hands will not be able to do anything. At that moment, a sword flies into the hand he is holding the girl in, dealing him a devastating blow. As soon as the monster's grip loosens, the girl jumps to the ground and says that as a future Valkyrie, she orders him to surrender. And the Cyclops commander pretends to apologize, but he hides the rope behind his back. The monster waits for the opportune moment and binds the girl with his strong rope, and the warrior falls to the ground. The girl tries to get out, and controlling the sword remotely is going to cut the rope, but the blade of the sword is not able to cut it. And the Cyclops king heads towards the caravan, and with a smile on his face tells the girl that he is going to devour her friends. He then heads towards the caravan, but Shishao appears in front of him and demands the brat get out of his way. However, the young protagonist continues to stand his ground and says that the life of the Cyclops king has come to an end. After saying these words, Shishao makes a few quick swings of his blade and sends the monster to the other world. He then runs up to the would-be Valkyrie and, with a smile on his face, helps her free herself from the rope entanglement. And the girl looks at the young hero with admiration and asks him to teach him some tricks. However, he immediately falls down from fatigue and faints, making Shishao laugh. A few minutes pass, and the young hero releases the girl and takes her in his arms to carry her to the wagon. Gradually, the warrior comes to her senses and through her sleep thanks the young hero for his help. And the caravan continues on its way. The headman also thanks the young hero and calls him a divine warrior. After a while, Marilyn comes to her senses and agrees with the headman's words, noting Shishao's special fighting skills. And the young hero says that there is nothing special in his skills, and he came from faraway lands, and then the headman decides to tell how everything works in this world. The old man describes to the young hero several Valkyries in golden armor who protect people from monsters. They are commanded by the warrior Glenn, who is their mentor and the most important god of these lands. And Marilyn compliments the old man's story with a smile and tells him that Glenn is rumored to be the strongest warrior in the world. The young hero listens attentively to the girl's story and thinks about how to prevent her from becoming a cursed Valkyrie. And the girl looks at Shishao with a smile and does not suspect that a very tragic fate awaits her. A few hours later, the town that is their final destination appears in front of the caravan. And the warrior tells us that the headman of this town gave them a place to live when he learned of the destruction of the village. After this story, the girl's eyes light up again, and she asks to teach her martial arts, but the young hero refuses. The girl looks a little confused after Shishao's rejection and hopes that the young hero will change his mind. The caravan arrives at the site and is met at the gates of the town by the headman along with his daughter Catelyn. The village headmen and villagers greet the head of the town with a smile and thank him for his hospitality. Meanwhile, Catelyn greets the warrior and asks in detail how their journey went. And Marilyn immediately snuggles up to the young hero and tells him that Shishao saved the caravan from a dangerous monster. After this story, a slight smile appears on Catelyn's face, and she thanks Shishao for not leaving her friend in trouble. At this point, the robot assistant reports that there is a strange aura around Catelyn, and most likely the girl is up to something bad. Meanwhile, the headman turns to Shishao with regret, saying that the young hero can't stay in town for long. The young hero nods with a smile, saying that he is about to leave and says goodbye to everyone. But Marilyn grabs the young hero by the hand and asks him to stay for a night out on the town, and Shishao reluctantly agrees. Night falls and all the villagers are drinking and dancing around a big fire where a huge pig is roasting. And the young hero lies in his room and mulls over a plan of action in his head. Suddenly, he hears a knock on the door. He sighs heavily and walks over to the wooden door to open it. In the doorway, he sees Catelyn hugging him tightly with a smile looking him straight in the eyes. Afterward, the girl closes the door and talks about wanting to spend time with the young hero. She walks closer to him and touching his chest with her fingers asks Shishao to relax. Then the girl pushes him onto the bed and climbs on top of him and says that it's time for the young hero to get his reward. But suddenly, her expression changes dramatically, and she snatches the dagger with the words that Shishao should go to the other world. Whereupon the girl bends even closer and talks about no one daring to get close to Catelyn. But Catelyn stabs a pillow with a dagger, and behind her is Shishao, who thanks the girl for her performance. A wry smile appears on Catelyn's face, and she abruptly turns around to face Shishao, about to finish what she started. Then he brings his dagger over the young hero's face again, hoping to send him to the other side of the world. However, the young hero stops Catelyn's hand without delay and tells her that the girl is trying in vain. He then gives the girl's hand a firm squeeze, causing her to drop the knife, and warns her that she better not hurt Marilyn. He then hits Marilyn in the back of the head, and the girl immediately loses the creature falling to the floor. At that moment, Marilyn walks into the room kicking the door with her foot and asks with a smile on her face why Shao isn't walking in the party. She is surprised to see the young hero embracing her close friend and looks at him questioningly. At the sight of this picture, Marilyn is embarrassed and can't find the words to say anything. She then apologizes for disturbing her and heads to leave the room, but Shao tries to stop her. A few minutes pass and Marilyn stands by the bed where her friend is lying and listens to the young hero's explanation. Shao explains that Catelyn had too much to drink and accidentally ended up in his room, and this story greatly calms the warrior. Afterward, Marilyn takes the young hero under her arm and offers to leave her friend alone while they enjoy the festivities. And the young hero turns around and notices the shadow of the village headman hiding behind the houses. As soon as Shao and Marilyn leave for the feast, the village headman enters the room and sees Catelyn lying in front of him. His gaze fills with hatred, and he reprimands his daughter for not being able to handle his simple plan. A new day is coming. Bright rays of sunlight illuminate the mountains and the village that is next to them. The village chief, along with the head of the town and his daughter, bid Shao farewell and apologize for the cold reception. At that moment, the robotic assistant notices the dark aura of the city head and asks the young hero to remain cautious. Then to Shao runs Marilyn and, hugging the hero from behind, asks him to be sure to attend her fight. And the young hero flies upward using his wings and disappears into the blue sky. At the sight of the wings, the residents begin to talk amongst themselves, and some of them refer to Shao as a young deity. Meanwhile, Marilyn waves goodbye to the young hero and asks him to remember to come see her fight. The young hero flies through thick clouds and decides to stop on one of the airy islands. He scrutinizes the Golden City and ponders how a world with gods could be destroyed. He then teleports to his dimension and uses the time shift to see important time events related to Valkyrie. Several years pass in the world of the gods, and Shao sees a huge arena where the tournament of becoming Valkyries takes place. Marilyn defeats her opponent with great difficulty and earns a spot on the tournament leaderboard. He then stabs his sword into the ground and leans on it, trying to catch his breath after a hard fight. She then scrutinizes the seats of the fans and tries to find the young hero among the people. After which, she clutches the hilt of her sword tightly with annoyance, asking why Shao didn't come to the tournament. Then the events are moved to the region of the mystical mountain where the second part of the tournament is to take place. Catelyn lands several punches and sends the dangerous tundra giant to the other side. Marilyn takes him down with her and tells him that her friend did a great job in this fight. But Catelyn takes advantage of the element of surprise and discovers Marilyn's body and says that there can only be one winner. After the blow, Marilyn falls to her knees and, clutching her wound, asks why her friend was so mean to her. And Catelyn turns her back on her and talks about how Marilyn has always been a tool to her, not a friend. These words make Marilyn angry. With tears in her eyes, she rises to her feet and tries to gather the rest of her strength. She then grabs her sword with both hands and delivers a fatal blow to Catelyn and sends her to the other side of the world. She then falls to her knees and, with tears in her eyes, loudly asks why everyone has abandoned her. It takes a while for Marilyn to become a Valkyrie because she won the tournament, but she doesn't have that big smile on her face. She looks grim, and it seems as if this new power is weighing down on her. Valkyrie Marilyn tracks down dangerous monsters one by one and sends them to the other world without mercy. But at one point she lets slack and lets a dangerous opponent out of her sight. However, her back is covered by the warrior Glenn, who asks Marilyn to be careful next time, then destroys the monster. Time passes and Glenn, holding hands with Valkyrie Marilyn, proposes marriage to her. With a smile on his face, he promises that he will make the girl the happiest in the world and will always protect her. However, Marilyn does not know what to say to Glenn's feelings. She doubts the rightness of this decision. Then Glenn takes the girl's hands again and asks her to leave the past behind to enjoy the present. After that, he kisses Miralyn on the lips, and from happiness from the eyes of the girl without end begin to pour tears. But the lover's happiness can't last forever. Warrior Glenn is chained and struck by lightning for loving a mortal. At the sight of this, Marilyn's heart aches, and she tries to go through the guards asking them to stop this madness. However, she is kicked out of the Golden City and huge doors are slammed in her face. But the girl keeps begging the gods to spare Glenn and knocks on the huge golden gate. Every day and night, the Valkyrie comes to the golden gate and begs for her love to be spared. Suddenly her heart is filled with determination, and with her power she destroys the golden gate. After that, the girl heads towards the prison where her lover is imprisoned, and with every step, her power only grows. She manages to save Glenn and drags the wounded god to safety to get away from everyone. But they are blocked in their path by the father of all gods and ordered to stop immediately. At this point, Glenn raises his head and promises to give up his powers just to be allowed to be with the Valkyrie. But this answer does not satisfy the father of the gods, and he throws his spear at the Valkyrie. Glenn pushes his lover aside and saves her life, but a divine spear pierces through his body. At the sight of this, with tears in her eyes, Marilyn falls beside her companion and tries to hug him. But Glenn only has a few minutes to live. He wipes the tears from Valkyrie's eyes and tells her to run. A girl's eyes glaze over as she sees her loved one go to the other side of the world. Out of grief, she goes into an absolute rage, and her power begins to destroy everything around her. Then from her body comes a huge beam of light that destroys the shell of space. A huge hole appears in the sky from which huge streams of darkness fall downward, braiding the divine world. A strange darkness magic completely covers the Valkyrie's body and enhances her abilities several times over. From her immense power, the entire Golden City shudders and instantly falls into the abyss. The vision fades, and the young hero reappears in the world of the gods. He sighs heavily and wonders how much his appearance has affected Valkyrie. His face turns serious, and he makes a firm decision to keep the Valkyrie's smile on her face at all costs. Meanwhile, the head of the city is enjoying a lavish dinner with his guests. Warrior Marilyn puts her hand on Catelyn's shoulder and tells her not to skip training because she's determined to become a Valkyrie. However, after drinking alcohol, the girl becomes ill and is brought to the attention of the village headman. But the girl smiles and talks about how she's a little sick and is going to head to bed. The village headman helps Marilyn to her feet and thanks the village head once more for his hospitality before leaving. As soon as the doors close, the village head's face fills with anger and he says that he can't stand the headman. A few days pass, and the bright sun illuminates the huge arena where the tournament of future Valkyries will be held. At this point, Marilyn is having an unequal battle with her rival and trying to defend herself against her attacks. Warrioress is feeling low and trying to take a breather to start her attack. Everyone is surprised to see Marilyn weakened, and the head of the city notes that if it goes on like this, the girl may lose the fight. Meanwhile, her opponent continues to attack Marilyn and lands several crushing blows on her. But the girl doesn't fall to her feet and stabs her sword into the ground to keep from flying outside the battle circle. After that, she, with bare fists, throws herself at her rival, who did not expect such a turn of events. Marilyn delivers her punches with tremendous speed, and her opponent doesn't even have time to catch a break. The fight comes to an end, and the warrior Marilyn manages to win this contest with great difficulty. The girl turns back, and she sees the young hero who, along with the others, is rejoicing at her victory. The girl is very happy that the young hero has come to support her and greets him with a smile. Afterward, Na waves him off and asks the young hero to watch her victories closely. Meanwhile, the town leader slaps his daughter in the face with all his might for putting too little poison in Marilyn's drink. And Catelyn grabs her face and talks about not wanting to send her friend to the other side of the world. But her father doesn't like this answer and starts beating her with his leg, saying that she is a disgrace to his family. He then stops and asks her during the last contest to take advantage of the situation and eliminate a rival. His gaze fills with rage, and he says he will not tolerate another defeat from his daughter. Then he walks over to Caitlin and, stroking her head with a smile on his face, says that he dreams of being in the Golden City. The town leader walks away and leaves Caitlin alone to ponder her position at this moment. At that moment, Caitlin notices with fury in her eyes that the young hero is fully aware of her entire dialogue with her father. However, Shishao says she will not tell Marilyn about the plot against her, but asks Caitlin to do what her heart desires. He then heads for the exit and talks about how Caitlin doesn't have to live following her father's orders. The young hero leaves, and Katine is left alone with her arms wrapped around herself, thinking about what she should do. A few hours pass. A portal appears in the arena from which the warrior Glenn emerges and announces the beginning of the final test. He then points towards a special mountain within which there is a magical guardian and orders it to be destroyed. Glenn's face looks serious, and he warns that this place is very dangerous and asks future Valkyries to be careful. Meanwhile, Marilyn stands among the other Valkyries and listens intently to the warrior Glenn's speech. As his speech comes to an end, he grabs his sword and cries out loudly that she is the one who will become a Valkyrie. Everyone is watching with smiles, and the head of the town notes Marilyn's willfulness with a disgruntled look. The village chief defends the girl and says that her words only inspire the others, but the head of the town refuses to agree. He then continues to watch the tournament and hopes that his daughter will betray Marilyn and take the title of Valkyrie. Suddenly there is a young hero in the arena who is heading towards the warrior Glenn. He is stopped by the guards, and Shishao says with a smile on his face that he has a great offer. After these words, Glenn raises his hand up and orders the guards to let the young hero pass forward. Then he smiles and talks about how he is extremely delighted with the wings the young hero uses. And Shishao thanks for the praise and offers to use his technology to keep track of the tournament. Everyone objects to such a request, and the city leader calls Shishao's suggestion an impertinent prank. However, Glenn agrees to accept the young hero's help, but warns that even the father of the gods could not fulfill this plan. After approval from the warrior Glenn, the young hero snaps his fingers and scout drones appear behind him. They go to the venue and from there broadcast a picture of how the tournament is going for everyone. And the head of the city cautiously looks at the young hero and is amazed by the power that Shishao possesses. Meanwhile, the drones show the bodies of a huge number of monsters and Valkyries that lie at the entrance to the mountain. At that moment, a crowd is shouting in Glenn's direction that the ordeal is too cruel for future Valkyries. But the warrior does not think so, and says that only a real battle can reveal a worthy warrior. Meanwhile, the drones broadcast Caitlin and Marilyn's battle with the ice monster. The girls help each other, and after a few blows they manage to destroy the monster. At the sight of this, the town leader smiles and hopes his daughter will stab her friend in the back. The young hero is also watching the competition and hopes that Caitlin will make the right decision. Meanwhile, Marilyn opens the golden chest and examines the bounty inside while Caitlin holds her sword and stands behind her. Then she makes a sharp blow and sends the monster that wanted to destroy Marilyn to the other side. Marilyn looks at her friend in surprise and thanks the girl for having her back. Caitlin then points her sword in her friend's direction and offers to fight her to find out who will become a Valkyrie. At the sight of this, everyone smiles and is excited to see a fair fight between the girls. However, the town leader becomes enraged and says in a loud voice that Caitlin should have stabbed her friend in the back. When the village headman hears this, he looks at his friend in horror and cannot believe the truth of what is happening. And the head of the city says that his words in no way violate the rules of the tournament, and therefore he has nothing to blame him for. Then he points his finger at the young hero and blames him for all the troubles that happened to him. And the young hero smiles and uses his drones to broadcast to the crowd a dialogue between the head of the city and his daughter. Then Shishao declares that the head of the city wanted to trick his daughter into winning. Meanwhile, the drones continue to broadcast to the public the cruelty of the head of the city and his words towards his daughter. And the head of the city, at the sight of it, grabs his head and asks people not to look at these images. At the sight of the city leader being embarrassed, Shishao smiles and talks about how the deception will always be revealed. When the villagers learn the truth about the monster attack, they are furious and ask why their friend did such a mean thing to him. But the head of the city continues to hold his head with his hands and asks everyone to forgive him for what he has done. Suddenly his eyes go crazy and he says that his actions are in no way against the rules of the tournament. And the warrior Glenn orders the guards to take the head of the city under guard and escort him to the dungeon as punishment for his crimes. At Glenn's command, the guards immediately grab the head of the city by the arms and carry him out of the arena. After which, a smile appears on warrior Glenn's face, and he thanks Shishao for his help in this matter. Meanwhile, a frosty giant appears in front of the girls and looks at them with a smile. The girls postpone their duel and grab their weapons to confront the monster. But the frost giant doesn't see the girls as a worthy opponent and says he's going to play with them for a while. After his words, he hits the ground with all his might, and a crystal field appears around Caitlin, but the girl quickly jumps aside. Caitlin's sword breaks in half from exhaustion. She drops to one knee and forgives Marilyn to run away from here as fast as she can. And the frost giant chuckles after the girl's words and talks about how no one will run away from him. After his words, a frost spike emerges from the ground, piercing Caitlin's arm through and causing great damage. At the sight of this, Marilyn runs at the frost giant in anger and pays no attention to her friend's words. At this point, Caitlin starts laughing, and with a smile on her face tells her friend that because of her father, Marilyn's village was destroyed by monsters. The girl listens to Caitlin's story with surprise and talks about how they are still friends and doesn't want to leave her alone. And Caitlin tries to get the ice pike out of her hand and talks with a smile about how Marilyn should become a Valkyrie. Meanwhile, the frost giant is watching this scene with a smile on his face and says, "It's time to end the show." He then steps on Caitlin's body with his foot, and the frosty peak enters her body even deeper. At the sight of this, Marilyn can no longer stand by and rushes to attack the monster holding a long sword. The frost giant only grins and sends the warrior flying with a single blow. Meanwhile, Caitlin tries to crawl to her friend, but her powers are at their limit, and she can't do anything. Suddenly there is a strange sound, and the frost giant turns back to see what has happened. And at that moment, he gets a few quick but deadly blows from Glenn, who manages to arrive in time to help the girls. And the young hero manages to catch Marilyn in flight and tells her with a smile that she is now safe. Despite the heavy blow, the two halves of the frost giant's body smiles and says that his body is invulnerable. After these words, the frost giant becomes even bigger and all the wounds on his body quickly heal. At the sight of it, the young hero remembers the magic crystal and realizes that the giant is definitely connected to the spoils. Meanwhile, the warrior Glenn continues to cut the giant's body into small pieces, but it does not harm the monster in any way. Then the warrior pulls out his bow and fires his entire supply of arrows from his quiver in a matter of seconds. Each of the arrows pierces a part of the frost giant's body and nails it to the ground. Then the young hero creates a magic circle under the monster's parts and says that the monster will burn in its infernal flames. And as soon as Shishao snaps her fingers, the spell is activated, and a pillar of flame instantly flies upwards. All parts of the monster burn simultaneously and do not allow it to regenerate, after which the giant is sent to the other world. At the sight of this magic, Marilyn looks at Shishao with admiration, and Caitlin can't believe that the young hero has such power. And the warrior Glenn claps Shishao on the shoulder and says that the young hero is a very strong warrior, which greatly embarrasses the young hero. Glenn then talks about Shishao being invited to the Golden City for his merits, and the young hero immediately thinks of the father of the gods in his head. Then the warrior approaches the girls and tells them that they are both worthy of becoming Valkyries. But because of her father's crimes, he leaves the title to Marilyn alone. The girl wants to challenge the decision, but Caitlin says it's fair. Afterward, the girls hug each other, and Caitlin congratulates her friend on her new title of Valkyrie. The sun completely hides behind the mountains, and a bright starry sky appears over the arena. In the very center of the arena, the warrior Glenn approaches Marilyn and hands her a golden box in which the power of the Valkyrie is hidden. And Marilyn, with a smile on her face, thanks Glenn for the honor and promises that she will be a worthy Valkyrie. After these words, Glenn hands the girl the boxes and blesses her with new accomplishments and victories. As soon as Marilyn takes the magic box in her hands, she is transformed. Her powers increase several times, and wings appear behind her back. The young hero watches the Valkyrie initiation intently, and is pleased that he was able to keep a smile on Marilyn's face. Morning comes, bright rays of sunlight illuminate the golden city that sits atop the winter mountains. The young hero, along with Marilyn and Glenn, stand in front of the golden gate and wait for it to swing fully open in front of them. As soon as the doors open, they are immediately greeted by the Valkyries, who are very happy to have new people in town. The young hero looks at them in surprise, and Glenn points to Shishao and says that the king personally allowed this man to enter. The girls then land and greet the new sister and the young hero with smiles on their faces. The head of the Valkyries then approaches the young hero and notes with a smile that Shishao has performed admirably at the tournament. After these words, she leans over to the warrior Glenn and questions him at length about the events that happened to him outside the Golden City. Marilyn's eyes light up at the sight, and she says that Glenn and the head of the Valkyries look great together. After a while, the warrior Glenn guides the young hero to the throne room, where the father of the gods is waiting for his arrival. When Shishao sees the king in front of him, he bows before him and thanks him for such a warm welcome. And the father of the gods scrutinizes the young man and asks him to demonstrate the outlandish invention that Shishao used in the arena. The young hero creates a research drone in the air, talking about its working principle. The father of the gods then scrutinizes the bizarre invention and asks where the young hero came from. And the young hero smiles and says that it doesn't matter because the most important thing is what he brought with him. Everyone starts whispering among themselves and notes that Shishao is very insolent, and the father of the gods beats his staff on the ground with all his might and orders them to be silent. Then he notes that the young hero is very daring but also has a very great talent. He then grants Shishao divine powers and says that the hero can now stay in this city. The hero is excited about his new abilities, and the robot assistant notices that Shishao can now create divine-level items. After these words, the young hero's eyes light up and he thinks about creating a divine item as quickly as possible. At this moment, the Father of Gods adds that Shishao should create 3 divine items every month. And the young hero thanks the Father of the Gods for the new power and promises that he will create similar items within the allotted time. Glenn then leaves the room with the young hero and notes that the Father of the Gods is hoping for Shishao's special talent. The young hero tries to find out something about the spoiling, but Glenn spreads his hands and says he knows nothing about it. Then Shishao's face becomes serious, and he asks if the spoil can spread to the Golden City. And the warrior Glenn smiles and says that it is impossible, because the city is surrounded by a magical barrier. The heroes leave the main hall, and Shishao stops and assumes that the spoil has already penetrated the Golden City. Some time passes, and Glenn, along with Shishao, find themselves near the entrance to the Divine Forge. They go downstairs, and the young hero notices in the very center an energy core that powers the smithy. Meanwhile, the 2 dwarves, Seedy and Brooke, argue with each other about which item to forge first. Glenn gets into their argument, and with a smile on his face introduces the young hero who will be working at the place from this day forward. And Shishao waves hello to the dwarves and hopes to show them how their forge works. After these words, Glenn points to the young hero and adds that he was chosen by the Father of the Gods and asks him to treat the hero leniently. But the dwarves are extremely unhappy that their forge will now be staffed by a human and are speaking negatively towards Shishao. And the young hero smiles and talks about how the father of the gods ordered him to create 3 divine artifacts in a month. The gnome Sidi is greatly surprised when he hears this and says that even a single divine artifact is difficult to create in 1 month. And Brooke agrees with her brother and suggests that Shishao leave the Golden City right now so as not to waste any extra time. At this point, Sidi offers to give the young hero a chance, but Brooke refuses and says that he will not allow the man to use his forge. Then the young hero folds his hands in front of him and offers to make a wager in which he must create a divine artifact. Brooke laughs and through tears says that if Shishao wins, he will give him his divine object. In the meantime, Sidi approaches the hero and warns him that in case of defeat, Shishao will have to compensate for all the items spent. And the young hero only smiles and walks over to the anvil and scrutinizes the recipe for creating the weapon. Then, with a smile on his face, he takes the rune hammer and fills it with magical power to create the item. Meanwhile, the dwarves, along with Glenn, are outside the room discussing Shishao's skills. The warrior, with a smile on his face, tells that the young hero was able to broadcast an image to the humans during the Valkyrie trial. The dwarves open their mouths in astonishment after saying this and can't believe that Shishao possesses such magic. At that moment, a bright light starts to come from the hall doors, and the dwarves, together with Glenn, try to cover their eyes with their hand, not to be blinded. Then they quickly run inside, and Brooke can't believe that the young hero was able to create a weapon so quickly. When the smoke clears, they see before them a young hero who, with a smile on his face, shows them a divine sword. And Sidi and Brooke look at the sword with admiration and demand a demonstration of it in action. Then the young hero holds it out to the warrior Glenn and tells him that in his hands it will unfold best. As soon as Glenn touches the sword, it shines with a bright light and gives its bearer incredible power, after which it transforms into paired blades that Glenn looks at with admiration. Brooke doesn't believe in the sword's value, so he snatches it out of Glenn's hands and decides to test its power himself. And a second later, the blades transform into a battle hammer that also empowers Brooke divinely. At this point, Sidi takes the weapon from Brooke and says that the dwarf has already seen the quality of the weapon, whereupon Brooke coughs and speaks of recognizing the young hero's prowess. A sly smile appears on his face, and he thinks about which most useless artifact he should give to Shishao as a reward. After some thought, he smilingly throws a golden hair wig that helps against baldness into Shishao's hand. At this point, Brooke is approached by Sidi and condemns him for giving the young hero a useless artifact. But to the surprise of both of them, Shishao tearfully shakes Brooke's hand firmly and thanks him for the precious gift. In his head, he imagines a bald warrior with a golden wig and thinks that this is how he can remove the restrictions of this account. Night falls in the city, bright spotlights illuminate the night beauty of the Golden City, and the young hero opens a dashboard and uses his drones to explore the city's surroundings. He then observes the heart of the city from a rooftop and decides to infiltrate the artifact vault to get his hands on valuable items. After a while, the young hero finds himself in front of sturdy doors that lead to a divine vault. Suddenly, someone's hand falls on the young hero's shoulder, and he turns back in surprise. And Shishao sees Mirlin in front of him, who greets him with a smile on her face. After which the girl throws herself into the arms of the young hero and says that she missed him very much. At this moment, Shishao's face becomes serious, and he asks the girl to assume her natural appearance. After saying that, the warrior's body is covered with a green aura, and she laughingly said that she admired Shishao. And along with Marilyn appears Lokiel, who is the goddess of cunning and deception. She smiles and asks Shishao not to worry. The young hero is amazed to see the goddess in front of him and says that he only decided to enjoy the view of the gates of the treasury. Then he turns around and is about to leave, but the goddess of deception asks him to stop. The girl smiles and offers to escort Shishao inside the temple so he can admire the beautiful artifacts. The young hero agrees to this offer and thanks the goddess for the opportunity presented and then follows her lead. Before going inside the treasury, the robotic assistant warns that Lokiel does not emit any aura and could be dangerous. Meanwhile, Lokiel notices the young hero standing in the passage and asks him to feel free to follow her. When Shishao enters the treasury, he sees in its center a huge world tree with golden branches. He then scrutinizes the treasury and is amazed at the items that are inside it. Meanwhile, a smile appears on Lokiel's face, and she offers to let Shishao take one item from the treasury in exchange for her help. Then she moves closer, and with a wink of an eye says that no one will guess that one thing is missing from the treasury. And the young hero notes with disbelief that for such a reward, Lokiel is willing to ask for something worthwhile in return. The girl smiles, and snuggling up to Shishao asks him to break some drones that the young hero gave to the father of the gods. Then she snuggles even closer to the young hero and talks about how she needs to keep the father of the gods from following her. And the young hero talks about definitely doing it tomorrow as he has time to do it. After saying these words with a smile on his face, Lokiel pierces the young hero's body with his dagger and gives him a critical strike. The young hero falls to his knees and, spitting out blood, asks why Lokiel attacked him, despite the fact that he agreed to do her bidding. In response, the girl smiles and explains that she has wanted to get rid of the young hero from the beginning, and this is the easiest way. After these words, the young hero smiles and says that he still has a trump card up his sleeve, and Lokiel laughs loudly and is about to stomp the young hero with his foot and send him to the other world. Before that, a wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he activates his time travel ability. A second later, he finds himself on the roof of the building where he began his thoughts about visiting the treasury. A huge moon appears above Shishao's head, but the hero pays no attention to it because of the shock of the latest events. He has second thoughts and decides to travel through time to watch the story of the goddess Lokiel unfold. The young hero sees images of a huge ice castle that rises above the icy desert. Lokiel takes slow steps towards him and reaches the main gate. She walks into the throne room and is greeted by a huge giant king of giants who sits on his throne. Lokiel tells him that soon her plan will come to fruition and the king will be able to enjoy the power of a god. Then she notes that a mortal has appeared in the Golden City who may interfere with their plans. Titan silently listens to the goddess's words and then speaks with disappointment that the father of the gods has become weak if he allows people in his city. Before leaving, the goddess warns for the need to keep her little secret faithfully from uninvited guests. She then enters a huge hall underground where there is a hyperspace cube with immense energy. The girl comes closer to him and marvels at his immense strength. Not far from this cube is the god of thunder and lightning, who is chained to a magical seal and cannot break it. The goddess turns in her direction and expresses her admiration for the immense power of the thunder god. And he is furious at her words, and despite the intense pain, he promises to destroy Lokiel. After some time, Lokiel meets the warrior Glenn and confesses his feelings, but is rebuffed. The girl is surprised by this turn of events, and does not understand why Glenn refuses the most powerful goddess. And the warrior just smiles and says that he is completely in love with one girl's smile and can't forget it. After saying that, Lokiel casts her gaze downward and asks Glenn to leave her to herself. A few more years pass, and Lokiel sneaks into the chambers of the father of the gods and pierces his body with his own weapon. Lokiel is immensely powerful and suggests that the time of the father of the gods is long past. And the father of the gods falls to his knees and grudgingly declares that Lokiel has used the power of the outer gods instead of improving his own. After these words, a terrible smile appears on Lokiel's face, and licking her lips, she says that she is willing to do anything for power and strength. She then recognizes her father's body several times until an all-consuming hole is left in its place. Then Lokiel sits on his throne and, holding the staff of the Father of the Gods, is transformed in his image. As the last shots rush past Shishao, he returns to his time and decides to sit down to ponder what he has seen. Pretty quickly he realizes that the Hypercube is an ancient deity he has already met in his world. And the robot assistant confirms the young hero's words and marvels at how quickly Shishao thinks of a new plan of action. At that moment, a fragment of the sight of the locked thunder god pops into the young hero's mind, and he decides to free him to thwart the goddess of deception's plans. A few hours pass. The young hero appears in the forge and, to the surprise of the dwarf brothers, transforms it greatly. The young hero smiles and explains to the dwarves that they can now create artifacts even better and, most importantly, faster. After these words, the dwarf Sidi approaches him and asks why the young hero is in such a hurry to fulfill the order of the Father of the Gods. When Shishao talks about his desire to visit the giant's wasteland, Side's face shows a look of amazement, and Brooke asks her brother to mind his own business. Brooke then approaches the young hero and suggests that the warrior Glenn may know a way to get to the giant's wastelands. The young hero leaves, and the dwarves give him a look and say that Shishao is a very interesting mortal. Meanwhile, the warrior Glenn stands with his Valkyries near a portal to other dimensions. He greets the warriors and tells them that today they will be traveling to the giant wastelands to help their outpost. After these words, the Valkyries stand in battle order and prepare to move out as ordered by their commander. At that moment, a young hero appears. He interrupts the warrior halfway through and asks if he can go with them. At the sight of this, the head of the Valkyries, Jasmine, becomes enraged and points out that the young hero has acted extremely cavalierly. And Shishao smiles and scratches the back of his head to apologize for getting in the middle of the Valkyrie commander's speech. The other Valkyries also become enraged and try to chase the hero away, but Marilyn stands up for him and asks her sisters to listen to Shishao. Meanwhile, Glenn asks how Shishao's work on the Father of the Gods order is going, and the hero replies that he has already completed the task. This answer greatly surprises the warrior, and he allows the young hero to go with him, but requires him to follow his orders. After these words, the warrior Glenn incarnates into the form of a battle archangel and tells the Valkyries to prepare to teleport. Then a huge portal opens, and the young hero looks on in amazement at the warrior's combat uniform. Meanwhile, the outpost of the gods in the lands of the giants is under siege, and loud explosions are heard every now and then. A huge ice monster breaks through the ranks of divine warriors and destroys all obstacles in its path. But suddenly, a huge beam of light appears in the sky and rushes towards the outpost. All the giants stop and scrutinize the beam of light that suddenly appeared in front of them. A young hero flies out of this beam along with a squad of fighting Valkyries led by Commander Glenn. At this point, the head of the Valkyries, Jasmine, protests to Glenn with the presence of a mortal on the battlefield. And the warrior grudgingly turns to Jasmine and orders her to lead the warriors while he and Shishao go to battle the necromancer. After these words, the girl goes into battle to defend the outpost and orders the Valkyries to follow her. Meanwhile, the warrior turns to the young hero and asks him to follow him into battle. At that instant, a huge chunk of ice is shot towards the young hero, which sends Shishao flying. And the ice necromancer appears in front of Glenn along with his dragon protector, and the girl notes that she is extremely disappointed by the mortal's presence. Meanwhile, the warrior arms himself with 2 swords and prepares to fight a challenging foe. But suddenly there is a loud explosion behind him, and a huge pile of dust rises high up. As soon as the dust clears, a young hero appears and says with a smile that you can't get rid of him so easily. At the sight of this, the dragon turns to the necromancer and asks permission to deal with the young hero personally. The girl agrees to the dragon's request, and then the monster concerts all his attention on the young hero. Meanwhile, the young hero turns to the warrior and offers to take all of the dragon's attention and leave Glenn to fight one-on-one. He then flies upwards and tries to get the ice dragon's attention with his insults. Because of Shishao's words, the young hero is filled with rage and heads after the young hero. The ice dragon tries to strike the young hero with its icy breath, but the young hero deftly dodges to the side. He then throws several fireballs at the dragon, hoping to hit it with the opposite attribute. Several explosions go off, and the smoke from the vaporizing water completely blocks the view. Gradually, it dissipates, and the young hero sees before him an ice dragon that is completely unaffected by this attack. And the dragon is not going to stop and unleashes a hail of ice shards on the young hero. The young hero tries to maneuver, but at the very last moment gets attacked by the dragon's tail. And the ice dragon with its powerful tail strike deals Shishao a huge amount of damage and enjoys this spectacle. And Shishao flies a few meters and rams several ice blocks in his path with his body. At the sight of this, the dragon scoffs and says that a mortal's strength can never surpass his. Meanwhile, the young hero lies on broken ice and realizes he is in the guise of the Flame Emperor and has no chance of victory. However, a slight smile appears on his face as he comes up with a plan to defeat the dragon. The young hero goes to his personal dimension and activates a beast and animal tamer account. He then approaches his fire dragon and asks the pet to help him in this difficult battle. Meanwhile, the ice dragon flies closer to Shishao and is about to finish him off with a single icy breath. But to his great surprise, a red dragon appears from a pile of ice crystals and immediately attacks him. Shishao's pet, in the guise of a dragon, deals massive damage to the ice monster and makes it roar in pain. The fire dragon then flies up sharply and throws the ice dragon down with all its might. And the ice monster doesn't have time to come to its senses and smashes a lot of ice blocks in its path with its back. Then the fire dragon lets out a loud roar, and on its head stands a young hero who marvels at his pet's victory. However, the ice dragon is not going to give up and prepares to use its icy breath. In response to this attack, the fire dragon also uses its breath and spews a long beam of fire from its mouth. The two elemental breaths touch together, but the frost breath gradually loses to the fire breath. After a few seconds, the fire completely destroys the cold in its path and pierces through the ice dragon's jaw. After this attack, the ice dragon's health drops dramatically and it can barely stand on its own feet. Despite his heavy wounds, the ice dragon is not going to give up and prepares to fight to the victorious end. At this moment, golden chains appear on his body that restrain his movement and reduce his will. And the young hero watches in anticipation and hopes that thanks to these chains, he will be able to subdue the ice dragon. However, even in such a situation, the ice dragon is not going to give up and says that it is better to go to the other world than to become a slave of man. At the sight of this, the young hero realizes that something else is needed and quickly considers a plan of action in his head. Suddenly an idea pops into his head, and he uses the legendary monster friendship manual. And the ice dragon tries to get out of the golden chains and promises that he will cut off the life of a man as soon as he is free. Then the young hero climbs down from his dragon and apologizes for causing the frost monster so much trouble. After these words, the ice dragon's rage begins to subside, surprising even himself. He looks closely at the young hero and gradually imbues him with respect and friendly feelings. Meanwhile, the young hero gets even closer to the ice dragon and proposes that they become close friends. And the ice dragon smiles and says that friends should not be chained against their will. After saying this, the young hero makes a gesture with his fingers and promises that he will not use the chain on the dragon. Once the golden chains fall off the ice dragon, he becomes loyal to Shishao and promises to help him. After the battle is over, the young hero looks toward the ice castle and thinks about how he can get inside. Meanwhile, huge explosions erupt around the outpost every now and then, destroying the ice giants. The head warrior destroys the ice minions one by one, but after their defeat, they are back on their feet. The Valkyrie's powers are at an end and she curses Shishao for letting down her commander's trust and taking too long to deal with the enemy. Suddenly, several ice arrows are aimed at her back, but Marilyn comes to her aid and covers her with her shield, asking Yasmina to have faith in Shishao and the commander. After these words, the warrior is heading into battle with new enemies, and Jasmine is amazed at how the young Valkyrie is taking on new powers. She clutches her blade tightly and considers going to the commander's aid, but doubts her decision. Suddenly, an ice dragon appears over the heads of the monsters and Valkyries and flies over the battlefield. At this point, the Valkyries are in dire straits and find themselves completely surrounded by the enemy. At the sight of the dragon, the head of the Valkyries orders everyone to gather their forces and give one last fight to the enemy. But to their great surprise, the ice dragon begins to freeze hordes of monsters with its breath, and then flies all over the battlefield and destroys all enemies in its path. The Valkyries then see an ice dragon land right in front of them and a strange man standing on its head. The Valkyries look at the dragon carefully and don't understand why it doesn't try to attack them. At the sight of panic in the eyes of the Valkyries, the young hero turns to them and asks them not to worry about the ice dragon he has tamed. After these words, he descends to the ground where all the Valkyries along with Marilyn greet their savior with smiles on their faces. The very last to the young hero comes Jasmine and apologizes to him, but Shishao does not understand why the girl does this. He then scatters healing potions to the Valkyries and asks them to hold the defenses in the area while he helps the commander. He then mounts the dragon and, putting on his helmet, asks the Valkyries to use caution. After a few seconds, the huge ice flapped its wings and rushed towards the endless sky at full speed. The Valkyries want to follow the hero, but Jasmine orders them to stay here and wait for the commander and Shishao to return. After that, Jasmine turns aside so that no one can see her flushed face and thinks about how to apologize to Shishao properly. Meanwhile, while flying, the ice dragon tells Shishao that the ice witch has a special form after losing her physical body. The young hero asks the dragon about this and learns that the girl has a sphere of absolute frost, among other things. The dragon continues his story and explains that if he gets this orb, he can absorb the second form of the witch without any problems. The young hero listens attentively to his new friend's proposal and tells the plan by which they will act together. Meanwhile, the battle between the warrior and the necromancer is in full swing, with explosions going off all over the battlefield. The Ice Witch uses a variety of spells and notes that Commander Glenn has impressed her greatly with his skills. After saying that, she creates an ice giant and orders it to destroy the warrior. And Commander Glenn chops the ice giant to pieces in a few blows and says he's still a long way from the witch's power. He clutches his sword tightly and prepares for the next attack, but he can barely breathe and his magical powers are at their limit. At this moment, an ice dragon appears in the sky and rushes towards the battlefield at full speed. And Commander Glenn, along with the Frost Witch, raise their gaze to him and consider what happens next. At the very last moment, the young hero jumps off the dragon and finds himself near the Valkyrie commander asking him to play along. And the ice dragon lands near the Frost Witch with a huge rumble and informs her that he lost the fight to a mortal. At the sight of this, the ice mortal snorts unhappily and folds her arms across her chest, and the dragon asks for the frost orb to be given to him. After this request, the witch casts a defiant look at the dragon and says with a smile that the dragon is not worthy of receiving this orb. At this moment, the witch's entire body is encompassed by a divine power that completely restrains her strength. Commander Glenn uses what remains of his magic and asks the young hero to hurry before it's too late. And the young hero, in the embodiment of wild flame, is heading toward the Frost Witch at great speed. He then transforms into a fire elemental and completely entangles the Frost Sorceress's body. The girl doesn't pay attention to it, but suddenly her whole body is engulfed by absolute flames that cause her immense damage. At this point, the Frost Maiden realizes that she's about to be finished and quickly runs her eyes around, hoping to find a way to escape. She then throws a frost orb towards the dragon and asks him to help her in this battle. However, the ice dragon only smiles and says that he is not going to help the witch who wanted to betray him. And the witch burns in Xiao's hellfire and shouts insults at the ice dragon. Meanwhile, Glenn falls to his knees from exhaustion and thanks Xiao for his help, but he warns that the battle is not over. After his words, the heroes notice that from the ashes of the sorceress appeared her living soul, which is going to avenge her death. Glenn watches this spectacle in horror, while the young hero continues to stay in his seat, with full confidence in his victory. And the sorceress' soul grows several times, and then reaches out her giant hand towards Xiao to devour his soul. However, at this moment, the ice dragon activates a frost sphere that absorbs the souls around it. When the dragon consumes the soul of the sorceress, she begs for mercy and offers him countless treasures. And the ice one refuses the offer and says that he is loyal to Xiao, and then consumes the rest of the ice witch's soul. At the sight of this, Commander Glenn does not hide the huge surprise on his face and watches with his mouth open. Meanwhile, the ice dragon opens its maw and offers the young hero to take the ultimate frost orb. The young hero scrutinizes this artifact and does not understand why he needs it, but the dragon assures that this object will be useful to Xiao many times. The young hero then heads towards the magical items that fell from the witch's body and offers the warrior to go along with him. And the ice dragon settles on the ground and informs that in the frosty lands of Xiao it is worth being vigilant. After a while, the warrior Glenn announces with a smile that his work here is now done and suggests that Xiao return to the city. And in the distance behind the huge ice peaks, you can see the ice palace where the titan and king of the ice giants sits on the throne. And the young hero points his finger in this direction and says he's going to go to this castle. Commander Glenn tries to stop the young hero and tells Xiao that the ice lands are very dangerous. However, the young hero only smiles and promises that he will get out of this palace in one piece. Xiao then mounts the dragon and bids farewell to the commander, while Glenn sighs heavily and wishes the young hero good luck. The young hero gives an order after which the ice dragon soars up and heads towards the ice fortress at full speed. Meanwhile, Commander Glenn sees the hero off with a look and with a smile on his face thinks that he was lucky to meet such a mortal on his way. Several hours pass. The young hero opens the information panel and tries to find out Lokiel's location. In front of him appears a map of all the worlds that are connected to the Golden City, but the system can't find Lokiel anywhere. The young hero rejoices in this and hopes that he will not meet the goddess of deception inside the ice palace. During his journey, Xiao remembers the titan and king of the ice giants who sits on his throne. Despite the danger of this creature, Xiao smiles and tries to keep an optimistic attitude. Finally, the young hero arrives at the gates of a huge ice castle, which is located among ice shards. Xiao puts on special battle gear that masks his presence and hopes it will help him get in. Before the young hero, the doors open where he is met by a gate guardian who holds a soul torch in his hands. The guard sniffs carefully and asks why the young hero smells like giants. After saying this, Xiao falls to his knees and tells the story that Lokiel picked him up when he was banished from the tribe of giants. The guard listens attentively to the young hero's story and takes all his words with disbelief. Despite this, he allows the young hero to go inside and asks Xiao to follow him strictly. The guard leads the young hero through the vast halls of the ice palace, and the young hero admires its beauty at every opportunity. After a while, Xiao and the guard find themselves in front of the gate that leads to the place where the thunder god is kept. Suddenly, a guard points his weapon at the young hero and promises to destroy Xiao if he can't open those doors. And the young hero raises his hands with a smile, saying that he, as Lokiel's assistant, knows the code to this door. After a second, the young hero opens the door and offers the guard to come inside with him, but he refuses. Then the young hero goes inside and closes the doors behind him so that no one can overhear his conversation with the god of thunder. He then descends a small staircase and sees the shackled god of thunder before him. The young hero slowly removes the mask from his face and explains that he does not serve Lokiel. Then the young hero fully exposes his face and says with a smile that he is here to save the thunder god. However, the god of thunder does not believe these words and says that Shi Shao is most likely another spy of Lokiel. After these words, the young hero silently heads towards the god of thunder, scaring him badly. He then transforms into a bald warrior and says that he can leave the thunder god here if he wants to. At this moment, drops of sweat start running down the thunder god's face, and he changes his attitude towards Shi Shao and asks for help. Then, the young hero slowly climbs the ladder that leads to a huge cube that flies in the air. In the new account, Shi Shao feels depressed and decides to use her legendary hair to beat her depression. To his great surprise, the legendary hair fulfills its role perfectly, and the young hero is filled with positive emotions. He then continues walking towards the cube and tries to find a weapon to free the thunder god. After some time of his search, he discovers a thunder hammer lying on a pedestal and decides to use it. At the sight of it, the god of thunder lowers his gaze and asks to keep this weapon because only the worthy are capable of using it. However, the young hero picks up the thunder hammer without much trouble and heads towards the imprisoned deity. And the god of thunder with open mouth from astonishment watches the hero and cannot believe that a mortal could use his hammer. After a while, the young hero breaks the fetters of the thunder god with his hammer and frees him from his eternal chains. He then returns the hammer to the god of thunder, and the god thanks the young hero for his rescue and the return of the weapon. The young one then heads towards the huge cube and scrutinizes it from all sides. Then he fills his body with power and is going to destroy it in one blow so that the item will stop spreading the spoil. But at that moment, Lokiel appears in the doorway and greets the young hero with a wide smile on her face. At the sight of the goddess of deception, the thunder god grabs his hammer and lashes out at her with fury. The god of thunder smashes his hammer straight into the goddess's face and doesn't stop for a second, after which he throws the goddess's body in different directions with his bare hands and strikes her body with numerous bolts of lightning. Soon the thunder god stops to his great disappointment, noticing that in front of him is an ordinary illusion. Meanwhile, the real goddess of deception appears near the cube and tells the young hero that the god of thunder has finally gone mad. The god of thunder is about to deal her a fatal blow, but the goddess immediately teleports away along with a huge cube. After that, the lightning deity turns to Shi Shao and asks him to never believe in Lokiel's words. Despite the fact that Lokiel has disappeared, the young hero is not going to give up and makes a time jump to stop her. However, every time the young hero is close to his victory, Lokiel teleports with the cube and walks away from him. After several attempts, Shi Shao once again observes Lokiel's disappearance and decides to end his attempts to stop her. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion near the entrance to the room, and a huge stream of snow completely fills the room where Shi Shao and the god of thunder are standing. Then a titan and the god of all giants appears before them and looks at the uninvited guests with disdain. At the sight of him, the thunder deity immediately grabs his hammer and is about to deliver a blow to the giant's head. But the latter effortlessly blocks this attack and suggests that Thor is incapable of defeating him in this arena. Then he creates a sphere of light in his hand and says that he will destroy the god of thunder and then the entire golden city. And then he unleashes a huge beam of icy energy towards the thunder god, hoping to destroy him with one powerful spell. At that moment, the god of thunder quickly rises to his feet, and with all his might he smashes his hammer on the ground, causing an earthquake throughout the palace. Throughout the palace now and then, there are explosions that turn the huge columns into a pile of garbage. And the young hero watches it all from the sidelines and enjoys watching this fight. He is about to join the battle, but suddenly notices that someone is teleporting him to the main entrance of the palace. Then Shishao turns around and notices near the gate of the fortress guard who is going to take revenge on the hero for his deception. The guardian of the fortress swings his sacred vessel and in doing so releases a vast number of ancient warriors' souls. And in front of the young hero appear ancient giants who look at the young hero with disdain. At the sight of them, Shishao begins to tremble, but not because of fear, but because of the anticipation of the coming battle. Suddenly, the young hero jumps forward sharply and sends the monsters to the other side with a single blow. At the sight of this, the guardian only grins and says that the young hero is in for a real challenge. After these words, a huge frost wolf appears in front of the young hero and looks at Shishao with a greedy gaze. But even such a dangerous opponent the young hero defeats with only one blow. He then slowly makes his way to the guard and asks to be shown another demon from his stockpile. But the guard is frightened when he sees the hero's strength and hopes to hide behind the sturdy gates of the ice palace. However, the young hero has no trouble destroying these doors with a smile on his face, asking the guard to fight him face to face. Shishao then delivers a series of fatal blows that send the guard to the other world. The young hero smiles and gradually absorbs his power along with the legendary artifacts that were left after the monster's death. Meanwhile, the god of thunder loses the battle with the ice titan. He receives blow after blow and cannot dodge these attacks. And the deity of giants is not going to stop and continues to beat Thor with his fists. However, before the titan strikes his final blow to the aid of the god of thunder, comes Shishao, who enters the battle. The titans and the young hero's fists bump against each other, causing the impact force to be requested throughout the room. But the young hero proves to be stronger. With each blow, the young hero cramps the ice giant and sends him to different dimensions. The titan tries to fend off the young hero's deadly attacks, but each time he loses to him in the strength of the blow. The god of thunder lies not on the ground without strength, with surprise noticing that the young hero's blows are shattering space. Despite the sheer force of the young hero's attacks, the ice titan quickly regains his health and prepares to continue the fight. However, this does not bother the young hero, and he, with a new zeal, flies to attack the giant, who is also preparing to use his blow. After the young hero is struck, a spatial rift appears behind the ice giant, and a burning star appears. Due to the sheer force of the blows, the huge titan falls inside the rift and lands with his back on the burning star. But the titan only smiles and says that he cannot be frightened by a normal illusion. However, the ice giant soon realizes that the burning star is real when he takes massive fire damage. The titan asks Shishao for mercy, but the young hero continues to attack him and says that he will not spare the giant. The ice giant is in great pain and asks the young hero to stop, or else the fire star may destroy them. In response, Shishao smiles and says that the fire is incapable of harming him. A few seconds pass and the ice giant is burned in the flames of the star and sent to the other world. And the young hero rejoices in his victory and takes valuable artifacts and resources from his body with a smile. However, suddenly Shishao notices that due to the high temperature, his hair is starting to burn, and he is about to leave the place. So the young hero flies towards the rift through which he entered this world, but it closes very quickly. Shishao doesn't manage to get inside the rift, but suddenly notices a bright light that appears in the depths of space. After a while, the hammer of the thunder god flies into the hands of the young hero, and Shishao grasps it with both hands. The hammer then teleports the young hero to an ice castle where the god of thunder awaits him. As soon as the young one is in front of the thunder deity, he falls to his knees and says that the hammer has taken a lot of strength from him. And Shishao thanks the deity for his rescue and extends his hand to help him to his feet. In response, the thunder god shakes the young hero's hand firmly and also thanks him for saving him from prison. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the young hero and the thunder god begins to shake, and they look around. Soon, the heroes notice that in their direction are heading in the direction of ice giants that have awakened from centuries of sleep. At the sight of this, the god of thunder falls to his knees dejectedly and thinks that his last day has come. And the young hero asks God not to lose heart and says that there is still a way to save himself. After these words, the deity of lightning rises to his feet and holding his hammer is about to fight the ice giants. And the young hero calls for his fighter jet and just the god of thunder to run to him to fly away from here. As soon as the heroes are in the cockpit, the fighter jet instantly flies up and away towards the outpost. Several hours pass. Commander Glenn notices a strange object in the air and announces to the Valkyries to take a battle stance. This object turns out to be a fighter young hero who flies at full speed towards the outpost. As soon as the fighter plane lands on the ground, a young hero and the god of thunder emerges from it, greeted by all the Valkyries. The Valkyrie commander rejoices at the return of the thunder god and says that he has all been waiting for his return with anticipation. At this moment, Shishao points towards the approaching ice giants and informs them to destroy the teleportation gate. After these words, the soldiers are furious and say that the young hero has no right to give such orders. Their words are interrupted by the god of thunder, who becomes enraged and demands to take the young one's words as his own. Meanwhile, the ice giants find themselves near the gates of the outpost and will soon make their way inside. But there's a huge explosion that destroys the portal along with the ice monsters. Meanwhile, the palace guards await the return of Commander Glenn, along with his troop of Valkyries. But to the guards' greater surprise, the god of thunder appears before them along with the young hero. The father of the gods does not look surprised at this and asks where the god of lightning has been all this time. After these words, the thunder god's face becomes serious, and he tells that Lokiel tricked him into a trap, and then points toward Shishao and notes that the young hero saved him single-handedly from imminent doom. The father of the gods listens attentively this time, and around him now, and then there are conversations among the advisors who are surprised at this turn of events. And the god of thunder notices the doubt of the father of gods, and pointing his finger at the advisors, accuses them of daring to doubt his words. Then the father of the gods strikes the ground with his staff and says that he trusts the words of the thunder god. And the advisors are discussing among themselves how the young hero was able to find the place where the thunder god is kept. At the sight of this, the lightning deity leans over to Shishao and tells him that it is best to give the council an answer to this question as soon as possible. And the young hero sighs heavily and warns the god of thunder that his answer will be very hard to believe. After these words, he loudly declares that he can travel through time, much to the surprise of his advisors and the king himself. At that moment, the thunder god looks at Shishao with surprise, and the young hero tells that he has seen the end of the 7 worlds, and notes with regret that at the end of time the deity of thunder and father of the gods is destroyed by the goddess of deceit and lies. After these words, all the advisors accuse the young hero of lying and point out that a mortal cannot have such power. And his father strikes the ground with his staff and loudly proclaims that Lokiel is now an enemy to all the gods. After this statement, the counselors discuss among themselves where the goddess of deception might be. And the young hero smiles and tells that thanks to traveling in time, he knows that Lokiel is hiding in the Firelands. Thor is greatly surprised when he hears these words from the young hero and asks if Shishao is sure of this statement. And the father of the gods raises his weapon up and says that Lokiel has dared to betray everyone, including his own kind. Meanwhile, the thunder god explains that the Firelands are a dangerous place where none of the gods can be. He tells us that in the territory of these lands are ancient creatures that are harbingers of the end times. The young hero listens attentively to the words of the thunder god and speaks of how Lokiel went to these lands on purpose so that she would be hard to find. At this point, one of the counselors approaches the father of the gods and asks which of the gods will be sent to the fiery lands to stop Lokiel. And the god of thunder, with a smile on his face, remarks that even for him, staying in the fiery lands is tantamount to perdition. But suddenly Shishao intervenes in the conversation, and with a smile on his face declares that he is ready to go to the fiery lands. The advisors are amazed at the audacity of a mortal and say that no one can stay in these lands for very long. However, the father of the gods gives the young hero a chance and asks Shishao to follow him to the treasury together with the god of thunder. When the deity loudly hears these words, he claps Shishao on the shoulder and says that the father of the gods wants to reward the hero. After some time, the father of the gods leads the young hero and the god of thunder to the tree of the world where his treasury is located. The father of the gods then offers the young hero to choose any two artifacts as a reward for helping the Golden City. From these words, Shishao's eyes light up with excitement, and the god of thunder speaks of what he can to the young hero in choosing an artifact. After these words, the god of thunder approaches the warrior's sword and tells that this weapon has the incredible power of an ancient warrior. Then the lightning deity talks about other swords but looks at the king's sword with surprise and stops beside it. Then he turns to the father of the gods and asks what the new sword is in the treasury, but the young hero only smiles. After a few moments of thought, the young hero points towards the sword of kings, and the father of the gods allows him to take it. Meanwhile, the thunder god picks up the king's blade and is surprised to notice that the weapon has begun its transformation. After a few seconds, the blade terminates into a huge axe that endows the thunder god with incredible power. Meanwhile, the father of the gods is surprised that the young hero decided to choose an artifact that he made himself. And Shishao walks over to a huge plaque with symbols on it and asks what it is. Thor walks up to him and, hiding his new axe behind his back, explains that in front of Shishao is a peace stone that contains the rules of this dimension. These words make the hero sink into reflection, and the father of the gods demands the god of thunder to return the sword of the kings of Shishao. Suddenly, a strange golden circle appears in front of the young hero, and the system reports the opening of a new account. However, Shishao does not pay much attention to this, and picks up an unusual red stone that is among other artifacts. And the god of thunder approaches Shishao with disappointment and says that this stone has the power of a demon but is of no use. But much to the surprise of the lightning deity, the young hero is going to take this stone with him. And the father of the gods nods and says that he is very happy to be able to share items from his treasury with someone. After saying that, he places his hand on Shishao's shoulder and expresses his hope that the young hero can defeat Lokiel. In response to these words, the young hero says with a smile that he will do anything to keep the world safe. After a while, the young hero, along with the other gods, leave the treasure hall. To their side runs the warrior Glenn along with the Valkyrie Jasmine and informs them that they have an urgent message. After these words, the head of the Valkyries drops to one knee and reports that someone disguised as Shishao has kidnapped Marilyn. These words surprise the young hero, and he cannot believe that he was so careless about the fate of the Valkyrie. And the god of thunder looks toward the young hero and asks why the goddess of deception would kidnap an ordinary Valkyrie. At this moment, Shishao's face becomes serious as he clenched his teeth and said that Marilyn is the key of this world. Everyone turns toward the young hero in surprise and asks the young hero to explain his words. And the young hero teleports into his dimension and with the help of the timeline is going to track down Marilyn. However, much to the young hero's disappointment, the system informs him that this cannot be done. Then Shishao crosses his arms on his chest and thinks about what Lokiel knows about his ability to travel through time. Suddenly, an idea pops into the young hero's head to transport himself to the time of the Valkyrie's abduction. However, the system declares that this is impossible, and the young hero's face turns grim. And the system shows the young hero a timeline and explains that Lokiel and Marilyn are in a different time zone. In the mind of the young hero pops up the image of the Valkyrie Marilyn, who gradually transforms into a mad version of herself. And at the sight of this, the young hero makes a firm decision that he will do anything to stop Lokiel and Marilyn's madness. He then returns to the normal world and asks the Father of the Gods to teleport him to the fire realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a fiery realm that is represented by glowing islands with streams of magma passing by. Marilyn comes to her senses and sees the young hero in front of a huge cube. The girl grabs her head and asks why the young hero brought her here and what's going on here. Then Shishao, with a smile on his face, walks up to Marilyn and says that a new era is about to begin in which they will both be happy. He then holds out his hand toward the girl and offers to destroy all the gods to become rulers of this world. After these words, Marilyn looks at the young hero with surprise and says that the cube is a very bad influence on him, and the young hero grabs his hand over Marilyn's face and talks about wanting to make her happy. Then he leans closer to her and is about to kiss her, and Marilyn looks at him confused. A second later, however, the Valkyrie Marilyn pushes the young hero aside and tells him that someone else is in front of her. Then Lokiel transforms with a smile and says that here is the second time her deception has been exposed. At this point, Marilyn rises to her feet and is about to give battle to the goddess of deceit and guile. Suddenly, the silhouette of the warrior Glenn appears near the cube, asking Lokiel to give him Marilyn's power. At the sight of this, Lokiel hugs Glenn's energy silhouette and promises that for his sake she will do anything he asks. Lokiel then turns sharply towards the Valkyrie Marilyn and speared her body with his spear. With her weapon, Lokiel sucks the power out of the Valkyrie and looks in his direction with a smile. She then kisses Glenn's projection on the lips and transfers all of Marilyn's power to the energy cube. Meanwhile, the Father of the Gods teleports the young hero into the fire world and creates a shield around him. However, creatures of fire appear and attempt to destroy this energy shield. The young hero notices these creatures and states with a chuckle that they are not welcome in this place. Suddenly, the Lord of the Fire Kingdom appears before them and asks why the Father of the Gods is in his lands. After saying these words, Shishao applies the form of a Flame Lord in response to these words, asking where Goddess Lokiel is. The young hero is about to get close to the King of the Fire Kingdom, but he is surrounded on all sides by fiery creatures. However, Shishao sends most of them to the other side with his quick attacks without the slightest problem. Meanwhile, the Father of the Gods turns to the King of the Fire Kingdom and asks that Lokiel be delivered into his hands. After saying that, the Fire King only chuckles and says that the Father of Gods is unable to control his subordinates. At this moment, the King of Gods realizes that the Goddess of Deception is definitely in this place and promises to once again destroy the King of the Firelands. And the Fire Titan looks at the Father of the Gods with anger and promises to avenge a long-standing wound that still echoes in his body with pain. Meanwhile, the Father of the Gods turns to the young hero and asks him to find Lokiel while he restrains the fiery titan. After these words, the young hero spreads his demonic wings and flies upwards without further argument. He then increases his speed and tries to determine the direction where Lokiel might be. But the Titan of Fire blocks the path of the young hero with his sword and says that he does not allow Shishao to leave the battlefield. At this moment, the Father of the Gods comes to the aid of the young hero and reflects with your trident the attack of the Fire Lord. Then the Father of the Gods fills his body with incredible power and says that now only he is the opponent for the Fire Titan. A bright tornado appears in the center of the crowd and instantly destroys the demons that happen to be near it. And after some time in the hand of the Father of the Gods appears a golden axe with which he destroys the remaining demons. And as soon as the last demon falls before him, he transforms his weapon into a trident and rushes to attack the Supreme Devil. Meanwhile, the young hero watches the battle from the sidelines and decides to leave the battlefield. He flies up and sees before him huge lava lakes surrounded by red-hot land. At this moment, Shishao quickly realizes that the demon lands are vast and creates clots of magic in his hands to create a search spell. After that, a huge eye appears on one of the mountains, which by order of Shi Shao is trying to find the Lord of Deception. And the young hero smiles and hopes that through this he can find Lokiel quickly. Suddenly there is a loud explosion, and the young hero decides to watch the battle between the Father of the Gods and the Supreme Devil. Meanwhile, the Father of the Gods delivers a fatal blow with his trident to the devil's body and pierces his armor. From this blow, the monster falls to one knee and recognizes that the Father of the Gods has great power. After that, his whole body is covered with bright flames, and his power grows several times, which surprises Odin. At this point, the Father of the Gods realizes that the battle is just beginning and grasps his weapon with both hands, preparing for the worst. And the devil looks at Odin with a smile and says that with the power of the first flame, no one will be able to resist him. After these words, the monster immediately strikes Odin, but the Father of the Gods manages to block the attack with his trident. However, the great weapon cannot withstand such force, and in the hands of the Father of the Gods splits into two pieces. At the sight of this, the devil smiles and draws his sword over Odin's head and declares himself the new ruler of all worlds. But to his great surprise, his deadly blow is blocked by a blade sawn with magical power. At the sight of this, the devil's eyes widen with wonder, and he tries to understand how this is possible. When the smoke clears, he sees before him a young hero who holds off his attack without much trouble. At this moment, a satisfied smile appears on the devil's face, and he is happy that there is a man who can resist him. The monster is about to strike, but the young hero is quicker and throws a few quick punches. After which, Shi Shao jumps up and prepares to make a fatal blow, saying that he will be the devil's undoing. Once the young hero is at his target, he strikes the monster again with several blows. However, the devil is not going to give up and is going to destroy Shi Shao with his huge fist. As soon as the devil's fist reaches its target, there is a loud explosion that scatters pieces of rock and dust in different directions. When the dust clears, the devil sees that underneath his fist continues to stand Shi Shao, who is holding back his blow in his new form. The young hero raises a huge devil fist and creates a huge blob of blue flame above his head. And after a while, a huge monster covered in dark flames appeared behind Shi Shao's back. Meanwhile, the Father of the Gods watches from the sidelines and marvels at how strong the young hero is. After a few seconds, the Supreme Devil and the dark flame monster converge in battle, and the earth begins to tremble from their power. At this point, the young hero approaches Odin and asks him to lend him the trident that was broken. The Father of the Gods is surprised by such a request and notes that his trident is now useless in this fight. And the young hero turns to the side where the battle is taking place and talks about being a divine blacksmith and being able to fix anything. At this moment, on the dome that protects the Father of the Gods appears a crack that begins to gradually expand. Then the young hero picks up the wreckage of the weapon and asks the Father of the Gods to leave the place while the barrier is still broken. But Odin says he can't leave the place because he's worried about the fate of the young hero. After saying that, a smile appears on Shi Shao's face, and he says that he will be able to win with the trident. And after a while, the trident in Shi Shao's hands transforms with him and changes its form to a shadow flame weapon. Meanwhile, the Supreme Devil continues to fight the shadow flame monster and recognizes its power. And the monster replies that he doesn't care about anyone's confession, and that's when Shi Shao appears. The young hero pierces the body of the Supreme Devil with his new trident and deals critical damage. After this strike, he manages to gather in his hand the supreme flame that the devil used. However, the Supreme Devil is not going to and rushes into one last attack on Shi Shao in hopes of getting his flame back. But behind his back appears a monster of shadowy flame who with his own hands tears the devil apart and sends him to the other world. Meanwhile, Odin watches as the huge blobs of flame that remain of his enemy fall to the ground like huge meteorites. After a while, the young hero lands in front of Odin and tells him that the fight has come to an end. And with a smile on his face, the young hero asks the Father of the Gods to grant the rest to him. Meanwhile, Lochiel gazes in admiration at the ghost and speaks of how the father of the gods will soon be destroyed. After these words, she embraces the ghost with a smile on her face. However, the spirit is not convinced of the defeat of the father of the gods and offers to see for himself. At this point, Lochiel's face gets really crazy and she talks about how no one has the power to unseat the supreme devil. Suddenly, the goddess of deception hears a familiar voice. She turns around and sees the leader of the Valkyries, who looks badly wounded. She looks at him in surprise, and the leader of the Valkyries apologizes for not noticing Lochiel's love before. After these words, the goddess of deception looks very distracted. She doesn't know what to do and is mulling over all the possible options in her head. Then she grabs her head and screams that there is no way the leader of the Valkyries could have been in this place. For a while, the goddess of deception is silent and doesn't know how she should act in such a situation. At that moment, the ghostly entity points towards the leader of the Valkyries and calls him a liar. But Lochiel doesn't agree with the ghost's words. She grabs his hand and orders him not to harm the leader of the Valkyries in any way. Suddenly, the leader of the Valkyries rushes towards the goddess of deception. He hugs her tightly and promises that everything will be all right now. A smile appears on Lochiel's face as she hugs the leader of the Valkyries tightly and hopes that this moment will never end. Suddenly, the leader of the Valkyries pierces the body of the goddess of deception with his arm and deals her a fatal blow. Then around the leader of the Valkyries appear streams of magic, and his image turns out to be a disguise under which the young hero was. Shishao looks at Lochiel with a smile and says that he is extremely satisfied that he was able to avenge the goddess for her deception. And the goddess of deception holds her hand to the open wound in her chest and tries to recover from the blow. Whereupon he slowly rises to his feet and declares with a menacing look that no one dares to deceive her. She is about to rush into battle, but the ghost of the Valkyrie leader catches her in his arms and heals her dangerous wound. Meanwhile, the young hero watches with a smile and says that the goddess is not his equal now. After saying these words, many deception goddess spears appear around Shishao and rush to attack. However, the young hero with just one stroke of his blade destroys all the illusions that are around him. Then he makes another strike and pierces the body of the goddess of deception, who was trying to hide among her illusions. After this attack, the goddess of deception jumps aside and looks at Shishao with fury in her eyes, not believing what is happening. The young hero is about to strike the final blow, but Lochiel and the ghost manage to teleport to another place. Some time passes. The ghostly figure absorbs the power of the cube and the power of the Valkyrie to regain its true body. And Lochiel beats her fist on the ground with all her might and curses the young hero for daring to deceive her. Meanwhile, the ghostly figure takes its true form and tells the goddess that now no one can stop them. At the sight of the dark deity's new body, Lochiel's face contorts in a strange grimace, and the goddess says that now all enemies will fall to their knees. After these words, a young hero appears behind the goddess of deception, applauding Lochiel and saying that she has managed a clever escape. Then the young hero begins to unclench his fists and says that it's time to answer for his actions. However, Lochiel is not about to give up and loudly declares that he will wipe the smirk off the young hero's face. At that moment, an ancient deity approaches the goddess of deception and places his hand on her head and grants her immense power. Then Lochiel transforms into a dangerous monster that looks like a predatory plant, and the goddess of deception attacks the young hero without a second thought and throws his body aside. She is filled with more and more rage and says that now Shishao can't defeat her. After saying these words, she flies upwards and her hands transform into a huge number of dragon heads that attack Shishao. And as soon as the young hero falls to the ground, the goddess of deception fires a blob of magical energy at him, and the ancient deity with folded hands on his chest is watching what is happening and is surprised that the young hero does not resist. Meanwhile, the smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipates, and a bright blue light begins to flicker on the place where the young hero is. Suddenly, the dust instantly clears, and the goddess of deception sees a young hero standing before her in a new guise. At the sight of this, Lochiel grabs her head and can't believe that her attacks didn't do any damage to the young hero. And after a while, the goddess of deception closes herself in a cocoon to prepare for a special attack. Once the huge color rises to a sufficient height, it opens up and a huge beam of magical energy flies out of it. This beam hits the young hero directly, but does not damage him, while the ancient deity watches the fight from the side. As soon as the beam of magical energy dissipates, Shishao grasps his blade and imbues it with his power. He then quickly reaches the monster plant and delivers several lethal blows in a minute. The young hero then lands on the ground and, looking at Lochiel, says that the goddess cannot defeat him. And Lochiel at this moment kneels in front of Shishao and silently listens to his speech, unable to move. Suddenly, a wicked smirk appears on her face, and she says that she will do everything she can to inflict mental trauma on the young hero. She then teleports to the Valkyrie and is about to pierce her heart with her weapon, and the young hero turns in her direction in surprise and shouts about Lochiel paying for her deed. And at that moment, a strange energy strikes the body of the goddess of deception and wears a critical blow, preventing her from ending the life of Valkyrie Marilyn. After this blow, Lochiel turns back and sees that the ancient deity has thwarted her plans. And the deity takes a hard look at the goddess of deception and says that she was just a pawn to him. After these words, with rage in his eyes, Lochiel lunges at the ancient deity with the intention of destroying him. However, the deity continues to stay put and says that the goddess is too weak to harm him. And at the same instant, a golden magical seal descends on Lochiel, dealing massive damage to her. From this blow, the goddess of deception takes a huge hit and tries to get to her feet, saying that everyone has betrayed her. And the ancient deity snaps his fingers, and the goddess of deception vaporizes, after which he turns towards Shishao. The young hero watches this picture with bewilderment, and the ancient deity immediately rushes into action and prepares to strike. Meanwhile, in the center of the treasury is a tree of life that brightly illuminates the space around it. Under its roots appears Lochiel, who managed to evade the blow at the last moment. The goddess of deception grabs the roots of the tree with hatred in her eyes and imbues it with her dark magic. Meanwhile, the ancient deity gathers a tremendous amount of magical energy and creates a hurricane behind his back. And the young hero watches his opponent closely and clutches the blade tightly in his hands. At the sight of this, the ancient deity endows his hand with fire magic and says that the young hero is no match for him. After these words, the hurricane instantly ignites with bright flames that fall on the young hero. However, these flames do not carry any damage to Shishao, and the young hero says that the fire is incapable of harming him. Then the ancient deity creates a huge portal next to him and says that he will go to another world to destroy the associates of Shishao. At the sight of this, the young hero realizes the sword up and endows it with magical power to destroy the portal. As soon as he strikes, there is an explosion of immense power, and the ancient deity watches him from a safe distance. And the young hero at this moment rushes towards the deity with great speed to strike a fatal blow. Then Shishao strikes, but the ancient deity blocks the blade with his hand and defends himself from the attack. Suddenly, a magic seal appears behind the deity's back, and the young hero decides to jump aside to avoid being hit by the spell. The space around him begins to change, and the ancient deity says that his power surpasses that of any mortal. After these words, he stares intently at the young hero and suggests that he surrender and accept his fate. He tells his story that he was once an observer who watched other worlds. The story shifts to a few hundred years ago, people fighting each other with no intention of showing pity. Numerous warriors succeed each other, and people find ever newer ways to destroy each other. Eventually, technology reaches the level of atomic bombs that destroy entire cities. At the sight of all this, The observer becomes saddened by the senseless destruction by living beings of their own kind. Then the observer's gaze shifts to the ancient deities who have the power to interfere in the affairs of ordinary mortals. When the story comes to an end, Watchers creates a huge beam that is directed from his body into space. Then an ancient deity appears in the sky and asks for what purpose he was called to this world. The Watcher looks at the deity with admiration and asks him to bestow upon him the power to destroy the world. In response, the power of an ancient deity begins to infiltrate the body of the Watcher and takes control of his body. Then the body of the observer is transformed, and the ancient deity loudly declares that the hour of his rebirth has come. He then unleashes a huge torrent of his power upon the earth, causing it to split into several pieces. At the sight of this, the young hero realizes that he must stop the ancient god and rushes to attack him. The god throws the young hero aside with a single blob of energy and tells him that there is a power he hates in Xiao's body. A huge purple beam throws the young hero several meters away and causes him to crash into a huge rock. The beam dissipates, and the young hero tries to regain consciousness and gather all his remaining strength. At that moment, the eye of the destroyer appears on the observer's body and scrutinizes the hero's body, trying to determine the source of the power. After that, the observer's body lights up with dark blue flames and huge meteorites start falling from the sky. At the sight of this, the young hero creates a shield around Marilyn and tries to think through the situation. After a few seconds of reflection, the young hero decides to gather all his strength to take down the enemy in one blow. Xiao then flies up and in one strike destroys all the meteorites that fell from the sky. And the destroyer watches with admiration and notices a fire dragon flying towards him. However, the destroyer easily destroys the fire dragon and says that such power will not stop him. But after the destruction of the dragon appear magic balls that with great speed are heading towards the destroyer. At the sight of them, the deity flies upwards and dodges this attack without much trouble. But to his surprise, the magic orbs reach him and then create chains preventing him from moving. An ancient deity tries to free himself from the magical chains, but his power is not enough to free himself. Then he begins to curse the young hero and says that the magic chains are unable to contain his power. At this moment, Xiao raises his staff up and summons a meteor shower that rains down on his opponent. And when his power is at an end, he creates a huge fire meteorite behind his back to destroy the enemy in one blow. At the sight of this, the ancient deity tries to dodge the blow, but the magical chains force him to stand still. And as soon as the meteorite reaches its target, there is a powerful explosion and a bright light illuminates the space around it. After this blow, the young hero falls to one knee from fatigue. He used all his strength for this attack. However, once the smoke clears, Xiao notices that the ancient deity, though, has suffered serious damage. And once the ancient god comes to his senses, he has no problem destroying the chains that restrained his body and attacks Xiao. But suddenly there is a bright light that blinds the ancient deity and forces him to retreat. And the young hero notices that the father of the gods has come to his aid, along with other deities. All the gods immediately rush to the attack in the hope that they can destroy the ancient deity once and for all. And the father of the gods uses a powerful electrical charge and carries a critical strike against the ancient deity. Meanwhile, the remnants of the deity are hiding in a magic cube that is trying to escape. But the young hero notices this and uses the remnants of his powers to destroy the magic cube. However, after being destroyed, the magic cube splits into several meteorites that are sent to different parts of space. At the sight of this, Xiao is surprised to recall that he had already seen similar pieces of meteorite on the insect planet. Meanwhile, a dark force infiltrates Marilyn's body and tries to take control of her body. At the sight of this deity, decide that it is necessary to destroy the Valkyrie as quickly as possible before the end of the world. However, the young hero blocks the deity's path and says he will protect Marilyn with all his might. and the father of the gods looks at Shishao carefully and says that he cannot allow all worlds to be destroyed. At this point, the gods demand the young hero get out of the way and urge the father of the gods to act as quickly as possible. However, the god of thunder and the leader of the Valkyries side with Shishao and say that they are ready to listen to him. At the sight of this, the gods fly into a rage and call the defectors traitors, while the father of the gods carefully considers what is happening. Suddenly, Marilyn rises to her feet, and the young hero and the leader of the Valkyries turn in her direction and stare at her with concern. And the girl comes to her senses and tells us that she remembered that she came into this world with the help of a meteorite. When a meteorite lands on the ground, its fire quickly dies out, and in its place, all that is left is a baby crying loudly. A village headman who is passing by decides to pick up the child and takes him with him. After a while, the child begins to manifest special powers and uses powerful magic effortlessly. However, one day Marilyn and the headman's wife are attacked by a huge monster that is several times taller than humans. But during the battle, Marilyn uses her powers, but because of them sends the headman's wife to the other world, along with the monster. When Marilyn finishes her story, she lowers her eyes down and talks about being a monster that destroys worlds. However, the young hero disagrees with this statement and tells Valkyrie that it was she who saved his life. Then he puts his hands on Marilyn's shoulders and talks about how together they can handle any problem. After saying this, the girl's face is covered in a blush, and she thanks Shishao for believing in her. At this moment, the god of lightning walks up to the young hero and pushes Shishao in the shoulder with a smile on his face and starts teasing him. And after a while, the father of the gods stands up in front of everyone and wants to say something, but a strong earthquake starts. Meanwhile, human settlements are attacked by strange purple roots that destroy everything around them. At the sight of this, the village headman falls to his knees and thinks it's a punishment from the gods, and his daughter helps him up. And the roots also attack the Golden City and destroy its walls without much trouble. At this moment, the guards of the city watch in amazement and cannot believe that the great city is about to fall. Meanwhile, the father of the gods creates a shield around the gathered gods and the young hero to protect him from the dangerous roots. And after some time before them appears Lokiel, who merged with the Tree of Life and wants revenge on his offenders. At the sight of this, the god of thunder and lightning throws his electric lightning bolt at Lokiel, wanting to destroy his sister. And the father of the gods fills his trident with incredible power and demands the goddess of deception to stop sullying the Tree of Life. At the sight of the determination of the god of thunder and father of the gods, everyone else rushes in and attacks Lokiel at the same time. However, even the blows of the father of gods and the god of thunder do her no damage, and the goddess of deception only laughs loudly at their attacks. At this moment, the father of gods and the god of thunder look at Lokiel in surprise and do not know what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, Marilyn the Valkyrie comes forward. She bears her blade and says that she will personally deal with the goddess of deception. However, the gods are not happy with the Valkyrie's decision and say that she will do nothing if even the gods are unable to defeat Lokiel. After these words, the thunder god turns toward the young hero and suggests that he go back in time to stop Lokiel. However, the young hero shakes his head and says that it won't help because the destruction of this world cannot be prevented. Shishao then stands up in front of all the gods and talks about trying to save the survivors and leave these lands. In response to these words, the father of the gods declares that there is a flying ship that can help in this endeavor. All the gods rejoice that they have a chance, and the god of thunder says to set off immediately. At that moment, Shishao, along with Marilyn, approach Thor and talk about how they will restrain Lokiel until the gods arrive. After saying that, the thunder god shakes Shishao's hand and asks him to hold out until they arrive. And the leader of the Valkyries approaches Marilyn and says that he hopes they can meet again despite the inevitable destruction. After that, All the gods gather together, and the father of the gods prepares to teleport away, while Shishao and Marilyn see them off with a look. Suddenly, dark lightning bolts begin to strike everywhere, tearing the ground into small pieces, and a young hero with a smile on his face reaches out to Marilyn. The girl smiles slightly and grabs Shishao's hand without delay, and after that, they set off together. After a few minutes alone, they reach Lokiel, who taunts them and tells them that now the end has come for the heroes. After saying that, she starts laughing and points her many roots towards Shishao and his companion. But suddenly the Valkyrie draws her blade and with just one blow creates a dark energy that cuts the roots of the tree. She then closes her eyes and talks about how she has enough power in her to destroy the goddess of deception. At the sight of this, Lokiel is greatly surprised and notes that if the Valkyrie continues to unleash dark power, she may destroy Shishao as well. However, Marilyn talks about being able to control dark energy, and then fills her sword with incredible power. After that, she flies up to the goddess of deception and deals a huge amount of dark energy blows. Lokiel watches the Valkyrie with anger in his eyes and promises that he will definitely send her to the other world. However, these words do not stop Marilyn, and she attacks one of the roots of the tree to strike a critical blow. This blow makes the goddess of deception scream in pain, and the Valkyrie continues to put dark energy into her blade. Meanwhile, the roots of the dark tree begin to gradually wither and turn to ash. And Valkyrie completely envelops her body in dark energy to end the goddess of deception once and for all. And gradually Lokiel begins to lose her powers before her doom. She looks at the Valkyrie with a smile and showered her with curses. At this point, Marilyn looks at the goddess with an evil smile and says that she will never know true happiness. And in a moment, Lokiel, along with the great tree, is finally dried up and sent to the other world. And the remains of the eternal tree begins to be covered by bright flames that consume its withered branches. Meanwhile, a huge number of people rush to get on the airship to escape the disaster. Among the survivors is the headman's daughter, who is trying to find her friend Marilyn. However, she quickly realizes that she is not among the people, and falls to her knees crying bitterly. Meanwhile, the Thunder God and his father watch the loading of people onto the ship and prepare to depart. At this moment, an increasing force encompasses Marilyn's body, and with an uncontrollable speed, a Shishao calmly watches this. Then the young hero looks up and notices that the airship, along with the rescued inhabitants, is on its way. The hammer of the Thunder God flies at him, but Shishao, with a smile on his face, refuses to help and says that it is time for him to return to his world. Then he slowly walks towards Valkyrie Marilyn, who can no longer contain her destructive power. The young hero then hugs the girl tightly and promises that they will always be together, even if the end of time comes. From these words, a wide smile appears on Marilyn's face, and she hugs the young hero tightly. She then leans on his chest and hopes that the young hero's words are true. A few minutes pass and there is a huge explosion that completely destroys the planet. In that instant, Shishao finds himself in the bug world where he is attacked on all sides by altered insects. He summons a Valkyrie to his aid, and Marilyn appears before him with a smile on her face. After which, the girl instantly destroys the enemies with her dark sword and protects Shishao. She then extends her hand to the young hero and happily declares that Shishao has kept his promise. And the young hero rises with a smile, declaring that now they will always be together. And once Shishao comes to his senses, he goes to his pocket dimension to carefully consider the situation. A smile appears on his face when he learns that he can use the Dark Valkyrie account without restrictions. He then scrutinizes information about his opponent and pumps up his characteristics. Then he returns to the battlefield again and notices that a huge crystal is spitting out a dark substance. At that moment, at the young hero's command, the Dark Valkyrie rushes into the fray and wears several deadly blows. She relentlessly attacks with her sword and splits the crystal into a huge number of small pieces. But as soon as the Valkyrie steps back, the magic crystal quickly regenerates and prepares for another attack. However, the Valkyrie creates a dark spell, which causes a powerful explosion that sends the dark creature to the other side of the world. And as a reward for the fight, the young hero receives a spatial cube that allows you to travel through dimensions. The young hero looks at this object with a smile and is happy that now he will be able to travel the world with even greater speed. He then bids farewell to the Valkyrie, who gradually disappears and promises that he will summon her again in the midst of a serious battle. Suddenly, a robot assistant appears near the young hero and regretfully notes that he won't be able to see Shi Xiao in a dress. For this, Shi Xiao hits the robot on the head and then turns around when he hears a strange sound near the exit of the cave. He notices in the distance a great swordsman who is on his way out of the place. The young hero decides to catch up with the swordmaster and asks why he decided to travel here in secret. At this moment, the thought arises in Shi Xiao's mind that the great swordsman is clearly up to something. And the swordmaster smiles and says that he just wanted to see if the young hero could handle a dangerous opponent. The swordmaster then pulls out a dark tablet from beneath his robes and asks if the young hero knows anything about the item. However, to the great swordsman's surprise, the young hero declares that this item is the key to ancient knowledge. After these words, a sly smile appears on the swordsman's face, and he asks if the young hero knows what is contained in the secret knowledge. And to the even greater surprise of the swordmaster, Shi Xiao declares that in the secret knowledge lies the way to reboot this world. At this point, the swordsman's face becomes serious, and he is about to tell the young hero about the various factions. From the words of the swordsman, Shi Xiao learns that there is a group of conservatives who want to leave everything as it is and maintain their influence. However, there is a faction of revolutionaries who seek to reset this world, and the last group is made up of small groups and loners who take a neutral position. After his story, the swordmaster stares intently at the young hero and asks what group Shi Xiao considers himself to belong to. And the young hero only smiles and notes that he does not belong to any of the groups listed above. Then the swordsman says that he is willing to join any of the listed groups if Shi Xiao does. However, the young hero says that he has his own way and does not want to follow the beaten path. These words make the swordmaster laugh out loud, and the young hero is greatly surprised at the sight of it. And the great swordsman smiles and says that he now understands why Mu Wei trusted the hero with his secret. After these words, the young hero asks what secret is in question, and the swordsman points out that only Shi Xiao can read the map. The swordmaster also tells us that Mu Wei's card has his will imprisoned in it, and only the worthy can see what is on it. At this point, the young hero is immersed in his musings and trying to analyze the map in his head. At the sight of this, swordsman notes that Mu Wei is very carefully hiding secrets, and Shi Xiao will have to try hard to unravel the ancient cipher. And then he talks about how he was personally acquainted with the great hero and traveled with him, so he knows a lot about it. But suddenly the swordsman's face becomes sad, and looking down he calls himself a bad student. However, he quickly comes to his senses and tells the young hero that he will follow him in any decision he makes, and tells him about Mu Wei's will. Masters of the Sword tells us that people have been fighting each other for centuries using alchemy or simple weapons. Even high technology turns into tanks and flying airplanes that destroy everything in their path. However, according to Mu Wei's plan, this world has a vast amount of knowledge and magic and can be saved. But to save this world, you need a strong leader who can unite everyone and lead. After this story, a look of surprise appears on Shi Xiao's face, as he had expected something like this. And the swordmaster becomes somber and notes that he was unable to follow this path. Then he puts his hand on the young hero's shoulder and suggests that he realize what Mu Wei could not achieve. And the young hero agrees and says that his safe zone project is very close to what Mu Wei dreamed of. After saying that, the swordmaster puts his hand on Shi Xiao's shoulder and offers to go home. At this moment, a hope flashes through the swordsman's mind that Mu Wei might be alive, and he wants to find him. A new day is dawning. Bright sunlight illuminates the high-rise buildings that are in the center of the safe zone. The young hero opens the information panels and is about to issue his friend's new gear. The young hero's sister gets a divine bow and his girlfriend a magical fire staff. And close friend Shi Shao gets a huge sword along with a divine shield that can protect against any damage. Friends thank Shi Shao and the young hero folds his hands on his chest and with a smile on his face says that it is not difficult for him to please his loved ones. After that, the young hero's friends decide to go to the nearest dungeon to try out new items. And the young hero silently looks after them and thinks that soon all of them will have a hard test. However, rather quickly, the young hero is distracted from his musings by the frosty Lady Shui Lu, who has arrived at his door. At this moment, Shi Shao opens the information panel and is about to transfer the money he borrowed to the girl. But the frosty lady forgives the young hero his debt and tells him that she needs a companion in a dangerous dungeon. Shi Shao is surprised by this turn of events and asks for more details about the dungeon. And the frosty lady says that a high-level dungeon in the eastern region has recently opened and she needs a loyal companion, and then notes that near this dungeon, she encountered a huge number of dangerous monsters and other creatures. It also indicates that every hour, dangerous demons emerge from this dungeon and threaten the safety of the eastern zone. According to her story, for the sake of security, mercenaries and elite guards were gathered to sweep the dungeon. However, despite the danger inside the dungeon are very valuable artifacts. And upon his return, the head of the safe zone promises to give a high title and honors as a reward for destroying the dangerous creatures. The girl finishes her story and suggests that Shi Shao should agree as quickly as possible, but the young hero is in no hurry to answer. Then the frosty lady heads for the exit and waves for the young hero to follow her. However, Shi Shao declares to the girl's great surprise that he refuses her offer. The frosty lady looks at Shi Shao with incomprehension, and the young hero says with a smile that he is not interested in money. After saying this, Shui Lu's eyes rounded greatly. She did not understand why the young hero would refuse such a tempting offer. And then starts frantically circling the hero and trying to find out why the young hero refuses her offer. A smile appears on Shi Shao's face at the sight of this, and he says that he does not see his own gain in this matter. And the frosty lady continues to look at the young hero with wonder and asks why the young hero has fallen out of love with money. In response, Shi Shao states that he wants to know the reason why Shui Lu is calling him, and the girl agrees to tell him. She sighs heavily and says that she wants to kill the scientist named To Ko, who will also be in the dungeon. Also, Shui Lu reveals that this scientist is doing genetic experiments, which surprises Shi Shao a bit. However, even after this information, the young hero folds his hands on his chest and does not hurry to agree to the proposal of the frosty lady. A smile appears on his face and he says that he needs more information about Shui Lu's motivation. In response, the frosty lady indignantly brings her blade to Shi Shao's neck and declares that she has already reported too much. And the young hero remains calm and says that he is ready to help the girl if she has personal reasons. After saying this, the frosty lady is embarrassed and doesn't know how to proceed and calls Shi Shao a fool. Then she puts her blade away and the young hero talks with a smile about taking the money from the dungeon anyway. And the frost lady sighs and talks about how the reward in the dungeon doesn't matter to her. But Shi Shao declares that he will definitely share the booty and help her in a difficult moment, and these words drive the girl's face into the red. Zulu then pulls away from the young hero and tells him that the dungeon will be a dangerous place. However, she is greatly surprised when she finds out that this is not a hindrance for Shi Shao, and looks at him enthusiastically. Then she looks down and considers how kind the young hero is to her. And after a while, the heroes find themselves on a helipad where the young hero offers the girl to get into his airplane. And the frosty lady looks at Shi Shao's transportation with extreme admiration and is amazed that the young hero's strength has grown tremendously. The heroes then climb aboard the airplane and set off at breakneck speed. The frosty lady sits behind the young hero and enjoys the flight with great delight. And the young hero holds the steering wheel tightly and picks up even more speed to arrive on the scene as quickly as possible. But suddenly, huge demonic creatures with wings appear in the fighter's path and block the way. Then, Shishao starts the fighter jet's engine at full power and maneuvers among the many opponents. And as soon as the young hero takes a convenient position, he releases several missiles and destroys the enemy at once. At the sight of this, the Frost Lady starts laughing loudly and asks Shishao to always take her on such trips. And the young hero rejoices at this turn of events and continues to steer his fighter toward the dungeon. Meanwhile, a huge number of higher demons emerge from the dungeon portal in search of their prey. However, they are blocked by the Phoenix Squad, which gives battle to the dangerous creatures, destroying each of them. Very quickly, the battle comes to an end, and the squad leader thanks everyone for a great job. At this moment, the scientist Tuku appears, who is highly dissatisfied that the useful demon specimens have been destroyed. And squad leader Phoenix apologizes to the scientist even though deep down he hates him. The squad leader then tells the scientist that there will be suitable creatures for the experiment inside the dungeon. However, the scientist has another cause for concern and points his finger in the direction of the mercenaries who are heading for the dungeon. And the mercenary commander is extremely unhappy with the neglect of his person and demands respect for him. At this moment, a creepy smile appears on the scientist's face, and he hopes that the mercenaries will be among the first to go to the other world. Suddenly, the Queen's team appears, led by its captain Gu Fei Yan, who scrutinizes those present. Then, with a smile on her face, she grabs a whip and is about to attack the mercenary commander with it and says that the men must be destroyed. However, the mercenary commander has no problem catching the end of the whip and loudly proclaiming that he is not to be underestimated. In response, the girl only smiles wryly and says that the dungeon will judge their true strength. Suddenly at this moment, over the heads of those present, a fighter plane of the young hero appears and lands. Huge turbines accelerate the air with tremendous force and raise the dust upwards, forcing those present to cover their faces. Then the fighter plane lands, and out of it, with smiles on their faces, come the young hero and his companion, the Frosty Lady. At the sight of Jers, the mercenary commander folds his arms across his chest and notes that such people go to the other world among the first. And a smile appears on the Phoenix Squad leader's face because he had the opportunity to seize Shishao's power. At the same moment, Scientist Tuku turns his attention to the Frosty Lady and doesn't understand why the girl is glaring at him with her menacing gaze. Meanwhile, Shishao carefully watches the silent confrontation between the Ice Lady and the genetic scientist. The sepulchral silence is interrupted by the commander of the Queen's team, who notes the spectacular appearance of Shishao. Suddenly, a look of surprise appears on Shishao's face as he scrutinizes the Queen's squad. Among the other members, he notices a girl named Shui He who went to the same school with him. This situation extremely surprises the young hero, and he tries to guess the reason for the appearance of the girl in this place. However, his thoughts are interrupted by a genetic scientist who stands near the port and loudly announces that it's time to clean up this dungeon. After his words, everyone jumps into the portal after him, but the adventurers are met by a huge monster. Scientist Tuku quickly dodges the monster's attack and orders everyone to get rid of the threat immediately. After these words, the mercenary commander folds his arms across his chest and says that his squad will personally deal with the threat. And the commander of the Queen's team and the captain of the Phoenix Squad do not speak out against it and decide not to interfere in the battle. Then the mercenary commander raises his blade up and leads a team of thugs to attack the monster. Meanwhile, the young hero turns his gaze to the Frosty Lady and offers to stay out of this fight for now. And the girl declares that she is not interested in monsters and notes that she came here only because of her revenge. Then Shishao folds her arms across her chest and asks why the girl doesn't want to massacre the scientist right now. After these words, the Frost Lady clenches her fists in anger and says that she wants to destroy the scientist when he is one step away from success. Meanwhile, Thugs from the mercenary squad attack the monster with chainsaws and some use flamethrowers and deal critical damage to the monster. The mercenary commander then pelted the monster with grenades and marveled at the huge explosions. At the sight of this, the mercenaries are convinced of their victory and are about to mount one last attack. Suddenly, however, several heads appear in the monster that create smaller monsters. After that, the huge monster begins to quickly devour its servants and regenerates all of its health. And after a while, the monster's appearance changes and the power of its attacks increases several times. At this moment, the mercenaries are about to retreat, but the monster grabs them with its tentacles and begins to consume their bodies. Then, the mercenary commander turns to the rest of the squads and demands that they join the battle before the situation gets out of hand. After these words, the Phoenix squad rushes towards the monster and the commander gives a few orders for teamwork. The head of the Queen's team isn't going to stand by either and orders the squad to attack the monster with magic arrows. Everyone rushes into battle, but the monster grows limbs and defends itself from all attacks. At this point, the Frosty Lady turns to the young hero and offers to intervene in this fight. However, the young hero only smiles and says that there is no special need for this one, which surprises the Frosty Lady. Suddenly, a huge smile flashes on Xixiao's face, and he tells the girl to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, the mercenaries along with the Phoenix squad attack the monster and try to destroy it, but their attacks are not enough. Suddenly, a Frost Lady appears on the battlefield and delivers several fatal blows to the monster in a split second. From these blows, the monster disintegrates into several pieces, but immediately tries to regenerate and regain its strength. At the sight of this, a look of surprise appears on Commander Phoenix's face, and he tells the girl that her attack is pointless. But suddenly a huge black hole appears in the center, which begins to suck in all parts of the monster. And the mercenaries at this moment are watching in amazement and do not understand who was able to create such magic. But after a few seconds, a hero appears near the black hole and says that the bounty from the monster belongs only to him. After saying this, the mercenaries are furious that Xixiao is taking the entire reward for himself, even though they fought together. In response to the accusations, the young hero only smiles and notes that the reward, according to the rules, is due to the one who struck the last blow. From these words, the mercenary commander gets even more furious and is about to attack the young hero, but stops and looks bewildered at the other members of the group who are standing still and are not going to take part in the battle. The mercenary commander is astonished at the sight of this and asks why no one wants to punish the insolent man. Meanwhile, the young hero crosses his arms over his chest and waits with a smile on his face to see what the mercenary commander will do. But the mercenary decides to retreat, and the young hero wonders if he can improve his demon-destroying account. Xixiao decides to go to his pocket dimension and learns that his equipment improves for destroying demons. Then the young hero scrutinizes the demon extermination account and thinks about how to collect enough monsters to improve it. At this moment, the system gives Xixiao a special sword and explains that you can get more points for killing special demons, and then shows a modified Monster Slayer account that Xixiao can get when certain conditions are met. At the sight of the new suit, the young hero is jubilant and decides that it is now his duty to get this equipment. After that, he returns to his home dimension, and the mercenaries look at him with surprise, but do not dare to attack. And squad leader Phoenix glares at Xixiao and decides to attack him when he's at his most vulnerable. After a while, smiles appear on the faces of the mercenaries, and they discuss the fact that the monster has no value to them. The mercenary commander hears these words and decides that an open confrontation can be avoided this time. Suddenly, he pays attention to one of the girls of the Queen's team and decides that he will definitely subjugate her to his will. And the commander of the Queen's squad wants to see what Xixiao can accomplish, but he also wants to destroy all the men. Meanwhile, an evil smirk appears on the Phoenix squad leader's face, and he begins to devise a plan to destroy Xixiao. And scientist Tuku does not pay attention to the squabbles between the groups and only dreams of finding the cherished sample of the demon gene. At the sight of these looks, the young hero realizes that many units are targeting him, but does not lose his composure. He turns to the Frosty Lady and asks the girl what they will do next in such a heated situation. Meanwhile, the girl looks at the genetic scientist with anger in her eyes and says that she is not interested in anything but revenge. At this moment, Shishao realizes that the Frost Lady's anger can be very dangerous and thinks of ways to avoid unnecessary clashes. Suddenly, the commander of the Order of the Phoenix comes forward and suggests that everyone split into several groups to destroy the demons faster. According to his plan, one group must attack a dangerous purple monster that hides among the rocks and sand. The other squad, on the other hand, will have to use long-range weapons to destroy the flying demon. And the last group, according to the commander's plan, should destroy the huge monster with the help of flamethrowers. The young hero listens carefully to the Phoenix Squad leader's suggestion and assumes that the latter is up to some dastardly deed. At that moment, the head of the mercenaries enters the center and offers the Frosty Lady to join him. However, the girl only smiles and says that she can make it on her own without the help of weaklings. From these words, the mercenary commander becomes furious and promises that the Frosty Lady will definitely regret her decision. Suddenly, a scout runs up to the mercenary commander and reports that he noticed people who have been in this place for a long time. After this information on the faces of the Phoenix Squad, there is surprise, because they assumed that they were the first to come to this dungeon. The squads go forward, and when they get to the place indicated by the scout, they notice a huge red crystal surrounded by the bodies of cultists. The crystal itself is imprisoned with a huge number of human bodies that look like dried-up mummies. When the young hero sees this, his heart fills with anger. He realizes that this is the work of the old world society. And the mercenaries at this moment admire the huge crystal in the center of the magic circle and want to take it for themselves. At this point, the genetic scientist comes closer and examines the cultist's body, saying that these bodies are hundreds of years old. Suddenly, to his surprise, with a smile on his face, he notices that there is a huge hole in each body. This really scares the rest of the mercenaries, and they start backing away for fear that this might happen to them. Meanwhile, Squad Leader Phoenix ponders the possible reasons why the cultists were able to get to this place first. And the young hero notices the commander's confusion and tells that this cult is an old world society. Also, Shishao notes that the cult may be dangerous, but the Phoenix commander says it's just a bunch of crazies. Wei Shu then folds his arms across his chest and notes that now they need not fear this cult that has nothing left. And a slight smirk appears on Shishao's face, and he tells that this cult was once able to summon a part of an ancient god. After saying these words, the mercenaries become very frightened, and Phoenix Commander grits his teeth with anger and hatred towards Shishao. And the young hero's face takes on a serious expression as he tries to figure out what old world society could be doing here. Meanwhile, the mercenary commander walks over to the crystal and taps it with his hand, saying that there's nothing to worry about. Then he kicks the huge red crystal with all his might and says it's time to hit the road. But to his great surprise, the crystal shatters, and a huge amount of blood pours out of it, along with dried-up bodies. At the sight of this, the genetic scientist points his finger at the mercenary commander and, along with his personal guards, calls him a fool. And the mercenary commander just crosses his arms on his chest and says that the crystal was too weak. Suddenly, the ground beneath the mercenary commander's feet begins to shake, and he notices that the magic circle beneath his feet begins to shimmer with red light. From beneath the ground, the wounded arms of the dead appear to pierce the ground and try to get out. At the sight of something like this, the mercenaries start backing away and don't realize what's going on. Everyone starts running away to save their lives, but the young hero continues to stand as if nothing happened. And after a few seconds, a huge number of monsters rise up from under the ground and rush to attack the nearest humans. At this moment, squad leader Phoenix pulls out his sword from its sheath and gives the monster a critical blow with a quick strike. But to his great surprise, the monster continues to approach him despite the damage it has taken. Other mercenaries are less lucky and fall under the deadly attacks of monsters that suck the blood out of them. Gradually, the monsters become more, and all of them indiscriminately destroy all the mercenaries on their way. The Frost Lady uses her magic and turns the walking monsters into blocks of ice, preventing them from moving forward. She concentrates her magic in her hands and covers the area around her with magical ice. Meanwhile, the young hero continues to stand still and does not intervene in the battle with the monsters. In his direction runs a mercenary commander who is trying to escape the monsters and demands Shishao to help him in the battle. But suddenly the mercenary commander hides near the young hero and leads the monsters who tracked him straight to Shishao. However, from the body of the young hero begins to emanate a huge stream of energy that at once destroys all the monsters around him. After that, armor appears on Shishao's body, and a special weapon for destroying demonic spawns appears in his hands. The young hero smiles widely and without delay rushes into battle to destroy as many monsters as possible. Quite quickly, Shishao pulls the bolt on his weapon and shoots all the monsters in his path without leaving them a single chance. Suddenly behind him appear demonic spawns, but Shishao notices it and destroys them with a swing of his blade. He then jumps up and fires at his opponents from the sky, not allowing them a chance to avoid his attack. Meanwhile, the Frost Lady continues to freeze opponents in her path and slowly strolls around the battlefield. And Shishao comes to her aid and kills those monsters who are already under the shackles of ice. At this moment, the girl with blue hair is watching and admiring the teamwork of Shishao and the Frost Lady. And the squad leader Phoenix is amazed to watch this battle and cannot believe that the young hero has such a huge power. A member from his squad approaches him and offers to attack Shishao, but the commander grits his teeth, ordering him to forget about it. Meanwhile, Shishao and the Frost Lady continue to take down the monsters together without any problems. Suddenly, the young hero's face takes on a serious expression as he looks towards where the cultists were. He notices that the bodies of the cult members begin to move in unnatural ways. Suddenly, the heads of the skeletons rise up and begin to recite a strange incantation covering everything around them with magical writings. Then all the monsters' bodies begin to be sucked into a huge magic crystal that creates a large amount of power in itself. As soon as this process comes to an end, a huge monster, with a man on its head, appears in place of the crystal. The species man smiles broadly and loudly proclaims that old world society has finally been revitalized. He also mentions a certain warrior who is preventing him from realizing his cherished plan. After his words, he lifts his head up and speaks of how the ancient gods will now rule this world. When the young hero hears these words, he is greatly surprised and doesn't realize which heroine he is talking about. And squad leader Phoenix cannot believe his eyes that in front of him is a revived member of the society of the old world. Meanwhile, Shishao comes to realize that besides Mu Wei, there is also a famous hero who has done a lot for this world. And the leader of an old world society cult looks around and talks about destroying everyone in his path. At the sight of this monster, the mercenary commander is frightened, and he does not know what to do in such a difficult situation. Suddenly, however, the cult leader looks around and asks where all the members of the old world society have disappeared to. In response, Shishao declares that the old world society is practically destroyed, and their plans are not destined to come true. From these words, the cult leader becomes indescribably furious, and a huge eye appears above his head and stares intently at Shishao. The huge eye gradually approaches the hero and calls him a despicable mortal who has no right to use his power. And Shishao looks around and realizes to his surprise that he is the only one who sees that eye. Meanwhile, the ancient being stares intently at the young hero and demands to give him the ancient blood. However, the young hero is not afraid of the dangerous creature and says that he can bring the ancient blood without problems. But suddenly a bright smile flashes on his face, and he says that he will give blood only if the ancient falls on his knees before him. When the ancient being hears him, it goes into a rage and says that Shi Shao will regret his words. Then it returns to its dimension and promises that they will definitely meet the young heroes again. Meanwhile, the cult leader controlling the monsters destroys all humans in his path and marvels at his new power. Squad leader Phoenix orders his squad to coordinate and attack the monster together. They are supported by the Queen's team, who cover the Phoenix squad attacking the monster with their magic. And the mercenary commander, along with his squad, rushes forward and orders his team to attack the monster at once. Meanwhile, a genetic scientist watches the battle with admiration and hopes to get the monster's gene material. However, the battle is very difficult, for the squad leader Phoenix barely manages to hold off the onslaught of the monster, and he tries to block its attacks. Meanwhile, his squad is covering their commander from other attacks and trying to weaken the dangerous monster. Suddenly, there is a young hero who jumps on the monster's head and attacks it with his chainsaw. From this strike, the monster takes a lot of damage, and Shi Shao jumps from its head to the ground with a smile on his face. At the sight of this, squad leader Phoenix along with his men looked at Shi Shao in astonishment and marveled at his strength. At this moment, a frost lady appears in the sky and attacks the monster with ice spikes, and Shi Shao prevents the monster from attacking. Meanwhile, the commander of the Queen's Guard watches with a smile on his face and wants to get to know the young hero better. However, despite the efforts of the young hero, the monster continues to rampage and destroy everything in its path. It goes into a rage, and then huge stakes appear from the ground to destroy the mercenaries. At the sight of this, the mercenary commander and the head of the Queen's Guard are covered in cold sweat and don't know what to do in such a situation. But the young hero keeps his composure and continues to attack the dangerous monster with his weapon. Meanwhile, squad leader Phoenix and his team decide to retreat and contemplate a plan of action. Suddenly, a bright green light appears on the monster's head, and it begins to prepare to make a deadly attack. At that moment, the ground begins to shake, and because of the effect of the spell, no one can move. The monster seizes the moment, and with his deadly attack, wants to send everyone to the other world at once. However, a young hero appears who manages to resist the spell and saves the frosty lady from being struck. At the sight of this, the monster goes into a great rage and cannot believe that anyone is able to resist its spell. Then the monster lets out a terrible scream and curses the young hero for always bothering him. And the young hero stands silently in front of it, trying to find the vulnerable spot of the dangerous monster. However, the young hero quickly realizes it's best to back off and runs away from the monster, while the scientist watches in amazement. The monster moves its limbs quickly and is about to chase after Shi Shao to send him to the other world. Suddenly, the young hero stops abruptly and with a smile on his face says that the monster is about to end and raises his hand up. After that, an energy beam rains down on the monster from the sky, dealing a huge amount of damage. At the sight of this, the genetic scientist opens his mouth in surprise and doesn't understand where Shi Shao got this ability from. And the young hero smiles and tucks his hands in his pockets, saying that this is only part of his true power. The scientist then yells in anger at the young hero for destroying the monster he needed for his research. And Shi Shao turns his back to the scientist and says that the monster is still alive and points to the wounded monster. At the sight of it, Scientist Tuku smiles and thinks that with the help of this monster's gene, he will become the most powerful man. Suddenly at that moment, all the mercenaries come to their senses and are given complete freedom of movement. When the mercenary commander looks around, he notices a monster that is on its last breath. He takes his blade in his hands and strikes a final blow to take the monster's bounty for himself. And the young hero smiles slightly and enjoys the fact that Scientist Tuku's plan has failed again. Meanwhile, the mercenaries strengthen and enjoy the bounty while the genetic scientist grits his teeth in anger. At this moment, the scientist is approached by the squad leader Phoenix and explains that the young hero released the mercenaries on purpose. After that, the squad leader suggests that the scientist act carefully so that they can take revenge on Shishao at the right moment. Thanks to this conversation, the genetic scientist comes to his senses and stands in front of all the squads and says that it's time to divide into teams. After these words, all the squads scatter in different directions to find the monsters as quickly as possible. At this point, the Phoenix squad leader turns to Shishao and notes that the hero, along with the girl, may not be up to the task. However, the young hero does not take his words seriously and goes forward where he sees a huge number of demons in front of him. Without much trouble, Shishao, along with the Frost Maiden, destroys all the demons and continues on his way forward. During the journey, the Frost Maiden turns to Shishao with a guilty expression and asks why the hero is helping her. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, says that he is always ready to help his close friends. After these words, a bright smile appears on the girl's face, and she notes that the young hero can be quite a gentle man. At this point, the young hero looks the girl directly in the eyes and notes that he shows his true feelings only to people close to him. After these words, the Ice Lady gathers her thoughts and decides to tell her story of hating the genetic scientist. The story shifts to a few decades ago in one laboratory, growing a clone of a child who is a frosty lady. After this information, Shishao looks at the girl with surprise and notes that he could not imagine that she is a clone. And the frosty lady nods and talks about how there were a huge number of clones in the lab. According to the girl, this project is being handled by a genetic scientist who is backed by representatives of the great houses of the Eastern Safe Zone. Since Jailu was a little girl, she has been fighting dangerous monsters, and because of that, she has gradually become stronger. When the frosty lady finishes her story, she puts her head down and talks about how she will remember the horror for the rest of her life. And the young hero looks the girl straight in the eye and tells her that the past needs to be put behind her and it's time to move forward. After these words, he places his hand on the girl's shoulder and with a smile on his face promises to help her in carrying out her revenge. From these words, a slight blush appears on the frosty lady's face and she begins to thank the young hero for his kindness. Suddenly, the conversation between Shishao and the Frost Lady is interrupted by a demon who suddenly appears next to them and offers to buy items from him. At the sight of the demon, the Frost Lady immediately draws her sword from its sheath and is about to send the creature to the other world. However, Shishao stops the Frosty Lady and offers to find out the purpose of this demon being around them. The girl agrees with the young hero's words, but does not remove her sword from the demon merchant's face. But after a while, the demon explains that he's just selling items and offers his services to the Frost Lady and Shishao. After these words, he points his finger at the young hero and says that he sees Shishao as a reliable buyer. At this moment, the Frost Lady glares at the demon with her serious gaze and suggests that Shishao should destroy it. And the hero looks calm and tells the girl that there is no need, then asks the demon if he is really a merchant. After these words, the demon is greatly surprised. He puts his hands up and talks about the fact that he had said from the beginning that he was a merchant. He then snaps his fingers and talks about how he is about to showcase the best collection of items to prove his words. And after his actions, information panels with a list of rare items appear in front of the young hero and the Frost Lady. At this point, the demon merchant smiles and says that he has a huge amount of different high-level items. And the young hero gingerly examines the magical whips with the help of the information panel and tries to find something useful. He then turns to the demon merchant and points out that his wares are highly questionable. In response, the demon merchant only smiles and says that his goods are quite popular in narrow circles. These words begin to strain the young hero. He decides not to elaborate and continues to look at the objects. After a few minutes of searching, he manages to find a rare artifact called the Proof of Destruction. A smile appears on the young hero's face as he remembers that he has a recipe for a resurrection potion, where this artifact can come in handy. He then approaches the frosty lady and asks if she can lend him a few million gold coins. Then the girl opens the information panel and notes with regret that she doesn't have that many coins at the moment. At this point, the young hero is thinking and trying to figure out where he can get money. He decides to approach the demon merchant and offers his items in exchange for the missing amount to purchase the artifact. Suddenly, the demon merchant begins to dance and says that he is not sure of the good value of the young hero's items. However, when the young hero shows the demon the red demonic crystal, he opens his mouth in amazement. But pretty quickly, the demon merchant regains his composure and says that it's not enough for an exchange. Then the young hero turns around with a smile on his face and pretends to leave, much to the merchant's surprise. At the sight of this, the demon merchant tries to stop the young hero and says that they can discuss other terms of the deal. However, the young hero notes that he currently has no money and has nothing to pay for the purchase of the artifact. Suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted by a powerful demon who is about to send the demon monger to the other world. But in a matter of seconds, the frosty lady, along with the young hero, send the dangerous monster to the other side of the world. At the sight of this, a smile appears on the demon trader's face, and he says that he has a great offer for Shishao. And the young hero folds his arms across his chest and listens intently to the merchant who wishes to obtain the souls of demons. This transaction perplexes the young hero, and he tries to find out why the merchant needs the souls of his fellows. And the demon merchant explains that it can strengthen him, and then holds out a strange magic item in the shape of a bell towards Shishao. Shishao takes the item in his hand and realizes that he can use this artifact to summon a demonic merchant. Meanwhile, the demonic merchant begins to dissolve into thin air and expresses hope that they will meet up with Shishao again. After saying that, he instantly disappears and Shishao silently stares at him for a while. Suddenly, a frosty lady appears behind his back and informs him that they will have to fight a lust demon, which confuses Shishao. At the sight of the young hero's strange reaction, the girl comes closer to him and tries to find out what confused Shishao so much. But the young hero says that everything is fine and offers to go to the battlefield as soon as possible. And as soon as the frosty lady moves away, all of Shishao's thoughts are consumed by the thought of not falling under the power of the demon of lust. The heroes continue their journey and do not notice that all this time they are being followed by a member of the Phoenix Squad. A girl from the Phoenix Squad uses her disguise and reports to her commander about what happened. Using the data pad, Commander Phoenix receives a report from the spy and gives her a few orders. He then cuts off communication and watches his team finish off the monsters. And after a while, a member of the combat squad approaches him and reports that the area has been cleared of monsters. Then the Phoenix Squad leader opens the dashboard again and reports his squad's success. The leader of the Queen's Squad also contacts everyone and tells them that her team has finished the battle with the monsters. The head of the mercenary squad also reports that his squad has destroyed the monsters, but the battle with the monsters is in full swing. His soldiers continue to fight the monsters and barely hold back their onslaught despite what the commander says to the contrary. And after a while, the hero along with his companion contact everyone and talk about not having reached the monster yet. When the mercenary commander hears these words, he becomes furious and talks about Shishao holding them back. And the head of the Queen's Squad only smiles, but in her head she has thoughts that the young hero is up to something. Behind her commander stands Jue He, who thinks that the young hero is most likely flirting with the frosty lady. Suddenly, the head of the squad, Phoenix, comes on the phone and says that the young hero greatly interferes with their plan. However, a genetic scientist stands up for the young hero and says that everyone has bad days. At this point, the frosty lady warns Shishao that the scientist is up to something, and the young hero asks the girl not to worry. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted by two succubi, who are going to take the souls of the girl and Shishao to themselves. At the sight of this, the frosty lady pulls her blade from its sheath and asks the young hero not to get close to the enemy. At that moment, a dark succubus flies up to the frosty lady and tries to attack the girl with its whip. However, the frost lady creates an ice barrier around herself that completely blocks the succubus's attack. From this, the succubi are filled with rage and promise that they will definitely subjugate the mind of the young girl, after which they begin to attack the girl together using their magical mind-grabbing whips. At the sight of this, the young hero clenches his fists and is about to help the girl defend herself against dangerous demons. However, to his surprise, Shishao sees that the frosty lady only smiles and tells him that she will deal with the enemy herself. After saying that, the succubi start laughing loudly and talk about how the girl won't be able to resist them. But as soon as the frosty lady raises her hand up, her body begins to fill with incredible power, shocking her opponents. And after a moment, a huge number of ice arrows along with the ice vortex begin to strike the succubus's bodies. After this attack, the monsters are barely able to stand on their feet and try to come up with a new plan to win. They decide to attack the young hero, assuming that for them, he is the most successful target, with the help of which they can turn the tide of battle. But to their horror, the Frost Lady catches up with them pretty quickly and sends them to the other side of the world with her swift attacks. After that, the girl heads towards Shishao, and the latter notes with a smile on his face that the Frost Lady has great strength. At this point, the girl leans as close to the hero's body as possible and rewards him with a kiss. The young hero is extremely amazed by this turn of events and tries to understand why the Frosty Lady does this. Suddenly, he realizes he can't move his body and he hears footsteps slowly approaching him. The young hero tries to take control of his body, but the more he puts effort into it, the weaker his body becomes. After a while, the silhouette of a lust demon appears out of the black hole, watching the scene with a smile on her face. The demoness moves closer to the young hero and suggests that he stop resisting his desires. She then kisses his neck and tells him that sooner or later the young hero will succumb to her charms. She goes on at length to convince the young protagonist of the inevitability of his fate and the acceptance of his true emotions. And then she whispers in the young hero's ear that he can be king if he wants to be. She then approaches his ear and begins to recite a spell that amplifies her energy. However, she notices that the young hero continues to keep his will and notes with a smile that Shishao is a very interesting person. Then the lust demon snaps his fingers and says it's time to add more oil to the fire. And from behind cover, an agent of the Phoenix Squad appears and slowly approaches the young hero. And the demon of lust, with a smile on his face, extends his hand in her direction and bids her give in to her true desires. Meanwhile, the young hero stares in amazement at Agent Phoenix and can't believe he's been spied on all this time. And at this point, the girl takes off her outerwear and confesses her love to the young hero. She slowly walks over to Shishao and talks about how all this time she was only thinking about him. She then hugs him from behind and promises that she will be with him forever, despite the dangers in this world. Then the young hero is again approached by the demon of lust, who offers to give in to temptation. However, Shishao continues to resist and thinks of how to get free from this trap. Meanwhile, the lust demon loses patience and decides to use his most powerful subjugation spell. After that, magic pollen begins to spread throughout the battlefield, which amplifies the effect of the demon. However, the young hero uses the demon's blood to create a powerful light to dispel that power. Because of this light, the pain demon begins to feel unbearable pain, and her face twists in a horrible grimace. And the young hero slowly moves the girls away from him and tells the demon that no more of his magic will harm him. Then a smile appears on his face and he asks what the lust demon will do now. And the monster only looks back at the young man with a smile on his face and tells him that this is just the beginning. The lust demon then begins to sink into the dark space and speaks of showing true power. And after a while, the true image of the demon of lust appears before the young hero. The young hero looks at the huge, monstrous creature and, holding the girl's hands together, ponders a battle strategy. Then he smiles and talks about how even huge creatures can't stand up to his power. After saying these words, he reincarnates as a demon hunter and, with a smile on his face, asks the demon to show his true power. After a second, the young hero pulls out his magic cannon and shoots the huge body of the lust demon. He then analyzes the monster's most vulnerable spot and prepares to deliver a powerful attack. And minutes later, a beam of energy emerges from Xiao's rifle that deals a colossal amount of damage to the lust demon. But the monster lives on, and the young hero summons a huge number of drones to his aid to continue the attack. And Xiao himself uses a machine gun to not give the lust demon a single second to regenerate. The monster's health is not waning, and the young hero decides to use his drones that mark the monster as a target. And after a moment, the monster receives an orbital strike that deals it a critical blow and raises a huge amount of dust. But when the dust clears, the young hero is surprised to see that the demon of lust continues to exist. And from her body gradually begin to stick different monsters that are similar in size to a man. After a while, a huge number of minions appear on the battlefield and look at Xiao with anticipation. And as soon as the demon of lust gives the command, all the demons rush to attack the young hero to tear him apart. However, Xiao is only happy about this turn of events and arms himself with diamond-tipped saws. And he effortlessly destroys the demons one by one and gets a huge amount of demonic souls. From this, the demons look at Xiao with great surprise and talk about how the young hero is a demon like them. However, the young hero pays no attention to these words and continues to destroy demons along the way. Each blow gives Xiao a great sense of joy and pleasure, and the demons beg him for mercy. After some time, under the young hero is a huge mountain that consists of demonic bodies, and the lust demon can't believe her eyes that the young hero is so easily destroying her servants. Suddenly, admiration appears on the demon's face, and she talks about making Xiao her king. After saying that, she takes the demon's head in her hand and begins to cast another spell. And the immense magical power from the demonic bodies begins to gradually surround the young hero. All this energy begins to quickly absorb into the demon's head, and the monster talks about showing Xiao's true power. And after some time, in the hands of the demon of lust is a long blade that has great power. As soon as the demon takes this weapon in his hand, his body is instantly transformed, and on his back grows huge wings. And after that, the lust demon makes an attack on Xiao without delay, and the young hero tries to block this blow with his hands. However, the young hero quickly realizes that he shouldn't touch the sword, so he tries to escape from the battlefield. But the demon of lust has monstrous speed and does not lag behind the young hero by a minute. Then the young hero gains altitude and decides to counterattack the monster with his mechanical wings. But this attack has no effect on the demon, and Xiao finds himself in a hopeless state. At the sight of the demon flying up, the young hero grits his teeth and tries to figure out how to dodge the blow. But the speed of the demon proves to be too tremendous, and the lust monster pierces through Xiao's body with its sword. After the blow, the demon of lust embraces the young hero and continues to hold the sword in his body, trying to subdue his will. She says with a smile that the young hero can wield great power if he chooses to bend to her will. However, the young hero tries to resist despite the fact that the magical writings are gradually clouding his mind. And the demon of lust notices the young hero's efforts and suggests he stop delaying the inevitable. After saying that, Xiao becomes enraged and says that he will never be with a demon and tries to pull out his sword. However, these words anger the succubus even more, and he thrusts his blade into the young hero's body again and delivers a critical blow. Then she grabs his face with her hand and says that she decided to change her mind after the hero's words. The succubus then fills her sword with even more power and says she will send the young hero to the other world. And the young hero slowly begins to lose creatures, and before he closes his eyes, he sees the smiling face of the demon of lust. The story shifts to hundreds of years ago. A lone demon hunter sits on a mountain of bodies of his defeated enemies. The bright sun illuminates his body, and the hunter ponders what to do after his victory. He decides to consult with his friend and throws a holographic communication panel ahead of him. A holographic image of his old friend Mox, the master inventor and expert in alchemy, then appears in front of him. At this point, the demon hunter grabs his head and talks about knowing what he should do next. And Mox just smiles and talks about following your heart no matter who you are. These words bring the demon hunter to his senses. He thanks his friend for the clue and gets ready to go. And Mox only laughs out loud and says that the hunter always knew his answer deep in his heart. The connection is cut, and the demon hunter continues to sit for a while on the mountain of bodies and ponders the words of his friend. He then removes the mask, and underneath is the head of the demon that has always been the hunter. He heads towards his worst enemy, the Lord of the Supreme Demons, to destroy him. And despite the huge flames that rage in front of him, Demon Hunter continues to go forward to fulfill the mission. He passes through the bright flames without much trouble and fills his body with strength, preparing for a deadly fight. After a while, he pulls a weapon from his holster and aims it at his enemy to destroy the great evil. The story revisits the young hero who has seen all the memories of his account and is freed from the shackles of the demon. At the sight of this, the succubus says with surprise and regret on her face that it is impossible for a human to free herself from her shackles. And the young hero pulls a demonic blade out of his chest and talks about how he hasn't been an ordinary person for a long time. After these words, the young hero transforms into a demonic form that possesses incredible power. And the lust demon screams at the sight of it that the monster's power can't be in the hands of an ordinary person. However, the young hero pays no attention to these words and begins to devour the succubus's weapons. A few seconds later, the great demon weapon in Shishao's hands transformed into two bright red blades. And the young hero, without delay, rushes into battle to send his enemy to the other side. However, the succubus accepts her defeat. She covers her body with her hands and begs the young hero for mercy. She then blocks the young hero's blow and tries to get away from him as quickly as possible. But Shishao is not going to let go of his target and tries to get the succubus with his blade attacks. After these blows, the demon of lust falls to the ground and again asks the young hero to spare her life. The succubus looks at Shishao with a pitiful look and offers her help in exchange for mercy. After which she presses herself against the young hero's leg and promises that she will fulfill his every wish. But Shishao doesn't believe the demon's words and is going to send the monster to the other world with one blow. However, suddenly the young hero's blade freezes a few meters from the succubus's head when the hero hears a familiar voice. Shishao turns back around and sees his robot assistant talking about how the lust demon could be useful. And the young hero looks in amazement at his assistant, who explains that the demon's magic is very unique. Then Shishao turns around to the demon and asks what the succubus can offer him in exchange for his life. After saying that, the girl smiled and said that her magic had the power to enchant a person and that it could help Shishao. And then the succubus comes closer and offers to make a contract so that Shishao can use her power at any time. However, Shishao doesn't say a single word, and the succubus keeps swirling around him and promises boundless power. At this point, the young hero contemplates the possible options of events, and with a stone face agrees to the proposal. After saying that, the succubus starts to get excited and talks about solidifying their contract as soon as possible. Immediately, the demon of lust kisses the young hero on the lips, much to the surprise of Shishao. After a while, the girl pulls away from him, and the young hero asks why the succubus decided to kiss him. And the demon of lust only smiles and asks the young hero to use her powers as often as possible before disappearing. Afterward, the young hero looks shocked, and the robot assistant points out that Shishao has a new girlfriend. In response, Shishao pats the robot on the head and, sighing heavily, says it's time to move on. Suddenly, The frosty lady comes to her senses and asks Shi Shao why she suddenly fainted. And Shi Shao, with a smile on her face, helps the girl stand up and tells her that she has nothing to worry about. Afterward, the frosty lady gets up and does a little exercise and then talks about feeling rested. She lights up with a bright flame and says she wants to go destroy the monster as quickly as possible. But to the frosty lady's surprise, the young hero declares that he has already dealt with the demon and they can move on. Suddenly, the heroes notice that the Phoenix Squad spy comes to his senses and tries to understand what's going on around him. When the spy notices the young hero in front of him, he begins to slowly creep towards him in preparation for his destruction. And a second later, she abruptly rises to her feet and lunges at the young hero with knife in hand to destroy. But suddenly the girl stops and freezes in place, and Shi Shao says that she can't hurt him. After that, a smile appears on the young hero's face, and he offers the girl to work for him. But the spy refuses and says that she would rather send herself to the other world than work with Shi Shao. But because of the young hero's powers of submission, even his own destruction is beyond the girl's control. At this point, the young hero offers the girl to take up espionage in the Phoenix Squad, but she refuses. Then the young hero uses even more of his power and forces the girl to submit to his will. After this spell, Muzi falls on his knees in front of Shi Shao and promises that he will do whatever he wants. The spy then leaves, and the young hero contacts the other groups and reports his victory over the demon. These words greatly surprise the leaders of the other groups, who are extremely surprised that Shi Shao was able to accomplish his task so quickly. At this point, the Phoenix Squad leader and the scientist say that it is impossible to defeat the monster in such a short period of time. And a sly smile suddenly appears on the scientist's face, and he notes that Shi Shao is most likely going crazy. The head of the mercenaries also agrees with this stance and calls Shi Shao a coward who decided to run away from the dungeon boss. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Squad battles the demons and tries to counter his deadly attacks. At this moment, the Queen's team is not sitting idly by and is also trying to destroy their monster. And the squad leader reports that the characteristics of the monsters, for some reason, are not increasing yet. These words are confirmed by the leader of the mercenaries whose soldiers are trying to contain the onslaught of a dangerous demon. And a smile appears on Commander Phoenix's face, and he confronts the young hero about the deception. The mercenary commander also agrees and notes that the world suffers because of people like the young hero. At this moment, a vicious smile appears on Commander Phoenix's face. He feels his superiority over Shi Shao and enjoys it. Meanwhile, the genetic scientist, with a smile on his face, hopes that he will be able to create a guinea pig out of Shi Shao without much trouble. But suddenly, the commander of the mercenaries comes on the line and reports that the behavior of monsters has changed a lot. After that, all groups notice that the monsters have noticeably strengthened their main characteristics. At the sight of this, the Phoenix commander and the head of the mercenaries open their mouths in surprise, realizing that Shi Shao is not lying after all. Meanwhile, the Queen's team continues to fight the Supreme Demon and asks the other groups for help. And a group of mercenaries try to dodge the dangerous demonic blade of the Demon of Greed. At the same moment, the Phoenix Squad is fighting their demon whose power has increased noticeably. Despite their strength, the Queen's squad can barely hold off the onslaught of demons who use fire attacks. Meanwhile, Zhehe tries to dodge the fire projectiles, but in her head she is thinking about Shi Shao. However, she gets too immersed in her thoughts and is hit hard by the demon lord. She then falls to the ground and finds herself surrounded by a huge number of monsters who are about to tear her apart. However, a young hero comes to her aid, and with one swing of his sword, he throws all the monsters away from the girl. The demons continue their attack. However, Shi Shao without delay destroys them with one hand. In response to her rescue, He thanks the young hero and asks for his help in the battle, but Shi Shao only nods back with a smile. After that, he goes into the thick of battle, and the girl sees off his silhouette with a loving and confused look. Meanwhile, the young hero goes into the thick of battle and destroys all the demons that get in his way. After a while, he gets to the squad leader and offers his help, to which the girl quickly agrees. At this moment, the face of the head of the Queen's squad changes drastically. She thinks of Shishao wanting to take the reward for the monster. However, the young hero declares that he will only destroy small demons, and together with the Frosty Lady, goes into battle. At these words, a slight blush appears on the commander's face, and she thinks that the young hero is not so bad. And the young hero once again throws himself into the thick of the battle with a smile on his face, destroying small demons. Meanwhile, the Queen's squad uses magical chains and binds the monster to keep it from moving. And the girls look among themselves and admire Shishao and note that he is a worthy warrior. At the sight of this, the squad leader wears the monster a critical hit and urges his fighters not to relax. At this point, the young hero with even more madness crushes all the demons, and his back is covered by a Frosty Lady. The girl looks at him with a smile and notes that Shishao is getting stronger and more beautiful by the second. At this moment, Xuehe looks at the girls with envy and is immersed in dreams of having Shishao fight alongside her. Some time passes, and the head of the Queen's squad reports that the destruction of the monster is successful. This information surprises the commander of the Phoenix squad, as his squad barely manages to contain the demon lord. And the mercenary commander says that the boss they're fighting still has a huge amount of life force left. At this moment, the commander of the Queen's squad is listening to the stories of the other commanders with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, the mercenary commander sees the defeat of his squad and resents the fact that Shishao is helping the Queen's team. At the same moment, the Phoenix squad has a huge problem with their boss and barely holds back his onslaught. And Wei Shu Wen grits his teeth in anger and does not understand from where the young hero finds the strength to help others in battle. Suddenly, to his great surprise, appears the girl spy he sent earlier to monitor the young hero. After that, the girl comes closer and talks about Shishao discovering her disguise, and the commander gets furious after saying that. However, the commander quickly calms down and orders the girl to support the squad during the battle. When he moves farther away from the girl, his face has an angry look on it. He curses Shishao and hopes to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, the commander of the Queen's squad, along with his subordinates, uses magical chains to restrain the monster. And squad leader Phoenix opens the information panel and points out that the Queen's team is in the lead. At this point, the mercenary commander uses the information panel to request assistance in the boss battle. However, both commanders deny his request and inform him that they will not send reinforcements. After these words, the mercenary commander is furious and says that without his help, no one will get out of here. At that moment, his subordinates run up to him and inform him that the squad is suffering heavy losses. Then the mercenary commander's eyes fill with even more rage, and he orders the fighters back to the battlefield. Suddenly, the boss rises up and creates a huge explosion that scatters the mercenaries in different directions. At the sight of it, people drop their weapons and run away from the battlefield in hopes of escaping the monster. And the mercenary commander beats his iron hands on the ground and thinks that he could use Shishao's help. Then he looks up and sees the demon of greed rushing towards him with great speed. At this point, he closes his eyes and speaks loudly about how his squad is the most useless in the entire dungeon. But suddenly, Shishao flies to his aid, blocking the fatal blow and urging the commander to come to his senses. The commander and the other mercenaries tearfully thank the young hero for his help and apologize to him. Meanwhile, Shishao fights on equal footing with the demon of greed and deals it several deadly blows. Upon seeing this, the mercenary commander orders his squad to immediately support the young hero in battle. Then the commander runs forward and meets Shishao's eyes. He thanks him for his help and promises to repay him in the same coin. Meanwhile, the Phoenix commander watches what is happening with the information panel and curses Shishao once again. He cries out loudly and promises himself that the young hero will beg for his doom and regret getting in his way. Then he quickly regains consciousness and informs the other commanders that victory over the monster is in their pocket. However, the Phoenix Squad at this point barely manages to deal with the monster and fails to block all of its attacks. Meanwhile, the Queen's team has no trouble restraining her monster with magical seals, and the young hero helps the mercenaries in the battle, destroying dangerous minions that the monster sends to the battle. Suddenly, Shishao finds himself surrounded by monsters. However, he without much trouble jumps high up and prepares to attack. He then pulls out his weapon and with a huge wave of fire, destroys the entire crowd of monsters in an instant. At the sight of this, the mercenary commander and his squad stop in place in astonishment and are amazed at the strength of Shishao. But pretty quickly, they come to their senses and are filled with determination at the sight of the hero's actions and prepare for battle. And the young hero slowly heads in their direction, destroying the monsters in his path and saying that the battle is just beginning. Meanwhile, the Phoenix commander notices that the red demon is going into an absolute rage. And at this moment, the Queen's commander and the head of the mercenaries report that they have everything under control thanks to Shishao. The Phoenix commander is about to report the same thing, but points out that his squad is taking heavy casualties in the battle with the monster. Then he orders his squad to fight more effectively and asks the other commanders to wait a while. At this point, a genetic scientist appears behind him and notes that the squad looks pretty pathetic against the rest of the group. After these words, the Phoenix commander turns away, gritting his teeth in anger, and starts cursing the young hero again. Meanwhile, the demon of greed uses its ability and spews out a huge amount of gold and jewels. And the mercenaries look on in amazement and hear a voice offering to take these riches for themselves. Then, the mercenaries, stupefied by the demon's voice, immediately rush to these riches and begin to quarrel with each other. And the demon of greed laughs loudly and absorbs the sinful thoughts of the mercenaries, becoming even more powerful. At the sight of this, the young hero uses his magic and tries to dispel the power of the demon of greed. After that, he rushes into battle, and the mercenary commander comes to his senses, watching in horror. The mercenary commander's face becomes serious, and he promises himself that he will no longer submit to his greed. He then runs up to his subordinate and tries to bring him to his senses with a few palm strikes. However, he does not obey him at all and continues to collect jewelry and coins, wanting to enrich himself. The mercenary commander then turns to Shishao and says that it's just the two of them now. And the young hero smiles and talks about how their power is more than enough to deal with the monster. Shishao's words startle the mercenary commander. He only nods silently and prepares to take the fight. Meanwhile, the demon of greed looks at the two remaining humans with a smile and offers them untold riches. Then he starts laughing loudly and talks about how there's no point in destroying it if everyone can benefit. However, the young hero does not agree to the demon's proposal and tells him that he is here to destroy it. After which, Shishao jumps up high up and delivers a sharp kick to the head of the greed demon. The demon tries to strike a fatal blow, but Shishao deftly dodges it while the mercenary commander watches the battle. Suddenly, the young hero pulls out demon blood from his inventory and talks about how he was able to subdue the demon of lust. At the sight of it, the demon of greed freezes in place and says that this item cannot be possessed by an ordinary mortal. And the young hero only smiles and says that he has enough strength to achieve the impossible. Then the demon of greed bends closer and, examining the crystal, tells that it is a piece of the devil's arch. After these words, the monster starts laughing loudly and says that the young hero is an extremely amazing person. And Shishao freezes in place, and after the demon's words, he imagines the supreme archdevil in his head. Then the young hero thinks for a while about what he should do with a dangerous artifact that can consume him. He imagines in his head that he could become a demon lord with his own army of incredible strength. After a while, Shishao puts these thoughts aside and scrutinizes the blood archdevil, and then he raises his hand up and offers the item to the demon of greed as a gift. However, the demon of greed moves aside and says that he will never touch that object in his life. And then the demon of greed explains to Shishao that this artifact is capable of absorbing the essence of anyone who doesn't reach for it. In addition, the demon notes that the young hero most likely has incredible strength since the artifact cannot absorb it. And he tells the story of what the archdevil did centuries ago in a distant dimension. When the demon finishes his story, he asks with a slight look of surprise on his face how the young hero got this artifact. And Shishao, after this story, recalls the account of the demon hunter who destroyed the archdevil in the past. He plunges into contemplation and assumes that the power of his account grants the ability to interact with the blood of the archdevil. After some time of thought, he folds his arms across his chest and invites the demon of greed to join him. A wide smile appears on the young hero's face, and he promises that the demon will receive a huge amount of gold as a reward. At this point, the demon of greed looks dumbfounded, but says that he is not against such an offer. Meanwhile, the mercenaries, along with their commander, watch the developments with great amazement, and they see the demon of greed bowing to the young hero wanting to join him. But at the same moment, the demon of greed warns that the payment for his help will be incredibly huge. And the young hero stares intently into the demon's eyes and asks for more details. Then the demon of greed explains that his power has both advantages and huge disadvantages. After saying that, Shishao starts to get excited about obtaining the strength to achieve his goal. And the demon's face becomes serious, and he warns the hero that after the contract is signed, his heart will be filled with greed. After these words, the demon falls silent and stares intently at the young hero, waiting for his answer. And the young hero runs through a huge number of options in his head and decides that greed isn't such a bad thing. Then he tells the demon with a smile on his face that he is ready to make this contract right now. And the demon immediately informing that it requires several 100 million coins, which disappoints Shishao. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Squad continues to fight their enemy and face enormous challenges. The squad leader orders his men to fight to the death, even if it means their deaths. But suddenly the demon lights up brightly and its stats start to plummet due to the destruction of the greed demon. At this point, the Phoenix Squad, with smiles on their faces, go on the attack, realizing that victory is now in their pocket. And the squad works together to deliver a few fatal blows and send the huge monster to the other side of the world. At the same moment, the Queen's Squad uses magical barriers and disposes of their monster. Team Phoenix celebrates the victory, and the commander is not happy that the young hero was able to show his best side again. Finally, everyone gathers together. Shishao, along with a squad of mercenaries, approaches the gathering point and greets everyone. Despite the cheerful expression on his face, he remains focused and surveys the area for danger. Suddenly, Shishao sees in front of him the Queen's Squad, whose members greet the young hero with smiles on their faces. And after a while, everyone surrounds Shishao with smiles on their faces, noting that the hero has excelled in battle. At the sight of this, the squad leader grits his teeth in anger and doesn't understand why there are so many people around Shishao. And the genetic scientist notes, with a smile, that the young hero was able to outrun the elite Phoenix Squad. Then the commander decides to take matters into his own hands. He steps forward and loudly says that it is too early to celebrate victory. In response, the girls turn around in surprise and don't understand why the commander is unhappy with the situation. And the head of the squad, Phoenix, begins to accuse the young hero that he sows confusion among the squads and distracts them from an important mission. Suddenly, the commander of the mercenary squad comes out of the crowd and notes that the young hero has shown himself perfectly during the battle. The commander of the Queen's Squad also echoes these words and notes that squad leader Phoenix is jealous of Shishao's success. The commanders are joined by the rest of the people who point out that Wei Shu can no longer command them, and the Phoenix commander just silently listens to people's protests and doesn't understand what to do in such a difficult situation. At this moment, The Phoenix Squad spy is watching and admiring the young hero with a smile. And scientist Tuku with a smile notes that the young hero can serve as an excellent object for experiments. Suddenly, the young hero steps forward and says that this is not the time to argue, and offers to take a break before the fight. Smiles appear on the faces of the commanders and the rest of the people, and they say that only the strong are worthy to lead them. And the head of the Phoenix Squad is angry at the sight of this. He is annoyed that Shi Xiao is now the leader. Meanwhile, the young hero is approached by Zhui He, who beckons Shi Xiao over and asks to speak privately. And the young hero snaps his fingers with a smile and talks about how they can talk right here. And after these words, there is a golden cube that surrounds Shi Xiao with the girl and muffles all the sounds coming from inside. The young hero then turns around and asks what Shui he wants to talk to him about at the moment. The girl gathers her thoughts and explains that she is only in this dungeon for revenge. Her face becomes extremely serious, and she says she wants to send scientist Tu Ku to the other side of the world. Toward the end, Zui He reveals that she is a prototype that the doctor has grown in his lab. When the girl finishes her story, she begins to shake and worries that the young hero will reject her afterward. However, Shi Xiao puts his hand on the girl's shoulder and says with a smile that he is willing to help her with her problem. And then the young hero notes that for the sake of Zhui He is ready to do anything because she is a close person to him. After these words, the girl looks at Shi Xiao with surprise and does not understand why the hero has warm feelings for her. After a while, a frosty lady joins the conversation, noting that she too has a personal score to settle with the scientist. And the young hero points toward the frosty lady and talks about how she too was a guinea pig. At this moment, a smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he notes that the girls look like two siblings. After saying this, the frosty lady smiles and remarks that it seems to be true, while Zhui He watches this conversation with surprise. At this moment, Zui He feels depressed. She doesn't understand how she can be happy with such a past. And the young hero notices this and says that it's time for Zhui He to live a beautiful future and forget about the past. After saying that, the Frost Lady hugs Zhui He and says that they will take revenge on the genetic scientist together. After a while, the young hero is approached by the squad leaders to discuss the strategy of the battle with the last boss. Meanwhile, squad leader Phoenix watches the developments closely and keeps an eye on Shi Xiao. Suddenly, the deputy commander suggests Wei Shu to use magic items in the battle against the monster. But Wei Shu shakes his head negatively, and at that moment a genetic scientist approaches him with an interesting proposal. Squad leader Phoenix says that he is not interested in the scientist's words and notes that the squad should not indulge his whims. Then a smile appears on the scientist's face, and he asks to capture Shi Xiao to use him as a guinea pig. In response, a smile appears on the face of the head of the Phoenix, and he says that he is fine with the offer. At this moment, a smile appears on the Phoenix head's face, as he relishes the thought of what pain awaits Shi Xiao in the near future. Suddenly, the ground beneath the group's feet begins to shake, and everyone tries to figure out what's going on. And at that moment, people notice that a huge horde of demonic creatures is rushing towards them. At the head of this army is a powerful demon who promises to wipe humans off the face of the earth. At the sight of it, people start to panic and their faces are filled with terror. At this moment, the mercenary commander and the head of the Queen's squad try to talk sense into the men and urge them to take up arms. Meanwhile, a smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he says that he is ready to take on the monsters as usual. After that, he heads towards the demon army and asks the others to take care of the dungeon boss. At the sight of this, the head of the mercenaries and the leader of the Queen's squad look at Shi Xiao with surprise and say that this is a reckless move. However, the young hero does not pay attention to these words, and together with him stand blue-haired girls preparing for battle. Meanwhile, the mercenaries look at what is happening with horror and say that now the young hero will go to the other world. After a few minutes, the monsters reach the humans, but the young hero creates an energy barrier in front of them. The monsters try to break through and look at the young hero with eyes full of malice. And Shishao only smiles and says that he expected much more from the elite demon army. At this moment, a look of surprise appears on the mercenary commander's face as he cannot believe that Shishao is not afraid of anything. Meanwhile, the monsters try to break through the energy shield and promise that they will wipe the young hero into powder. And after a while, the monsters manage to break through the barrier and they rush towards the young hero with great speed. Then Shishao along with the girls start to run away, and the Frost Lady creates an ice wall and protects the other units from the attack. And the monsters gather a huge pile and start chasing after Shishao without paying attention to the rest of the people. At this moment, the head of the Queen Squad is watching Shui He closely and doesn't understand why her squad member is next to Shishao. And the commander of the Phoenix Squad smiles broadly at the sight of this and anticipates the young hero's imminent demise at the hands of the monsters. He then orders his team to move out as quickly as possible towards the dungeon boss. Meanwhile, the young hero and his girlfriends fight the monsters that surround them on all sides. But despite the dire situation, Shishao smiles and asks the girls not to worry about the monster army. He then creates 2 portals from one of which a powerful ice dragon appears. And of the other is the young hero's faithful companion Red Comet, who is ready to destroy everyone at the behest of Shishao. And in the same instant, Shuehi merges with the Red Comet and amplifies his magical abilities by several times. The Frost Lady does the same, and together with the dragon freezes all monsters that are in her path. And the young hero, with the help of 2 pistols, destroys the remnants of the monstrous creatures without much trouble. On his face constantly flashing smile, and he with great speed sweeps across the battlefield, tirelessly destroying monsters. Toward the end, he uses a reinforced rifle and sends huge monsters to the other side with powerful explosions. Meanwhile, the rest of the squads fight the great hate demon surrounding him on all sides. However, the demon destroys people with its swift attacks and says that no one can match its power. And squad leaders are watching this picture with horror and have no idea what to do in such a difficult situation. But then, the head of the Phoenix Squad appears in front of them and offers to be the leader during Shishao's absence. He then orders his squad to lead the other teams and surround the monster. At this point, the other commanders look disgruntled and grudgingly agree to have squad leader Phoenix become their commander. Some time passes. The Phoenix Squad, with the help of magical shields, hold back the powerful attacks of the Demon of Hate, after which he delivers several powerful attacks and makes the monster roar in pain. But to their great surprise, the Phoenix Squad notices that their attacks didn't do much damage. And the monster at that moment sticks his sword into the ground and hits the entire squad with broadside attacks and sends people to the other side. At this moment, the attacking team is sent to the monster, but also has no luck and receives deadly blows from the monster. Upon seeing this, the commander of the Queen's Squad orders his deputy to immediately support the Phoenix Squad, and Wei Shu orders his deputy to distract the demon while the rest of the troops fire on the monster. His plan succeeds, and the Queen's team manages to inflict a huge amount of damage on the demon with impunity. At this point, the mercenary commander notes that risky plan, but the Phoenix leader is confident in his decision. And then he loudly supports his deputy and talks about the fact that there is still a little bit left before the final victory. After a while, however, the demon catches up with the deputy commander and deals him a critical blow with his sword. At the sight of this, the Phoenix commander is stunned, and the head of the mercenaries asks what they should do next. Meanwhile, the mercenary squad requests support and says they can no longer hold back the monster's onslaught. And the monster taunts people and says that no one is capable of awakening his true power. And the squad leader, Phoenix, still continues to silently observe what is happening and does not know what to do in such a situation. At this moment, the demon of hate snaps his fingers and says that he wants to see the true suffering of people. After saying those words, a purple flame appears behind his back from which elite demonic warriors appear. One of the warriors appears in front of the units in a flash and burns them with its bright flames, making them scream in pain. Then he comes up to the head of the queen's team and grabs her with his tentacles and tells her that she will experience real suffering. However, the girl breaks free and says she will destroy the demon no matter what it costs her. But an elite demon has no trouble restraining the head of the queen's team again and promises he won't let her go again. Suddenly, a young hero appears on the battlefield and massacres all the elite demons with a few blows. Then he catches the queen commander in his arms and thanks the others for holding out until his arrival. Meanwhile, Zuehu approaches his named sister and talks about how the hate demon is very strong. At this moment, the other groups look at Shishao in surprise and ask what happened to the demon army. And the demon of hate turns back and notices that his entire huge army has been completely destroyed, and notices that the remnants of his army are fighting huge dragons in an unequal battle. And the young hero arms himself with 2 chainsaws and sets off toward the demon of hate to fight him. At the sight of this, the mercenaries look extremely surprised and amazed that Shishao was able to destroy the demon army. And the mercenary commander, along with his squad, tearfully thanks the young hero for his timely appearance. At this instant, irritation appears on Commander Phoenix's face. He can't believe that Shishao is back in front of him. Meanwhile, Zueha wants to help the young hero, but the frosty lady talks her out of the idea and stops her. She then looks at Shishao and talks about how they will only get in the way under his feet. And the hate demon examines Shishao and notes that the young hero is an extremely brave man with incredible strength. Suddenly, the young hero transforms into a demonic form and rushes at his opponent, promising to show his full power. After that, a deafening explosion sounds and bright red flames completely cover the battlefield from other eyes. The young hero and the demon of hate are exchanging blows at breakneck speed, and neither wants to give in to the other. Throughout the battlefield, they're blows that have great destructive power, lifting small rocks upwards. Suddenly, the demon of hate transforms and says that he finally senses a worthy opponent. And the more the young hero attacks the demon, the bigger it gets, and is filled with the power of hate. After which, the demon delivers a powerful fist strike on Shishao and sends him flying. The young hero falls to the ground with tremendous force, and at that moment, the demon of hate shoots an energy beam at him. At the sight of this, the commanders lose heart and say that everything is over for Shishao, but Shuehi demands to believe in the hero until the end. And a gloating smile appears on the face of the head of the phoenix, as the scientist gets upset at the loss of a successful specimen. However, suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble and they look in surprise at Shishao, who appears in front of them. The young hero looks even stronger than before and heads towards his opponent with great speed. The men from the other squads, along with the scientist and the Phoenix commander, watch this with great amazement and can't believe their eyes. And the demon of hate starts laughing loudly and talking about how he's going to destroy the young hero anyway. Then he puts his arms out to the sides and prepares to attack Shishao, who is flying towards him at full speed. The demon manages to block all of Shishao's attacks, although it is becoming increasingly difficult for him to keep track of the young hero's actions. Suddenly, the young hero is behind the demon and effortlessly throws him over himself. And people with open mouths watch what is happening and cannot believe that a man can have such power. Meanwhile, the hate demon falls backwards onto the ground at a tremendous speed and takes a huge amount of damage. However, he rises sharply to his feet and with a wide grin on his face attacks the young hero in a vulnerable spot. After the blow, all of Shishao's demonic armor turns into pieces of metal, but the young hero continues to stand on his feet. At the sight of this, the scientist turns to his bodyguard and says that it will soon be time for him to go on stage. The geneticist then turns back around and watches the battle unfold with a gloating smirk. Meanwhile, the hate demon is about to finish off the young hero, but he defends himself with an energy shield. At this point, the Queen's squad leader orders the healers to give the young hero all the support they can. and the mercenary commander orders his men to cover the young hero's retreat with uninterrupted fire. However, the mercenaries refuse and say that they can die just by approaching the battlefield, which angers their commander. Suddenly, one of the healers turns to her commander and informs him that the squad is running out of time to treat the young hero. Meanwhile, the Phoenix commander watches with a gloating smirk and hopes to see Shishao perish. Meanwhile, the Frosty Lady is mulling over various options in her head and hoping that Shishao will stand up to this fight. Meanwhile, Shishao continues to hold back the onslaught of the enemy, and a robotic assistant warns him of the dangers of this approach. But the young hero does not want to lose the opportunity to pump his skills, so continue to hide behind the energy barrier. Gradually, the energy barrier begins to collapse and seconds remain before it is completely destroyed. At the sight of this, the scholar and the Phoenix commander watch this with smiles on their faces and wait for Shishao to be defeated. But suddenly, when the barrier is broken, the young hero gains tremendous power and stops the demon's attack with one hand. And the commanders along with the members of the squad are looking at what is happening in amazement and can't believe their eyes. The demon of hate is also stunned by this turn of events and points out that the young hero cannot be human. Meanwhile, Shishao's body begins to be surrounded by a bloody aura that increases his characteristics several times, and then creates around the young hero a huge demonic armor with incredible power. At this moment, the demon shouts that Shishao cannot be the bearer of the demon lord's power, and then rushes towards him in hopes of destroying the young hero before his eventual transformation. However, he fails to do so and receives a powerful blow to the chest from the young hero's changed appearance. Then his health stock instantly drops to 0, and a strange human body appears from his shell and falls to the ground. At this moment, the commanders, along with the squads with smiles on their faces, are cheering and congratulating Shishao on her victory. And the face of the Phoenix commander begins to change from anger, which gradually reveals demonic features. And the young hero flies up to the unknown body and realizes that his friend Anchung is in front of him. Then strips off her demonic shell and along with her robotic assistant lands on the ground with him. The robot assistant scrutinizes the body and points out that Anchung most likely fell under the influence of a demon in the past. Suddenly, Anchung opens his eyes and the young hero immediately runs up to him to personally check on his well-being. Shishao then reaches out to him with a smile and tells him that he was able to find his sister. However, after saying this, Anchung looks at the young hero without emotion and says that he has lost his memory. After saying that, Shishao is surprised and doesn't understand what could have caused such a change in Anchung. Suddenly the thought pops into his head that this dungeon can change people and turn them into demons. After which he rises to his feet and thinks about what to do with Anchung next. Suddenly in his head appears the shape of a demon who proposes to send Anchung to the other world to get his power. However, at the same instant, a bright image appears and reminds Shishao that Anchung is his friend. The light and dark sides are fighting inside the head of the young hero, not intending to retreat a single step from his ideals. And the young hero scrolls a huge number of thoughts in his head and thinks what is better to do in such a situation. Suddenly, a genetic scientist approaches Anchung and looks at the body and says that it is a great material for research. The story shifts to a few years ago, where in his laboratory, a scientist conducts horrible experiments on people. Scientist with the help of genetic material of demon to make man stronger and increase his lifespan to limitless. And he in turn is backed by powerful people from the Southern Security District who turn a blind eye to the experiments. At the thought of it, the scientist's smile grows even wider, and he says that he has finally found the right specimen. He then tells his guard to take Anchung's body immediately. However, a Frosty Lady appears in front of him along with her named sister, who block the guard's passage further. At the sight of this, the genetic scientist smiles broadly and talks about how he finally recognizes his test subjects. And the girls, as soon as they hear this, they go into a rage and say that they will definitely take revenge on the scientist for his inhuman experiments. Whereupon the Frosty Lady quickly draws her sword from its sheath and delivers a fatal blow to the scientist's bodyguard, and then lashes out at the geneticist himself with the words that now she will avenge his inhumane experiments. However, the bodyguard quickly recovers his wounds and reappears in front of the Frosty Lady. After which, he appeared in front of Shui and gave her a powerful punch, causing her to fly back a few meters. But the Frosty Lady manages to catch her sister, and is surprised that her attack didn't work on the guards. The battle between the guards and the girls is in full swing, and Shishao sits down next to Encheng and thinks about what to do. Meanwhile, Encheng regains consciousness and says that he only remembers going into that horrible dungeon and the voice in his head. Then he picks up and talks about how the strange voice really wanted the young hero to go to the other world. At this moment, the voice of his light side resounds in Shishao's head, urging him to help his friend. However, the dark side is not slumbering, and notes that Shishao will be able to increase his power if he sends Encheng to the other world. The young hero digs into his thoughts, listening to the voices in his head, and maintains a sepulchral silence. Suddenly, he rises abruptly to his feet and tells himself that he would never go to the extent of destroying his friend. Then he turns back and turns his attention to the two commanders, who are congratulating him on his victory. And Shishao nods silently and pays attention to the sound of battle that comes from not far away from him. He sees the Frost Lady along with her sister unsuccessfully fighting a guardian who is eternally regenerating. Then the young hero intervenes in the battle and says that he will personally deal with this guardian. The girls smile and head towards the scientist, and the young hero exchanges blows with the guard. The guardian turns around and tries to stop the fleeing girls, but the young hero shuts him down in an energy barrier. Shishao then summons several drones and says that he is now the only opponent for the guardian. Then the young hero gives a command to the drones from which there is a powerful explosion that carries critical damage. The fire gradually dissipates, and Shishao sees the guard in front of him who is gradually healing his injuries. The guardian then rushes towards the young hero, but he stands still and doesn't even try to defend himself. And when the guard comes close to Shishao, he uses laser cannons and splits the guard into small pieces. However, the guardian regenerates again and splits in two, becoming several times stronger. After that, two copies of the guardian instantly attack the hero, but Shishao manages to use the energy shield at the last moment. At that moment, a robotic assistant appears near the young hero and notes that the guardian is truly immortal. The robotic assistant then suggests that Shishao use the magic items in his inventory. The young hero agrees and creates an energy weapon in his hands that deals critical damage to the guards. Then he throws up an energy generator that starts sucking in everything around it. The guardian tries to regenerate, but his parts are completely sucked up by the generator, and Shishao is sent on his way with a smile. Meanwhile, the Frost Lady, along with her named sister, battles the Phoenix Squad that protects the scientist. And a genetic scientist stands in the distance and orders squad leader Phoenix to deal with the threat and protect him. However, the squad leader, even after the scientist's shouts, continues to stand silently and does not react in any way to his words. Then the scientist runs towards Wei Shu and shouts in a loud voice for the commander to protect him. Suddenly, the commander of the Phoenix turns into a demonic creature that wants only the young hero's death. After that, the demon throws the genetic scientist away with powerful blows and looks around for Shishao. And the Frosty Lady and Sui stop in place at the sight of the powerful demon and ponder the next plan of action. Suddenly, members of the Phoenix Squad appear behind the demon and ask the commander to come to his senses and not succumb to the demonic energy. However, Wei Shu, in the form of a demon, does not heed their words, and in one blow sends all the members of his squad to the other world. At that instant, the Frost Maiden makes a dash towards the monster and is about to deliver a lightning strike. However, the demon Wei Shu has no problem dodging both the Frost Maiden's attack and Shui's sword and jumps aside. He then exposes his blade and unleashes several deadly attacks on the girls and forces them to retreat. Meanwhile, the Queen's squad leader gives his squad orders to destroy the demon with all their might. The mercenary commander, along with his squad, also joins the battle and strafes the monster with firearms. At the sight of it, the demon heads towards them to destroy them, but has to dodge a powerful beam of energy. On the battlefield appears Shishao, who looks at the demon with a smile and says that he is extremely disappointed with Wei Shu's behavior. Then he turns to the girls with a smile and says that he will personally deal with this monster. Then he heads towards the monster with a smile on his face because after defeating it, the hero's powers can increase greatly. Meanwhile, Commander Wei Shu is moving at breakneck speed and promises to wipe the young hero off the face of the earth. Then he makes a deadly attack, but the young hero manages to surround himself with an energy shield at the last moment. Shishao then jumps back and sends a huge number of self-guided missiles towards his enemy. However, Wei Shu in demonic form dodges them without much difficulty and notes that he expected more from the hero. Then the demon picks up even more speed and the missiles crash into the ground without reaching their target. At the sight of this, the young hero begins to wonder how he can defeat the demon with incredible speed. Meanwhile, the commander of the Queen's squad orders his subordinates to give all possible support to Shishao. And the mercenary commander orders his subordinates to cover the young hero with fire whenever possible. At this moment, the Frosty Lady asks her named sister to believe in the strength of the young hero she is confident in, Shishao's victory. Meanwhile, the battle is in full swing and the demon attacks the young hero, but he successfully closes with an energy shield. However, despite the young hero's abilities, the shield gradually begins to crumble under a hail of attacks from a powerful demon. At that moment, a robot assistant appears near Shishao and offers to use Vox's invention. When the young hero uses the magic item, a holographic figure of Vox appears in front of him. At the sight of Shishao, Vox smiles and says that it's time for his deadly invention that makes up for all weaknesses. After which he smiles and says goodbye that now the young hero will be the fastest. And the young hero smiles and remarks that the scientist Vox is a real genius if he realized his basic weaknesses. And in a second, Shishao's body would recognize the charge of purple lightning that endows him with new strength. Then the young hero transforms and gets a new armor that is equipped with archangel wings. At the sight of this, the mercenary commander and his squad begin to cheer and become firmly convinced of the young hero's victory. And the demon Wei Shu doesn't see any change in Shishao and rushes into battle against him without a second thought. He then delivers his fatal blow in the blink of an eye and carries critical damage to the young hero. However, Commander Wei Shu soon realizes that he attacked only an illusion that was created by the young hero. And at this moment, Shishao is behind the demonic commander's back and talks about possessing tremendous speed. But the demonic commander is unwilling to accept this and tries to attack the young hero with his bright red blade. However, Shishao has no problem blocking this punch with a smile, saying that now Wei Shu is no match for him. The young hero then counterattacks the demon and tosses it aside, doing massive damage. But the Phoenix commander isn't about to give up. He speeds up his body even more and creates several copies of himself. And the young hero approaches him again and prepares to put an end to their protracted battle. He throws a huge number of blows and the demonic commander has no choice but to block these attacks. However, the young hero guesses the right moment and strikes a powerful blow at the demonic creature and pierces its absolute defense. From this powerful impact, Wei Shu's body goes flying and crashes into the ground at a tremendous speed, leaving behind a beam of light. Once the smoke clears, the young hero sees Commander Wei Shu in front of him, who is back on his feet. The demonic commander is not going to give up and pulls out a rare magic item filled with malice from his inventory. Wei Shu then sharply squeezed it in his chest, causing his body to be filled with incredible strength and making everyone's hearts flutter. And at that moment, a huge portal appears in the sky through which an ancient plague deity enters the battlefield. At the sight of this, everyone around looks at the ancient deity in astonishment and doesn't understand where Commander Phoenix got such power from. and the elite squad at this moment with admiration watches his commander and believes that his victory is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the genetic scientist has no face on the scientist. He is extremely concerned that the Phoenix Squad had such a powerful artifact. The story shifts to a few decades back, where a representative of the safe zone will hand a magical item to Commander Phoenix. And the genetic scientist recalls the story and notes with a smile on his face that he vastly underestimates the power of the Phoenix Squad. Then he smiles and is happy that he has a chip implanted in his body that protects him from the power of ancient deities. Meanwhile, the ancient deity let out a loud roar and covered his entire body with a powerful surge of ancient energy. This power affects all the space around it and imposes a weakening effect on all mercenaries. Because of this effect, everyone falls from powerlessness, and girls try to use potions to get rid of the negative effect. Even a young hero becomes susceptible to this effect and cannot move due to the reduction in the characteristic parameter. At this moment, Wei Shu approaches him and begins to scoff at the fact that Shi Xiao has finally bowed to her incredible power. And Shi Xiao lifts her head up and demands to stop interfering with other people in their battle. However, the demon does not care about the rest of the people and is ready to go to any lengths to mess with the young hero. And he turns toward the girls to deal with them and cause heartache to Shi Xiao. But suddenly the demon turns toward the young hero when he sees a bright green light appear around him. And the demonic commander sees a strange green crystal that removes the negative effects from Shi Xiao. Meanwhile, the young hero lifts the magic stone up and begins the ritual of summoning the ancient battle. Then another portal opens in the sky that summons the ancient life fighter into this world. As the invocation comes to an end, the ancient earth deity looks around and tries to figure out what's going on. And he notices in front of him his fellow ancient god and notes that he was too weak and is now a slave of men. At this point, the demonic commander can't stand it and says that this is no place for two deities to talk. And the ancient deity does not pay attention to him and censures his brother for the fact that he so easily fell into the clutches of people. In response, the plague deity is about to say something, but the magical chains completely restrain his will. Therefore, he only emits a hoarse scream that goes all over the battlefield and increases the power of his magical plague. In response, the ancient nature deity folds his seals and promises that he will free his brother from pain. After these movements, waves of life energy begin to emanate from the ancient god throughout the battlefield. The bright lights dazzle all the people, but at the same time remove all the negative effects from everyone. And when the spell comes to an end, most of the battlefield is covered with vegetation and dense forests. At the sight of this, Shi Xiao opens his mouth in astonishment and is amazed at the strength of the ancient nature god. And the mercenaries breathe in a full chest of life-giving air and enjoy being cured of the magical curse. Meanwhile, the chains of the ancient plague deity are covered in rose petals and gradually lose their soul-restraining properties. At this point, the deity of nature turns to his fellow man and offers him deliverance from torment through perdition. But this conversation is interrupted by Shi Xiao, who finds himself in absolute admiration of the deity's power. And the demonic commander gets even more furious and talks about how he's sick of idle talk. He then turns to the ancient plague deity and commands him to strengthen the plague curse. Immediately after these words, the plague deity lets out a loud scream and once again intensifies his magic curse. A red seal appears above his head, and the entire area around him gradually turns into a lifeless wasteland. At the sight of his fellow man's torment, the ancient deity of nature begins to remember being held in chains. His thoughts go back to a time when he was subjected to horrible experiences and used by people for selfish purposes. Meanwhile, Commander Wei Shu laughs loudly and says that soon the lives of everyone in the neighborhood will come to an end. Suddenly, a young hero appears near him and gives him a fatal blow and demands that he be silent. From this blow, the demonic commander falls unconscious, and the young hero enjoys the long-awaited silence. Meanwhile, the commanders of the squads are surprised to see what is happening and can't believe that they see ancient deities in front of them. and the frosty lady at this point asks her named sister to stay behind her and stay out of the battle. At this moment, the ancient plague deity scrutinizes Shishao and notes that there is a worthy mortal before him. And the young hero flies up to him. He protects his body with divine energy to avoid being affected by the plague. When Shishao finds himself very close to the ancient deity, he offers to release him in exchange for serving his purposes. At this moment, a nature deity appears behind the young hero to express the uncertainty of Shishao's strength. But on the face of the young hero at this moment flashes only a smile, and he assures the ancient god that he can cope with this task. After these words, a look of surprise appears on the face of the nature deity, and it says that the young hero will not have the strength to do this. And the young hero stares intently at the ancient plague deity and waits to see what answer it will give to his proposal. After some time of contemplation, the plague deity agrees to serve Shishao in exchange for freedom from magical shackles. When Shishao hears this, a smile appears on his face, and then he snaps his fingers and says that he will release the deity in the blink of an eye. Then he begins to slowly approach the deity, but the dark magic slows him down a lot. At this moment, the nature deity warns Shishao that the dark magic of the plague can destroy the hero if he weakens his defenses. But the young hero keeps going forward and then touches the deity's body with his hand and uses his lord account. And thanks to the transformation of the body, the ancient deity of plague is freed from the shackles and becomes free from the power of men. And the ancient deity of nature looks at his fellow man in amazement and cannot believe in the success of the young hero's plan. After a while, the plague deity approaches. Shishao bows to him and recognizes him as its master. And the young hero smiles and promises that together they can take revenge on those who dared to imprison him in these shackles. After saying this, the plague deity turns to Wei Shu and heads towards him to avenge the suffering he has caused. And the demonic commander flies up and again gives orders. He does not notice that the ancient deity is now free from his shackles. In response to Wei Shu's words to the plague deity, he walks closer and promises that the creature will answer for its crime before him. And squad leader Phoenix loudly continues to give orders and declares the deity to be his property. He then flies up to escape from the battlefield and promises to avenge his defeat on the young hero. But the demonic commander fails to fly far enough away, and his body begins to disintegrate due to the effects of the plague magic. And the young hero smiles at the sight of it and enjoys his victory with a smile looking around. The rest of the squads are also celebrating the victory and are happy to be alive after such events. However, the Phoenix squad, despite their level up, looks bleak due to the loss of their commander. And the young hero walks up to them and tells them they can get out of his sight. At this moment, the head of the mercenaries approaches Shishao and notes that the young hero fought very bravely. Meanwhile, the Phoenix squad returns to base, and the girl spy casts a glance at the young hero before leaving. At this point, the young hero is deep in thought and assumes that the Phoenix squad can report his actions to the command. Behind everyone stands a scientist engineer who is carefully watching the retreat of the Phoenix squad. He throws the portal generator in front of him and is about to leave the dungeon while no one is paying attention to him. However, the young hero destroys the portal generator with a deft shot, and with it the scientist's chance of escape. At that moment, a young hero with girls approaches the scientist from behind and says that he will not let him escape. And the scientist turns back with an angry expression and says that the young hero is making a huge mistake. However, Shishao silently stares at the scholar and lets most of his words pass by his ears. Then the scientist begins to beg the young hero for mercy and promises him untold riches and treasures. But the young man does not agree to this, and then turns toward the girls and says with a smile that the scientist's life depends on them. And the scientist, without changing his face, offers the same to the two girls and asks them to forget old grudges. But in response, the Frost Lady pierces the scientist's legs with magical ice and inflicts painful damage. and then together with her named sister with anger in her eyes, looks at him and says that no one will forgive the genetic scientist. Then the scientist becomes fierce with anger and promises that after his death, the Southern Security Zone will declare war. At this point, the girls think about it. They do not want to cause unnecessary trouble to the young hero. And Shishao comes forward at the sight of this and says that he is not afraid of the power of the Southern Security Zone. After saying that, the scholar looks at Shishao with horror and says that the Southern Zone still has ancient deities. At this moment, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that he would be happy to take these deities for himself. After these words on the scientist has no face, he is extremely amazed that the young hero is completely unafraid of anything and calls him crazy. Then he decides to inject himself with a strange syringe, and the girls with guns try to stop him. But not in time, and from the body of the scientist begins to burst out a profuse sweat of dark energy repelling everyone. When the energy dissipates, the heroes see a scientist who has turned into a strange substance, and the girls silently stare at the ugly creature and don't know what's going on. Then the hero folds his arms across his chest and explains that the scientist decided to use the demon gene, but failed. After some time of reflection, the girls jointly strike a few blows and send the scientist to the other side of the world. They then approach the young hero and thank him for allowing them to carry out their long-standing revenge. The girls ask Shishao to take them with him so they can help him realize the creation of a safe zone, and the young hero quickly agrees, then snaps his fingers and creates a portal to his world. And after a while, the heroes find themselves in front of a huge fortress which is illuminated by rays of sunlight. Inside the fortress, Anchung's sister greets her brother with a smile and hugs him tightly. She tearfully looks at her brother and tries to recognize him for where he has been all this time. At this point, the young hero informs her that Anchung has lost his memory and can't recall most of his life. At some point, this upsets the girl, but then she quickly wipes away her tears and thanks Shishao for her help. The young hero then turns to Anchung and promises that he will give him back his lost memory. And Anchung examines his body and says that he only remembers the demon lord who flashes silhouettes in his head. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by Shishao's sister, who winks at her brother and notes that he has brought new beauties again. In response, Shishao scratches his head and says that his new companions are valuable allies. At that moment, one of the young hero's companions appears and looks at the new members of the team with displeasure. And Shuehe turns to his named sister with a smile and remarks that they will have a lot of fun in this place. The Frosty Lady agrees and warns that the place in the young hero's heart will not be vacant for long. After which she goes forward and Shuehe froze in a stupor thinking about his named sister's words. Meanwhile, the Frosty Lady approaches the young hero and talks about how she doesn't want to be idle. The Swordmaster agrees and joins the conversation, asking Shishao to give him an assignment. Then the young hero announces with a serene expression that they will work together to clear certain neighborhoods of monsters. He then opens the information panel and displays the locations of the monster clusters on the map. And the Frost Lady and the Swordmaster are smiling and talking about how they'll get the job done without much trouble. At this moment, Shuehe, who is also willing to take on the task and wants to help the young hero, approaches Shishao. And the young hero assigns her and the insect prince to watch for spatial cracks and then patch them up. Shishao then turns to the robot girl who has been standing next to her the whole time and doesn't get into the dialogue. He asks her to watch the surrounding area of the base and destroy any enemy that comes close. And Shishao's sister talks about going with her and asks her brother not to worry about guarding the base. Then the young hero rolls through his head the thought that he will soon have to go to the world of darkness. Before doing so, however, he opens a demonic portal using a blood heart and is about to head inside. At this point, a Frosty Lady approaches him and warns him that the demon plan could be a very dangerous place. These words are joined by his sister, along with Shuehe, who asks Shishao to remain cautious. And the young hero promises that he will return safe and sound and asks the girls not to worry about him. At the same moment, he is approached by An Chung's sister who wants to go with him, but the young hero politely refuses her help. He then goes into the portal and asks the girls not to get bored while he's away. And after a few seconds, the young hero finds himself in a demonic dimension and looks around. Suddenly, he notices ahead of him a huge number of demonic creatures that look in his direction with malice in their eyes. After that, a huge army of demons with great speed is heading in his direction to destroy him. However, the young hero continues to stand still and waits for the demonic creatures to approach him. He then pulls out a statue of an ancient deity and summons him to his aid to deal with this army. An ancient plague deity appears in the sky and endows the young hero with incredible demonic power. After a while, only lifeless bodies of monsters scattered all over the wasteland remain from the huge army of demons. The young hero sits on a mountain of bodies as if it were his throne and tries to catch his breath after the battle. He looks into the distance and sees a huge vortex of magical energy with demonic dragons flying around it. Suddenly, the thought pops into his head that most likely the view of the Demon Lord's castle is in front of him. Then he pulls the hell bells out of his pocket to summon the demonic soul merchant. And a second later, a demonic merchant appears in front of him, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of a good deal. However, surprise quickly appears on his face when he sees a mountain of demonic bodies in front of him. Then he starts acting very strange and starts sniffing the area very thoroughly, which bothers Shishao. And after a while, the soul merchant tells of picking up the scent of the demon prince. This news is extremely surprising to the young hero, and he asks the merchant to tell more about it. But the soul merchant seems very insecure and afraid to tell the young hero too much. He argues with himself for a long time and decides to tell the story of the heir to the demon blood and talks about how he used to be a counselor. However, the young hero is extremely skeptical of the merchant and doesn't really believe his stories about the heir. And the merchant continues to assure Shishao of his rightness and tells that he has a whole treasure trove at his disposal. He then offers the young hero to test his words if he isn't afraid of the dreaded last one. He then throws a vial of demonic water towards Shishao and offers to douse the demon lord's heart with it. The young hero examines a strange vial of liquid, and the robot assistant assures Shishao that the merchant is telling the truth. And Shishao pours the entire contents of the vial onto the demon lord's huge heart with a heavy sigh. He then lifts the object up and red smoke begins to emanate from it, which the merchant looks at closely. After a while, the red smoke begins to transform into a demon lord who looks around with a smile. At the sight of his lord, the soul merchant falls to the ground and salutes him with a bow. And the former demon lord smiles and rejoices that he still has loyal beings in this world. Then he turns to Shishao and notes that the young hero could be his worthy heir. The demon lord then casts a glance at the fortress and explains that it is now ruled by an ancient demon deity. After his explanations, he offers Shishao to defeat the ancient deity, and in return he promises to bestow his power. The young hero listens carefully to the demon lord's suggestion and agrees with a smile on his face. Shishao then looks around and asks what bonuses he will receive after the deal is done. And the former demon lord explains with a smile that in addition to strength, the hero can gain access to valuable gifts. Before his disappearance, he asks his faithful advisor to provide the young hero with everything he needs. A smile appears on the merchant's face, and he promises that if successful, the young hero will have access to his rare goods. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the merchant and Shishao begins to tremble, and a huge number of small stones rise into the sky. And after some time before the young hero appears an ancient deity of demons that looks intimidating. At this moment, an explosion erupts in front of the young hero, scattering small shards of rocks in the sides, but Shishao remains in place. The courage of the young hero surprises the ancient deity, and he decides to spare the brave man's life. After that, he raises his hands up, and from his colossal power, a huge amount of lightning bolts burst into the ground near the hero. After that, Powerful demons appear at the sight of the explosions and bow down to the young hero. And the ancient deity points them out and promises to give Shishao power if he gives him the demonic heart. The young hero stands silently for a while, surrounded by demons and flames, and contemplates the situation. After a while, a smile appears on his face, and he asks the deity to answer his questions, which surprises the merchant. In response, the ancient demon deity begins to laugh and promises to answer the man's questions as a reward for his bravery. Then the young hero asks why the deity can't get out of this world, and the ancient deity only laughs back and replies that the young hero is asking unpleasant questions. Then he tells of being a part of the deity of destruction that was defeated by the shadow. Huge amounts of destruction deity particles were scattered across different worlds and eras. But because of the power of the black hole that remains after the shadow, the particles of the great god cannot leave these worlds. After his story, the demon deity raises his hand up and says that with the power of his heart, demons will be able to get out of the world. His silhouette lights up with a bright flame, filling him with new energy, and continues his story. The story is transported to a few hundred years ago. A powerful demon lord sits on his throne and gives orders. When he loses a battle to an ancient god, he sends his heart to another dimension to prevent it from giving him the power he desires. The demon finishes his story, then points his finger at Shishao and notes that the hero now has the heart he needs. At this point, Shishao declares that he and the deity have a lot in common and is about to ask a new question, which alarms the merchant. Shishao asks what the ancient demon deity will do after gaining new power, and the ancient deity smiles broadly and says he's going to get out of this world. Then the deity raises his hand up and promises that he will gather all the ancient deities to destroy the rest of the worlds. At this point, a cold sweat appears on the young hero's face, and he opens his mouth in surprise after hearing this. A picture appears in his mind that in the moment of imprisoning all the ancient deities, he can awaken the deity of destruction. Then he gets a disgruntled look on his face and accuses the system of wanting to destroy the whole world. Meanwhile, the demon deity looks at the young hero, eagerly awaiting a response to his proposal. And the young hero, with a smile on his face, puts his hand up and declares that he refuses the demon's offer. After these words, the ancient deity sighs heavily and declares that it would be a pity to destroy such an interesting person. Meanwhile, the young hero puts on his demon destroyer uniform and prepares to give battle. Then the ancient deity lets out a loud roar and says that no demonic creature can resist him. After these words, a strange, shadowy energy begins to surround the young hero and completely restrains him. The shadow energy proves to be so strong that it causes Shishao and the merchant to fall to their knees before the ancient deity. And the demon deity spreads his wings and prepares to deal his opponent a single blow. At this point, the young hero tries to move, but his body does not obey him at all. Meanwhile, the ancient deity summons his servants so that his triumph may have even more witnesses. He then reaches his hand out to the young hero and demands that he hand him the heart of the demon lord. The young hero obeys the ancient deity's orders and pulls the heart of a demon lord from his inventory. Meanwhile, a huge army of demonic creatures appears on the scene, rushing to see the rise of their lord. And the young hero holds on with both hands to his heart, but suddenly declares that the ancient deity is not destined to rise. After that, he sheds his demon form, and with that, he hides the demon lord's heart in his possession. Such an act infuriates the ancient deity, and he promises to wipe the young hero off the face of the earth. And the young hero smiles and talks about how he won't even have to fight personally to win. At this moment, a golden crown flashes on the ancient deity's head, and he promises that Shishao will regret his words. Meanwhile, the young hero uses demonic wings and notes that he has many different ways of fighting. After which, the ancient deity points his finger at Shishao and sends demons to destroy him. And the young hero quickly flies upwards and dodges all the attacks of the demonic creatures. At that moment, a robot assistant appears near Shishao and offers to use a new artifact. And the young hero is given a book of gene modification to learn this skill and create powerful weapons. With incredible speed, he turns page after page, and the book begins to glow with a bright light. And after a while, an iron hand appears that firmly grasps one of the demonic generals. It instantly begins to shrink and sends the general to the other side of the world in seconds. And at that moment, all the demons see before them a strange monster half made of metal. And the robot helper looks admiringly at Shishao's creation and praised the hero for his excellent decision. Meanwhile, the iron monster opens fire and destroys all the demons in front of him by firing on them with a machine gun. After that, strange blue vines burst out of his body, which recognize the bodies of demonic commanders and suck out their power. At that moment, an ancient deity appears on the battlefield and destroys these vines with his sword. The deity then stands before the monster and commands him to submit to his title of Demon King. But to his great surprise, the mechanical monster responds to his words by punching him in the face with all his might with his fist. At this moment, Shishao appears near the mechanical monster's shoulder and explains that this creature cannot be subdued. These words begin to anger the ancient deity, and it rushes into battle trying to pierce the iron armor of the monster with its sword. The deity strikes blow after blow, but to his great surprise, the Iron Titan doesn't have a single mark from the blows. Suddenly, the iron monster decides to attack and breaks through the god's defenses and deals him a critical blow. Meanwhile, the soul merchant hides behind a rock and watches the battle from a safe distance. And the young hero notices him and declares that victory is in his pocket, but the merchant asks Shishao not to lose vigilance. Shishao assures the merchant that the fight is coming to an end, but the merchant asks the hero not to underestimate his opponent. Suddenly, a frightened expression appears on the merchant's face, and he asks Shishao to turn back immediately. Shishao turns around and sees that the ancient deity is beginning to be filled with cosmic magic. After that, several hundred stones filled with the magic of space start spinning around him at a crazy speed. Once the stones reach the mechanical demon's body, they pierce its defenses and deal enormous damage. After defeating the monster, the ancient deity begins to laugh and says that now it's Shishao's turn. And the young hero smiles and talks about how he's not going to fight the deity personally. At this moment, the soul merchant grabs his head and is amazed at the power of both the young hero and the ancient deity. Meanwhile, the young hero maneuvers through the flying rocks without much trouble and notes that he can't be defeated this way. But the ancient deity notes that his victory is only a matter of time and offers the young hero to surrender. In response, the young hero pulls out magical stones from his gear and plans to summon the power of the ancient deities. After this action, 3 ancient deities appear on the battlefield at the same time and engage in battle. And the ancient deity of demons looks at his fellow demons with extreme indignation and accuses them of weakness. After these words, the golden crown flashes on his head again, and he promises to destroy his brothers and take their powers for himself. And the ancient deities point out that their fellow man is misguided and urge him to side with Shishao. At this point, the demon deity turns his attention to the young hero and laughs at him for being so weak. Meanwhile, Shishao falls to the ground from fatigue due to the tremendous use of magic at the call of the ancient gods. He grits his teeth in pain and cold sweat runs down his face, but despite this he continues to concentrate his strength. A robot assistant appears beside him and worries for Shishao's life, but the young hero only smiles back. Meanwhile, the ancient deities are going full speed towards the demon deity to put an end to his jubilation. The divine eye uses the eye of clarity and casts a weakening effect on the demon deity. At that moment, the plague deity unleashes a torrent of curse upon the demon that restrains his body. However, the demon puts its palm forward and uses space magic, pushing the other deities away from itself. Despite his immense power, the nature god manages to curb his strength and reverse it. The ancient demon deity looks at this with anger and curses his fellow man for this power. Meanwhile, the nature deity flies up close to the demon and delivers a powerful blow to his head. From this blow, the demon deity falls to the ground, and the ancient god of nature steps on him with his foot. After a while, a young hero flies up to the demon deity and offers to obey him, but the demon refuses. And the young hero smiles back and talks about making the demon experience real fear. These words only make the ancient demon god laugh, and he says that no one in the world can scare him. Then Shishao's body is filled with tremendous power, and he says that he will appear as the true enemy of all ancient deities. A moment later, the young hero transforms into a vampire lord with a mocking smile looking at his enemy. Fear appears on the face of the demon deity. He can't believe how the shadow was able to survive after the great battle. At this moment, he recalls the confrontation between the Lord of Destruction and the shadow deity. However, he is distracted from his musings by a nature deity who presses his foot even harder and demands that he admit defeat. Then the god of plague comes closer and tells the ancient demon god that he can become an ally of the shadow. It tries to persuade its counterpart in various ways and notes that this is the only way the demon deity can save itself. But the ancient deity of demons is not going to agree to these terms and calls his brothers traitors. In response, he only receives another kick in the leg from a nature deity who demands he bite his tongue. And the young hero observes everything that happens from on high and scoffs at the fact that the demon deity lies beneath his feet. In response, the ancient deity promises to destroy all of the young hero's loved ones when freed. After saying that, Shishao loses all patience and promises to demonstrate real suffering to the demon. And the young hero uses his blood magic that recognizes the demon's body along with his soul and deals him a fatal blow. At this moment, the demon deity is in terrible pain and begs the young hero to take pity on him. The ancient deity promises to do anything if the young hero stops tormenting his soul. In response, the young hero brings his magic back to himself and stops tormenting the demon's soul. After which, Shishao, with a smile on his face, extends his hand to the ancient gods and says that it is time to set off. And immediately after these words, all the souls of the ancient deities are sent to his hand and turned into crystals. The young hero then frees himself from the shadow account and flies toward the ground. After his successful landing, he looks around and beckons to the shady merchant. The young hero shows the soul merchant the crown and is about to become the new leader of the demons. In his hands, the crown lights up with bright flames, and Shishao raises it high up. After these actions, a huge obsidian throne of a demon lord appears in front of the young hero. After a while, a large number of demons appear near the throne to greet their new master. He then places the crown on his head, and the shadow merchant encourages everyone to bow to the new overlord. Once the crown is on the young hero's head, he transforms into a demon lord and sits on his throne. He then finds himself in his pocket dimension and learns about the unique capabilities of his new form. In addition, the system tells Shishao that he needs to defeat the other demon lords to achieve full power. At the sight of this message, a smile appears on the young hero's face. He sees this as an opportunity to level up. After a while, Shishao teleports back and a demonic soul merchant appears in front of him. The merchant gives the young hero the key to the vault where he can acquire any treasure. After these words, the merchant tells Shishao in confidence that the young hero can reduce the price of the treasure to 0 if he wishes. When the merchant disappears from sight, the young hero returns to his normal form and looks around. He then decides to go to the world of darkness and snaps his fingers to open into this mysterious world. After a moment, a huge portal opens in front of him, into which the young hero slowly heads. Meanwhile, a meeting of the heads of the great houses is underway at the main headquarters of the Southern Security Zone. Unknown figures in dark hoods discuss among themselves the defeat of the Phoenix Group and the young hero's involvement. To them, Shishao looks like a villain who is building up his power and will soon take on the resolution of their house. That's why one of the house heads proposes a vote on what to do with the young hero next. The voting begins, and most of the mystery people vote to deal with the young hero. The meeting is declared adjourned, and a silhouette of Shishao is shown on the screen with a caption that says, "The hero is to be destroyed." At the same moment, the young hero finds himself back in the world of darkness and sees before him the huge city of Linwei struck by a curse. The head of the Hunters Department, Christina, turns to the heroes and asks what they have forgotten in this dangerous place. Reagan only scratches his head, and the young hero explains that they have the key to unlocking the source of the curse. This information interests Priest Sarian greatly, and he asks to be told as much as possible. And to prove his word, the young hero demonstrates a golden key that opens the way to the city's sewer system. This greatly surprises the heads of the Order of Hunters. They ask to tell the heroes how they gained access to this key. Reagan looks distracted after these questions, and the young hero notes that it's not worth going into these details right now. At this moment, the young hero's mind is spinning with the idea that he should not tell about the mysterious blood cult. Christina and Sarian look at each other, and the girl offers to take the heroes with her. The priest thinks long and hard about the proposal and agrees to it, but warns the heroes to remain vigilant. After these words, a smile appears on Reagan's face. He is extremely happy that the Order has trusted him now. At the same moment, the leaders of the Order talk to each other and note that the behavior of the heroes looks strange. After this conversation, Lady Christina mounts her horse and warns Reagan to stay behind the troop for safety's sake. She smiles and hopes that Reagan will stay out of the thick of the battle and remain unharmed. After a while, a group of the Order of the Hunter Order, along with the heroes, descend into the sewers of the city. The people who are walking ahead take out torches and look around carefully, illuminating the space around them. The hunters look around the room with displeasure and notice an unbearable stench coming from the far corridors. At one point, the hunter turns back and demands the heroes stay back when the monsters attack. And Reagan just smiles in response and talks about how he can stand up for himself in case of danger. The young hero is of the same opinion and asks the hunters not to worry about them. Reagan then steps forward and begins to question Lady Christina about their assignment in this dark city. But at that moment, Priest Sarian enters the conversation and says that their task is too important to talk about out loud. Reagan nods and says with a smile that he understands the importance of the task, but there is a vague doubt in his heart. And the young hero thinks about the situation and thinks that the Order is hiding something important. Suddenly, strange sounds start coming from the far corridor, which the hunters notice. Then a few rats come out of the darkness and scare the hunters to death. One of the squad members kicks the rat with his foot and curses the creatures for rushing in to scare him. But suddenly after that, a huge rat swarm rushes out of the darkness at a rapid speed towards the group. Gradually, plague rat men appear among the rats and stare at the hunters with bloodthirsty eyes. And after a while, the rats completely surround the group and rush to attack at the same time. At the sight of this, Lady Christina pulls out her blade and prepares to give battle to the rat army. Meanwhile, the rat men break through the defenses and deliver critical blows to the hunters, piercing their defenses. Other hunters are less lucky and are sent to the other world as soon as the rat man's teeth sink into their flesh. At this point, the wizard Sarian creates an energy barrier, and Lady Christina tries to defend it as she reads the spell. After a while, the wizard manages to create a powerful barrier, but every second the rats only get bigger. Suddenly, the rats start to gather in less and turn into a huge monster that has a high level. Priest Sarian then strengthens the magical barrier and asks everyone else to stay out of it under no circumstances. But the monstrous beast shatters the barrier with just one blow and throws all the hunters in different directions. At this blow, Priest Sarian receives a fatal blow and falls to the ground unconscious. The monster is about to make its next attack, but in front of it arises the knight Christina, who tries to block this blow. After a successful parry, the girl jumps aside and tries to divert the monster's attention to herself. But to her surprise, the monster uses an acid attack that quickly destroys some of the girl's armor. Christina then falls to the ground and tries to catch her breath. She feels that her stats have dropped a lot. At this moment, she grabs her blade with both hands and decides to resort to using her secret technique. However, Reagan stops the girl and asks her not to use this technique at the moment. After these words, he goes to the monster who is waiting with great anticipation for the hunter's approach. Knight Christina tries to dissuade her ward, but Reagan only smiles and asks that the monster be provided to him. When the beast hears these words, it begins to mock the hunter and calls him a weakling. But Reagan pays no attention to these words and begins to perform the bloody ritual. At the sight of blood from the mouth of the monster begins to drool profusely, and it prepares to pounce on the hunter. And without waiting for Reagan to act, the monster rushes towards him, wanting to swallow the man whole. And Reagan looks at the monster with a smile on his face and talks about how soon the monster will be finished. After these words, a bloody blade appears in the hand of the white-haired hunter, which he gives the monster a fatal blow. From this blow, the monster turns into a huge pack of rats that start scattering in different directions. But Reagan is not going to let the monster go and uses a powerful magic circle that destroys all the rats in the area at once. At this moment, a smile appears on the young man's face, and he begins to consume his opponent's blood. After his victory, Reagan turns to his comrades and smilingly announces that he has successfully dealt with the threat. But the rest of the group does not share the white-haired hunter's joy and looks in his direction with surprise. Suddenly, the hunters turn to Reagan in a disgruntled voice and accuse him of betraying the order for using blood magic. Christina also tries to find out how Raiganu got such power, but the young man explains that he has it under control and should not worry. When the priest hears this, he frowns and notes that blood magic belongs to the sworn enemies of the Order of Hunters. But Reagan continues to prove that he is willing to serve the order faithfully, and blood magic is just a tool to achieve his goal. But the hunters are unhappy with this explanation and call Reagan a renegade who besmirches the pride of the hunters. At this point, surprise appears on Reagan's face, and he tries to convince his companions that he is their friend. Suddenly, Shishao intervenes, noting that without Reagan's help, the group would have been destroyed long ago. And then he turns his back on the hunters and suggests that Reagan go off with the two of them to stay away from them. Before disappearing completely into the dark corridors, the young hero grinningly wishes the hunters good luck. After these words, the hunters become furious and curse the juror, but suddenly the priest orders his subordinates to be silent. He slowly turns to face him and points out to the hunters that they are defaming the honor of the order with their words. Then Priest Sarian turns to Christina in a calm voice and discusses the situation with her. After a while, the group continues onward and the priest asks the hunters to be careful. Meanwhile, the young hero and Reagan choose a different path and rush into the darkness of the tunnels at full speed. Suddenly, Shishao puts her hand on the white-haired hunter's shoulder and asks him not to worry about what happened. Reagan thanks the young hero for his support. He can't understand why the order reacted so badly to his rescue. At a certain point, Reagan clenches his fist and talks about changing the order of hunters. And the young hero recalls the word hunters and calls them ignoramuses who demean both the weak and the strong. When Reagan remembers this moment, he becomes angry and promises to take revenge on the hunters. At this moment, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he points out that the strong can change this world and even the order. After saying this, Reagan looks at the young hero with surprise and asks if he can become stronger. And the young hero slowly continues to walk forward and asks the white-haired hunter to have more faith in himself. Then he turns back abruptly and holds out his hand to the hunter, telling him to move on. After the words of Shishao, the young hunter is charged with confidence and decides to destroy the order to build something new in its place. And the heroes set off on their journey, but after a while they find themselves in the center of a crossroads. Then the young hero uses magic to determine the right and safe path. And after a while, magical energy points the heroes in the direction of a safe passage. They head forward and Raygun once again thanks the young hero for his support. At this moment, Shishao thinks about the situation and mentally apologizes to Raigong for trying to make a villain out of him. Meanwhile, a group of hunters follow the knight Christina, who uses a special map and leads the group forward. The hunters look among themselves with a smile and note that the heroes have most likely perished in the underground catacombs. These words greatly grieve Priest Sarian and Christine, who note that the order is very rotten from within. Suddenly, a strong sweat of air emanates from the far corridor, instantly extinguishing the hunters' torches. At that moment, Knight Christina and Priest Sarian order the hunters into a fighting stance, and the priest raises his staff up and uses magic to illuminate the space around the group. But to their horror, the hunters notice that a huge number of monsters have completely surrounded them. Meanwhile, the young hero and Raygun hear a noise, and the white-haired hunter suggests they return to the group. However, Shishao is serious and says that the group of hunters are capable of standing up for themselves. After that, the heroes move on and get to the exit of the underground rooms. Raygun looks around and thanks Shishao with a smile that they didn't have to fight during the journey. Suddenly, the white-haired hunter's attention falls on a hole where bodies are buried, and he points it out to the young hero. At the same moment, the hunter notices a man in the distance and without listening to the young hero runs towards him. When he gets to the spot, he sees a girl in a tattered dress digging another grave. And Raygun comes closer and beckons the girl to him, but she pays no attention to him. The white-haired hunter sighs heavily, and Shishao tells him to be careful and points out that the girl is not as easy as she seems. When the heroes are about to leave, the girl calls them and asks them what they forgot in such a dangerous place. And when the heroes turn back, the girl adds that they'd better get out of this place as soon as possible. A smile appears on Raygun's face at the sight of the girl talking, and he says that he is looking for the source of the city's curse. But the girl is silent again and doesn't answer the white-haired hunter's questions and ignores him completely. Raygun tries to reach out to the girl, but his numerous questions continue to go unanswered. Then the young hero puts his hand on the white-haired hunter's shoulder and says that he himself will try to get the girl to talk. He then walks closer to the pit with a smile on his face and points out that the girl probably just hates hunters. Then the girl stops digging and raises her head, listening intently to the young hero's words. And Shishao, with a smile on his face, asks the girl to help him find the source of the curse and notes that he is not a hunter. Then the girl jumps out of the pit and says that Shishao is completely right about her attitude towards the hunters. She slowly comes closer and talks about how most of who she knew were destroyed by the monsters, and promises to give the heroes the information they need if they find her missing sister. At this moment, Shishao and Raigong look amongst themselves and think about what is the best thing to do in such a situation. After some time of reflection, the young hero agrees to the girl's request and promises to find her sister. At this point, a smile appears on the girl's face. She takes a seat on the steps and is about to tell everything she knows. The story moves to a few months ago. Hunters with a secret cargo stay in a huge city. This secret cargo turns out to be an artifact that gradually sends the city and turns people into monsters. The girl finishes her story and notes that because of the hunters' actions, the town was infected with the plague, and so she hates them. Suddenly a smile flashes across her face, and she talks about being among the hunters who came to town herself. This story greatly surprises the girls, and Raygun wonders who the girl in the hunting party was. After these words, the girl looks at the white-haired hunter with empty eyes and talks about being the commander. And then the girl displays a hunter's medal that speaks of her high status. This surprises the Jeers a lot. They don't understand what high-ranking hunters are doing here. After a while, Raygun asks where the artifact that the hunters brought to the city is now, and the girl points to the center of town and tells me it's in the main castle. But the girl warns that the place is now guarded by monsters and hunters under evil spells. The young hero is immersed in his thoughts, and the girl notes that it is impossible to get through to the fortress. However, Ragnu is not going to give up, and says that he has enough strength to get through the monsters. But these words don't convince the girl, and she says that the heroes will also perish like the previous hunters. Raygun tries to prove otherwise, but the young hero stops him and asks him to move on. The white-haired hunter wants to stay, but Shishao assures him that there is no point to idle conversation and sets off. As the heroes move farther away, the young hero asks if Raygun has noticed anything unusual about the girl. This question greatly surprises the white-haired hunter and asks Shishao to explain what he means. Then the young hero turns around and explains that the commander of the hunters has been in another world for a long time, and in front of them was only her spirit. This information greatly disturbs Raygun. He clenches his fists in anger and curses himself for not being able to notice such things. And Shishao puts a hand on his partner's shoulder and tries to convince him that he still has time to learn such things. The young hero then looks up and considers the high roofs of the houses. At this moment, a cosmic shadow appears and says that it feels a part of itself in this city. The shadow then points to the place where his energy comes from and suggests that the hero go in that direction. And Raygun looks at the shadow in amazement and doesn't understand how this power was able to destroy most of the city. The young hero also wonders the same thing, and the shadow explains that the power of an ancient deity is involved. At one point, the shadow thinks for a moment and then says that most likely his part is under a curse. When Shishao hears this, he becomes serious. He assumes that the blood cult wants to summon an ancient god, and the shadow takes a closer look at the young hero and notes that he smells the odor of ancient deities from him. This information surprises Raiguna, while Shishao absent-mindedly explains that he can control the power of ancient deities. Meanwhile, the shadow asks the heroes to be careful and notes that absorbing his distorted particle may not be so easy. The space creature then turns toward the city and urges the heroes to depart as quickly as possible. Before he disappears, the shadow smiles and notes that he is now sure that he chose Shishao for a reason. And the young hero is immersed in contemplation and trying to put all the information he has together. Shishao suggests that the blood cult is using an artifact to summon a god, and the change in the city is the result of a failed experiment. Then he looks up toward the center and considers which way to go forward. But suddenly, behind the heroes, there is a clang of swords, and when they turn around, they see the distorted hunters in front of them. At the sight of this troop, Raigong asks Shishao to be careful and exposes his blade. The young hero asks if the swordsman knows anything about this squad, and Raygun tells him that they are facing an elite squad of hunters. At this moment, Shishao notices that Raigong looks distracted and is in no hurry to join the battle. Meanwhile, one of the dark hunters gets close to the heroes and is about to strike. However, Raygun quickly snatches his sword from its sheath and blocks the blow and protects the young hero from danger. But at this moment, drops of sweat profusely dripped down the white-haired hunter's face and became in a defensive stance. Suddenly, other hunters appear and are about to attack the young hero, but he doesn't move. But despite their numbers, Raygun blocks their attacks and asks Shishao to move away to safety. However, with each blow, the white-haired hunter found it increasingly difficult to defend himself against the deadly blows. At the sight of this, the young hero urges Raygun to not only defend himself, but to attack to finish off the hunters. At this point, Raygun's defenses weaken, and the hunters toss him aside with their powerful blows. At the sight of this, Shishao grows fierce with anger and asks the swordsman to do something, or else he will intervene in the fight. And Raygun grits his teeth and uses his blood spells to end it all in one blow. The bloody threads completely envelope the dark hunters and do not allow them to move a single step. Raygun kills 2 of the hunters, but he doesn't dare to send the last one to the other side. Suddenly, he hears the voice of a dark hunter asking to put him out of his misery, and the familiar voice makes Raygun worried. But after a while, the white-haired hunter makes up his mind and raises his sword to strike the final blow. His sword lights up with bright flames and quickly approaches the dark hunter. However, the sword stops a few centimeters away from the hunter's head, and Raygun screams that he can't do it. And the dark swordsman stares at him intently and asks him to end his life. Bloody tears slowly flow out of his eyes. At the sight of this, Raygun thrusts his sword into the ground with all his might and shouts that he will not send his comrade to the other side. The young hero then approaches Raygun and tries to find out what is causing this behavior. The story shifts to a few years ago, a young Captain Leo cleansing the city of Demon's Place with an elite squad. At his feet, he notices a white-haired child who is a survivor of the disaster. The hunter is about to leave, but the boy suddenly grasps his shoe tightly and won't let go. Then the hunter Leo decides to take the boy in and teach him military and swordsmanship. But one day when the hunter Leo was absent in the house, burst into the house his friends, who are extremely displeased with their comrade. They plunge the dagger into young Raygun's body and walk further towards Leo's family. Gradually they approach Leo's wife and child and shout that their commander must pay for his misconduct. After a while, Raygun comes to his senses and sees that Leo is hugging his wife, who has gone to the other world. Raygun begins to slowly crawl towards Leo and apologizes for not being able to protect his family. And Leo only laughs loudly and walks out of the house. He leaves Raygun without saying a single word. To Raygun's luck, he is rescued by the town healer who keeps the boy and cares for him. The young hero listens intently to the swordsman's story, and Raygun puts his head down and talks about not being able to destroy his mentor. Then Shishao shows Raygun the elixir and explains that they can get answers with it, but they need to put Leo to rest. The white-haired swordsman nods silently and uses blood magic to send his mentor to the other side. And the young hero claps Raygun on the shoulder and tells him that his comrade made the right choice. But the white-haired swordsman looks very lost and doesn't understand how the elite guards ended up in this city. Suddenly Leo rises to his feet again, but Raygun, with a deft movement of his blade, pierces his heart and defeats him. He then takes the potion from Shishao and pours it into Leo's body with the hope of getting answers to his questions. After a while, Leo comes to his senses and looks at Raygun with surprise. He thinks he is in hell. But the white-haired hunter quickly explains the situation to Commander Leo, and a smile appears on his old face. Suddenly, Raygun's face turns serious, and he asks how Commander Leo ended up in this place. At this point, a young hero comes up and asks to answer the questions as quickly as possible because they don't have much time. Leo's face becomes serious, and he explains that he came to this town with the bishop as a guard. Raygun listens carefully to Leo's words and doesn't understand why the bishop has come to this town. He then looks up to his mentor and asks for more details about it. At this point, Commander Leo glares at Raygun and tells him that the story will not be the most pleasant. And the young hero points out that the spell time is limited to 10 minutes, and there is no time for unnecessary words. In response, Commander Leo nods and elaborates on his group and the bishop who came to this town. The story shifts to a few years back. Leo tells of the emergence of the monsters after the artifact hit the town. The artifact made most of the inhabitants sick, but none of the medicines worked to cure the disease. Commander Leo decides to follow the bishop to find out the details and reaches a secret passage under the city. When Leo goes deep inside, he sees a huge crystal that feeds on blood. Around this artifact stand a great number of novices of the Blood Order and recite prayers praising the ancient deity. Leo watches this carefully and doesn't notice the other novices approaching him from behind. Commander Leo is tied up and brought to the bishop, who is not at all surprised to see a hunter here. The bishop removes his hood, and Leo sees a huge amount of bloody symbols on his face. The other novices also remove their hoods and urge Leo to join them. One of the novices draws a dagger and warns that if he refuses, the hunter will be killed. Commander Leo ponders the offer for a while and agrees to it with a smile. But suddenly he rises abruptly to his feet and begins to burst through the crowd of novices. He grabs the man who sent his family into the world and is out for revenge. However, the novice smiles and says that the past doesn't matter and asks Leo to stop. At this point, The bishop warns that if Leo exacts his revenge, he can no longer be part of the cult. After these words, Leo's hand freezes in place, and he talks about how his life is all about revenge and he can't miss the chance. Thoughts of family run through his mind, and he remembers the smiles of his wife and young daughter. After which, with a smile on his face, he plunges the dagger into the novice, and with a smile on his face, he enjoys his act. However, at the same second, several novices run up to him and stick spears into his body, piercing him through. Commander Leo finishes his story and heavy-handedly gives out. He talks about how he has no regrets. Meanwhile, the young hero turns to Reigun and sees that the swordsman is trembling and unable to say anything. Then the young hero decides to ask the question himself, and asks where the secret entrance to the blood cult's lair is. In response, Leo pulls out a small map and details the cult's secret location, and Shishao takes the map with a smile on his face and thanks Hunter Leo for such valuable information. After which, Shishao turns to Raigong and offers him one last question. At this point, Reigun slowly walks to his mentor and asks why the commander left him alone. The white-haired swordsman remembers the day of the tragedy and wants to find out from Leo who he was to him. Commander Leo stares at Reigun in silence for a while, surprised that he remembers that day, and then starts laughing and talking about how he only picked up Reigun out of pure whimsy. But suddenly the commander falters in the middle of a word and can't say anything else. And Shishao explains that the potion only allows one to speak the truth, and suggests that the commander be honest about his feelings. After these words, Commander Leo puts his head down and says that he doesn't want to remember it, and starts his story. The story shifts back to a few years ago again with Commander Leo training his son in the military and punishing him harshly. However, the son cannot withstand the harsh treatment and decides to go to the other world, and Leo berates himself for his strictness. Several years pass, and amidst the ruined city, Leo finds Reigun and decides to take him with him. Commander Leo sees Reigun as an exact replica of his son who is no different from him. After his story, Leo puts his head down and talks about how he saw Reigun as his second chance. He then raises his head to Reigun and apologizes for bringing him so much pain. Commander Leo then rises to his feet and hugs Reigun tightly and bids him farewell. After a few minutes, Leo's body begins to dry up and he asks Reigun to be careful. Leo comes to an end, and Reigun holds his body and tearfully promises to avenge the blood cult. Because of his unbridled anger, his body emanates a bloody wave that destroys everything in its path. At the sight of it, the young one uses an energy shield and defends himself from the small stones that fly in his direction. After a while, Reigun calms down and together with Shishao makes a small grave for Leo, leaving her sword beside her. The young hero praises the white-haired hunter for his determination and tells him that a tough test lies ahead of them. And Regnu stares intently at the blade near the grave and makes a promise to avenge Leo's death. Suddenly, a huge figure in a red robe appears behind the young hero. At the sight of her, Reigun becomes enraged and shouts loudly that no one dare come here. And the stranger only smiles and says that his task is to deliver Reigun to the worshippers of the ancient blood deity. At this point, the young hero scrutinizes the creature and assumes Reigun can handle himself. Meanwhile, Reigun rushes into battle with the intention of destroying the creature in front of him. With one powerful blow, he pierces the creature's defenses and rips open the cloak behind which the ugly body was hidden. In response, the cult novice only smiles and says that Reigun is no match for him. After that, a huge stream of energy burst out from his hand and was directed towards the white-haired swordsman. But Reigun only stops the powerful attack with one finger and looks at his enemy with hatred. This terrifies the novice, who tries to hide his fright and says that he is about to show his true power. After those words, his body transforms and he runs towards Reigun to deliver a fatal blow. However, the swordsman easily dodges, and the novice falls into unbridled rage and curses the hunter. The novice is about to move on, but to his surprise, he notices that he is standing in a pool of blood from which he cannot get out. and after a moment, strange creatures begin to emerge from the blood and stretch their arms towards the novice. Meanwhile, Raygun extends his hand forward and says that this place will be the grave for the blood deity's novice. After saying those words, a huge amount of blood games flew towards the novice, who would recognize his body. At this point, the young hero reminds the swordsmen of their purpose and says that they need the novice alive. And Raygun nods silently and speaks his fury unblinded, and then delivers a few more blows to the novice. After a while, the swordsman draws all the blood out of the novice, and the defeated man begs to be destroyed. Then the young hero comes closer and promises to fulfill his wish if he answers his questions. And the defeated novice, with pain in his eyes, tells everything he knows about the cult of the ancient blood deity. The novice notes that there is a place in the center of town where they siphon power from the remains of a deity. According to him, beneath the earth is a vast reservoir of blood that feeds a powerful artifact. The heroes also learn that the bishop is now engaged in an active summoning of an ancient deity to this world. But for some reason, the particles of the ancient deity only grow weaker and prevent the cult from realizing its intended purpose. After the novice's story, an image of an artifact that absorbs a huge amount of blood pops up in Xiao's mind. Then he looks at the novice with a smile and says that he has realized the reason why the novices have failed. A cult follower wants to know the details, but Raygun's blood magic consumes him and sends him to the other world. And the young hero thinks the cult is being foolish if they use a shadow particle to summon an ancient deity. Xiao is distracted from his musings by Raigong, who asks what the young hero is thinking about. But Xiao only believes his head from side to side and notes that his thoughts don't matter. However, this answer does not satisfy Raygun, and he asks the young hero to tell him more about the ancient gods. Suddenly a little girl appears behind the backs of the heroes and interrupts their dialogue. The young hero and Raygun slowly turn in her direction and realize that the sister of the hunter commander is in front of them. Xiao smilingly heads in her direction and says that he should escort her to her sister. But instead of answering, the girl runs away from the heroes and tries to hide in the alleys of the dark city. Then the young hero sighs heavily and sets off with Raygun to follow her. But when the heroes turn down an alley, they see a huge army of the living dead in front of them. At the same moment, the dead men slowly turn their heads toward the heroes and head in their direction, emitting horrible moans. However, Raygun has no problem destroying each monster, and the heroes continue on their way forward. After a while, the heroes catch up with their target, and the girl stands silently against the wall and stares at her. At this point, Raygun tries to get closer and asks the girl to follow him, but the girl only smiles in response. After that, the girl jumps up sharply and takes off in quick spurts towards the center of town. Raygun observes this with amazement and notes that it is likely that the girl has unusual abilities. And Xiao agrees. He creates wings on his back and says that it is better to continue following the girl. The heroes then fly upwards and head towards the center of the city at breakneck speed. During the flight, Xiao turns toward Raygun and talks about the swordsman becoming much more determined. Raygun responds by saying that he owes everything to the young hero and will continue to follow his instructions. After a while, the heroes catch up with the girl and notice that she is heading towards the gate that leads to a huge fortress. Then the heroes land on the ground and ask why the girl brought them to this place. After saying that, a smile appears on the girl's face, and she says that this is the only way to get inside the city. In that instant, the young hero notices the magical barriers and agrees with the girl's words. Meanwhile, the girl turns around and talks about being a holy maiden of the order. After saying that, a look of surprise appears on Raygun's face, and he says that this is the highest title in the order. And the young hero puts his hands in his pockets and asks why the holy maiden can't deal with the cult herself. The girl jumps on a small pillar and talks about how her abilities in the city are severely limited. At these words, Raygun becomes serious and asks for an explanation as to why the holy maiden can't figure it out on her own. And the girl calls Raygun naive and points out that not everything is easy in this town. She then quickly jumps to the ground and walks over to the door to touch it with her hand. At this point, the heroes notice that as soon as the saint's hand touches the door, blood starts pumping out of it. In the same instant, a huge red barrier appears over the city and encompasses every building. Meanwhile, the girl turns to Shishao and explains that only heroes can infiltrate the cult, and the hero decides to test these words. The young hero then apologizes for his disbelief, and the girl waves her head and says that Shishao did the right thing. The girl then looks down and talks about being the only survivor in this town and asks for an end to the cult. Then, the young hero walks to the door and tells Reagan that it is time for them to go forward. At this point, the Holy Maiden asks to wait for the heroes for a while and offers to bestow her blessing upon them. She then begins to recite a prayer, and a bright golden light envelops the place around the heroes. At the same instant, the huge clock tower begins to emit a tremendous energy that makes the ground shake. The energy is incredibly strong, and the ringing of the bell makes the heroes fall to their knees. After a while, the ringing of the bell fades, and Shishao makes the assumption that the cult has learned of their arrival. And the Holy Maiden rises to her feet and notes that the blood cult has likely renewed its barriers. She then turns to Raigon and asks him to go inside with Shishao while she guards the passageway. Meanwhile, the barrier around the fortress begins to slowly collapse and attracts the attention of the monsters. The Holy Maiden notices this and asks the heroes to act as quickly as possible before the monsters arrive. And the young hero and Raygun declare that they are ready to face the enemy and take a few seconds to destroy the monsters. The calmness of the heroes greatly surprises the saint, and she looks at them with eyes round with surprise. Meanwhile, the young hero heads towards the door and decides to see if he and Raygun can make it any further. But when Shishao touches the door, he notices a bright stream of energy and quickly realizes that the door is closed by a barrier. Then he asks Raygun for help, and the white-haired swordsman draws his blade and unleashes a hail of blows on the door. Meanwhile, a huge mob of monsters are walking down the long corridors of the city and heading towards the fortress. After a while, the heroes notice a huge crowd of dead people heading in their direction. At that moment, a saint flies up to the monsters and reads a spell to stop their advance. Meanwhile, Raygun tries to destroy the furnace, but his attacks have no effect. Then the young hero suggests that the white-haired swordsman use blood magic. Raenyun agrees with this idea and uses blood magic to destroy the seal and notices that it is slowly weakening. But as soon as the white-haired swordsman steps back, the magic seal is instantly restored. Then Raygun turns with Shishao and declares that it is beyond his power to break the magic seal. And the young hero gets serious and says that Raygun should try again and use his full power. After saying those words, Raygun uses all the blood energy and the silhouette of a bloody monster appears behind him. And Raygun sends all his energy into the attack and bloody hands hit the magic barrier with great speed. At the same moment, the saint tries to stop the crowd with a dead man and uses a sacred barrier to do so. Her power is slowly depleting, but she continues to use her magic and believes in the success of the heroes. As she looks at the monsters in her mind, she gets an image of people who once thanked her for helping her. She grits her teeth tightly against the pain and promises that she will surely put each creature to rest. But suddenly she hears a familiar voice and slowly turns in his direction with immense surprise. And the crowd of monsters steps back and lets pass the hunter commander who is slowly walking towards her sister. Commander Anna comes closer to her sister and talks about how she has the same compassion for people. But suddenly her face changes. She reaches forward and offers the saint to live with her forever in this world. Meanwhile, Raygun continues to hit the magic seal in hopes of success. But to his great surprise, the magic seal regenerates rather quickly, and the swordsman feels his strength leaving him. At the sight of this, Shishao hesitates and assumes that such problems arise because of the power of an ancient deity. Meanwhile, in the lair of the blood cult, a magical artifact emits a massive amount of energy. Devotees stand around him and say prayers in praise of the ancient deity of blood. But with each passing minute, the artifact takes more and more lives, and the number of novices dwindles. At the sight of this, the bishop urges the novices to continue praying for the glory of their deity and demands that they give their lives if necessary. At this point, a novice runs up to him and tells him that they are unable to maintain the artifact. In response, the bishop hits his follower with all his might and talks about how he's not going to now the weakness of the cult. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the heroes are trying to break through the barrier and the saint is watching closely. Suddenly, Commander Anna snatches her sword from its sheath and says no time to look around and rushes to attack her sister. She throws a few punches and asks her sister to surrender so they can be together forever. Gradually, the sword attacks begin to pass through the magical barrier and destroy it. In this moment, the saint recalls the moment when she had to say goodbye to her own sister. She grits her teeth hard with anger and talks about how her real sister is long gone. And Commander Anna tries with even more effort to destroy the magical barrier and says it's time to put an end to it. At this point, tears begin to flow profusely from the saint's eyes, and she apologizes to Anna for having to become a living undead. After these words, the strength of the magic barrier starts to increase and the sword gets stuck inside it. Commander Anna's bloody tears begin to flow and she talks about how she doesn't want to leave her sister alone. Meanwhile, the young hero watches the battle of the sisters and hopes that the barrier of the saint will hold for a while. After that, he quickly takes out all the reinforcement potions from his pocket to help Raygun deal with the barrier. Shishao throws them all at once at the white-haired swordsman and hopes that they won't cause any side effects. After a while, Raygun begins to feel a tremendous power and a powerful flow of energy appears around him. And thanks to his new power, he gradually removes the magical seal that closes the huge gate. He then kicks the doors in with his foot and says that he will personally deal with every blood cult novice. The young hero quickly flies in after them and sees a huge room in front of him. He notices that Raygun is distraught and hopes that the side effect of the potions will pass quickly. Suddenly, Shishao notices a saint in the doorway who smiles and wishes good luck to the heroes. After that, the gate closes with a loud sound, and the heroes are once again left alone inside the cult's fortress. Meanwhile, Raygun goes on a rampage and destroys a huge golden kolak in one blow. The swordsman then advances on him and with a loud shout demands the blood cultist to show himself in front of him. And the young hero gingerly watches this and hopes that the white-haired swordsman will not attack him in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, in the main hall, novices guard the magical generator that creates the protective seals. The novices scream and accuse each other that their faith is not strong enough to summon the ancient deity. Suddenly, there is a loud explosion, and the novices are horrified to see that someone is destroying the roof of the building. And the heroes appear before them to tell them that the cult's reign is over. In response, a huge number of novices shoot fire charges at them. But their magic turns out to be very weak, and Raygun sends several novices to the other world without too much hesitation. And then uses the blood ray to kill the remaining novices who manage to escape the first attack. Raygun then starts laughing madly, and the young hero asks the swordsman to keep his emotions under control. The heroes destroy the device and fly onward in hopes of finding the blood cult's main lair. Meanwhile, in the sacrifice hall, the novices continue to say prayers, but their strength is running out. At the sight of this, the bishop beats his staff loudly and demands the novices to lay down their lives for their deity. He looks at everyone carefully and says that only after the arrival of the ancient god can this world be saved. Suddenly, one of the novices runs to the bishop and reports that the magic defense generator has been destroyed. At the same instant, the main door explodes, and a huge amount of rocks fly in different directions. At the sight of it, the novices gather together and surround the artifact, preparing for battle. And the bishop cries out that no one knows how to disturb the peace of the abode of the ancient deity of blood. When the smoke clears, he sees Shishao in the doorway, who smiles and says that the cult has come to an end. At the sight of Shishao, the novices begin to laugh and talk about how one man is incapable of stopping them. But suddenly Raygun appears out of the darkness and says he can take down the blood cult himself. Raynu sweeps through the hall at breakneck speed and destroys a huge number of cult novices in his path. After a while, all the novices are defeated, but the bishop continues to stand on his feet. He notices that Raygun is a hunter and demands he bow down to him and apologize for what he has done. In response, the white-haired swordsman starts laughing and talks about how he has nothing to do with hunters anymore. After saying that, he creates a bloody spear and pierces through the bishop's body and inflicts massive damage. However, Bishop uses protective magic and instantly heals the resulting damage. After that, the bishop looks at Raygun with a smile and says that the blood deity's magic is unable to stop him. And the white-haired swordsman smiles and collects a huge amount of blood near him and prepares for another attack. He then creates bloody threads around the bishop that completely take control of his body. Then Raygun begins to slowly probe Bishop's body with bloody spears to avenge Leo's death. He laughs loudly and asks how long Leo agonized before he went to the other side of the world. And the bishop is in unbearable pain and begs Raygun to stop torturing him. But all that flashes across the swordsman's face is an evil smirk, and he says, from Ohm, that he won't stop. Then Raygun stabs a few more spears into the bishop's body and then sends him to the other side. The white-haired swordsman then heads towards the artifact and puts his hand out towards it to absorb its power. But to his great surprise, the artifact resists Raygun's will and pierces his hand with small daggers. At the sight of it, the young hero asks Raygun to step away from the artifact because there is clearly something wrong with it. However, Raygun is unwilling to listen to Shishao and uses even more of his power to absorb the artifact. But in response, the swordsman takes more blows and grits his teeth in pain. He then slams his hands on the ground with all his might and curses himself for not being strong enough to absorb the artifact. At that moment, a shadow appears to explain that his particle is not easily absorbed. He then scrutinizes the artifact and points out that it has been tainted with the blood of an ancient deity. The young hero's face becomes serious, and he talks about finding a way to cleanse the artifact of the spoilage. And Raygun takes off his blood magic and asks what he should do now in this situation. The young hero looks around and talks about finding the main base of the blood cult. Raygun asks for help from the shadow, but the cosmic deity just waves his hands and says he can't help. Then the swordsman decides to use his own blood to infuse the artifact with the necessary power. Because of this, there is a huge flow of energy over the city that pierces every scrap of land. Raygun listens to her feelings and begins to feel her vitality and the young hero. The swordsman tells about it and talks about how there is no one else alive in the city, and Shishao thinks about it. And Raygun goes into an absolute rage and starts pounding his bloody fist on the walls of the underground lair. Meanwhile, the young hero is deep in thought and trying to figure out where the base of the cult's base might be. After a while, strange tentacles appear above the artifact and slowly reach for it. Raygun wants to stop it, but Shishao stops him and suggests that he follow where the tentacles will take the artifact. The heroes then use demonic wings and fly upwards to follow the tentacles. After a while, the heroes notice that huge tentacles are descending from the sky. At the sight of this, the young hero offers to follow them and suggests that there may be a cult base in the sky. But the young hero stops when he hears Raygun's voice asking him to pay attention to the other tentacles. Shishao turns around and sees that the other tentacles are holding Knight Christina and Priest Sarian in their embrace. Raygun is very happy to see the heads of the order alive, and the young hero asks him to stay focused on his main task. After this conversation, the heroes fly even higher and notice a huge number of tentacles in the air. The young hero asks Raygun to be careful because there may be many dangers in the air. And after a while, the heroes see in front of them a huge airship which is wrapped with parts of an ancient god. A huge amount of lightning rages in this place, but Shishao and Raygun have no trouble dodging them. The young hero looks at the airship with amazement, and Raygun tells him that such a machine is very rare in their world. Meanwhile, the airship begins to accelerate and sets off across the vast sky. At that moment, Raygun has an overwhelming desire to destroy the airship to end the cult once and for all. However, the airship notices the heroes and opens fire on them with magic guns. A huge number of projectiles fly out of the airship, and in response, the heroes attack the guns with magic projectiles. The guns continue to bombard the Gurs but fail to deal with Raygun's blood magic. Meanwhile, inside the airship, the High Novices, along with their leader, perform a ritual to summon an ancient deity. Around the High Priest flies a huge number of books that are independently flipped during the ritual. After a while, the mechanism retracts the ceiling, and a huge stream of energy is channeled time and creates a magical seal of summoning. And gradually, from the magical seal, appear parts of the ancient deity Baird, whom the novices want to call into this world. At this point, the novices approach their lord and report that the summoning of the ancient god is successful. However, this does not satisfy the High Priest, and he demands to strengthen the powerful to make the summoning faster. At this point, one of the novices points out that such an approach could have negative consequences. But this makes the High Priest furious and sends the novice to the other world with one blow. And then he turns to the others and warns that anyone who argues with him will go to the other side of the world. After a while, the entire city is encompassed by huge streams of energy that are directed upwards. The airships then receive this energy and instantly direct it to the airship, and more tentacles emerge from the portal, completely braiding the flying ships. At the sight of this, the High Priest puts his hands up and demands even more power. But suddenly the power sources in the city begin to collapse one by one, and the flow of energy is interrupted. And the ancient deity gets stuck in the portal due to lack of magical energy. At the sight of this, the High Priest clutches his head and doesn't understand how the careful preparation of the summoning could have failed. Meanwhile, the young hero and Raygun are looking closely at the part of the ancient god that is trapped in the portal. Raygun is wary of the creature and says that it should not be allowed in this world. At that moment, a shadow appears and explains that soon the power of the artifact will come to an end and a decision must be made quickly. And the young hero thinks and talks about calling upon the ancient god despite Raygun's concerns. He then takes out a magic crystal and plans to use it to summon his ancient deity. A magical portal appears in the sky, and out of it appears a huge eye that arrived at the call of Shi Shao. The blood cult looks at the other ancient god in amazement and doesn't understand who was able to summon him to this world. At that moment, the young hero flies up and tells the cult that their last day of life has come. After that, Shi Shao stretches his hand forward and orders the ancient deity to help his fellow deity appear in this world. The portal begins to open, and the body of the ancient deity Baird begins to fully incarnate in this world. Finally, the portal breaks open, and Baird silently surveys the people who have gathered around him. There is a huge flow of energy emanating from the ancient deity, and it looks with displeasure towards the blood cult. At the sight of this, the novices fall on their knees and ask the deity of blood to grant them a blessing. At this moment, Shi Shao and the young hero feel unbearable pain, but the power of the huge eye protects them. But even so, the heroes feel the blood in their bodies start to go faster, and their hearts pound frantically. At the same moment, blood begins to pour out of the novices, and they fall one by one going to the other world. And the High Priest says that this is the test of an ancient deity who gets rid of all the unworthy. And after a while, all the novices are sent to the other world and beg their priest for salvation. At the sight of this, horror appears on the High Priest's face, and he asks why the ancient deity is punishing them. After these words, Baird turns to the priest in a loud voice and points out that he is in great pain because of the cult's ritual. These words drive the priest into a rage. From his eyes, blood begins to pour out of his eyes, and he falls into a real frenzy. And the ancient deity looks intently at the priest and says that as a reward, he will give him life. But this does not satisfy the High Priest, and in a fit of madness, he calls Baird a fake deity. After saying these words, he transforms into a horrible creature and lunges at his abuser. However, the ancient deity has no trouble blocking this attack and destroys the priest with one powerful blow. It then turns to the heroes and bids them submit to its will. In response, Shishao flies closer and offers the ancient deity to be his puppet. These words enrage the ancient deity, and dark streams of energy begin to emanate from him. In that instant, Raygun flies up to him and tries to attack him with his blade. He gradually bursts forward and heads towards the head to destroy the ancient deity. But Baird fights off Raygun like a pesky fly and says that the time for their battle has not yet come. Then he turns toward the huge city and says that he needs to replenish his strength before the battle in the Nemesis. He then heads towards the city and ignores the heroes flying nearby. The young hero is going to stop him, but quickly realizes that his strength is not enough to confront such a creature. So he decides to fly up to the airship to see what's going on with the artifact. When he gets to the upper deck, he sees Raygun already standing by the artifact and studying it. Raygun senses that the artifact has weakened noticeably and tries to take its power to become stronger. Suddenly, however, the heroes hear a strange voice behind their backs and turn in his direction. To their surprise, they see a cosmic shadow that wants to absorb Raygun's power. After that, the knight Christina and priest Sarian appear in front of the heroes who are under the control of the shadow. At the sight of this, Raygun grabs his sword and rushes to attack to destroy the new shadow. However, the young hero stops him and asks him to take his time because their enemy is unusual. He then asks why the power particle separated from the artifact and gained consciousness. And the new shadow calls itself the true cosmic power and says it's going to take all of Raygun's power for itself. After these words, a smile appears on the new shadow's face, and it tells him that in the hands of the weak, his power is unable to unfold. At this moment, the new shadow looks crazy, and Shishao realizes that he won't be able to negotiate with it. At the same moment, a real shadow appears, which indicates that you need to defeat the hosts to absorb his part. After these words, the new shadow snaps its fingers and says that Raygun's closest people will now be its bearers. At that moment, Knight Christina and Priest Sarian's bodies are pierced by an incredible force, and a new shadow takes control of their bodies. Immediately, the white-haired swordsman's former friends rush into battle to destroy him. Raygun uses blood magic to defend himself against the knight's attack, and Shishao uses a magic barrier to protect himself. At that moment, a shadow flies up to Raygun and tells him that the only way out of this situation is to destroy the hunters. The young hero agrees with these words and urges the white-haired hunter to act before it is too late. However, Raygun resists this decision and loudly proclaims that there must be another way. At this moment, Knight Christina grasped her sword with both hands and was about to make a powerful strike. The story shifts to a moment in Raygun's youth when he is training to become one of the hunters. Raygun is practicing in sweat and suddenly notices a beautiful girl who approaches him with a smile. The girl asks what Raygun is doing here, and he replies in a loud voice that he is training to become a hunter. At this moment, the white-haired young man grits his teeth in anger as he thinks about the fact that the girl came to mock him. Meanwhile, a sly smile appears on the girl's face, and she asks what the young man is trying so hard for. And Raygun boils with anger and clenches his fists tightly, saying that this only affects him. Then he abruptly turns around and talks about becoming the best hunter of them all. And the girl looks at the young man with astonishment and opens her mouth in surprise after those words. At the sight of this, Raygun lowers his head and says that such a beautiful young lady could never understand the hunter's desire. Suddenly, several hunters approach Christina and tell her that everything is ready to leave. At this moment, Raygun realizes that the hunter officer is in front of him and falls to the ground in surprise. And the knight Christina fixes her hair with a smile on her face, says that she will wait for the white-haired young man's success. Raygun only blushes and very absent-mindedly says that he will do his best to do so. As Knight Christine is about to leave, Raygun suddenly grabs her hand and tells her that he will protect her. Raygun scrolls through these memories in his head and defends himself with blood magic against the many attacks of Knight Christina. The young hero urges the white-haired swordsman to let go of past ties, but Raygun is unwilling to do so. At one point, Christine's knight breaks through Raygun's defense and causes him to fly back a few meters. At the sight of this, the young hero turns to the demon of greed and asks him to seduce the white-haired swordsman's arc. Afterwards, he looks regretfully at Raygun and mentally apologizes for his action. And the demon of greed agrees to help Shi Xiao, but notes that according to their agreement, the young hero must pay him for the favor. And after payment, the demon of greed begins to recite a spell and a blob of dark energy appears in his hands. Gradually, a blob of dark energy penetrates Raygun's body and begins to seduce his mind. In that instant, Raygun feels a change in his body but can't understand what caused them. He continues to defend himself from Knight Christina's blows, but at the same moment feels his heart bursting with lust for power. And the new shadow enjoys the spectacle of watching the young hero suffer with a gloating smile. However, Raygun decides to cast aside old ties and delivers a fatal blow to the Knight Christina. He looks at her with regret in his eyes and apologizes for not being able to do otherwise in this situation. Afterward, he holds the girl tightly to his chest and promises that he will never forget her. At that moment, tears start to flow from Raygun's eyes, and he promises to avenge Christina's torment. After saying that, he walks up from the girl, and her body begins to be consumed by his blood magic. At this moment, the magical artifact begins to emit a huge flow of energy from itself due to the rush of blood. And Raygun turns to the shadow and is about to consume it with the same blood magic. The shadow begs for mercy and sanity, but Raygun remains deaf to these pleas and watches in silence as the shadow is destroyed. He then abruptly turns back to her and says lastly that he has no pity for his enemies. The shadow disappears completely into the pool of blood, and the power of the artifact gradually leaves its vessel and heads towards Raygun. Before his final demise, the new shadow curses the white-haired swordsman and promises revenge. After a while, the shadow disappears completely, and Raygun gains immense deity power. However, this does not suit the swordsman. From his eyes, tears continue to flow, and he, with pain in his voice, curses the world. Because of Raygun's anger, a huge sweat of energy is released that destroys the blood cult's airship. Meanwhile, the young hero returns to his dimension and inspects the perimeter of his base. He looks around his domain and ponders whether he did the right thing by Raygun during his fight. Quite quickly, Shi Xiao brushes these thoughts aside and begins to develop defenses. In his head, he imagines images of the ancient gods that are in the eastern region and hopes to capture them. Suddenly, the young hero is contacted by Mrs. Mo and asks Shi Xiao to come to the clan building. The girl states that a plan to create a safe zone needs to be discussed in detail and hopes for Shi Xiao's presence. After a while, the hero comes to the headquarters apartment and, to his great surprise, sees Nefena, who runs to him with a smile on her face. The young hero hugs the girl and asks in amazement what Nefena has forgotten in this building. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mo's older brother laughs at his sister and points out that she could lose Shi Xiao that way. At these words, Mrs. Mo frowns and folds her arms across her chest in protest, then asks her brother to stop doing that. Suddenly, the head of Mo's clan appears in the hall, motioning for everyone to take their seats. After these words, he snaps his fingers and the room instantly closes with soundproof steel panels. Shi Xiao looks around in surprise and asks the reason for such actions, and Mr. Mo explains that they have an important guest. At that moment, the young hero notices a girl who greets him with a smile. And the head of the Mo clan extends his hand forward and explains that the chairman of the Angel Advent group is in front of them. At this moment, a smile appears on Shi Xiao's face, and he says that he is happy to see a person who promotes culture. After saying this, Mrs. Hua Yueye takes off her glasses and notes, with a smile, that the young hero knows how to compliment girls. She shakes Shi Xiao's hand and notes that she is one of the heads of the eastern region. At this point, Mrs. Mo's brother starts bullying his sister again and drives her into the red. Meanwhile, the young hero continues his dialogue and talks about wanting to create a safe zone. The girl smiles and retorts that the Eastern Zone voted to eliminate Shi Shao. After these words, everyone falls silent and looks at the young hero attentively, waiting for his reaction to this statement. The talks go on for a while, and gradually the sun begins to go below the horizon, barely illuminating the clan building. The clan head thanks Hua Yueye for the information and looks forward to further cooperation. And the girl talks about how in the Eastern Zone there is no room for cooperation, or you submit, or you will be destroyed. She then turns towards the young hero and asks what Shi Shao now intends to do next. But a smile immediately appears on her stern face when the young hero notes that he's not bothered by the threat of the Eastern Zone. In addition, Shi Shao notes that he wants to take over the Eastern Zone soon. At this instant, Mr. Mo imagines in his mind the mountains of bodies and the vast amount of treasures that the Eastern Zone possesses. He looks at Shi Shao with surprise and notes that the Eastern Zone has a huge influence. In response, the young hero states that he will have to face the Eastern Zone, but first he has to finish the Safe Zone project. The young hero's determination attracts Hua Yueye, and she looks forward to further cooperation with Shi Shao. At that moment, Nefena approaches Shi Shao and asks the young hero to drop by her concert. After a while, the girls head towards the exit, and before leaving, Hua Yueye holds out Shi Shao's pass to the Eastern Security Zone. However, the young hero refuses and says that he already has a level 1 clearance. This greatly surprises the girl, and she talks about how only Security Zone chairmen have this level of clearance. Finally, the girls leave and wish the young hero good luck in his confrontation with the Eastern Zone. In parting, Shi Shao raises his hand up and thinks of how to use this meeting to his advantage. Meanwhile, Hua Yueye goes downstairs and thinks about how Shi Shao is much more interesting than she imagined. Some time passes and the young hero calls an emergency meeting and discusses building a safe zone with the clan. He talks about how he plans to build turrets that will protect transportation from external threats. After that, Shi Shao contacts the head of the outside forces and asks about the group's actions outside the safe zone. And the man smiles and talks about making arrangements with all the gang members. The Mo clan's elite team is stunned by this turn of events and is surprised that all the gangs have decided to join the safe zone. And the head of the Mo clan, along with his son, notes that the young hero has extraordinary abilities. At the same moment, a smile appears on Yin Huan's face, and the deputy commander notes that the girl has fallen in love with Shi Shao. After saying these words, Yin Huan slaps the commander's face with all his might and demands him not to say anything stupid. Suddenly, the head of the outside forces raises a finger up and says that there was a problem while talking to the gangs. During the dialogue, the meeting participants learn that the powerful group Abyss of Chaos has abandoned the alliance, and the chapter externally tells us that this gang has an impressive amount of weapons and power. In response, the young hero smiles and says he will take care of the problem and asks for the coordinates of the base. After a while, Shi Shao gets the necessary information and decides to destroy the criminal group. A new day arrives and the story moves to the lair of the Chaos Abyss group, where the mercenaries are preparing to lay siege to a safe zone. One of the mercenaries observes the area through binoculars and reports the approach of an unknown squad. When the mercenary looks closer, he sees an elite group of the Mo clan led by a young hero. Meanwhile, the head of the Chaos Abyss sits on his throne, and the girls who serve him hang around him. And near the throne, group commanders are discussing a plan to destroy the safe zone. Suddenly, one of the girls spills water from a saucer, and the liquid spills onto the commander's clothes. At the sight of this, the girl immediately falls to her knees and apologizes to the head of Abyss of Chaos for her oversight. And the man takes the girl by the head and starts stroking her cheek. He says with a smile that she has nothing to worry about. Suddenly, he abruptly twists the girl's neck, and she instantly falls at his feet and is sent to the other side of the world. And the group commander leans on his throne and talks about attacking the safe zone as quickly as possible. The mercenaries point out that Shi Shao is very dangerous, but the commander only smiles and says that the young hero is no threat to him. Suddenly, one of the commanders approaches him and reports that the base has been attacked. He smiles and demands that all forces be sent to destroy the group that dared to come to him. After a while, another mercenary arrives and reports that the enemy has broken through the main line of defense. However, the commander takes the mercenaries' words as jokes and starts laughing loudly. But when the head of the Chaos Abyss learns that Shi Shao is here, he panics and becomes silent. After a while, the commander goes out onto the balconies to see the extent of the problem with his own eyes, and with horror sees his main base completely destroyed and mercenaries scattering in different directions. However, even the retreating mercenaries are overtaken by a powerful explosion and are instantly sent to the other side of the world. The remaining mercenary units are dealt with by Mo's squad, which acts very coherently. The squad sorceress uses an energy barrier and protects the squad from multiple attacks. And the head of the squad creates a powerful hurricane that sweeps away everything in its path. At the sight of this, the head of the Chaos Abyss opens his mouth in surprise and tries to think of what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, a plan matures in his mind. He turns to his mercenaries in a loud voice and urges them to fight to the end. When the mercenaries hear the voice of their commander, they are immediately inspired and rush towards their enemy in a huge crowd. And the head of the Chaos Abyss smiles and thinks about how this is a great opportunity to escape. Suddenly, however, a shadow appears above his head, and he looks up in horror. He sees a young hero above him who smiles and offers to fight one-on-one. The head of the Chaos Abyss becomes furious after these words and rushes at the hero without a second thought, holding his sword. At that moment, there is a loud explosion, and the mercenaries look in surprise towards the place where their commander was standing. A minute later, a huge number of stones flew away from the explosion site, and the commander's head landed near them. At the sight of this, the mercenaries scatter in horror, and the chairman and the commander of Mo's squad are surprised to note that the fight turned out to be simple. After a while, a powerful surge of energy blocks the mercenaries' escape, and they come to an abrupt halt. A Valkyrie appears before them and tells them that their lives are doomed to eternal suffering. After these words, the Valkyrie pulls out his blade and sends one by one to the other world without regret. Her blows set off a huge explosion that can be seen several kilometers away from the base of the Chaos Abyss. Meanwhile, the young hero approaches the head of Mo's group and tells him that none of the mercenaries should leave. He then turns his head toward the slaves and asks the commander to see to their release. At this moment, a smile appears on the elite squad leader's face, and he notes that Shi Shao has changed a lot. And the young hero smiles and says that these changes he is grateful to the people who met him on his way. Then the elite squad leader shakes Shi Shao's hand and promises to sort out the problems in the mercenary camp. A few days go by, and huge numbers of people gather near the gates of the 9th safe zone. The head of the Mo clan stands on a dais and greets everyone, while a video of monsters being slaughtered plays behind him. After that, his face appears on the main information panel, and he suggests that all people should go outside and stop being afraid of monsters. After these words, he puts his hand forward and says that from today onwards, the creation of a safe zone will begin. And people look at each other in surprise and can't believe that the words of the Mo clan head are true. Mr. Mo notices the panic in people's faces and promises that outside in the new safe zone, there will be no monsters and no life-threatening dangers. This reassures people, but they still can't figure out who can keep them safe. At this moment, an image of Shi Shao wearing the armor of a flame knight appeared on the huge screen. And Mr. Mo points towards Shi Shao and says that the credit for protecting the safe zone goes to the young hero. After these words, people's mouths open in surprise, before they thought that Shi Shao's existence was just a legend. And an old man walks past people and talks about how he sees great potential in the young hero. Meanwhile, the young hero snaps his fingers and says it's time to show the most important part of the performance. Then the main gate opens and people see drones building a road and laser turrets around it. All people are jubilant at the sight of it and loudly say that it is time to welcome new life. At that moment, the head of the clan approaches the young hero and says that their performance was very successful. A smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that without the Mo clan, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this goal. After saying these words, the young hero attentively watches the construction drones at work, while Mrs. Mo looks at him with admiration. Meanwhile, a huge spider emerges from its lair and is extremely unhappy with the road construction near it. However, when the monster comes closer, the laser turret abruptly turns around and instantly sends the monster to the other side of the world. One of the mercenaries watches the construction with a smile on his face and tells his daughter that a new era has arrived. The head of the Poison Society is also keeping a close eye on the construction, and her assistant notes that it will hurt the organization's interests. After these words, a smile appears on the face of the head of the Poison Society, and she says that they will change their approach to adapt. Meanwhile, in the security zone, there is a huge noise, and the bright sun illuminates the tops of the buildings. The young hero observes this from his balcony and is pleased to see the city revitalized after years of silence and fear. At this moment, Shishao recalls his teacher's words about legacy and realizes that he is following in the footsteps of the great hero Mu Wei. Suddenly he remembers the demon crown and decides on the need to destroy the other overlords to gain power. However, he is interrupted from his musings by a battle robot who informs him that Mrs. Nana has gone mad. The battle robot looks very beat up and asks the young hero to arrive in Wuji City as soon as possible. Then the young hero, without delay, gets into his fighter jet and heads towards the city at breakneck speed. Despite the tremendous speed at which Shishao is flying, all his thoughts are connected only with Nana and the reasons for her strange behavior. As the young hero flies toward the city, hundreds of homing missiles fly in his direction. Then, Shishao uses the pilot's maneuver and dodges all the missiles with great speed. But the closer the young hero flies to the city, the more missiles are headed his way. Then he decides to leave the fighter jet and get to the city another way. The young hero creates wings on his back, and in the meantime, self-guided missiles destroy his fighter jet. After a while, Shishao finds himself in Wuji and notices that the city has changed a lot since his last visit. The young hero walks on and sees in front of him battle robots that go up in a huge elevator. The robots look hostile and are about to destroy Shishao. However, the young hero does not want to get involved in this battle. He asks the battle robots to stop, but these words only provoke them to start fighting, and they rush to attack Shishao. At the sight of this, the young hero sighs heavily, but stands still and waits for the robots to fly as close to him as possible. Pretty quickly, the young hero uses the Dark Flame Lord account and dodges all the attacks of the battle robots. At this moment, Shishao carefully analyzes the situation and tries to pick the most winning option. Suddenly, he remembers his Vox account and uses it to disable all the battle robots. After using it, all the robots fall down in front of the young hero and shut down, allowing him to pass on. Shishao then summons a robot assistant and asks him to guide him safely to the lab. After a while, the young hero sees before him a battle robot that is in confinement. The battle robot warns that as soon as she shares the information, she will attack the young hero because of her altered consciousness. The young hero asks the robot not to worry about it, and then touches her forehead to see all the memories. The story shifts to a few days ago. Mrs. Nana is supervising a mining operation. While mining, the miners go too far and a strange fog appears in their path from which a battle robot emerges. Nana and her guards destroy the strange robot and go into the fog to find out the source of the fog. Gradually, Nana advances and sees a strange laser beam in the distance that shoots high up. She decides to get to the place, and soon the squad sees a huge ruined ship in front of them. Nana goes inside the ship and asks the combat robots to wait for her outside until she finishes her examination. After a while, Nana emerges from the ship completely different and with a firm desire to take over the world. She returns to the lab and uses her power to make the battle robots obey her commands. After this story, the battle robot commander's body begins to change, but she tries to maintain her consciousness. But her strength is not enough. She loses control and lashes out at the young hero in an attack. However, the young hero touches her forehead with his finger, and the battle robot instantly loses consciousness. Shishao gently lays the battle robot commander on the ground and promises that he will find out the reason for Nana's character change. The young hero's face becomes serious, and he asks the robotic assistant to calculate a course to the Misty Lands. After a while, Shishao reaches the Misty Lands in his fighter jet. He decides to leave the fighter on high ground and looks around carefully. As the young hero approaches the mist, he senses a dark aura and realizes that every step he takes could be his last. As he moves, Shishao remembers to follow the rules in the Misty Lands. The young hero tries to understand what the rules might be in this region, but nothing comes to his mind, and he continues on his way. After a while, he is faced with a view of a huge forest that looks very innocuous. The hero puts his hands in his pockets and leisurely heads off, looking around carefully, and suddenly he hears a strange noise. After that, strange growths appear from under the ground and attack Shishao, but he quickly recoils from the blow. The young hero tries to destroy these growths, but quickly notices that his sword does not harm them. The growths are getting bigger by the second, and they're driving the young hero into a corner. After that, they tightly wrap their arms around Shishao's body, and the young hero decides not to resist. At this moment, the growths are gradually lowering the young hero into a bottomless pit, and Shishao is trying to come up with a rescue plan. The deeper the young hero falls underground, the more he feels the fear that prevents him from concentrating. Suddenly, there is a huge explosion that scatters piles of rocks in different directions. The smoke clears, and the young hero finds himself on the surface because he himself has turned into a robot, and now the growths are no threat to him. The young hero tosses aside the remaining growths and continues his movement deeper into the fog. The closer the young hero gets to the center, the more he notices that the terrain looks unnatural. At some point, the entire environment in Shishao's path becomes iron, which greatly alarms him. Soon the young hero reaches the huge ship and sees it being repaired by small spider drones. As the young hero gets closer, all the spider drones take notice and point their lasers in his direction. At this moment, in front of Shishao, a huge robot spider appears from underground and looks at the young hero with anger. At the sight of this, the young hero turns to Nana in a loud voice and demands that she call off her robot. But no one answers him, and the robot spider instantly attacks Shishao with its metal paws. However, the young hero jumps aside and directs several energy charges towards his opponent. After these blows, Shishao changes weapons and says that a weak robot is no match for him. From the numerous blows, the robot spider topples over with his back to the ground, and the young hero prepares to deliver the fatal blow. With tremendous speed, Shishao sweeps across the robot spider's body and after a few strikes, completely destroys it. After defeating the robot spider, a huge column of smoke rises, and Shishao climbs up on his defeated opponent and looks around. After a while, the young hero sees that a strange silhouette of a girl comes out of the ship to meet him. And to his surprise, he sees in front of him Nana, who has undergone a great transformation. Nana looks at Shishao with an angry expression and talks about being the queen of all mechanisms. She slowly heads towards the young hero with a smile on her face, saying that it was for nothing that Shishao was in this place. Then she tells the story of her home planet that was destroyed by another force. To save herself, the queen of mechanisms, with the help of her ship, leaves her home planet. However, her ship crashes on Earth, and she has to find a way to rebuild her transportation. When the queen of mechanisms finishes her story, there is anger on her face, and she says that she hates all people. But the young hero is not the least bit surprised by this and proposes to Nana to go home together. He looks at her with a sad look and promises to help in avenging the enslavement of the planet by the Queen of Machines. But the Queen of Mechanisms does not take Shishao's words seriously and says that the young hero will not be able to help her. After these words, she sends several magic beams towards the hero, but Shishao deftly dodges them. Then the Queen of Mechanisms transforms her hand into a spear and prepares to attack the young hero. She puts all her power into this blow, but the young hero manages to stand and he completely blocks this power. At the sight of this, the Queen of Mechanisms goes into unbridled rage and unleashes a barrage of gunfire on the hero. Then Shishao creates an energy sphere in his hand that absorbs all attacks. He then transforms his body into a fighter jet, which he uses to deftly dodge self-directed projectiles. At the sight of this, the Queen of Mechanisms takes to the skies and tries to intercept the fighter with melee attacks. And the young hero transforms again and turns into a car and keeps dodging attacks. The Queen can't stand it and turns into a huge armored personnel carrier that is equipped with all kinds of weapons. And the young hero transforms back into a battle robot and waits for further action from the Queen of Mechanisms. After a while, Shishao gets bored with this battle and deftly dodges the armored vehicle and strikes a critical blow. From this impact, the armored vehicle turns into a pile of scrap metal, and the Queen of Mechanisms looks on in amazement. Meanwhile, the young hero strikes the Queen's body with a powerful punch and gives her a critical blow. After that, Shishao puts his weapon away in its sheath and suggests Nana surrender, or else he won't restrain his strength. After these words, the Queen of Mechanisms looks at the young hero with surprise and cannot believe that the hero is holding back his power. And the young hero looks at Nana with a slight smile and talks about how their battle was originally a foregone conclusion. However, the Queen of Mechanisms is not going to give up and is preparing to strike again. At the sight of this, the young hero sighs heavily and talks about punishing Nana for her folly. After these words, the Queen of Mechanisms starts laughing loudly and tells Shishao that the hero has no power over her. And the young hero, with a calm expression on his face, talks about not wanting to control Nana and wanting to help her. This greatly surprises the Queen of Mechanisms, and she asks how Shishao can help her. Then the young one declares with a confident look that he will help repair the ship and return Nana to her home planet. These words greatly surprise the Queen of Mechanisms. She becomes absent-minded, and her face is covered with a red blush. She carefully considers the young hero's words and can't believe he wants to help her. At that moment, she remembers the betrayal of her cronies and decides not to put her life in the hands of Shishao. Then the Queen of Mechanisms fills her body with energy and talks about taking over this planet. And the young hero is fully clad in mechanical armor and preparing to deliver the killing blow. The forces of the Queen of Mechanisms and the young hero clash with each other. Neither of them is going to retreat. Due to the sheer force of their energy, a huge explosion is unleashed that destroys part of the forest around the battlefield. The Queen of Machinery is defeated and most of her costume is turned into scrap metal. At the sight of this, the young hero approaches Nana. He takes her by the shoulders with his hands and asks her to be upset. He looks straight into her eyes and says he'll help her anyway, and the Queen can't believe those words. Some time passes. The sun gradually sets behind the horizon and barely illuminates the time-worn ship. The Queen of Mechanisms cries to tears and apologizes to the young hero for causing him a lot of trouble. And Shishao sighs heavily at the sight of this and thinks about how hard it is to talk to girls. He then walks over to Nana and starts stroking her head and talks about forgiving her because she's part of the family. And Nana looks at the young hero with tearful eyes and thanks him for not getting angry. Then Nana, with tearful eyes, apologizes once more, and Shishao, with a smile on her face, says that she is not offended. Suddenly, the Queen of Mechanisms throws herself at the feet of the young hero and, with tears in her eyes, once again asks for forgiveness. And drops of sweat appear on Shishao's face because of the awkwardness of what is happening, and he asks Nana to get to her feet. After a while, Nana accompanies the young hero aboard and tells him about the technology he possesses. Nana talks about a portal that allows the ship to travel long distances, but it requires power. Then the Queen of Mechanisms looks around the room and says that a powerful source of energy is needed. And the young hero notes that there is nothing of value inside the ship. However, Nana assures Shishao that the technology is hidden from view. At this point, the robot assistant begins to examine the ship and tells Shishao that Nana's words are completely true. Then the young hero asks a robotic assistant to convert all the technology into blueprints for convenience. And after a while, the robot assistant shows Shishao a series of blueprints that can help the hero in the future. The young hero is extremely happy about this news and asks to start creating items as soon as possible. After that, Shishao asks about the powerful energy source, and the robot assistant starts to do a thorough analysis. After his analysis, he tells the young hero that it is possible to use the sun as energy. At this moment, Shishao imagines the sun in his head and thinks that it will be a very difficult task. But the robot assistant tells the hero that with proper protection from the temperature of the sun, the success of the project will be predetermined. After these words, the young hero plunges into meditation and thinks about how he can fly to the sun. Shishao recalls the existence of a special barrier that does not allow objects to pass through. Then the young hero asks the system to match him with the necessary equipment for spaceflight, and the system shows him a robotic suit that can handle the Earth's field. At the sight of this, Shishao smiles and says that the problem of going into space is almost solved. Meanwhile, the Queen of Mechanisms points to the robot assistant and notes that he has made a number of mistakes. Then turns to Shishao and points out that the ship's skin can definitely handle solar energy, and then quickly walks over to the robot assistant and starts pointing her finger at him and indicating that he should serve her. However, the young hero pushes the robot helper and the Queen of Mechanisms in different directions and asks them not to fight. He then starts scratching his chin and talks about how flying can be very dangerous. In his head, he imagines the possible explosion of the ship near Earth orbit should it reach the Earth barrier. The Queen feels uncomfortable with these words. She clasped her hands together and thought that Shishao was deceiving her. However, the young hero quickly reassures Nana and promises that he will find a way to avoid collision with the Earth's field. Nana is still unsure but decides to trust the young hero one-on-one as an exception. And the young hero talks about how they can start building a boxcar together after he's done with important business. After a while, Shishao and Nana take the ship to the fortress, and a huge number of creatures gather around the ship. At that moment, Shishao tells the insect prince that he is going to go into space and fly to the sun. This story is highly addictive to the insect prince. He looks up into the sky and tries to visualize outer space. Then he turns abruptly to the young hero and asks him to take him on a space journey. The insect prince casts his eyes down and talks about how he really wants to see the world and learn more. And the young hero puts his hand on the prince's shoulder and promises to take him on a space journey when the ship is ready. Nana rejoices at this news, and the young hero notes that the Queen of Mechanisms needs to deal with the city of Wuji before flying. The Queen of Mechanisms guiltily lowers her eyes to the ground and promises to complete the city. For a while, Shishao and Nana are chatting about the city's arrangement, and suddenly, Anchung's sister appears. The girl points towards her brother who is coming out of the fortress and talks about having some of his memory returned to him. And Anchung reveals that he was turned into a monster by the golden dragon demon who is responsible for the monster invasion of Earth. After saying this, Shishao's eyes light up, and he decides to deal with the monsters while he has the chance. Then Anchung shows the young hero a magic crystal that can be used to contact the monster. At this moment, Anchung scrutinizes the crystal and says that she wants to take revenge on the monsters for her transformation. And Anchung's sister declares with a smile that this is a great chance to return her brother to human form. However, Anchung shakes his head negatively and says that this is his payment for betraying people. After that, he slams his hand on the ground with all his might and censures himself for the fact that because of him, many people have gone to the other world. His sister hugs him tightly and tells him that she is the reason why Anchung had to make such a heavy sacrifice. The young protagonist also agrees with Anchung's sister and notes that demonic creatures are very treacherous beings. And Anchung clenches his fist tightly and says that he cannot be forgiven for what he has done. At that moment, he remembers that he was the reason the security zone was infiltrated by demons that were destroying buildings and people. Suddenly, Anchung runs to the young hero and falls on his knees in front of him. He asks him to help in destroying the demons. But with surprise, he hears from the young hero words that he is always ready to help him in a difficult moment. Shishao helps his friend to get back on his feet and promises that in addition to destroying the demons, he will give his friend back his human form. Afterward, the young hero smiles and asks for details about the demons. Yi Anchung tells of promising to contact the Golden Dragon and inform him of the readiness to invade. And the young hero smiles and offers to use this opportunity to pay a visit in person. At that moment, memories of the battle with the demonic spider that brought the monsters behind him flashed through his mind. Then in Shishao's mind, there is an image of a dark dragon that was very close to destroying the safe zone. All this leads the young hero to think that the demons will soon return, and he wishes to prevent this event. And Anchung's sister listens to the young hero in amazement and asks how exactly he is going to carry out this plan. In response, the young hero smiles and asks to trust him and heads towards his base. As days pass, the mercenaries scrutinize the abandoned ruins in search of artifacts. Meanwhile, the other squads are inspecting the Queen of Mechanism's ship and learning about high-level technology. The young protagonist meets Cheng before entering the fortress and proposes to begin the realization of their plan. Shishao then raises a finger up and talks about contacting the Golden Dragon and deceiving it. Cheng agrees to the idea and heads to the safe house with her sister to prepare everything necessary. And the young hero, before he leaves, asks the insect prince to follow the ship and promises to take him on a space journey. Then he turns to Nana and promises to finish building the ship with her as soon as he has dealt with the demons. The queen asks to take her with her and is greatly upset when the young hero refuses. But Shishao promises to immediately work on repairing the ship with her when he returns, and these words make Nana smile. After a while, the preparation for the summoning comes to an end, and Anchung uses the crystal to communicate with the supreme demon. After that, a golden dragon appears in front of him and demands Anchung to explain why he is contacting him. And Anchung, with anger in his eyes, says that he wants to become a real demon and wants to destroy people. These words please the golden dragon. He snaps his fingers and promises to create a portal so Anchung can personally discuss this with him. And after a few minutes, a huge portal that leads to the demonic world appears in front of Anchung. At this moment, the image of a powerful golden dragon pops up in his mind, and he feels uneasy about it. The young hero notices this and tells Anchung that together they will get rid of this monster. Anchung then turns to the young hero and asks what they will do next now. And the young hero suggests Anchung go first and divert the golden dragon's attention while he and Anna think of a plan. The heroes discuss the details of the plan for a while and then head off together towards the portal and into the demonic world. They see before them a vast, lifeless space, and in the distance they see a huge mountain with clouds floating beside it. As the heroes walk forward, they see a huge army of demons preparing their equipment. Demons are standing near a huge portal and waiting for it to be energized, and they can get into the human world. Meanwhile, near the portal, there are demonic that with the help of magic crystals fill the portal with energy. The young hero, along with Anna, hides behind cover and uses a special shield that hides their presence. He scrutinizes the demon army and tries to find the commanders who run it. In the distance, he sees a demonic cat that eagerly eats meat and looks forward to invading the human world. Next to him is a demonic fox who rebukes his companion for his gluttony and is also waiting for the portal to open. And the portal itself is guarded by a huge demonic beast that emanates a huge aura of rage. At the sight of the commanders, the young hero realizes that he will not be able to deal with them all at once and tries to come up with a plan of action. Shishao turns to Anna and asks if she knows any weakness with demons. And the girl smiles and offers to capture the demon to find out all the details. Then the young hero rises to his feet and speaks with a smile about getting a good prisoner. And after a while, Shishao finds a mad dog that decides to take her captive. At the sight of the young hero, the monster smiles and asks what in this world a simple man has forgotten. When Shishao states his intentions, the monstrous wolf only begins to laugh and demands the hero get out of his way. However, the young hero continues to insist on his own and notes that the monster very wrongly underestimates him. At that moment, Anna appears behind the monster and takes advantage of the moment to plunge her long sword into the monster's back. From the pain, the monster wolf goes into a frenzy and tries to attack the girl, but she quickly jumps off the wolf's back. Shishao stands her ground with a calm expression while Anna talks about how her poison will soon work on the creature. Meanwhile, a monstrous wolf runs at full speed towards the heroes and promises to destroy them. But when the demonic wolf approaches Anna, he stops abruptly and turns into an obedient dog. At the sight of this, Anna steps on him with her foot and demands that he tell her everything, and the young hero watches in amazement. And the monster wolf tells us that all the monsters have been divided into several sectors, and in the center is a portal. According to the monster's stories, the portal can only activate a red crystal that is derived from human energy. And the Golden Dragon's plan is to destroy the safe zone and get a huge amount of energy. Anna is very amazed that the monster knows so much about demons and listens intently to his story. And the young hero becomes very angry and promises to destroy all the demons for daring to encroach on the lives of people. He then turns to Anna and suggests destroying the portal to deny the demons the ability to attack the safe zone. After that, the young hero suggests that the demons should be divided against each other so that they can destroy each other. This plan impresses Anna and the monster wolf, and they call Shishao a strategic genius. After that, they squat down, and the demon wolf says from that he has a couple of useful gossips. The monster tells us that the golden dragon has a weakness in the form of his beloved whom he is in awe of. Then the monster points to the top of the cliff and notes that one of the golden dragon's rivals is there. When the heroes look closely, they see a white leopard sitting on his throne and looking around the neighborhood with a bored look. And the demon wolf continues his story and explains that the white leopard and the golden dragon often argue with each other over the girl. At this moment, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that this information can be used against them. Then he casts a glance at the demon wolf and asks for more details about the golden dragon lover. Meanwhile, in the demon leader's camp, a conversation takes place between the golden dragon and Chung. And Chung stands before the throne of the golden dragon and sorrowfully tells of his sister being destroyed by humans. And the golden dragon says he understands Chung's feelings and reveals a picture of his lover on his watch. Suddenly, he quickly closes the picture and talks about helping Chung avenge his sister. At this moment, Chung absent-mindedly looks at the golden dragon. He hears all of Shishao's conversation and is amazed that the demon has a weakness. Meanwhile, the golden dragon offers Chung to travel with them through the portal to storm the safe zone. After these words, he decides to tell the story of the demons who previously knew nothing about the portal that is at the center of their settlements. When the portal opens, the demons immediately run into it, and to their surprise, find themselves in lands new to them. However, on their way, they meet powerful people who force the demons to retreat back. Since then, the demons have split into two camps, some in favor of invading human lands and others preferring not to touch the portal. When the story comes to an end, Chung calls the last demons weaklings who have no ambition and must be destroyed. These words make the golden dragon very happy, and he says with a smile on his face that he was not wrong about Chung. At that moment, a hell wolf flies into the room and says that there is a huge disaster. At the sight of this, the golden dragon goes into a rage and fills his arm with his power to strike. With a powerful lunge, he throws the demonic wolf aside and shouts that no one dares interrupt his dialogue. He then grabs the demon wolf by the neck and demands to know why his servant dared to interrupt him half-heartedly. And the demon wolf is wheezing about the golden dragon's beloved escaping to the white leopard. When the golden dragon hears these words, he throws the demonic wolf aside in anger and cannot believe these words. A huge aura of power begins to emanate from him that brightly illuminates his body. Suddenly his face is filled with immeasurable anger, and he's about to go to the bars to make him pay for what he's done. Sometime later, his servant bursts into the white leopard's chambers and reports the approach of the golden dragon and his army. At the same moment, a golden dragon bursts into the leopard's chambers, intent on destroying his rival. And the snow-white leopard smiles at the golden dragon's anger and says, "He doesn't belong here." After these words, the golden dragon grits his teeth in a fit of rage and accuses the leopard of stealing his beloved. And the white leopard licks greedily and says that he doesn't need to steal girls because they come to him. These words become the last straw for the golden dragon, and he is about to unleash his wrath on his foe. At this moment, the demon commander appears in front of the leopard and the golden dragon and demands that this buffoonery stop. After this performance, the other demons become resentful and talk about leaving if the fighting between the demons continues. And the golden dragon grits his teeth and decides to postpone his battle with the leopard for later. Meanwhile, the demonic pig, who is the lover of the golden dragon, lies bound on the ground. The captive threatens Shi Shao with the revenge of the golden dragon. However, this does not frighten the young hero at all. Then the demonic pig frees himself from the ropes without much trouble and rushes towards the young hero, intending to destroy him. But at that moment, Anchung's sister appears, and with a single strike of her sword, she makes the girl fall to the ground. And the young hero approaches the monster with a smile and advises her to silently watch the events unfold. After these words, he points sharply toward the sky and offers her a glimpse of her lover's showdown. The girl looks up and sees the golden dragon and white leopard squabbling amongst themselves. However, at the sight of this, the demonic pig only smiles and says that she is indifferent to the fate of her cavaliers. At that moment, a wide smile appears on her face, and she says that no one is worthy of her love, and talks about how she wants to find a worthy demon, and the young hero looks at her with slight contempt at this point. The demonic pig notices the disdainful looks and notes that demons are all about strong offspring. After saying that, a smile once again creeps onto her face, and she notes that Shi Shao's plan is irrelevant. Meanwhile, the golden dragon and the snow leopard are talking to each other. The golden dragon can barely contain his rage and wishes to destroy the pesky leopard. However, he shifts his gaze to the portal and decides to leave this squabble for later and now focus on the invasion. And the white leopard watches the golden dragon leave with a smile and asks him never to return to him. After these words, the golden dragon sinks into his thoughts and hopes that his beloved will return to him on her own. At this moment, the demonic pig starts laughing loudly and says that Shi Shao's plan is failing horribly. Suddenly, Anna appears near Shi Shao and informs him that all preparations for the second part of the plan have come to an end. And the demonic pig looks at the heroes in amazement and doesn't understand what second part of the plan they're talking about. At that moment, a series of explosions erupt near the portal, chaotically destroying parts of the portal along with the demons. At the sight of this, the demonic pig shuts itself off from the light of the explosions and watches in horror. And the young hero smilingly recalls having previously poisoned a demonic wolf to set explosive projectiles on the crystals. Meanwhile, the golden dragon watches silently as the huge portal collapses in front of his face. But tears appear in his eyes, and he can't believe that his plan to take over humanity has now been destroyed. He then abruptly rushes towards the snow leopard and blames him for the tragedies that have occurred. The demonic leopard creates a shield around itself, But the golden dragon has no problem breaking through it and delivers a deadly blow to the leopard's face. After this strike, the golden dragon pulls out a magical axe that emits a huge amount of energy from itself, and then throws sharply towards the leopard who is trying to calm the golden dragon and asks him to stop. The demonic leopard manages to dodge this attack, and afterwards he scrutinizes the battlefield for opportunities. Suddenly, the snow leopard becomes serious and rushes towards the golden dragon with great speed, dodging attacks. When he catches up to the golden dragon, he immediately strikes several blows with his claws, and then uses all his power to create a huge tornado behind him, and the golden dragon fills with anger at the sight of it. At the sight of their commanders confronting each other, the demons decide to definitely engage in battle and throw themselves at each other. And the young hero watches the developments with a smile and asks what the demonic pig will do. After these words, the girl mockingly pretends to urge the demons to stop fighting each other. And then she turns to Shishao with a smile and talks about how she has no regret for demonic creatures. A slight smirk appears on the young hero's face after these words, and he says that the demonic pig will participate in his plan. The girl immediately refuses, but at that moment Anna strikes her back with her sword. Anna then puts her sword away in its scabbard and talks about how her poison will soon take effect and subdue the demonic pig. And the demonic pig just smiles and says that poisons can't hurt or affect her body. After these words, Na dramatically increases in size and heads out to attack the young hero. However, Anna blocks her path and blocks her attack with her two-handed sword. At this point, the young hero summons the demon of lust and asks her to do him the favor of subduing the demonic pig. The lust demon runs his fingers over Shishao's face and says that there will be a price to pay for this desire. After these words, the demon of lust begins to whisper in the young hero's ear what his payment for this power will be. The young hero sighs heavily and agrees to the condition, and then the demonic pig is sent to the demons on his orders. Shishao silently looks up, and his entire face is covered with lipstick marks after kisses from the lust demon. Meanwhile, the demonic pig comes running with the gentle leopard. She hugs him tightly and tells him that she will be with him. She then shifts her attention to the golden dragon and declares in a loud voice that she's dumping the loser. Suddenly, the demonic pig starts talking about how she and the leopard were involved in destroying the portal. These words become the last straw for the golden dragon, and he sends a huge energy ball in their direction. The frost leopard tries to leap aside before the demonic pig hugs him tightly and won't let him move. When the fight ends, the golden dragon begins to tremble and can't believe his love has betrayed him. The demon lets out a loud roar that travels for several kilometers, and a powerful burst of energy begins to emanate from it. At this moment, Anchung appears behind him and says with a smile on his face that he has become disillusioned with demons. The golden dragon turns sharply in his direction and demands Anchung to shut up before it's too late. However, these words only made Anchung smile, and he said that the golden dragon was unable to do anything. In a fit of rage, the golden dragon stretches its arm forward and begins to absorb Anchung's demonic power. And when he absorbs it, he fills his fist with the power to finish a man with one blow. However, a young hero in the guise of Shadow Flame comes to Anchung's aid and blocks the powerful strike with his blade. At this point, Anna quickly takes her brother away from the battlefield and retreats to safety. And the young hero looks in their direction with a smile and rejoices in the fact that Anchung has regained his human body again. Meanwhile, the golden dragon attacks Shishao with a hail of blows and says with anger in his voice that the man is no match for him. He then concentrates his power in his right hand and bids the young hero to beg for mercy. And the young hero has no trouble blocking all of the enemy's attacks and telling the golden dragon that it's all part of his plan. The battle goes on for a while, and Shishao continues to tell his plan despite the demon's objection. When the golden dragon learns the truth, his body begins to tremble. He can't believe the man has tricked him. At this point, he puts his head down and starts repeating the words about humans not being able to beat a demon. Suddenly, the golden dragon lets out a loud roar and says that it remembers where it heard Xiao's name before. In that instant, the figures of the two supreme demons that the young hero had destroyed in the safe zone flashed through his mind. And the young hero smiles and talks about how he will soon destroy all the demons that threaten humanity. In response, the golden dragon only calms down and gestures for Xiao to show his full strength. The young hero looks at the golden dragon in amazement and cannot believe that the demon was able to come to his senses after his words. Suddenly, the golden dragon is quickly beside the young hero and sends him flying with a swift strike of his axe. The demon strikes again, but this time the young hero blocks it with shadow flames. After that, he looks at his enemy with a smile and asks if this is the full power of the supreme demon. And the golden dragon again rushes to attack, but the young hero dodges numerous attacks without much trouble. With each strike, the demon is filled with rage and notes that Xiao can only run and dodge. Then the young hero transforms into the form of a flame lord and raises his level. And the golden dragon, with its mouth open in amazement, looks at this and does not believe that a man during the battle decides to increase his level. At that moment, the young hero creates a huge beam of fire with a quick swing of his sword and directs it towards the demon. The golden dragon tries to defend itself from attacks, but in the midst of the battle loses its huge tail. And the young hero grins and sends out a few more beams that become hard for the golden dragon to contain. From the sheer energy, the golden dragon's axe shatters and he begins showering the young hero with curses. And Xiao only smiles and says that he will show the demon all his strength as a sign of respect. After these words, he creates an energy cube around the battlefield and offers the demon to surrender. The golden dragon tries to run away, but a barrier stops him and Xiao appears beside him, ready to strike. The young hero pierces through the demon's defenses without much trouble and lands several blows in a split second. Then looks at his defeated enemy and says that it is time to retire and sends the demon to the other world. Meanwhile, a huge army of demons makes a tower out of their bodies and tries to get to Xiao to avenge their lord. Then the young hero uses a demonic seal and all the demons of Dragon Gold recognize him as the new king. The white leopard demons look on in horror at what is happening and gather to flee from the battlefield. However, the young hero is not about to let them go and orders his demons to destroy the unruly. After saying those words, the demons run towards the followers of the leopard with great speed. After a while, the snow leopard followers get surrounded and have no choice but to accept the battle. However, the demons under the command of the young hero get a huge increase in strength and have no problem destroying their enemy. They revel in every demon destroyed, and when struck, they praise the young hero and call him a true lord. At this moment, the demonic wolf looks at the young hero with admiration and calls him a great warlord. The demons, led by Xiao, win the battle and are upset that the fight ended quickly. And the young hero picks up trophies from the battlefield and finds a magic key that opens access to the treasury. He turns the key in the air with great anticipation and hopes to strike gold with the new items. And after a while, the young hero finds himself in front of a huge building that is a demonic treasury. Following the young hero, a demonic wolf enters the portal and explains to Xiao that there are many rare items in this place. After them, Anna, who is holding her brother, enters through the portal and points out that Ancheng doesn't look good. The heroes continue on their journey, and the demon wolf eagerly awaits the moment when Xiao can see the treasure. After several long corridors, the heroes find themselves in the main hall, where there are magical weapons and mountains of gold. The young hero raises his hand up and begins to consume the entire contents of the room with a spell. A few minutes later, the room is completely empty, and the young hero rejoices in the trophies he has received. His eyes light up with lust for money, and he hopes to find other treasure houses after defeating the demon lords. Meanwhile, Anna is near Anchung, who is in a lot of pain, and talks about how the potions aren't helping him. The young hero is at a loss to observe his comrade's pain and doesn't understand what could be causing it. At this point, the demon wolf says he can tell the cause of the pain if Anna steps on his face. The girl instantly steps her boot on the wolf's face and demands to be told immediately what is happening to her brother. And the demon wolf thanks the girl for the valuable gift and says that Anchung is under the effect of a curse. At this instant, Anchung cries out in unbearable pain, and a strange dark energy begins to emanate from his body. And the demon wolf tells us that this curse belongs to the green dragon and describes it. From this description, Shishao realizes that the green dragon is a powerful creature and doesn't know how to help his friend. Suddenly, Anchung abruptly rises to his feet, and his eyes light up with a bright green light. After that, a powerful aura of energy appears around Anchung, and the heroes hear the voice of a green dragon greeting them. The power of the green dragon proves to be incredibly strong and causes the demon dog and Anna to fall to their knees before him. After that, the green dragon turns his attention to Shishao and says that he hasn't met a strong mortal in a long time. The demon then explains that he has been following Shishao for a long time and thanks him for eliminating weak demons. Suddenly, the demon clenches his fists and suggests that the young hero obey, or else he will send Shishao to the other world. However, the young hero refuses, and the green dragon summons a part of his tail which envelops Anchung's body. He then sharply attacks the young hero, but he defends himself with his golden sword. At the sight of this, the green dragon creates a small portal in his hand through which the plant vine bursts. As soon as the portal becomes larger, the vines instantly rush toward Shishao and wrapped around his limbs. However, the young hero, with just one swing of his sword, cuts them all down and frees himself from their grasp. And the green dragon only grins and says that he's tired of playing games with the young hero. After these words, he raises his hand up, and a huge amount of energy begins to build up over it. Every second, the energy gets bigger, and it transforms into a blue dragon. At the sight of this, Anna approaches the young hero and creates a magical barrier in hopes of protecting Shishao from this attack. And the energy dragon quickly rushes towards the heroes, from which there is a huge explosion that destroys the entire treasury. Anna falls to her knees and is on her last breath, and her shield has been completely destroyed. The golden dragon, with an evil smile on its face, ran past her and headed towards Shishao. At this moment, Anna grabs her brother and hugs him tightly. She asks Anchung to come to his senses because she believes in his strength. And the golden dragon grabs Anna firmly by the face and says in a loud voice that her brother is not coming back. After saying that, he builds up energy in his hand and is about to send Anna to the other world. However, at this moment, to the golden dragon, Anchung's surprise, control over her body begins to return. At the sight of her action, Anchung grabs her hand and tries to fight the demons within her. He is in great pain, but the power of the green dragon is slowly receding. At this moment, Anchung smiles and tells the green dragon that there is no more room for him in his body. At the sight of this, Anna looks at her brother with tears in her eyes, and the young hero supports his friend. The green dragon continues to resist, but gradually its power begins to leave Anchung's body. When all the power of the green dragon leaves Anchung's body, he begins to scream loudly in pain. And then the silhouette of a green dragon appears over Anchung, saying that he can't be gotten rid of so easily. At this instant, Anchung starts to be filled with incredible strength and uses the demon's power to grab him tightly. Then he talks about all the memories coming back to him, and he remembers the horrible day. His sister looks at Anchung in surprise and can't believe that his memory is completely returning to him. Anchung's mind flashes back to his horrible memories, and he is transported to the moment of his family's death. The story shifts to a few years ago, a small caravan traveling along a deserted road accompanied by guards. Anchung enjoys the views of the wasteland with her family and discusses plans for her life. Suddenly, the convoy stops abruptly, and the mercenaries notice several high-level monsters in the distance. Chung's father runs out of the car and asks his family to stay inside until he deals with the danger. Some time passes, and her mother does the same thing. She asks Chung not to worry. Chung's mother tries to stop the fleeing mercenary and demands to pay back the money he was paid for security. However, the mercenary beats the woman and says that he is not going to risk his life, and then continues to flee. After a while, the father, with a slight smile on his face, goes to the car window and asks his son to close his eyes. At this instant, the monster's huge hand pierced Chung's father's body, and the finger fell on his back in horror. Meanwhile, another monster grabs Chung's mom with a smile and tells her that he's in for a hearty dinner. At the sight of this, little Chung crawls out of the window of the wrecked car and heads towards his parents. He looks in horror at the huge monstrosity and curses himself for not being able to help his parents. At this point, the parents notice their son and ask him to run without looking back while he has the chance. When Chung hears this, his body starts to tremble with fear. He does not want to leave his parents. Suddenly, tears begin to flow from his eyes, and he decides to go with his parents to the other world. At that moment, one of the demons appears behind the child and recognizes the boy's body with one blow. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and the monster scrutinizes the boy. To his horror, he sees the boy visibly transform and turn into a demonic creature, and little Chung, without a second thought, destroys the monster that had previously pierced him with his hand. After defeating him, the boy kills every monster that is near him. The fight comes to an end, and Chung becomes the sole survivor of this bloody battle. He tearfully rushes to his parents, who have long since gone to the other side of the world. When Chung tells his story, he looks down and talks about how this is his worst secret. At this point, his sister remembers that the reports from the scene said that the child was the only survivor. After the incident, Chung completely loses her memory and looks at the people around her with a carefree smile. These memories run through Anne's mind, and Chung looks at her sister with a guilty look. At this moment, the green dragon says that Chung belongs to the demon race and his place among them. After saying these words, Chung turns towards the green dragon with a smile and says that he does not intend to put up with it anymore. And the green dragon smiles and says that because of his inner anger, Chung will always be the destroyer. At this instant, Chung clenched his hand and destroyed the demonic ghost. He then turns to his sister and tells her that he will understand her if she decides to turn her back on him. Tears begin to flow from Anna's eyes, and she hugs her brother tightly, saying that she will never leave him alone. The young hero watches Chung and Anna's conversation with a smile and expresses his joy that they are reunited. After that, he looks around and hopes that the green dragon spirit has disappeared from this place. When Shao is convinced of this, he asks how Chung is feeling at the moment. He notes that Chung's strength might come in handy in future battles with demon lords. At this moment, the demon wolf speaks of being able to guide Shao to one of the demon lords, and tells the young hero about a demon named Jinhyuk who is rumored to have great power. A young hero with a sly smile on his face listens to the demon wolf's explanation and thinks this demon could be a valuable ally. After a while, the heroes go to a snowy fortress where Jinhyuk is rumored to reside. They are met at the entrance by a guard who demands an explanation of the reason for their visit to the High Lord. The guard looks at the young hero with displeasure but still lets Shao pass and promises to keep an eye on him. After a while, the heroes find themselves in a huge library whose scale seems incredible to the young hero. Shao looks around and is surprised that a demon could have such a large supply of books. And the demon wolf describes Guai as a powerful being who sits on the bodies of his enemies. This alarms the young hero, and he thinks that he may not be able to reach an agreement with Guai. After a few minutes, the heroes reach a huge golden gate that slowly opens before them. The heroes go inside the room and sees before them a huge demon who holds a magic book in his hands. At the sight of him, the demon wolf falls to his knees, and the young hero continues to stand, but feels a strong aura. Gwai stays focused on his book and tells the young hero that he's been waiting for his visit. Shishao looks at the demon with a smile and asks why the demon doesn't want to destroy him. In response, Gwai stops where he is and talks about how he has countless enemies and there is no point in defeating them. The young hero looks at the demon with interest and notices that Gwai is too sensible and calm, unlike his brothers. At this point, Gwai abruptly slams his book shut and says that it's time to talk about more important things. He slowly makes his way to the hero and talks about wanting the demons to evolve. Shishao looks at the demon with bewilderment and notes that monsters evolved from destroying humans. And Gwai shakes his head negatively and suggests the young hero pick up a book so he can see the history of demons. The young hero opens the book and sees before him an image that tells of the history of demons. The story shifts to hundreds of years ago, demons hunting boars and using primitive weapons. Humans, on the other hand, are slowly evolving and learning the basics of magic and martial arts at this point. Centuries later, a huge portal at the center of the demonic world activates and opens a demon's path to the lands of men. Demons enter the world of humans and destroy them in hopes of reaching a new stage of development. The book finishes playing out the story and Gui shows Shishao the demons and notes that they haven't changed a bit in so many years. The young hero listens attentively to Gui's speech and asks how the scientists want to achieve the evolution of demons. Then Gui talks about how there is a powerful artifact that can usher in a new era. After these words, he makes a few hand gestures and begins to recite a special spell, and behind the demon appears a huge ancient tablet with ancient writings, but part of it destroyed. The young hero examines it closely and speaks of having seen such a thing in his world. And Gui explains that if you restore this tablet, you can change the rule and with it the nature of demons. And Shishao listens carefully to the demon and asks where he can get the other parts of the tablets. Gui turns toward the young hero and talks about how each demon lord has his own piece. At this moment, Shishao begins to carefully analyze the information he has received and thinks of a plan. Meanwhile, Gui examines the plaque and notes that his errand will not be easy. And the young hero declares with a smile that he has already destroyed demon lords. He has some plaques. This news pleases Gui and he notes that there's not much left to change the rule. The young hero interrupts Gui halfway through and asks what his gain is in this. And Gui replies without hesitation that if they succeed, the demons will forever discard the thought of conquering humans. After saying this, he talks about the green dragon and points out that this demon has monstrous power. A sly smile appears on Gei's face, and he suggests that Shishao start his march with easier opponents. Shishao thinks about these words and realizes that the green dragon might be too dangerous an opponent at the moment. Then the young hero asks who is the second most powerful demon lord in this world. And Gui tells us that there are 4 demon lords who are barely inferior to each other in power. Alone after saying that, he starts shaking his head and talks about remembering an important moment. After saying that, Gui tells about the confrontation between the phoenix and the green dragon in which the latter was defeated. Gui notes that the phoenix is dangerous in that it is able to revive after its defeat, but this ability is not infinite. The young hero ponders these words and points out that these are 2 strong opponents for him. Shishao is going over his abilities in his head and thinking that the revival of the phoenix could be a disaster for him. And the young hero decides to challenge the Black Warrior, who is the most armored demon. Gui points out that this is a great solution, but warns that the demon's defenses are very hard to penetrate. After these words, he holds out a red crystal to Shishao and notes that this item will help the hero to quickly find himself in the right place. The young hero thanks Gui for his help and sets off without delay. Shishao, along with the demon wolf, find themselves back in the main library discussing the events that happened. Suddenly, the young hero stops and talks about how he feels a threat heading their way. At this moment, a red-cloaked figure emerges from the shadows and rushes at Shishao with 2 daggers. The young hero deftly dodges the swift attacks and rushes towards the mysterious figure in front of him. He then abruptly grabs his cloak and yanks it aside to see who is hiding underneath. To his surprise, he sees in front of him a girl who looks very much like the demon Goe. The young hero smiles and talks about not destroying the girl out of respect for her master. However, the girl pays no attention to these words and is about to attack Shishao from behind. But the young hero quickly changes his appearance and with one blow throws the girl aside and disarms her. From the unexpected attack, the girl falls to the ground and her daggers go flying in different directions. At that moment, the young hero brings his sword to her throat and asks the girl not to interfere with his plans. He then removes his protective armor and heads for the exit, while the girl looks in his direction unhappily. The heroes continue on their way, and the demon dog warns the young hero that they are being watched. Shimei Yang, meanwhile, watches the heroes from around the corner and thinks about the fact that she can't be seen. And the young hero suggests the demonic wolf ignore it and creates a portal in front of him. Shishao quickly goes inside and notices that Shimei Yang jumps into the portal following him, but decides to ignore this moment. And the girl quickly hides behind a rock and thinks about the fact that the young hero is unaware of her presence. Some time passes, Shishao finds herself in front of a huge metal labyrinth. He decides to use his all-seeing eye and creates a route for himself to get past the dead ends. And after a couple minutes, a fiery line appears in front of the young hero and points him in the right direction. However, the young hero finds himself at a dead end and realizes that magic will not be able to help him overcome the labyrinth. Then, Shishao uses demonic wings and decides to overcome the barrier from above. He sees in the distance a huge fortress of a steel demon and realizes that he has a long way to go. However, during the flight, a beam of light falls on the young hero and completely blocks his movement. Shishao has to lower himself to the ground, and at that moment he realizes that the labyrinth is much more complicated than he originally thought. At this point, he decides to don the Fire Lord armor and tries to force his way forward with his sword. However, even the sheer amount of impact doesn't leave a single crack in the barrier walls. At that moment, Shimei Yang appears behind the hero and tells him that physical strength cannot overcome this labyrinth. And the young hero slowly turns around and asks in a stern voice why the girl is following him. After saying that, Shimei lowers his gaze down and speaks quietly about wanting to help the young hero. Then a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he asks the girl to tell him in detail about this labyrinth. And Shimei is filled with confidence from these words and tells Shishao that this labyrinth adapts to the strength of any creature. After these words, she folds her arms across her chest and notes that she knows the right way out of this maze. However, the young hero interrupts the girl halfway through and finishes the line for her, causing Shimei to fall into despair. Shishao realizes that he needs to cheer up the girl and says with a smile that he can't manage to overcome the barrier without her. After saying that, Shimei quickly comes to his senses and says with a wide smile on his face that he will help Shishao. At this point, Shishao notes that the girl most likely has a hidden agenda, and Shimei marvels at the young hero's insight. The girl clenches her fist and talks about if she has a personal score to settle with the metal demon. She crosses her arms across her chest and tells the young hero that a metal demon destroyed her loved ones, and then claims he'll personally deal with the demon when he's right in front of it. At this point, Shishao notes that the girl is unlikely to have the strength for this and asks her to stop thinking about revenge. This upsets Shimei as she leads Shishao through the corridors of the labyrinth, but she looks downcast and the hero tries to cheer her up. The young hero's words bring Shimei back to her senses, and she continues on her way with a smile on her face. All along the way, Shimei smiles and notes that without her help, the young hero would be stuck forever in this maze. Suddenly, the young hero stops abruptly and asks how long their journey will take, and the girl is confident that their journey out will take about a week. At that moment, Shi Xiao starts to glare at Shimei, and the girl becomes uncomfortable and she feels that she is falling in love with him. Suddenly, the young hero grabs Shimei from behind and tightly wraps his arms around her waist, and the girl cries out loudly in surprise. But to her great surprise, the young hero has wings, and they soar together over the maze. Shimei shows Shi Xiao the right path, and the heroes overcome the huge maze with great speed. A day later, the heroes find themselves near the exit of the labyrinth, and Shimei notes that the young hero is an incredible person. And the young hero continues to fly onward and talks about how he couldn't do it without Shimei's help. After a while, the heroes reach a huge arena in the center of which a huge silhouette of a demon can be seen. This demon turns out to be a metal lord who welcomes the young hero and his companion. The Black Warrior looks at our hero with a smile and talks about how they will fight in the arena until one destroys the other. At the sight of the Black Warrior, Shimei remembers that the demon sent her family to the other side of the world and says that she has come for revenge. And the Metal Lord laughs at her words and says that such a weak creature cannot defeat him. He then points his finger in the direction of the young hero and demands to be shown his full power. Shimei can't stand the taunts of the Metal Lord in a fit of rage and rushes at him to attack. However, the Black Warrior throws the girl aside with a regular punch and says that he doesn't care about the lives of weaklings. And the girl after this blow crashes into the wall with tremendous force and passes out from the pain. The Metal Lord then baits the young hero with his finger and asks him to show what Shi Xiao can do. At that moment, the young hero incarnates into a Fire Lord and delivers several swift blows to his enemy. Meanwhile, the demons in the stands are smiling and shouting loudly that no one can penetrate their lord's armor. Then the young hero changes his lord account to an unrivaled warrior with a golden wig. The young hero's transformation doesn't surprise the Metal Lord, and he's going to block his blow with one hand. However, when their fists touch, an irresistible force begins to emanate. And the demons look at what is happening with amazement and cannot believe that someone can compare with the power of their master. With each blow, the Metal Lord becomes more and more difficult to defend, and his health is rapidly dwindling. However, when the Metal Lord's health reserve reaches the lower threshold, he gains strong armor. The young hero tries to break through it, but no attack can penetrate the demonic defense. And the Metal Lord seizes the opportunity and hits the young hero with all his might with his fist. Shi Xiao falls to the ground, and the Black Warrior soars overhead and says that no one can overcome his absolute defense. However, the young hero quickly rises to his feet and tries again, but all his blows don't leave even a scratch on the barrier. The Metal Lord strikes again with a deadly blow and sends the young hero flying. After that, he strikes a few more times and Shi Xiao's health reserve begins to rapidly diminish. Shi Xiao tries to defend himself, but the Lord's blows are extremely powerful and imprint the young hero into the ground. And the demons watch the battle with admiration and say that the young hero has already lost this battle. Some time passes, the Metal Lord strikes blow after blow and receives no resistance. He holds the young hero's body tightly in his hands and says that now the end has come for Shi Xiao. Meanwhile, the demons look on reluctantly at the battle and note that it has turned into a boring beating of a weakling. Finally, the metal demon fills his fist with power and is about to deliver his final blow. Suddenly, the young hero comes to his senses abruptly and puts his fist forward to fend off the demon's attack. Shi Xiao's attack reaches incredible strength and breaks through the demon's barrier and deals critical damage to it at the same time. At the sight of this, the demons are silent and cannot understand how the man managed to break through the barrier of their lord. Meanwhile, the metal demon is screaming in pain, holding his arm and trying to figure out how Shi Xiao was able to hurt him. And the young hero wipes the blood from his face and says that now the metal demon has lost. The story is transported back a few hours while moving through the labyrinth. Shimei talks about the demon's defense. She gives the young hero a crystal with the help of which Shi Xiao can overcome the absolute defense, but it takes time. After that, Shimei becomes frustrated because her plan is very difficult to execute, but Shishao promises that she will manage. The story is once again carried into the arena. The metal demon listens intently to Shishao's story and can't believe it. Metal goes into an unbridled rage and talks about turning the young hero into ash. At this moment, other demons jump out of the stands and suggest that the overlord retreat while they detain Shishao. However, the metal demon simply destroys them and says that no one dares to interfere in his fight. After that, he fills his fist with immense strength and prepares to deliver a fatal blow to Shishao. From the force of this blow, the floor of the arena breaks apart and turns into separate pieces of stones that fly in different directions. The impact causes the young hero's armor to disappear, and he finds himself under the arena and uses his wings to land neatly. When Shishao lands on one cave, he sees lava all around and is surprised to see such a vast place under the arena. Suddenly, a metal lord in his true form appears out of the lava and says that Shishao is finished. And the young hero only smiles and says that he has a few trumps in his pocket. However, the metal demon doesn't believe the young hero's words and is about to attack him. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light appears around the hero and protects Shishao from all attacks. When the light dissipates, the metal lord sees a new fire armor on the young hero, and the young hero aims his spear in the direction of the demon lord and says that it is time for this fight to end. After saying those words, a huge amount of flaming meteorites are sent towards the metal lord. After a while, there is a huge explosion that can be seen hundreds of kilometers away from its original point. The metal demon burns in the fire and can't believe a man could defeat him. After his defeat, the metal demon commanders fly up to the young hero and scrutinize Shishao. The young hero smiles and talks about how the demons can either surrender or try to fight him. One of the demons notes with surprise that it is very strange of Shishao to seek a fight in such a situation. And the young hero only smiles and says that he has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve. The demons look amongst themselves and begin to talk over various options. Meanwhile, the young hero takes Shimei in his arms and waits for the demons to make their final decision. After a while, the demonic generals land on the ground in front of the young hero with a huge rumble. Shishao is about to give them a fight, but is surprised to notice that all the demons fall to their knees in front of him. The young hero examines each of them with surprise and tries to find some sort of catch. However, the demons convince the young hero that they want to go after a strong leader who will be able to increase their power. The commanders then extend their personal emblems towards Shishao as proof of their loyalty. The young hero quickly gathers them all in his hand and juggles them in the air with a wide grin. After a while, the demon commanders use teleporters to leave Shishao alone with his companion. At this point, Shimei comes to his senses and asks in amazement how their battle is going. Pretty quickly, the girl jumps off the young hero's arms and tries to find the metal dragon with her eyes. And the young hero urges the girl to calm down and tells her that the battle has long since come to an end. The girl cannot believe the words of the hero and says that there are still demonic commanders nearby. Then the young hero shows the girl the emblems of all the commanders to prove his words. At the sight of this, Shimei opens his mouth in surprise and can't believe that the young hero handled it so quickly. She then falls at the feet of the young hero and thanks Shishao for helping her take revenge while she was unconscious. And the young hero lifts the girl off his lap and talks about how he couldn't have won without her help. After that, he heads for the exit and the girl quickly follows the young hero. Sometime later, the young hero finds himself back in the snow-covered fortress of Jinhyuk. Guai's personal guard greets the young hero with a smile on his face and asks him to be careful on the stairs. A couple minutes later, Shishao finds himself in the main building, where Gui congratulates the young hero on his victory. As his gratitude, the scientist gives the young hero a coin that allows him to create an exact female copy of himself. When the hero realizes the purpose of the coin, he looks at it with a skeptical eye and says he doesn't need it. After saying that, Gui reveals that his next enemy is the white tiger, who has two personalities. The young hero listens carefully about it and decides that the coin might be of use to him. Meanwhile, a messenger appears in the White Tiger Temple building to tell of the young hero's victory. In addition, the demon reports to his lord that the other commanders of the Metal Lord have come under Xixiao's wing. After these words, the demonic bird turns to the white tiger in a panic and asks what to do in such a situation. The demonic obliged only smiles. She creates a fire sphere in her hand and offers to destroy Xixiao. This sparks discussions among the commanders, who begin to loudly condemn the future action plan. And the white tiger silently listens to his subordinates and carefully considers the situation. Suddenly, he rises abruptly from his throne and with a loud shout demands his commanders to be silent. The white tiger then sits back on his throne and notes that the young hero should not be underestimated. He orders his subordinates to stay out of the conflict and wait for the next move from Xixiao. The commanders are surprised by their overlord's decision and ask him to change his mind. The white tiger, however, stands by his opinion and asks if his entourage has managed to find his sister. In his head, he replayed her image and hoped that the white tigress was okay. The demons fall to their knees and say that their search was unsuccessful, and in response to this, White Tiger orders to search for his sister again. Meanwhile, the young hero is in a huge library studying books in search of useful information. Guy approaches him and offers the young hero a rest after the fight, but Xixiao notes that he doesn't have time for that. After saying that, he asks Guy to tell him more about the demonic crystals. And Guy notices that the young hero is interested in useful information, and as their friendship begins his story. The story is transported back hundreds of years. The whole demon world is decorated with a huge amount of demonic crystals. Demons use crystals and use them to suck up the energy of destroyed humans. After his story, Guy shows off his demonic crystal and notes that it is the source of the demon's power. And the young hero pretends to want to sleep and asks to be escorted to his private quarters. After a while, Shimei personally escorts Xixiao to his private quarters, which look very huge. Suddenly, the young hero grabs the girl's hand and tells her that he needs a favor from her, and this makes Shimei cringe. However, she quickly comes to her senses and is surprised when Xixiao asks him to take her to a place where demonic crystals cluster. The girl abruptly pulls away from the young hero and says that she doesn't understand what Xixiao is talking about. And the young hero gives a thumbs up and talks about how the girl can't lie and promises that he'll keep her help a secret. In response to these words, Shimei notes that only lords can enter this place, and Xixiao demonizes the girl with a demonic seal. Finally, Shimei agrees to fulfill the young hero's request, but in return asks Xixiao to fulfill her wish. After a while, the heroes reach the crystal mine, and the young hero sees a huge crystal in the distance. The young hero and Shimei look around, and Xixiao notices that there are a lot of crystals. Suddenly, Xixiao decides to head for the biggest crystal, and Shimei asks the hero to be careful. And the young hero touches the demonic crystal with his hand without delay and is about to absorb its power. Suddenly, Xixiao finds herself in outer space and looks around in surprise. At that moment, the young hero begins to feel a huge flow of energy enter his body. When Xixiao absorbs all the energy, he begins to feel a connection with all the demon lords. The young hero then appears in his pocket dimension, and the system shows him the yellow dragon's account. Xixiao looks at this with a smile and realizes that he needs to absorb more power to unlock the account. The young hero then goes back and looks around for the huge crystal. After a while, he finds another huge crystal and tries to absorb its power. The young hero feels the power filling him, however, it is not enough to open an account. Suddenly, he feels a strange energy that comes from the depths and decides to go to its center. Shimei is very frightened by this place. She snuggles up to Xixiao and suggests that the young one go back. However, the young hero continues to go forward and discovers a huge crystal in which the white tigress is imprisoned. At the sight of the white tigress, Shimei crosses his arms across his chest and asks the young hero not to touch that crystal. However, this only fueled Xiao's interest, and he headed towards the crystal with a smile on his face. Halfway through, Shime hugs the young hero tightly and forces him to stop. At that moment, the heroes notice that the crystal in front of them is shattering, and the white tigress is falling out of it. A sly smile appears on Xiao's face, and he dashes towards the demon to destroy it with a single blow. However, the white tigress quickly rises to her feet and lets out a loud roar whose power makes Xiao stop. After that, the white tigress casts her gaze towards Shime and looks in her direction with bloodlust. After that, the demoness makes a powerful leap towards her, and Shime stumbles and falls to the ground out of fear. However, the young hero comes to the girl's rescue and blocks the tigress's paws with his flaming sword. And the white tigress lets out a loud roar, and with one swipe of her paw sends the young hero into flight. But Xiao quickly rises to his feet and launches several quick attacks on the white tigress's body. However, the young hero's attacks don't do much damage, and he has to dodge the demon's clutches. Suddenly, the white tigress uses a kick with her hind paws and sends the young hero flying again. And the hero with great speed crashes into the red crystal, and from the incredible force, thousands of shards fly in different directions. Meanwhile, the white tigress turns her attention back to Shime and rushes towards her with great speed. Suddenly, 4 magical devices land around the demon and are embedded firmly into the ground. The devices then create white chains that hold the white tigress firmly in check. A young hero in the guise of a monster hunter heads in her direction and says he's not ready to accept defeat yet. However, the tigress breaks free from the magical chains in a matter of seconds and lashes out at Xiao with beastly fury. The demon strikes a fatal blow with its paw at the silhouette of the young hero, but a strange gas appears instead. Suddenly there's an explosion that releases even more green gas. This gas quickly penetrates the white tigress's nostrils and gradually clouds her mind. After a while, the white tigress falls unconscious in front of the young hero. The monster regains consciousness very quickly and exhales sleepy gas, but the young hero manages to climb onto its back. Shime watches this scene in amazement and doesn't understand what the young hero wants to accomplish by this. Meanwhile, the white tigress runs through the crystal mine with great speed and tries to throw Xiao off of her. And the young hero puts a golden collar on the white tigress and plans to bend her to his will. But the monster is not going to give up and continues to run through the mines, however Xiao holds on tightly to him. Suddenly, before the dead end, the white tigress stops, and Xiao looks at her with bewilderment. After a minute, the monster crashes headlong into the wall with all its might, and the young hero jumps off the monster's body at that moment. For a while, the white tigress hits a wall, and the young hero doesn't understand what the demon is trying to accomplish. Thanks to this blow, the demon's collar falls off and it turns around towards the Jeers with the intention of destroying them. Xiao, along with Shime, jump aside, and White Tigress destroys another crystal with her blows. Then the demoness takes her former form and notes that the young hero is not bad for a human. White Tigress talks about being in this cave to increase her power. However, a demonic crystal has sealed her, and the demoness thanks the young hero for her rescue. And Xiao says that he is not interested in stories, and suggests that the demon either surrender or go to the other world. And when the White Tigress refuses, he releases metal bars in her direction. At the sight of this, the demoness only laughs and creates a barrier around herself that completely blocks these attacks. Then the young hero creates a powerful spear in his hand and intends to break through this barrier. However, after being hit, the young hero flies back a few meters and takes a huge amount of damage. As Xiao flies, the White Tigress attacks him with her claws, causing the young hero to lose some of his armor. Finally, Xiao lands on a pile of rocks and gingerly glances at the barrier and tries to think of another plan. Meanwhile, the magical hands of the White Tigress, who wishes to destroy him, are heading in his direction. Suddenly, Shime appears behind the demoness, and is about to strike from behind. She easily breaks through the white tigress's barrier and plunges her dagger into her back, and from the blow the demoness screams in pain. In a fit of rage, the white tigress grabs the girl by the neck and begins to squeeze her throat. However, at that moment, a young hero appears who sends the demoness flying with his powerful blow. Due to the sheer force of the blow, the demoness pierces several layers of floor with her body, and Shimei falls to the ground. Shishao catches the girl in his arms, and Shimei clings to her Shay and thanks the young hero for her rescue. However, when Shimei looks out for Shishao, she sees that the young hero has turned into a girl. She looks at the girl she doesn't know with surprise and asks where Shishao has disappeared to. And the heroine shows Shimei the spirit stone and talks about how she had to use it to break through the barrier. Meanwhile, a white tigress appears over Shishao's head and attacks the heroine with a ghostly hand. But Shishao notices this insidious strike and delivers a fatal blow to his opponent. White Tigress manages to slow down with her feet, and she talks about how Shishao surprises her a lot. After saying that, she lets out a loud growl, and a huge sound wave begins to spread throughout the room. When the wave reaches Shishao, sparks begin to emanate from her body, and the heroine receives a stun effect that reduces her stats. However, Shishao continues to stand on her feet and prepare to strike, and at the sight of this, the demoness quickly jumps aside. But to her surprise, White Tigress sees that Shishao is about to run away from her. At the sight of Shishao's escape, a smile appears on her face, and she starts chasing after the fugitive with great speed. When the demoness shortens the distance between herself and the target, she extends her arm forward and summons the spirit of the beast. A huge beast fires a bright beam that destroys everything in its path. The power of the beam is so enormous that it pierces the mountain and shoots into the sky. However, after this strike, Shishao continues to stand on his feet and throws the small stones away from him. The White Tigress looks at the young heroine in amazement and can't understand how the human can resist after her attack. And Shishao takes advantage of the moment and with quick jerks gets closer to the monster. The young heroine then grabs the White Tigress by the throat, and the demoness admits defeat. However, such an answer does not suit Shishao, and she begins to beat the demoness to the ground with all her might. The young heroine then topples her opponent onto her back and begins beating her with her fists. After a while, Shishao stops to White Tigress, looks at the ceiling, and feels a strange burning sensation in her chest. At that moment, a memory flashes through her mind of her sitting on the throne with her brother. After that, Na looks at Shishao and thinks that only a hero can awaken sincere feelings in her. Shishao along with Jime look at the White Tigress in surprise and don't understand the reason for her admiring gaze. At this moment, the White Tigress presses down on Shishao's leg and asks her to demonstrate her full strength on it. The young heroine tries to cast the demoness aside, but she's very bad at it. Then she decides to send her to the other world and fills her fist with all her remaining power. However, the young hero's inner voice stops her, and she decides to leave it at that. Meanwhile, the White Tigress climbs higher to the young heroine and begs for a show of strength. This situation finally makes Shishao furious, and the young heroine decides to change the Lord's account. In a split second, Shishao puts on the monster hunter's equipment and decides to subdue the White Tigress. The demoness then transforms into her monster version, and Shishao climbs on her back. At this point, the hero begins to see White Tigress's memories and sees a little lion cub chasing a butterfly. All the ground around is covered with green grass, and a little tigress with a wide smile is running around this clearing. The young hero, along with his female version, finds himself in this place and realizes that this is what the demon world looked like in the past. After a while, the little tigress finds a huge portal with a demonic stone near it. Near the portal, she discovers a strange stone button and examines it closely. Because of her curiosity, she decides to press this button, and after that she starts to hear a strange grinding sound. When the tigress lifts her head up, she sees that a huge portal has begun to act and streams of red energy are pouring out of it. After a while, a powerful being emerges from it and is happy to be in a new world. At the sight of him, the tigress gets scared and tries to run away from the place as fast as possible. However, a powerful creature effortlessly catches the tigress and tells her that he gives her true power. After that, the tigress is enveloped by dark magic that is gradually absorbed into her body. When the ritual comes to an end, the little tigress transforms into her demonic form, and the ancient deity continues to fly onward in search of creatures to bend to his will. Shishao scrolls through these memories in his head and realizes that he saw one of the ancient deities. At this point, the female version of him approaches him and asks to contact him if he needs help, and then begins to disappear. And the young hero thinks it's best to call upon his copy only at critical moments. Shishao continues to think about what is happening and comes to the conclusion that the ancient deity has created demons. Hundreds of variations of the ancient deity flash through his mind, and Shishao realizes that fighting this one will be incredibly difficult. After these thoughts, he heads towards the White Tiger's camp to deal with the threat. Meanwhile, the White Tiger sits on his throne and waits for word from his subordinates. At one point, he gets visions of the past that greatly annoys White Tiger. He turns toward the empty throne and hopes that White Tigress is okay. Suddenly, one of the commanders appears in the main hall to announce the appearance of a young hero. At that moment, other demons appear and report that they were attacked by the White Tigress along with Shishao. Suddenly, a young hero riding a white tigress flies into the building and lets out a loud roar. The wave of sound affects all demon commanders and imposes a weakening effect on them. At the sight of this, White Tiger becomes enraged and doesn't understand why his sister has turned against him. He fills his body with power and promises to take down the hero for bending the White Tigress to his will. After that, the White Tiger creates a powerful wave of sound with a loud roar, but Shishao instantly jumps aside. And then the young hero finds himself over the White Tiger's head, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. However, the White Tiger instantly turns his body into gold. The young hero's punch does not do any damage to him. The White Tiger then takes out his bow and uses it to create a huge tornado that consumes Shishao. The young hero tries to get out of it, but the air currents hold his body and do not allow him to move. And the White Tiger summons a huge sword which he points toward the dehydrated young hero. From this incredible force comes a huge explosion that sweeps everything in its path. At this moment, the demons with smiles on their faces ran towards the explosion and hoped to see the defeated Shishao. However, when the smoke clears, the young hero is uninjured and holding a statue of invulnerability. At the sight of this, the White Tiger steps back and can't believe that the young hero was able to survive his attack. Shishao smiles and offers White Tiger to surrender while there is still a chance, but if not, he promises to destroy him. At this moment, the demonic ape rubs his hands together and suggests that White Tiger should destroy Shishao while he is weakened. These words anger White Tiger and he punches the commander in the face with all his might and demands him to shut up. After that, he plunges into reflection and thinks how best to act in this situation. After a while, White Tiger announces his decision to surrender and promises to help Shishao, but with a number of conditions. The young hero gets serious and asks what White Tiger wants in return. And White Tiger asks to free White Tigress from slavery, because he really needs her. Suddenly a blush appears on his face and he says that he loves White Tigress and can't live without her. The young hero promises to help White Tiger and says he understands the love between brother and sister like no one else. At that moment, a robot assistant appears who explains to Shishao that White Tiger loves his female version as a girl. This greatly shocks the young hero, and he does not understand how it is possible to fall in love with his copy. And the White Tiger turns aside and talks about how Tigress is a world he can't exist without. The story shifts to a few hundred years ago. White Tigress and her brother survey their domain from an elevated position. White Tiger gathers his strength and confesses to White Tigress that he has been in love with her for a long time. These words make Tigress furious, and she says that there can be no love between them. She then turns around to the huge gate and tells them that their goal is only revenge. White Tiger tells this story to Shishao and says that even if Tigress doesn't love him, she is important to him. After saying that, he clenched his fist and said that he would fight until victory if Shishao did not fulfill this demand. The hero looks at the White Tiger in amazement and is amazed at how complex the relationship between demons can be. After some time, Shishao agrees to the White Tiger's demands, and the patriarch promises the young hero to surrender. Suddenly, a demonic ape appears behind White Tiger's back and calls him a coward for talking to a human. These words infuriate the White Tiger, and he is about to send his commander to the other world. But at that moment, the demonic ape pulls out a strange artifact from which energy begins to emanate. When the energy reaches the White Tiger, he stops in a stupor and cannot move. And the young hero looks at the golden statue with surprise and realizes that it is made in the form of an ancient deity. Meanwhile, the demonic ape rejoices in the helplessness of his former master and says that he is going to become the new overlord. At that moment, White Tigress appears, but she too is affected by the dark energy and freezes in place. At the sight of this, the demonic ape smiles even more and announces a new era for the Tiger clan. She then turns to the rest of the commander and offers to join him. Demons gladly accept the offer of the monkey and wait for the moment when they can enjoy human meat. However, one of the commanders refuses such an offer and asks his fellow soldiers to come to their senses. Then the demons all pounce on him at once and start pounding him as hard as they can. Meanwhile, a demonic monkey steps on White Tiger's head and offers to speak his words. And after that, he creates a magic blade in his hand and is about to send White Tiger to the other world. However, at that moment, a young hero comes to the aid of the White Tiger and deals the demon a fatal blow. White Tiger looks at Shishao in surprise and can't believe that the man saved his life. At this point, the demonic monkey begins to curse Shishao and promises that he will be held accountable for his deed. After that, along with the other commanders, he unites and fills his body with incredible power with them. Because of this, the bodies of the commanders turn into huge monsters, and they swiftly head towards the young hero. However, the young hero throws them aside with one attack and tells them that they are no match for him. Shishao then stabs his flick into the ground and thus creates a magical barrier that encompasses all the demons. The demonic commanders fall to the ground and can't move. They feel their power begin to fade away. And the young hero absorbs their system, and the system says that Shishao can now use the Yellow Dragon account. The fight comes to an end. White Tigress and White Tiger kneel before Shishao and call him their master. The other demons follow them and bow to the young hero, sensing great power from him. Suddenly, a huge source of power begins to emanate from the young hero, the light from which is directed to the heavens. Meanwhile, Scholar Guai is busy reading a book and begins to feel a strange, powerful force. He walks to the window and sees a huge beam of energy heading towards the sky. The same beam can be seen among the buildings of the Red Bird clan and brightly illuminates the roofs of the buildings. The demons look in his direction in surprise and feel the emergence of a new power. And Redbird sits on his throne with a smile on his face and notes that the arrival of a new opponent could be interesting. Meanwhile, the Green Dragon also senses this power, but believes that humans can't use such power competently. Behind his throne appears the figure of an ancient god who says that Shishao will not be able to thwart their plans. But at that moment, the voice of a young hero emerges in the Green Dragon's head to address all the demons. All the demonic creatures stop abruptly and listen to the words that echo in their heads. Redbird also hears the voice of the young hero calling all the demons to the gate and smiles. After a while, a huge number of demons find themselves near the center gate. White Tiger, along with his sister, is looking over the area from the high ground and thinking about what Shishao is up to. Suddenly, the scholar Gui turns to Shishao and asks him to explain the purpose of the demon gathering, but the young hero notes that not everyone has arrived yet. But the demon scholar disagrees with the young hero's words and notes that the lords will never come at the call of man. Suddenly, at this moment, the throne of the red bird, who arrived at the place with her servants, appears in the sky. Redbird looks at Shishao with a smile and says that she is extremely disappointed to see a human here. And the young hero scrutinizes the girl and thinks that the battle with her will be very difficult. Suddenly, Shishao hears the rumble of lightning and looks up where he sees a huge cluster of dark clouds. And after a while, a flying monster whose body is covered with lightning appears in front of him. The young hero greets the monster with a smile and talks about how he has heard a lot about him even in the human world. And the flying monster looks at Shishao with arrogance and demands an explanation for what purpose the man called all the monsters here. At this moment, a smile appears on Shishao's face, and he says that one being wants to talk to everyone. After these words from her, begins to emanate a huge stream of energy that makes the demons involuntarily bow. The energy proves so powerful that even Redbird and the migrating monster fall to one knee. After a while, the demons see around the young hero the silhouette of a yellow dragon that addresses them. The yellow dragon points out to the demons that they are being deceived by an ancient deity and calls them fools. Demons look at each other in surprise and do not understand what ancient deity we are talking about. After saying those words, the flying monster opens its mouth in surprise and thinks about how to destroy Shishao. Meanwhile, Scholar Gui pays his respects to the yellow dragon and asks for proof of his words. Other demons agree with these words and point out that without proof, it is just a man's word. Then White Tigress claims to have herself encountered an ancient deity who split her body into two consciousnesses. After these words, the migrating monster only smiles and says that the words of one demon are not enough. White Tiger steps in for his sister and says that the Lord's words should not be questioned. The demons begin to argue among themselves, but they are interrupted by the loud roar of the dragon, which silences them all. Shishao then turns to the rest of the demons and says that his words are an order and not a recommendation. At this point, Redbird smiles and says that he only recognizes a strong overlord. After these words, the silhouette of a phoenix appears behind her, and she demands the young hero to demonstrate her strength. She then heads towards the young hero with great speed with the intent to destroy. When Redbird faces Shishao, a huge explosion goes off, and Gui asks the hero to be careful in the battle. Meanwhile, Redbird wears a few punches, and then renders behind Shishao's back, and is about to deliver the decisive blow. The impact is so strong that a huge amount of flames fly in different directions. However, a huge table of light appears around the young hero to disperse the flames and destroy him. The smoke clears and Redbird sees before him a young hero clad in golden armor. Meanwhile, the migrating monster is watching the fight from a bird's eye view and enjoying the spectacle. The battle continues, and Redbird sends huge streams of bright flames towards the young hero. However, the young hero heads in her direction with great speed and dodges all the fiery projectiles. After that, Shishao raises his blade up and creates a huge blob of bright flame and aims it at his enemy, and then sets off towards Redbird a few strikes, which takes on the appearance of a yellow dragon. These blows create a huge explosion that destroys everything in its path and makes the rocks fly in different directions. After a while, Shishao goes to the site of the explosion and sees the red bird lying on the ground in front of him. Redbird offers the young hero to destroy her, but in response, Shishao reaches out and helps her to her feet. Demon thanks the young hero for a fair fight and promises that from now on will serve him faithfully. Meanwhile, the flying monster is looking at the battlefield with a disgruntled look and is about to use the artifact to contact the boss. However, when the monster is about to activate the green dragon statue, he notices that the artifact doesn't work. At this moment, he sees a strange field around him, and An Cheng, who, along with his sister, greets him. An Cheng's gaze turns serious, and he recalls the horrible experiments the golden dragon is conducting on him. The story shifts to a few years ago. A golden dragon is about to inject a special serum into Unchung's body. After that, Unchung turns into a demon, and the golden dragon gives him a magic item and requires him to mark it in a safe zone. The golden dragon puts his hand on Unchung's shoulder and warns him that the consequences of his failure will be terrible. Unchung tells this story to the demon and says that he is going to take revenge for the suffering he experienced. At this point, a smile appears on the face of the migrating monster and offers to show the man what he can do. Anna wants to intervene in this fight, but Unchung stops her sister and says that he has to deal with the past himself. At this instant, the flying monster attacks him, but Unchung uses the green dragon's hand and blocks the dangerous blow. He then sharply attacks the monster with his tail and throws it away from him. Unchung feels his victory. He stretches his arm forward, and a huge green dragon head appears from it. However, the flying monster uses a magic shield and says that Unchung still has a long way to go before his abilities. After that, the migrating monster sends a huge amount of shadow needles towards Unchung, and Unchung creates flowering plants around her that absorb all the negative energy. At the sight of this, the migrating monster starts laughing loudly and notes that humans are indeed capable of comparing to him. And Unchung smiles evilly and says that soon the monster will go to the other world and he will take his power. But at this moment, the flying monster smiles insidiously and is about to use the power of the artifact. At this moment, a huge amount of gold chains are heading towards Unchung, which he is unable to fight off. The golden chains completely restrain his body and also block his magical abilities. Meanwhile, the migrating monster drinks a few potions and says that he has wanted to test their effects on himself for a long time. After drinking the potions, the monster turns into a huge black dragon and says in a loud voice that man is finished. The monster's roar turns out to be incredibly powerful, and its strength makes Unchung scream in pain. The dragon then arms himself with a red dagger and is about to send the pesky human to the other world. However, his sister comes to Unchung's aid and tries to block this blow with her sword. At the sight of this, the black dragon further fills his sword with power and says that no one dares to stand in his way. After this blow, Anne's armor shatters into splinters and the girl falls to the ground in front of Unchung. At the sight of this, Unchung goes into an absolute rage and promises that the black dragon will pay for his deed. And the monster just laughs and says that the man can't do anything and then creates a blob of energy in his mouth. Once the energy reaches its peak, the black dragon spews it out and creates a devastating red flame. Suddenly, someone breaks the golden chains with his sword, and Unchung is freed from the shackles. At the very last moment, he manages to dodge the attack and tries to figure out who saved his life. Finally, he notices a young hero who smiles and notes that Unchung has got a cunning opponent. After these words, the young hero turns in his direction and offers his power to fight the black dragon. When the black dragon hears this, he starts laughing and notes that even with the green dragon's strength, Unchung is no match for him. And the young hero smiles and talks about how his power is several times greater than that of the green dragon. After saying that, Unchung touches the young hero's shoulder and thanks Shishao for the opportunity. When Unchung absorbs the power of the young hero, he feels immense power and puts on the armor of a beast lord. At the sight of this, the black dragon recoils back and is amazed at Unchung's great transformation. He decides to keep his distance from the man and throws a powerful artifact in his direction. And Unchung sees a flying disc in front of him that fires poison darts at the space around him. Then Unchung uses the orange tiger's summoning and dodges the dangerous projectiles with great speed. Pretty quickly, he gets close to the black dragon and uses the white tiger's power to strike. The black dragon can't keep up with the man's speed and takes serious damage from the blow. However, Unchung doesn't stop there and continues to relentlessly attack his enemy and uses tiger claws. Unchung finishes his combination by using the phoenix power and carrying on his enemy with great speed. There is a huge explosion and a huge amount of small stones fly in different directions. The black dragon lies in the crater and realizes that if this continues, he risks going to the other world. He slowly rises to his feet and kneads his neck while contemplating a way out of the situation. He then turns to the rest of the demons in a loud voice and urges them to help him in his battle against the bloodthirsty humans. At this point, the young hero also turns to the demons and tells them that they can live in peace with humans. After these words, he shows a statue of an ancient god and says that the green dragon betrayed the demon because of his desire for power. The lords listen carefully to the words of both human and demon and decide to follow the young hero. The demons also believe the young hero and shout loud slogans that Shi Shao is their new lord. This situation angers the black dragon, and he is going to destroy himself to take as many lives with him as possible. However, from Chung's strength, a golden collar appears around his neck that completely blocks this ability. Meanwhile, the young hero holds Anna in his arms and watches the battle in progress from an elevated position. And Chung lands near the black dragon and gives it a huge amount of punches and demands it to surrender. Shi Shao looks at this with astonishment and is amazed that his friend has so quickly assimilated with his new power. The fight comes to an end. The young hero grabs his friend and gives him in his arms Anna, who is still unconscious. Meanwhile, the green dragon sits on his throne and feels his deputy defeated. Behind him appears the image of an ancient god who says not to be upset about this oversight. The green dragon grits his teeth in anger and says that he will destroy Shi Shao with his own hands. The ancient deity smiles and says that now is not the time for revenge and suggests to follow strictly the plan. After these words, a smile appears on the green dragon's face, and he says that it's time to start executing their plan. Meanwhile, the heroes return to the snow fortress of the powerful scientist Gui. Scholar Gui thanks the young hero for his help and notes that the great tablet will soon be fully completed. Redbird also extols the hero's merits and thanks him for helping her open her eyes to the terrible truth. And the white tiger and his sister look at the hero with admiration and wait for his next orders. After a while, the white tiger approaches the young hero and offers to attack the green dragon right away. And the young hero says that not everything is so simple and tells the story of the fight between an ancient dragon and a dark deity. Shi Shao notes that the huge gate is capable of opening a portal to the human world and has tremendous power. So the young hero proposes not to destroy the gate, but to use its power to open a portal to another world. This story greatly surprises the demon lords, and they look at Shi Shao with admiration without saying a word. And the young hero adds to his tale that destroying the gate may free the ancient god from his shackles. After saying that, Shi Shao thinks about the first demons and asks himself how they were able to enter the human world. He then looks up at the huge plaque and suggests not to use her power at the moment. At this moment, cold sweat starts running down Gui's face, and he talks about how he could have made a deadly mistake without Shi Shao's help. And the young hero asks the scientist not to blame himself, and says that the demons sooner or later guessed the ancient deity themselves. After that, Shi Shao turns to all the lords and asks them to gather an army to defend the huge gate. At this point, White Tigress asks what the young hero is going to do while they defend the portal. And the young hero smiles and talks about wanting to pay the green dragon a little visit to return the favor. After these words to Shi Shao comes Chung, who asks to take him with him because he wants to get even with the demon. The young hero is about to answer, but suddenly a powerful earthquake starts, and the floor of the building begins to gradually collapse. At that moment, Shimei Yang appears in the huge doorway and announces that a real apocalypse has begun outside.